Star Odyssey chapter 3792 to chapter 3842. However, he could break through Killer Wall and Killer Scene Sword Intent. Of these two, one focused on defense while the other focused on offense. Their characteristics were too obvious, making them easier to break through. Waiter, bring some wine and some side dishes. Alright, coming right up. Hey, have you heard? That senior from Myriad Elephant Valley has tracked down the person who attacked. Of course I have. Why else would I come here? My senior has been following him and told me that Senior Lu is heading this way. This way? Could it be this tavern? Haha, of course not, but this is the right direction. I don't know what the Sealand Sword sect is thinking. They could have chosen the Sealand Sword head and used it to fight that person. They have already lost. So what if they find that person? I dare say that no one in the Sealand region can stop that person from leaving. I know that. I heard it's because of Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen? Didn't he lose as well? Lu Feichen is a proud and arrogant man. He used Meteor Shower to meet the enemy head-on. But rumor has it that he has been hiding his second move. That person who attacked him was too fast, he didn't have the chance to use his second move. He wanted to find that person and have a real fight. Actually, it's not just Lu Feichen. The Sealand Sword sect has always been arrogant. They might not even give face to the defense of God. I heard that Yuya's god of defense visited the Sealand Sword sect and asked for their help in some matters, but they rejected him. What matters? Even the god of defense came to the Sealand region for help? I don't know about that. Hearing the discussions around him, Luin asked, when did Yuya's god of defense come to the Sealand region for help? Well, it's been a while. About a few decades. Yeah, it's been a few decades. Luin retracted his gaze. A few decades? Yuya had chased them from the spiritualized universe to the universe of consciousness, which meant that it had been 20 years. Then, he had fought with them in the universe of consciousness. It had been a few decades since Luin had come to the Ninth Heaven universe. This meant that when 9-Foot Garden broke the rules to help Yuya kill his way into the consciousness universe, Yuya was also looking for other helpers, not just 9-Foot Garden. However, he was rejected. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. This Yuya had indeed staked everything on this one gamble and had lowered his status to seek help from the All-Lin Sword sect. If the All-Lin Sword sect had given him some face back then, even if they had sent a few experts, the outcome might not have been the same. Does this mean that I owe Sealand region a favor? Luin put down his cup. His goal of making Lu Xizhan the head of the swords would not change, but once this condition was fulfilled, he could compensate the swords. For example, he could tell Lu Feichen and the others about the weaknesses of their sword intents and help them improve their sword intents. When he had gone from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, he had been filled with hatred and revenge. He had been prepared to face death with equanimity, and he had been filled with hostility toward the spiritualized universe. Now, he did not feel much hostility toward the Nine Heavens universe, a colossus that had plundered the resources of the other three universes. The universe was like this. Survival was always the first law. Under this premise, all obstacles to survival were enemies, but there was no need for hatred. The change in his mentality also changed Lu Yin's judgment of things. If he had faced the Nine Heavens universe with the same mentality as when he had left the Tianyuan universe, it would have been hard to say what would have happened to the Azure Lotus Protector. Competition and survival were the only things that mattered. There was nothing else. After a while, Elder Lu brought people from the All-Lin Sword sect to the tavern and surrounded it. The cultivators who had been talking in the tavern were stunned. What was going on? Faced with the experts from the All-Lin Sword sect and the cultivators who had followed them to watch, the waiter in the tavern went limp. Elder Li's gaze landed on a table, and he walked over and touched it. It's still warm. He left not long ago. He then looked at the waiter. The table hasn't been cleaned up yet. What did he look like? The waiter stared blankly at the empty table and tried hard to recall. In the end, he cried, I don't remember. Lu Feichen looked at the surrounding customers. What about you? Does anyone remember what he looked like? Draw it out, and the All-Lin Sword sect will reward you. The people looked at the table and tried hard to recall, but they could not. Someone was depressed, we talked to him. Right, he was the one who asked about Jia's god of defense, right? I even looked at him and saw his face. How come I don't remember him? Strange. Lu Bai asked, what did he ask? Something to do with Yuya's god of defense? Yes, we praised the integrity of the All-Lin Sword sect and rejected Yuya's god of defense for help. He asked us when it happened, and nothing else. Lu Bai looked at Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen's eyes flashed. Yuya? Indeed, decades ago, Yuya had come to the All-Lin Sword sect and asked them to send experts to the lower 3 universes. This was against the rules, and they had rejected him. They had offended Yuya because of this, but Yuya had already been stripped of his position as god of defense. They didn't take this matter to heart until they heard something that made them rejoice. The 9 Feet Garden was destroyed by Death Hillock. This matter had been kept a secret, but it was not difficult to find out. The 9 Feet Garden had always sided with Yuya, and this was not a secret. Yuya went to the lower 3 universes and could not ask for help from the All-Lin Sword sect, so he took the 9 Feet Garden with him. In the end, the 9 Feet Garden was destroyed. As for what happened to Yuya, they still did not know. Was this person related to this matter? Or did he ask out of curiosity? Could this person be taking revenge on behalf of Yuya? Lu Xizhan asked. Lu Bai frowned, it's not impossible. Impossible. Lu Jing denied, if Yuya could have this person to help him, why would he ask for help from the All-Lin Sword sect? Even the 9 Feet Garden would not be able to do that. He did not continue. The news of the 9 Feet Garden's destruction had not spread yet. Even though it had been a few years, as long as Death Hillock did not confirm the destruction of the 9 Feet Garden, the news would not spread. Only a few major forces knew about this. Lu Feichen ordered, investigate everything about Yuya, I want to know where he is now. Yes, Sect Master. Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and even Lu Xizhan gave their orders. Although Lu Xizhan himself had not been able to become the All-Lin Sword sect's leader, the Dong Lin Sword sect was not weak. Elder Le did not care about this, as he was only responsible for finding the culprit. He sat in Lu Yin's previous seat and closed his eyes, continuing to search. Unless you leave the All-Lin Sword sect, I will definitely find you. In the distance, Lu Yin looked at the wine shop and saw Elder Lu. Was this the power of heaven and earth? If he was not wrong, then he should be able to see the traces of the spirit seed liquid's manifestation in the universe of the 9 firmaments. Elder Lu had seen the traces of Lu Yin walking through the 9 firmaments and had chased him all the way here. This method was quite interesting, but if Elder Lu wanted to track Lu Yin, then it would depend on how capable he was. Lu Yin used the reverse step and instantly disappeared, reappearing and disappearing again. Time was also a powerful force, and although some experts could see through the power of time, it did not mean that they could control it. Within the wine shop, Elder Li's eyes went wide as he looked into the distance. Why are there so many traces? Everyone was puzzled and looked at him in confusion. Elder Li's eyes flickered. No, there can't be so many traces. How can one person leave so many traces at the same time? Time, yes, it must be the power of time that allows this person to leave thousands of traces at the same time, but which one is real? Which one is fake, and which direction is he in? Elder Li's face grew paler and paler. Lu Feichen and the others exchanged glances, feeling a bad premonition. Everyone in the crowd was shocked, leaving Elder Lu, a manifestation realm expert, at a loss. The person who had attacked the All-Lin Sword sect was indeed very strong. They immediately spread the news in all directions. It was already unbelievable that this person had suppressed the All-Lin Sword sect with just his sword intent, and it had attracted the attention of many powers in the 9 firmaments universe. Now that he had also grasped the ability to avoid being tracked by Myriad Valley, they had to be even more cautious. There was no lack of people in the 9 firmaments universe who had grasped the power of time, but to make it difficult for a manifestation realm expert to track him was not something that could be done just by grasping part of the power of time. This person had to have been immersed in the domain of time for a long time and was an absolute expert. Wei Ding's heart sank. Sword intent, time, this person had to be found, or else he would be a great threat to master. Elder Lu walked out of the tavern and closed his eyes again. When he opened them again, his jaw dropped even more. In his eyes, there were traces of Lu Yin everywhere. It wasn't just one person who had walked out, but the traces of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. It was hard for him to distinguish such a method. The Myriad Valley had always been aloof, but they feared the power of time the most. He had not expected to meet such a time expert here. After looking for a while, he was disappointed and bowed to Lu Feichen and the others. "I'm sorry, I can't find this person." Lu Feichen squinted. "Can you find him in the manifestation realm?" Elder Li said confidently, "You can, but the seniors of the manifestation realm in the Myriad Valley are either in seclusion or not nearby. Do you want to wait?" Lu Bai shook his head. "No." He looked at Lu Feichen. "This person is obviously avoiding us on purpose. Even if the manifestation realm comes and finds him, they might not be able to stop him. Secondly, this person can leave early. Not to mention wasting time, the price is not small." Lu Feichen nodded and looked around with a deep gaze. "Elder Lu, is this person nearby?" Elder Li said, "He must be in the Xilin region, and he is watching us." Lu Feichen raised his head and looked around. His loud voice spread across the Xilin region. "I am Lu Feichen from the Xilin Sword Sect. I am not looking for you for revenge, and you did not hurt us too badly. I just hope that you can show yourself. I have a second sword intent, and I hope you can teach me." "Everyone, back off." Lu Bai and the others looked at each other and left silently. Lu Xizhan looked around and felt a little guilty. He also left. Elder Lu also left with the people of the Xilin Sword Sect, but he did not leave the Xilin region. Although his mission was over, he still wanted to see who this person was. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. No one showed up. Lu Feichen was still waiting. 7 days later, Lu Feichen did not wait any longer and he spoke again. "Are you looking down on me? Fine, if that's the case, the Xilin Sword Gate will decide the Xilin Sword Head as soon as possible and challenge you to a duel. I can guarantee that the Xilin Sword Gate has no personal grudge against you." He then looked into the distance and said to Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and Lu Xizhan, "Half a month later, the Xilin Sword Head competition will begin. Do you have any objections?" The 3 of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. The search for the culprit had ended, but the number of people waiting for the Xilin Sword Head competition was increasing. Many people came from all directions to the Xilin city to see who the mysterious culprit was. In the Donglin Sword Gate, Lu Xiyu saw Lu Xizhan coming back and she asked anxiously, "Old Lu, how was it?" Lu Xizhan heaved a sigh of relief, "Not bad, they didn't find anything related to us." Only Lu Bai was suspicious. Lu Xiyu also heaved a sigh of relief, "That's good, that's good." She then blinked and said, "Old Lu, I heard that the Xilin Sword Head competition will be held in half a month." Lu Xizhan nodded, "Yes, by the way, did that person come to you?" Lu Xiyu pursed her lips and nodded. Lu Xizhan was nervous. "He didn't do anything right? He didn't say anything right? He didn't plan to do anything right?" Lu Xiyu blinked again. He. Lu Xizhan was anxious, his face turned pale. "What else does he want?" Lu Xiyu said, "He said that he will make you the Xilin Sword Head competition or else he won't give up." Lu Xizhan was speechless. He felt like he was being forced by his father to compare himself with other children. His father had been dead for so many years and yet he still felt this way. He didn't know what to say anymore. Couldn't they just let him rest in peace? "What do you think you will do?" Lu Xizhan was nervous. Lu Xiyu shook her head, "I don't know." "Old Lu, did the people from the Wanxiang Valley not find him? This person is quite capable." Old Lu couldn't find him and said that he needs the help of the Wanxiang realm to find him. "The Wanxiang realm? Is he that strong?" Lu Xiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Throughout the 9 clouds universe, how many people in the universe of 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 the universe? Lu Xizhan said helplessly, even Lu Feichen and the others were defeated so easily. It's not surprising that he could do this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have impressed the Blue Lotus Lord. Then, he thought of something and stared at Lu Xiyu. "The reason why he was so determined to help me win the title of the Head of the Swords was because of your condition, right?" tell me, what will happen if the condition is fulfilled? Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes and said, Master didn't agree. Master said that since the conditions were set, they must be fulfilled. This is fate. Lu Xizhan raised his eyebrows. Girl, as long as you lie, your eyeballs will roll around unconsciously. You're lying to me, aren't you? No, it's just that when I think of Master, I feel a bit of reverence. This is a very serious matter. If this person does something extreme again, the Donglin Sword School will be the unlucky one. Even if we can't fight for the position of head swordsman in this generation, the next generation, or even the generation after that, we can still fight for it. Father, do you have a son? Lu Xizhan rolled his eyes. It's the same for a daughter. Do you think that the inheritances of the great forces must have a son? Just find a son-in-law to marry into the family. I've done that before. Girl, you don't have to worry about me. The head of the swords is important, but the Donglin Sword School is even more important. Lu Xiyu gritted her teeth and remained silent. Lu Xizhan's eyes widened. Good, you really are a liar. Quick, tell me that the condition is fulfilled and let that person go. Quick. Lu Xiyu was speechless. I don't know. Master didn't say that I can fulfill the condition at any time. Should I ask? Lu Xizhan hesitated. The Blue Lotus Lord? What the girl said should be true. Since the Blue Lotus Lord asked the 7 fairies to raise the condition, the degree of completion must be approved by the Blue Lotus Lord. This was troublesome. He knew that the Blue Lotus Lord was sincere in accepting Lu Yin as his disciple. Then, what was the bias of the Blue Lotus Lord? Would it be easier for Lu Yin to complete the test, or would it be more fair? He couldn't be sure. The word fate seemed simple, but it was the most difficult. Old Lu, should I ask Master? Lu Xiyu probed. Lu Xizhan's eyes flickered as he looked at Lu Xiyu, then at the enormous Donglin Sword School. In the end, he gritted his teeth. No need. Let's leave it at that. The Donglin Sword School was important, but was Lu Xiyu not important? If the Blue Lotus Lord wasn't satisfied, then Lu Xiyu would have to bear the consequences. This was not something he wanted to see. He didn't want to compare himself with others. He wanted to live his own life, and he didn't want Lu Xiyu to bear any responsibility for the Donglin Sword School. His daughter couldn't be wronged. If something did happen, then he would bear the consequences. In the courtyard, Lu Xiyu's expression was complicated. She subconsciously looked at the corner, but there was no one there. Are you here? She asked. No answer. Father is under a lot of pressure. I'll consider you fulfilled the condition. You can leave now, Lu Xiyu said. There was still no answer. She bit her lip and asked a maid to bring a stool to the corner. She sat there and waited. She wanted to wait for Lu Yin to come and tell him that the condition was fulfilled. She wanted him to ask Master if it was fulfilled. This way, she wouldn't be implicated, and her father would be at ease. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was on a mountain in the Xifeng region, slowly rolling his die until it stopped at Enhance. This was his third roll. He entered the time-stop space and began to deduce Lu Feichen's second move. The range of his karmic world was much smaller than before. This was the price he had to pay to deal with an Eternal Realm cultivator, and he was satisfied. After all, who could escape from an Eternal Realm cultivator? With his karmic deduction, a year should be enough. Several days passed, and Lu Xiyu was still sitting in the corner of the courtyard, waiting for Lu Yin to come. Lu Xizhan had been apprehensive all this time, afraid that the other 3 schools would leak some more information. That person's cultivation was so high that he couldn't be that lawless. On this day, the stars hung high in the night sky. Silver light scattered across the land, illuminating the path at night and bringing a hint of coolness to the land. Lu Yin entered the Donglin Sword Gate and appeared in front of Lu Xizhan, who was drinking alone. Lu Xizhan held a cup of wine and slowly raised his head. His eyes flashed when he saw Lu Yin. You are Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked over and sat opposite Lu Xizhan. That's right. Lu Xizhan heaved a sigh of relief, he had finally met Lu Yin. He stood up and personally poured Lu Yin a cup of wine, bowing slowly. This cup is my apology to Mr. Lu. My daughter is young and immature, and has caused you trouble. I am deeply remorseful, and I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me. Lu Ying smiled, it's no trouble, just a bit of a delay. Lu Xijan's expression was respectful, may I know what Mr. Lu plans to do next? This one has disappointed Mr. Lu. If this one has the ability to compete for the first head of the Xifang region, then Mr. Lu wouldn't have to waste time in the Xifang region. If I delay Mr. Lu's apprenticeship, it will be my fault. I am willing to bear the consequences. Lu Ying smiled, you have the ability to compete for the first head of the Xifang region. Lu Xijan was stunned, what does Mr. Lu mean? He was afraid that Lu Ying would attack the other 3 sections. Lu Ying said, I've sparred with the other 3 headmasters, and I've discovered the weakness in their sword will. I can teach it to you and let you win. Lu Xijan was shocked, weakness? Yes, a weakness that is bound to be defeated. No, Lu Xijan, may not be as strong as them, but I won't use such a method to win. This is not my own strength, but Mr. Lu's. Lu Xijan rejected. Lu Ying looked at him, don't you want to be the first head of the Xifang region? Lu Xijan said seriously, with my own strength, I want to. I taught you the sword will so that you can win with your own strength. You are a level lower than them, and your sword will is also weaker, but it is not to the extent that you are not qualified to compete with them. Lu Xijan rejected again, no matter what, winning with such a method is a disgrace to the Xifang region. I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me. Lu Ying frowned, I must fulfill Lu Xiyu's condition, it is very important. Lu Xijan said, of course it is important to be able to become the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. If Mr. Lu fails because of my daughter, I am willing to pay with my life. But I will never win with such a method. Lu Ying stood up, then I'll go kill Lu Feichen and the others. Don't you want to become the head of the Xifang region? Lu Xijan was enraged, he glared at Lu Ying, Mr. Lu, do you really want to become the enemy of the Xifang region? Lu Yin's eyes turned cold, the condition must be fulfilled, and no one can stop it. Your Xifang region is not enough to withstand my wrath. Lu Xijan did not expect Lu Ying to do this, Mr. Lu, if you fulfill the condition with such a method, not to mention how the other 6 fairies will make things difficult for you, Mr. Lu, do you really think that after this, you can still become the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord? Lu Ying sneered, do you think that the Azure Lotus Lord has only killed a few people? Lu Xijan's eyes widened, he did not expect Lu Ying to say such a thing. This was the Azure Lotus Lord, under the influence of karma, everything in the 9 heavens could be known to him. Lu Ying would never kill the innocent just because of a condition, not to mention that he had a good impression of Lu Feichen and the others. But that did not stop him from threatening Lu Xijan with the Azure Lotus Lord. The people of the 9 heavens universe respected the Azure Lotus Lord more than the sky. The more Lu Ying said such words, the more he did not care about the Azure Lotus Lord, and the more Lu Ying would think of him as a lunatic. And who would not be afraid of a lunatic? Lu Xijan said word by word, Mr. Lu, please be careful with your words. Lu Ying did not care, as long as I fulfill the condition, I can become the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. He did not say what method I should use, the Azure Lotus Lord is all about fate. Even if I slaughter everyone in the 9 heavens, once the condition is fulfilled, he will not go back on his words. What do you think I will do? Lu Xijan clenched his wine cup tightly, his expression was uncertain as he looked at Lu Ying, as if he was trying to see through Lu Ying. Lu Ying had faced with such situations too many times, how could he be seen through? If there was anyone who could see through him, it would be Lu Ying who could see through him. Wang Wen had laid a foundation for Lu Yin's thoughts, the cultivation civilization could control the hearts of people. There was no need to understand how a person thought, as long as one understood the cultivation civilization they were in, one would be able to take the initiative. No one was an exception, including the Azure Lotus Lord. After looking at each other for a moment, Lu Xijan said dejectedly, all right, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lu Ying was satisfied, that's more like it. Relying on me to climb up the ranks might be a little bad for your reputation, but it's fine as long as you achieve your goal. Lu Xijan's gaze was complicated. I will follow your instructions. If I still fail, don't blame me. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Since you're following my instructions, you'll definitely be seen through by others. If you fail even after seeing through it, you'll be the one losing face. Lu Xijan did not refute. It seems like you don't mind. That's right, you've been looked down upon for so many years, and you've long since gotten used to it. I'm guessing that you've placed all your hopes on Lu Feichen's second move, and that no matter how much I teach you, you won't be able to break it. In the end, you won't be the swordmaster of the Silent Sword sect. You'll only be embarrassing yourself, but you won't be implicating the Silent Sword sect. Lu Xijan's eyes flashed. You think too much. I'll teach you how to break Lu Feichen's second technique, Lu Yin said. Lu Xijan was surprised. You seen the second move? Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. No, but I deduced it. Lu Xijan was dumbfounded. Impossible, no matter how powerful this person was, it was impossible for him to deduce Lu Feichen's second move. After all, he was at the crossing bitter disaster realm. Unless he was an eternal life realm expert, even the god of defense would not be able to deduce it. I don't care if you believe me or not. Just follow my instructions. Lu Yin's tone suddenly turned icy. If you intentionally go easy on me, then not only will I slaughter the other 3 sects, but your Donglin Sword sect will also die. No one will be able to stop me. You can try. Lu Xijan's 5 fingers twitched as the look in his eyes grew colder. Lu Yin sighed in his heart. For the sake of fulfilling the conditions, he had forced himself to become an evil person. Such a feeling was really complicated. Since the Xilin region had appeared in the Nine Clouds universe, there had been a tradition of fighting for the position of the first sword of the Xilin region. The first sword of the Xilin Sword Gate contained the sword will of the current headmaster of the Xilin Swords Gate. It could bring the Xilin domain to a whole new level. And the place to fight for the head of the swords of the Four Lin sword was called the Sword Plate. Using the sword as a plate, he suppressed everything around him. At the bottom of the sword plate, there were the sword marks carved by the Four Lin swords. Only the headmasters of the Four Lin Swords Gate could comprehend the sword marks at any time, the others were not allowed to come close. Once, in order to improve the strength of the Four Horizon region, the first sword head of the Four Horizon region changed the rules and allowed everyone in the Four Horizon region to watch. However, the result was that most of the disciples who watched had their sword wills shattered and eventually became depressed. If one did not reach a certain height, one would be injured just by looking at it, let alone comprehending the sword intent. On this day, the swords of the Four Lin sword sects gathered their sword plates and began the competition for the position of the head of the swords of the Four Lin sword sects. Countless people appeared outside the sword disc. They could only see the process of fighting for the 4 sword heads, but because they were far away and the sword disc also had the ability to resist the sword will inside, they could not personally feel it. Lu Yin was also standing in the crowd, calmly looking at the sword disc. For the past half a month, he had been teaching Lu Xijan how to counter the sword wills of the 3 headmasters. He had already raised the possibility of Lu Xijan competing for the position of the Xilin Sword Chief to 70%. As long as there were no accidents, Lu Xijan would definitely be the Xilin Sword Chief. Elder Le did not leave, and he also looked at the sword disc from the crowd. He wanted to see if that expert would appear. If that expert was really here to challenge the Four Lin Swords Gate sword wills, then the Xilin Sword Chief would definitely appear to represent the Four Lin Swords Gate. Around them, including Wei Ding, the people from the various major forces were watching. When the Four Lin Swords Gate did not have a Xilin Sword Chief, it was isolated in the Four Horizon region. Now that there was a Xilin Sword Chief, the entire Four Lin Swords Gates would change, and this would affect the 9 firmaments universe. Many powers wanted to know who the Xilin Sword Chief was as soon as possible so that they could deal with future changes. Lu Yin spotted a member of the White Jade tribe in the crowd. This tribe had a peculiar appearance, and their entire bodies seemed to have been carved out of white jade. Even further away, there was a scholar with a unique temperament. If Lu Yin was not mistaken, he should have come from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. There were a few experts among the spectating cultivators, but they were only there to pass on the message. Those who could really speak for themselves would not appear at this time. They needed to understand the swordmasters of the Four Lin Sword sect before they appeared. Only then would they have the confidence to do something. The Four Lin Swords Gates people entered the sword disc in a single file. Lu Xiyu was depressed. She had waited for Lu Yin for half a month, but he had not shown up. She did not know where that little thief had gone. Fortunately, there was no news from the other 3 gates, which made her nervous for so long. that's Lu Xiu? The 7 fairies are so beautiful. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to give up 10,000 years of my life. Brother, it's still a question whether you'll live for 10,000 years. She's an honorary disciple of the Blue Lotus ruler, and there are only 7 people who have lived for more than 100 years. If you marry her, the 7 fairies will treat you as their son-in-law. The 7 fairies' background alone will be enough to raise you to the heavens. With Yi Hai's background, you'll be the junior ruler. I didn't think too much about it. I just think that Lu Xiu is too beautiful. Hee, I think so too. We're kindred spirits. I heard that the various powers are eyeing the 7 fairies. Even Death Hill has prepared a betrothal gift. What, Death Hill? No way, Death Hill will curry favor with the 7 fairies? Luin looked over. Death Hill? As far as he knew, Death Hill should have nothing to do with the outside world. Seeing that everyone was looking over, the person said proudly, the news is absolutely true. Death Hill has prepared a betrothal gift, but I don't know who it's for, but it's definitely for one of the 7 fairies. This is a huge matter that will affect the entire Xianxia universe. The Xianxia universe, Eternity, and Death Hill are in the middle. This situation has been going on for too many years. Whichever side Death Hill is close to, that side will definitely suppress the other. It might even lead to a war. Luin looked away. Death Hill is in the middle? It's more powerful than I thought. No wonder a mere 6th peak master could destroy the 9-foot garden. Thud. With a soft thud, Sword Intent soared into the sky from the Four Corners region. At this moment, everyone living in Four Corners region, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, knelt in front of the Sword Intent, waiting for the Four Corners sword head to appear. Lu Feichen, Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and Lu Xizhan stood in the 4 corners of the huge sword board, looking at each other from afar. The battle for the 4 corners sword head was not a one-on-one battle. Instead, the person standing at the end of the board would become the 4 corners sword head. At the same time, a few old fellows from the 4 corners sword sect walked out, their auras surging and terrifying. Luin had sensed the auras of these old fellows when he'd broken into the 4 corners sword sect. They were all from the previous generation, or even the generation before that. They were very strong, but not too strong. At least, none of them had reached the peak of bitter adversity. However, Luin believed that the 4 corners sword sect definitely had experts at that level. They might have cultivated their spirits, or it might have been their own cultivation. The 9-foot garden already had a cultivator at the peak of bitter adversity and a cultivator at the vast Misty Wave sword sect, not to mention the 4 corner sword sect. The cultivation method of the Xianxia universe was too much of a cheat. When people died, their spirits could be passed down to their descendants, which was why the powers here could be passed down from generation to generation. Any power here could sweep through the Tianyuan universe. It was a pity that only spirit seeds could be accepted. Otherwise, if all of these spirits were taken away and given to the Tianyuan universe, the Tianyuan universe could immediately create a large number of experts. At that moment, another sword hum resounded throughout the 4 corners sword sect and spread to the outside world. This sword hum was different from the previous one, and it was filled with respect. Countless people looked at the sword plate. There were 5 seats on it, and each seat was occupied by the 4 seniors of the 4 Lin Swords Gate. The middle seat was reserved for the person invited by the 4 Lin Swords Gate. This person was not from the 4 Lin Swords Gate, but was an invited witness. Every generation's battle for the 4 corners sword head would invite such a person. Everyone was curious as to who the 4 corners sword sect had invited this time. As the sword hum faded away, a figure appeared and slowly took a seat. It was a middle-aged man with an upright appearance and deep eyes. He did not have a shocking aura, but when one looked at him, they would feel as if they had been sucked into some kind of vortex and could not pull their eyes away. This person was dressed in a rather noble manner, and his clothes were embroidered with strange carvings that seemed to be some kind of giant beast. The moment one looked at him, it seemed to come alive, and one could even hear a shocking roar. Most people were confused when they saw this person. They did not recognize him, but his aura was definitely extraordinary. However, those who recognized him were shocked, and some were even in disbelief. Is that Mingzhua? Impossible, how could Mingxue be here? Is it really Senior Mingxue? Lu Ying looked at the middle-aged man, and his gaze turned grave. This person's aura was not any weaker than Zhao Yi's. Was he at the peak of Ku adversity? Lu Ying did not know if this person had accepted spiritual cultivation or cultivated it himself. Gradually, Lu Ying confirmed that this person had cultivated on his own. Although Ku adversity was at the same level as Ku adversity, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Yusang Tian could easily suppress the spiritualized universe and sweep through the 13 celestial phenomena because of his battle prowess at the peak of Ku adversity. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yusang Tian had reached this level. Even the oldest Elder Salamander and Emperor Wu, who had used the Sealed Sky Foundation, could not reach this level. Only Elder Salamander from the consciousness universe had a consciousness comparable to that of Ku adversity. Even in the 9th heaven universe, which was filled with powerhouses, there were not many at the peak of Ku adversity, and those who had cultivated it themselves were even rarer. The reason why Lu Ying was certain that this person had cultivated it himself was because of his other identity, Qinglian Shengyu's disciple. Lu Ying looked at Lu Xiyu, who had already climbed onto the sword plate and bowed to Mingxue with a sweet smile. Xiyu greets senior brother. Countless people looked at them, some envious and some jealous. They wished that they were the ones who could pay their respects to Mingxue. However, how many people in the 9th heaven universe were qualified to do so? Mingxue smiled at Lu Xiyu. It's been a while, but you've become prettier, haha. Lu Xiyu blushed. Senior brother, you're spouting nonsense again. How can I compare to the other sisters? Mingxue smiled. Each of you has your own merits. Junior sister, you're lively and quick-witted, and Master likes you very much. When will you find your Mr. Right? Let me keep an eye on you. Master may not be free, but I'll definitely keep an eye on you. No one can take you away. Senior brother. Lu Xiyu blushed and ground her teeth. She glared at Mingxue. It was obvious that they had a good relationship. The surrounding seniors of Sword Sect smiled. It was great to have someone like him as a disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. Otherwise, they would not have the face to invite Mingxue. Mingxue was not just a disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. He was also one of the strongest in Yujiuxiao, the 4th pillar of night. He was qualified to be the Night Chief. Once the war came, Mingxue could compete for the position of Night Chief. With his strength and identity, the possibility of him becoming the Night Chief was extremely high. Although he wasn't a lesser god of defense, in times of war, Xiaoshou was on the same level as the lesser god of defense. Other than the superior god of defense, no one could stop him. Wherever his sword pointed, he would be invincible, bringing with him mountains of corpses and seas of blood. During that period of time, even the large organizations in the universe did not dare to go against him openly. Why is senior brother here? Lu Xiyu was curious. She did not know that the Sword Sect had invited Mingxue. Mingxue smiled mysteriously. You will know later. Alright, you can leave now. The battle of the Sword Sect has been delayed. It's time to begin. Lu Xiyu nodded, bowed, and then left. Mingxue looked at the 4 people on the sword board. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword will suddenly changed. The butcher wall immediately raised his sword, and the sword will transformed into a stone wall. Lu Xizhan swung his sword at Lu Bai. At the same time, Lu Bai pointed his sword at Lu Feichen. His only opponent was Lu Feichen. The Sword Sect had known each other for so many years. They knew each other's strength. There was no need for them to work together. Lu Bai only had one attack left for Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen also wanted to see the power of Lu Bai's attack. Lu Bai had to wait. He had to wait for the other 3 to exhaust their strength. That was how a sect master of the Sword Sect became the Sword Sect head. Of course, the chances of him becoming the Sword Sect head were extremely low. Lu Bai was too weak. Very few sect masters were still at the primordial realm. He was worried for Lu Xizhan. If Lu Xizhan had reached the level of Dooku AI, he would have some hope against Lu Feichen. Now, it all depended on Lu Bai. As for Lu Bai's sword technique, he did not even look at it. It could not break through his defense. Not only Lu Bai, everyone looked at Lu Bai. Lu Bai's attack was the best. Using the famous picture to prove his heart, he observed the world and the sea. Famous ancient map. Lu Jing's gaze was stern as he thrust out his sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth were distorted as if paintings had appeared. On the paintings, mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds came to life. There were also countless illusions of people rushing towards the sword will, causing the killing power of the sword to transform continuously. It was changing every moment. Mingzhou was astonished. Not a bad sword intent. No one has ever made their sword intent so full of endless changes. Under the famous paintings of the ages, there are not only famous paintings, but also people who appreciate them. Very few people in the continent of the 9 heavens can block that sword. Hearing Mingzhuo's words, the 4 elders beside him laughed. Although the 4 Lin sword sects competed with each other, they were still one entity. The 4 Lin sword sects ruled over the entire 4 Lin sword sects, not just one sword sect. For Mingzhuo to be so impressed, it meant that Lu Jing's sword was indeed not bad. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yin remained calm. His sword will was constantly changing, and the timeless painting's rich heritage had indeed allowed Lu Jing to comprehend the sword of slaughter. If he had enough time and enough timeless paintings, his sword will would continue to rise until it was difficult for others to keep up with him. But, was this his sword will? Was this sword his, or someone else's? His sword intent had been greatly affected. Cultivation unsheathed his sword, and a cold light flashed. Flying stars flew towards the sword, the person, and the painting. Between heaven and earth, blurry paintings were torn apart. Lu Jing and Lu Feichen swept past each other, and blood flowed down his wrist. Lu Jing was powerless, and he let go of the sword hilt. The sword fell to the ground with a soft sound. Lu Feichen kept his sword, turned around, and looked at Lu Jing's back. Your heart is too complicated. The crowd was in an uproar, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Lu Jing had always been calm, and the Nanlin sword sect allowed scholars to enter and leave as they pleased. They could not disturb him at all. His heart should be the calmest. Outsiders' perception of Lu Jing was that he was calm and indifferent, like a pool of stagnant water. Only his paintings could make this pool of stagnant water boil. But in Lu Feichen's words, it was complicated. On the high platform, Mingzhuo's lips curled up. Although there are thousands of sword wills, they can't completely merge into one's own Tao. In the end, they are just complicated. I'm sorry, the elder from Nanlin sword sect said bitterly. Mingzhuo waved his hand. It's not that bad. It's already quite good for him to be able to cultivate his sword will to this extent. If he doesn't fight with the peerless master pros, it would be hard to find a match for his sword will. Although this cultivation method is complicated, there's a lot of room for improvement. The elder sighed and shook his head. On the sword board, Lu Jing turned around and looked at Lu Feichen. I hope you can get rid of the word complicated. This sword will is yours. Lu Feichen said, we haven't decided on the sword leader yet. Lu Jing smiled. Who else can be your opponent? Them? As he said that, he looked to the other side, and his gaze suddenly changed. How could it be? Lu Feichen frowned and looked over. He saw that Lu Bai, who should have completely defended against Lu Xizhan's sword will, had fallen. When? Lu Feichen did not expect that he would be so focused on Lu Jing that he forgot about the other side. Or rather, they did not really care about the other side. However, something unexpected happened on the other side. Lu Bai was defeated. On the other side of the sword board, Lu Bai was lying on the ground. His right hand struggled to support himself on the ground. He slowly got up, panting heavily. On his chest, a red dot gradually spread. It was blood. He stared at Lu Xizhan and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. I hope it's not you, but it is you. Why is this position so important? Why are you willing to go against your morals to get it? On the other side, Lu Xizhan was different from his usual self. His face was terrifyingly calm. He did not answer but looked at Lu Feichen. Below, the crowd was discussing. However, most of them were focused on the battle between Lu Feichen and Lu Jing. They did not notice how Lu Bai was defeated. On the high platform, Mingzhuo said calmly, To be able to see through the defense of the heavy sword in an instant, it doesn't make sense. Beside him, the elder from the Shilin sword sect was furious. It's that person. The person who injured the 3 sect leaders helped Lu Xizhan. Lu Bai guessed that the person might have been invited by the Shilin sword sect. At that time, I even shouted at him to stop. The Shilin sword sect would not be so despicable. I never thought that it was true. Another elder's face turned ugly. It shouldn't be like this. Old man, this is the person from the Shilin sword sect. Are you going to do something about it? If you don't, I will. This is outrageous. Since ancient times, the battle for the Shilin sword sect's head has always been fair and square. Since when has such a thing happened? I will give you an explanation for this matter. With that, the elder from the Shilin sword sect stood up and looked at the sword plate. Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan looked over. Let me ask you, how did you see through the flaws of the butchering sword will? Everyone present. Everyone looked at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan's face was calm. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. If everyone thinks that I cannot win, why would I be standing here? That person was invited by you. The elder from the Shilin sword sect shouted, causing a commotion. The seniors from the Shilin sword sect frowned. Don't speak nonsense. Don't jump to conclusions. Otherwise, the Shilin sword sect will be the laughingstock of the outside world. The elder from the Shilin sword sect was furious as he glared at Lu Xizhan. Below, Lu Xiyu had a complicated look in her eyes. She finally understood why Lu Yin did not go after the other 3 sections. He had his eyes on her father. He told her father about the flaws of the other 3 headmasters' sword wills so that her father could win. No wonder she hadn't seen her father for half a month. She thought that her father was studying the sword wills given to him by her sisters. Father, why did you agree to it? With your character, it is impossible for you to do such a thing. Lu Xizhan's gaze swept across the crowd. Will the battle continue? Explain yourself first. The elder from the Shilin sword sect shouted. The others looked at Lu Xizhan but did not say anything. At this time, Lu Feichen spoke with a cold gaze. Brother Zhan, do you want to continue? Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Feichen and said, I must become the Shilin sword sect's head. Why have you become like this? Lu Bai coughed up blood as he stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Lu Jing was surprised as well. He looked at Lu Xizhan. In their minds, Lu Xizhan was a righteous and open-minded person. He had a clear understanding of the world and was very tolerant. That was why he had failed to overcome the bitter adversity, as there was nothing worth his pain. The primordial realm was not shameful. Even though Lu Xizhan was the weakest of the 4, he was not looked down upon. However, the current Lu Xizhan was very unfamiliar. In the distance, everyone discussed how despicable Lu Xizhan was, actually inviting outsiders to attack his own people. Lu Yin stood with his hands behind his back as he watched quietly. He admired Lu Xizhan very much. He could maintain his original heart in the complicated and dangerous world of cultivation, showing his care and tolerance for his daughter, and even reaching the primordial realm. There were not many people like that. Forcing him to compete for the position of the Shilin sword sect's head was very cruel. However, as someone who carried the Tian Yuan universe on his back and was constantly plotting and scheming, how could he not be cruel? Lu Xizhan was just like Lu Xiaoxian. He was the beautiful azure lotus guard of the past, the heart that the consciousness of the heavenly tower had sought. So, what do you want to do now? Father, forget it, Lu Xiyu called out. Lu Xizhan remained unmoved. On the other side of the sword plate, Lu Feichen nodded, all right, let's continue. The elder from the Western Swords Gate wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Ming Xue. If you can defeat other experts with just a few moves, how can those experts bear the title of the Shilin sword sect's head? His words silenced the crowd. That was right. Lu Xizhan had been taught, but his cultivation had not changed, nor had he borrowed any external help. He was still himself. If he could defeat Lu Feichen, then Lu Feichen would be useless, and there would be no need for him to compete for the position of the Shilin sword sect's head. Ming Xue reminisced, Lu Tsang is a vicious person. If he were here, he would rather have his flaws seen through by others. to make up for it, let alone being taught by others. I hope that the Shilin sword sect can produce another Lu Tsang. Lu Tsang was the previous head of the Shilin sword sect. He had died in a war outside. The people of the Shilin sword sect were familiar with the name, especially Lu Feichen, because Lu Tsang came from the northern swords gate. Lu Jing and Lu Bai got off the sword plate. Lu Feichen faced Lu Xijan. I really want to know how a primordial realm expert can overcome the flaw of meteor strike. Lu Xijan shook his head. You can use the second move directly. Lu Feichen raised his eyebrows. That person has never seen my second move. Lu Xijan exhaled. He has deduced it. Impossible. Lu Feichen's expression changed for the first time. On the stage, the elders and Mingzhu's expressions changed. Deducing was the ability of a superior cultivator to control an inferior cultivator. Moreover, the difference between the two had to be large enough, or it would be impossible. Mingzhu believed that his cultivation was shocking, but even he couldn't deduce Lu Feichen's second move. No, he couldn't even deduce Lu Xijan's primordial realm sword intent. To deduce Lu Feichen's second move, one had to be at the complete tribulation realm. Was he at the eternal realm? Lu Feichen didn't believe it. Everyone who heard it didn't believe it either. Even Lu Xijan himself didn't believe it. He didn't know what Lu Feichen's second move was, but he sincerely hoped that it wasn't what Lu Yin had deduced. Otherwise, Lu Yin was too terrifying. Lu Feichen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Do you really believe that he has deduced my second move?" Lu Xijan said calmly, "I don't know." Lu Feichen nodded, "All right, I'd like to see if he has really deduced your second move. If he has, his sword skills will be unparalleled." With that, he swung his sword and meteor strike fell like meteors. At the same time, he turned his sword, Mo Huanchao. Mingzhu leaned forward. What a good sword technique. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sword. They were all immersed in it, as if the sword wasn't aimed at Lu Xijan, but at them. It could cut through everything. Lu Xijan stared at the sword in a daze. He had once seen meteor strike and couldn't fight back at all. His sword intent was called 100 retreats, using retreating as a way to advance. However, no matter how he retreated, he couldn't avoid meteor strike. But now, he wasn't shocked by meteor strike, but Mo Huanchao. Mo Huanchao was exactly the same as what Lu Yin had deduced. At that moment, Lu Xijan's heart sank completely. If there was really someone who could deduce Lu Feichen's second move, why would that person come to Xijan? As for why he was related to Siyu, he now understood why this person was chosen by the Green Lotus Emperor. That person was unscrupulous? Falling Star Sword, don't return dawn. Since he had learned the 7th Night Pillar, nobody had ever made Lu Feichen use the second attack. He didn't intend to use it even when he became the first sword of the Xilin region. He wanted to use it to challenge the strongest swordsman of the continent of the 9 clouds. He wanted to use his sword to make the Xilin region rise again. Since you want to see, I'll let you see why the person who attacked dared to say that he could deduce the second move. Strike Xijan's Xijan. Strike. 3 breaths, 1, 2, 3. With a light bang, it was a very ordinary vertical slash. It was like a child who had just picked up a sword, allowing his own strength to slash down. It was like a blacksmith hammering, causing sparks to fly. With such a simple move, he managed to break Lu Feichen's sword that was coming at him. Lu Xijan hadn't been able to see that strike. That strike hadn't shown its true power, but it had been cut in half. Lu Feichen stared blankly at his broken sword. How was that possible? He wasn't the only one who was wondering, everyone was wondering the same thing. Even Mingzhu's eyes were wide open. Even he hadn't been able to find the weakness of Mo Huanchao's sword in such a short time. If Lu Feichen's sword had been so easy to break, the Xijan sword school would have ceased to exist a long time ago. In this world, all kinds of martial arts had their weaknesses. His master had said that karma had its weaknesses as well. It was just a matter of whether one could catch it or not. If one could catch all the weaknesses, they could destroy everything. As of this moment, he saw someone else on Lu Xijan. No, it was someone else. Someone who had been hiding behind Lu Xijan. That person had not only deduced Lu Feichen's second move, but had also seen through it, allowing Lu Xijan to seize the opportunity. That person was terrifying. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Nobody had thought that such an incredible thing would happen. Lu Xijan's sword hadn't just destroyed Lu Feichen's sword, it had destroyed all the sword cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even his master, Sword Master Taitsong, wasn't that strong. Elder Lu was astonished. He made up his mind to ask his master to help him find that person. That person was monstrously strong. Lu Xiyu's face paled. Just how strong was Lu Yin to be able to do something like this? Did her master know something? They didn't know anything about him. At that moment, the sword disc fell into a deathly silence. Lu Xijan slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Feichen. You've lost. Lu Feichen looked at Lu Xijan and loosened his grip on the sword hilt. The sword fell to the ground and made a soft sound. He laughed happily, without the bitterness of being defeated. Ha 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 ha, there really is such a person. He deduced and saw through my sword will. My life has not been in vain. He glanced around and bowed deeply. Lu Feichen, thank you for your gift. It's my honor to be able to see through your sword intent while I'm still alive. In the distance, Lu Yin was impressed. The Four-Lin sword sect wasn't bad at all. Feichen, what are you talking about? Pick up your sword. Lu Xijan can destroy Mo Huanchao, but he can't destroy your other sword intents. You can defeat him with the most ordinary sword intents, shouted the old man from the Four-Lin sword sect. The others looked at Lu Feichen. He was right, Lu Xijan had only been taught how to see through Mo Huanchao and Flying Star Sword sect's weaknesses. It didn't mean that he had the ability to do so. If they fought using ordinary sword intents, Lu Xijan wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lu Feichen shook his head and took a deep breath. The Four-Lin sword sect is the Four-Lin sword sect, not the North-Lin sword sect. He saw through my sword intent. I can't defeat him, but he's different, said the old man. He looked at Lu Xijan and Lu Xijan looked back at him. Lu Xijan, have you fought against him? Lu Xijan frowned, we haven't. Lu Fei smiled, that's right, he's arrogant and doesn't like you. He hasn't fought with you yet. You're the only one among us who can defeat him. With your sword intent, you have to combine the four sword intents into one and achieve the transformation of the four sword heads. Only then can you fight him. The Four-Lin sword sect is yours. On the stage, the old man from the North-Lin sword sect wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. There were some things that Lu Feichen didn't say. The person in the dark had defeated 3 headmasters, and the only one he hadn't defeated was Lu Xijan. Of course, it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, but because he didn't think highly of Lu Xijan. Regardless, to the outside world, Lu Xijan had never been defeated. Now that he had defeated 3 other headmasters, he became the Four-Lin sword sect's head. He had never been defeated, regardless of the reason. Only Lu Xijan was qualified to be the Four-Lin sword sect's head. Lu Xijan and Lu Feichen looked at each other. I understand. Will you fight against him? Asked Lu Feichen. Lu Xijan didn't reply, he just walked to the center of the sword plate. For sword intents, combine. Lu Feichen raised his hand and pointed at Lu Xijan. At the same time, Lu Bai and Lu Jing didn't hesitate either, they did the same thing. That was the skill of the founder of the Four-Lin sword sect. For sword intents could be cultivated separately, each headmaster could cultivate one sword intent, and in the end, the 4 sword intents would fuse together. Many people were staring at Lu Xijan from all directions. The Four-Lin sword sect's head was out of everybody's expectations. Who would have thought that Lu Xijan would become the Four-Lin sword sect's head? The news spread far and wide in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Many people were astonished. Especially those who were interested in Lu Xiyu, they were stupefied. Now that Lu Xijan had become the Four-Lin sword sect's head, Lu Xiyu's status was even more different. She had the support of the Four-Lin sword sect, and she was one of the 7 fairies. If anyone wanted to ask for her hand in marriage, they would have to pay a high price. Add more, add more, add more. Old man, is it worth it? In order to marry Lu Xiyu, you're willing to sacrifice everything. What do you know? Lu Xiyu has the support of the Four-Lin sword sect, the 7 fairies, and up to Yu. If you marry her, you'll be lucky. You're not dead yet. Piss off. That's a good thing. Lu Xijan has no ambition, he's just an honest and upright person. Such a person can't even enter Kua. He'll definitely become the weakest sword of the Four-Lin Sword sect. Humph. The Four-Lin Sword sect doesn't care about him anymore. What about the one who's guiding him? Don't worry about it. It's probably one of Updalayu's disciples, maybe even Updalayu himself. The 7 fairies are really favored. It's true. It seems like we have to change the conditions. The Four-Lin Sword sect was in a remote area. Even though they were strong, they didn't really care. The Four-Lin Sword sect's head could have changed the situation of the continent of the 9 clouds, but people knew Lu Xijan too well, so they didn't care. A person like that couldn't change anything. In the distance, Luin watched Lu Xijan absorb the sword intent. He was amazed. It was similar to the 9 clones technique, but it was a sword intent clone. The Four-Lin Sword sect's ancestor had some strange ideas. Splitting the sword intent wasn't a big threat to the outside world, and if there was an accident, he could fuse the sword intent together. Interesting. It took half a day for the 4 sword intents to fuse together. Everybody was waiting, including Mingxue. It was a sign of respect for the Four-Lin Sword sect's head. A sword intent dashed to the skies, and the sky above the Four-Lin Sword sect's head seemed to have been cut open. At that moment, whoever dared cross the sky would be unlucky. Luin looked up. That sword intent wasn't bad. It had only taken half a day to fuse the sword intents together. At that moment, Lu Xijan had basically transformed. Not only did he have his own sword intent, but he also had the sword intents of Wall Slayer, Slayer Jing, and Slayer Feichen. If he challenged Slayer Feichen in his current state, even if Luin hadn't helped him find Mo Huanchao's weakness, he could still win because he knew Mo Huanchao. In theory, there wasn't an absolute difference in strength between the Primordial Realm and the Crossing Calamity Realm. It was just a matter of cultivation. Of course, if someone broke through to the Crossing Calamity Realm, their strength would increase. Coincidentally, the leaders of the other 3 sects were such people, so they didn't treat Lu Xijan as a threat. But now, that difference had been made up. It had truly been made up. On the platform, the elders from the Four-Lin Sword sect were helpless. Lu Xijan had only made up for the gap between him and the other 3 sect leaders. How could he be called the Four-Lin Sword head? Which of the past Four-Lin Sword heads wasn't nearly invincible? Lu Xijan could defeat the other 3 with a single strike, but it was impossible for him to defeat all 3 with a single strike. He had only made up for the gap. Lu Feichen and the other 2 paled, but they bowed deeply to Lu Xijan. Greetings, Sword Head. The sword intent had been given to Lu Xijan, and they would have to cultivate again. Of course, it wasn't difficult because of their realms. However, they were no longer a threat to Lu Xijan. Everyone from the Four-Lin Sword sect bowed. Greetings, Sword Head. Greetings, Sword Head. Greetings. On the platform, the 4 elders stood up and bowed as well. Greetings, Sword Head. Lu Xiyu maintained her bow, but her emotions were complicated. Her father had really become the Sword Head, but this wasn't the position he wanted. She felt stifled, and she wanted to find him and give him a good scolding. Luin smiled. The conditions had been met, but the next 6 conditions would be even more difficult. Lu Xiyu was probably quite dissatisfied with him, but he had no choice. If he hadn't done this, how could he have pushed Lu Xijan up? Then again, he had only pushed Lu Xijan up to the position of Four-Lin Sword Head, and it wasn't like he was evil. However, because of the Four-Lin Sword sect's actions, Luin had become an evil person. Still, he had used Lu Xijan to point out the flaws in their sword intents, and they would be able to advance even further in the future. Lu Xijan would have to suffer for the rest of his life if he had to resort to such methods. He could only help the Four-Lin Sword sect as much as he could in the future to make it up to them. Above the sword board, Lu Xijan opened his eyes. They were completely different from before. At this moment, there was a deep and cold look in his eyes. He glanced at Lu Feichen and the others, then turned around and faced the high platform. He bowed deeply. Disciple Lu Xijan is ashamed to face the ancestors. I had no choice but to participate in the competition. Disciple kowtows and apologizes. He then knelt on the ground. Everyone was moved. Lu Xijan was now the Four-Lin Sword Head, and he was a big shot even in the 9 heavens. The gazes of the disciples of the sword sect who had been complaining about him softened a little. However, there were still many people who were resentful. They could be forgiven just by kneeling a little. Would it be like this in the future when they fought for the position of sword head of the four-lin sword? Disciple Lu Xizhan is willing to die to repay your kindness. Yes, not only to the Lin sword gate, but also to the person who taught me how to see through the sword will. Lu Xizhan stood up and looked into the distance, where Luyin was. I've obtained the sword head. Your conditions have been fulfilled. Now, please show yourself and fight with me. The Four Approaches region will not be humiliated, and I will use my status as the sword head to show my sincerity. Everyone was moved once again. He was going to die to prove his sincerity. He didn't do it willingly. He was forced to use this method to fight for the title of Swordmaster of Silan. But why? Who was it that wanted to force him to fight for the title of Swordmaster of the Silan sword? What was the significance of becoming the head swordsman of the Four Lin Kingdoms to that person? Below the stage, Lu Xiyu shouted, "Yes, father." "Shut up." Lu Xizhan shouted without even looking at Lu Xiyu, "I've made up my mind and I won't change it." Lu Xiyu cried. She was the one who had forced her father to do this. It was all her fault. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Yes, her father had never cared about the position of sword head. It was her obsession that had forced him to this point. If not for her, her father would have been happy and carefree. Why did she want to beat herself to death at that time? She didn't blame Luyin. She was the one who had set the conditions, and he had just fulfilled them. It was too late for her to regret. Luyin looked at Lu Xizhan's determined gaze. Does he want to die? That's his character. Using death to prove his sincerity was worthy of respect. However, Luyin was becoming more and more like an evil person. Father. Lu Xiyu wanted to rush up the sword board, but she was stopped by the people of the sword gate. Many people could see that Lu Xizhan's struggle for the position of sword head had something to do with Lu Xiyu. Who else could have invited such an expert? But Lu Xiyu probably hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lu Xizhan had fulfilled Lu Xiyu's filial piety and also fulfilled his own loyalty. He had protected the dignity of the Four Approaches sword gate. On the stage, Mingzhuo looked at the crowd. Will he come out? The four elders followed Mingzhuo's gaze and looked over as well. More and more people looked in that direction. Besides Luyin, there was also Huang Ding. Huang Ding's status was very high, especially when he had gone to the Donglin sword gate to propose marriage. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked at him. Huang Ding was stunned. Why were they looking at him? I see, it's the Taitsong Swordmaster. The Taitsong Swordmaster has made his move, someone exclaimed. Someone else agreed, no wonder. I was wondering where such a powerful sword expert came from. It makes sense to say that it's the Taitsong Swordmaster. This Huang Ding came to propose marriage to the Donglin sword gate. Lu Xiyu must have asked for sect leader Lu Xizhan to become the Four Approaches sword head. It makes sense that the Taitsong Swordmaster forced Lu Xizhan to fight for the position. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. Huang Ding's mouth fell open. What did it have to do with him? It wasn't like that, but even he felt that it was reasonable. Could it be that his master had secretly helped him? He didn't know how to explain it. The people around him looked at him with disdain. He wanted to marry the girl, but his master had used underhanded methods. Despicable. Huang Ding was completely speechless. Luyin glanced at Huang Ding and shook his head. He was very close to Huang Ding, and Huang Ding saw his gaze. Why did it seem like he was pitying him? It can't be, right? Huang Ding wanted to say something, but Luyin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the stage. Huang Ding was stunned. Where did he go? He didn't even see how he disappeared. Someone got on the sword board, someone exclaimed. The crowd shifted their gaze from Huang Ding to the sword board. They saw Luyin standing not far from Lu Xizhan and were puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he suddenly appear at this time? Could it be him? But he was so young. Everyone in the sword gate stared at Luyin warily. On the stage, the four elders' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ming Zhuo appeared with a smirk. In the distance, Huang Ding's jaw dropped. So it was him. No wonder he looked at me like that. This bastard wants me to be the scapegoat. Everyone stared at Luyin. Luyin calmly looked at Lu Xizhan. Is it worth it? Lu Xizhan met Lu Yin's gaze. Yes. Then what about your daughter? Lu Xizhan glanced at Lu Xiyu, who had tears on her face as she looked pleadingly at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan closed his eyes and hardened his heart. When he opened them again, they were filled with coldness as he stared at Luyin. Some people have to pay the price for their actions. I am no exception. Luyin was amused and sighed. Yes, you have to pay the price for your actions. He then faced the stage and slowly bowed. I'm sorry, everyone from the Sword Gate. On the stage, the four elders subconsciously stood up. I was the one who forced Lu Xizhan to compete for the position of Sword Head. I was also the one who attacked the other three sect masters. Luyin straightened up and glanced at Lu Feichen and the others. The competition for the position of Sword Head is an internal matter of the Sword Gate, but I interfered. It was my fault, so I apologize. He had never apologized in the spiritualized universe. Back then, he had only held grudges, but now, his mentality was different. At his height, there was no such thing as grudges. There was only survival, competition, and killing. Even if one had to fight to the death, there was still right and wrong, and there was justice. When they heard his apology, the gazes of the people around him softened. Who are you? Where are you from? The elder from the Donglin Sword Gate asked calmly. They could feel that Lu Yin's strength was unfathomable. They had not sensed him at all when he had appeared on the stage, and they could not see the depths of his strength. The fact that such an expert was willing to apologize to them reminded them of Lu Xizhan's apology. This person had a good character, and he was not someone who used his cultivation to bully others. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, the Sword Gate would not have feared a battle and would not have allowed Lu Xizhan to take them on alone. Luyin smiled. I can't tell you my background. This matter started because of me, and the competition for the position of Sword Head was delayed because of me. Since that is the case, I will compensate you. He then looked at Lu Xizhan. Your life is incomplete. Lu Xizhan was stunned, not understanding what Luyin meant by this. The others did not understand either. Lu Xiyu stared blankly at Luyin. She was the one who had proposed the conditions, and this person had only wanted to fulfill them. However, he had not said anything, as if he had forgotten about her. Her conditions were not worth mentioning in this person's eyes. An incomplete life might be perfect, and everyone envies you, including me. However, you won't be able to take that final step. Let me help you. With that, Luyin vanished and reappeared in front of Lu Xizhan in the blink of an eye. Lu Xizhan, who had already become the Sword Head of the Sword Gate, could not react at all. Lu Feichen and the others could not react in time either. They only saw Luyin place a hand on Lu Xizhan's shoulder. On the stage, the four elders subconsciously wanted to attack, but they forced themselves to hold back because they would not make it in time. Only Ming Zhuo's eyes narrowed as he stared at Luyin with a burning gaze. What strength! He really wanted to fight. Karma coiled around his fingertips, and at such a close distance, Luyin released his heavenly Tao of karma and created a strand of karma that he sent into Lu Xizhan's body. This strand of karma consumed a lot of Lu Yin's heavenly Tao of karma, but he did not regret it. Karma, where there was a cause, there was an effect. The Blue Lotus Emperor emphasized the word fate, and those who cultivated karma had to believe in it. Luyin had interfered with the Silan Sword Gate's affairs, which had caused Lu Xizhan to seek death. If this person really died, then Luyin would be the one to blame. In the past, Luyin had not cared much about this, as too many people had died because of him. He had personally dealt with many of them, but now, the higher his cultivation, the more he could sense things. Karma chains at the Eternal Realm were the most direct. Luyin suddenly thought of something. If the Blue Lotus Emperor had cultivated the Tao of Karma and reached the Eternal Realm, then did he have a karma chain? He had not seen it before. As Luyin pondered this, he created a strand of karma that connected the wordless heavenly tome to the divine seal catalog and entered Lu Xizhan's life. This strand of karma consumed a lot of Lu Yin's energy, but it was just a fragment to Lu Xizhan. This fragment became the darkest and saddest moment of his life, and it gave Lu Xizhan a past filled with despair and sorrow. At that moment, Lu Xizhan's life was complete. Lu Xizhan stood in place, his head lowered as he stared at the ground. His eyes flickered with an expression that had never been seen before. If you really want to atone for your sins, then bear the burden of the Four Lin Swords Gate. After all, you have indeed become the head swordsman. He then stepped away from Lu Xizhan. Everyone looked at Lu Xizhan, not understanding what had happened to him. Only Mingjue stared blankly at Lu Yin. No way, is this why I'm here? Master, you've really found me. Lu Xizhan lowered his head and stared blankly at the ground. A piercing heartache tore his body apart, the grief causing the surroundings to darken and envelop him. Father? Lu Xiyu called out. Her voice was like spring water flowing over a rock, dripping into Lu Xizhan's heart and creating ripples that pushed away the darkness. Lu Xizhan turned around and looked at Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu's eyes were red as she stared at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan's eyes moved and he regained his senses. He smiled, Xiaoyu, father will protect you. He then took a deep breath and flicked his sword with his thumb. His sword intent soared into the sky, and at the same time, countless swords shot into the sky from the ground. Everyone who used a sword stared blankly at the sky, watching as their swords flew out uncontrollably towards the sword tray as if they were worshipping it. Countless people knelt down. Lu Xizhan raised his head and roared into the sky. His breath transformed into a sword wave that resounded in everyone's ears, causing the dust on the ground to swirl up like tiny swords. Eventually, it transformed into a tornado. With a wave of his hand, the tornado dissipated, and dust fell like raindrops, sprinkling down on everyone. It was cold, not because of the temperature, but because of the sharpness of the sword. Huangding opened his hand and looked at the dust on his palm. The bone-piercing cold sent a chill down his spine. Only his master had ever given him such a feeling. Was this Lu Xizhan? The bitter adversity boundary. Lu Xizhan actually stepped into the bitter adversity boundary. Everyone was shocked. They had seen Lu Xizhan step into the bitter adversity boundary with their own eyes, and his sword intent had undergone a metamorphosis. When one stepped into the bitter adversity boundary, some were calm, while others were shocked. Lu Xizhan was the one who had shocked the entire Four Lin domain. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. On the high platform, the old man laughed loudly. The other three old men also heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Xizhan had finally entered the bitter calamity. Even if he couldn't become the strongest sword head of the Si Lin sword race, he should have reached the standard. He wouldn't be as weak as Lu Feichen anymore. Lu Feichen and the other two looked at each other and smiled, feeling relieved. Such a Lu Xizhan was truly the head of the swords of the surrounded sword. They could feel the terror of the sword intent, which far surpassed all of them. At this moment, Lu Feichen had the urge to challenge Lu Xizhan, even though he had to recultivate his sword intent. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as this was the compensation that he was giving to the Silent Sword sect. Only after Lu Xizhan entered Kuai would he truly become the head of the Silent Sword sect. His stubbornness had also been resolved in that instant. At that moment, he was interested in how strong Lu Xizhan's sword intent was. Even though Lu Xizhan hadn't reached the maximum level of the Dooku adversity level, he had fused 4 sword intents together. He was comparable to a cultivator at the maximum level of the Dooku adversity level. He was at the top of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was a true leader of a faction. Mingjue smiled, interesting, this is the true head of the Silent Sword sect. Let me see how big the gap is between him and Lu Zong. On the sword board, Lu Xizhan's temperament was completely different from before. If he had been frivolous and carefree before, then there was now a sense of otherworldliness. The sharpness of the sword could not be felt from him at all. Instead, he seemed more amiable and natural. Lu Xizhan was perhaps the most unique of the Silent Sword sect's heads. Old Lu? Lu Xiyu was nervous. Lu Xizhan looked at her and smiled, don't be afraid, girl. Lu Xiyu sighed in relief and smiled happily. Finally, Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Yin and casually raised his arm, the sword in his hand still restrained. Thank you for your help, sir. Please enlighten me. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, not understanding how he had done it. He had actually made Lu Xizhan enter Kuai. At this moment, Luyin was filled with mysteries. Those from the Silent Sword sect were especially uneasy. Even if Lu Xizhan had entered Kuai, they still felt that facing Luyin would only bode ill. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you think you can defeat me by entering Kuai? Lu Xizhan shook his head. I've never thought of it that way. You are not in the wrong in this matter, but you have helped me enter Kuai. I will repay this kindness in the future. However, you have defeated 3 of our headmasters, and as the Silent Sword sect's head, it is only right for you to fight. It is not easy to become the Silent Sword sect's head. I can tell you clearly that you are not my opponent. Luyin said indifferently. Everyone's heart sank. They did not doubt Lu Yin's words. A person who could make someone enter Kuai and see through the flaws of the 3 headmasters' sword intent was worthy of their trust. Lu Xizhan had just become the Silent Sword sect's head, and if he was defeated, it would be a huge blow to the Silent Sword sect. However, Lu Xizhan had no intention of backing down, and neither did the Silent Sword sect. On the stage, the 4 old men's faces were solemn. The Silent Sword sect is not afraid of defeat, please enlighten us. The sword is a weapon of slaughter, but it is also the weapon of a gentleman. A gentleman is not only humble, but also magnanimous. He has the courage to fight even if he is defeated. Lu Feichen and the others looked on expectantly. Lu Yin defeated them in a single move. They were eager to see Lu Yin's true strength. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xizhan. To be honest, I'm a little impressed by the Silent Sword sect's strength of character. It's rare. Lu Xizhan smiled faintly. It is the Silent Sword sect's honor to be praised by you, please. Lu Yin nodded. I'm also curious about the strength of your Silent Sword sect's head. After saying that, the 2 of them stood where they were without moving, but in an instant, a chill swept across the sword plate and swept across the entire area. The sky was divided into 2, and an invisible force came from below, causing everyone to be shocked. Although they couldn't see it, they knew that if they were caught in the shockwave, they would die without a doubt. It was a terrifying sword intent. Elder Li's eyes widened as he stared at the sky. The momentum of heaven and earth was split apart. A cold light flashed as Lu Xizhan made his move. It was invisible, but there was a wall drawn from the void, and a star chart was engraved on the wall. The sword intent of the 2 moves, Wall Slayer and Slayer's Vision, reached its peak in an instant. Lu Yin saw the sword approaching, and it felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He raised his hand, and a long sword flew out of its scabbard and landed in Lu Yin's hand. He didn't need to use a sword, but he still used it out of respect. With a slash, the wall and the painting were torn apart, and the sword was pushed back. No, it wasn't the sword, but time and space. Sword descends, 100 retreats. Lu Xizhan's left hand brushed past the sword, and everything around him seemed to be moving backward. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This sword? Chung. The sword flashed past, and under everyone's confused gazes, Lu Xizhan and Lu Yin passed each other. With a clang, the sword in Lu Xizhan's hand broke and fell to the ground. Lu Yin casually tossed the sword back to the person below the stage. The person pulled out the sword, and there wasn't even a scratch on it. He blinked. This. Countless gazes landed on the person's sword. It was a very ordinary sword, but not only did it break the sword of Lu Xizhan, the Silent Sword head, there wasn't even a scratch on it. The difference was obvious at a glance. There had never been a case where the Silent Sword head had been defeated the moment it was born. Moreover, it had been defeated so quickly and so miserably. Looking at the people from the sword sect, they didn't seem dispirited, which puzzled many. The Silent Sword head had clearly been defeated, so why didn't they feel bad at all? Lu Xizhan smiled wryly and looked back. Lu Yin turned around at the same time. I'm impressed, Your Excellency's sword intent is unparalleled. In the entire 9 firmaments, there are very few who can defeat Your Excellency in sword intent. It's almost impossible. Lu Yin smiled. You're worthy of being the Silent Sword head to be able to force me to use my sword. Given some more time, you'll be able to reach the peak of the 9 firmaments sword intent. Lu Xizhan shook his head, wanting to say something. On the stage, Mingzhu praised. Well said, Lu Xizhan. Your sword isn't any weaker than Lu Tsong's. I thought that it would take you a long time to reach Lu Tsong's level, but you've done it. Bitter adversity is difficult for you, but once you step into it, you'll also transform greatly. The world calls you the happiest and most useless person, but that's because they don't understand. Everyone has their own characteristics, and when you walk out of them, you'll become even more powerful. You'll surpass Lutsong sooner or later, surpass all the sword intent masters in the 9 firmaments universe, and become a sword wielder. Everyone looked at Lu Xizhan, not expecting Ming Xue to have such a high opinion of him. Huang Ding's expression turned ugly. Sword wielder? What did he think of his master, Sword Master Taizong? However, he couldn't understand that sword at all. If only his master was here. He couldn't understand Lu Xizhan's sword intent, and that person was even more puzzled. He had actually broken through Lu Xizhan's sword intent. Where did this person come from? Ming Xue's gaze landed on Lu Yin. You came from Yahai. These 5 words silenced everyone. Aside from Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu, no one knew of Lu Yin's origins, but now, they were all stunned. Yahai was the territory of the Azure Lotus ruler, and no one was allowed to enter, not even the lesser ruler. That person had actually come from Yahai? Was he Azure Lotus ruler's disciple? The 4 elders beside Ming Xue were shocked, but they also rejoiced that they hadn't made an enemy out of this person. At the same time, they also understood why Ming Xue had come. They hadn't originally invited Ming Xue as a witness, but Ming Xue had come uninvited and chased that person away. He had become a witness himself, and they didn't dare refute him, so they simply told everyone that they had invited Ming Xue. Ming Xue was someone who was qualified to be the 4th Night Pillar's Night Chief. In terms of status, only the sword masters of the 4 firmaments could be his equal. He also had another identity, Azure Lotus ruler's disciple in name, which was enough for him to ignore the lesser ruler. It was very difficult for the 4 firmaments to invite someone like him. He hadn't come for the 4 firmaments, but for that person. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xue. He was an expert, but he couldn't surpass Yu Sang Tian or Yu Ye. They were already at the peak of bitter adversity, and it would be extremely difficult to surpass them. Even if this person was Azure Lotus ruler's disciple. Ming Xue's eyes burned with passion. You carry Master's word of fate. You will ascend the 9 firmaments and follow your heart. Lu Yin and Ming Xue looked at each other in silence. Ming Xue continued, shall we have a chat? Lu Yin nodded, all right. Thank you, Brother Meat, for your tip. I'll give you an extra chapter. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been feeling dizzy and tired lately, so I'll have to take my time to update. Thank you. Lu Xizhan led the 4 Lin Swords Gate and the onlookers away from the sword disc, but he didn't let Lu Yin and Ming Xue leave. Outsiders had never been alone in the disc before, but Lu Xizhan treated Lu Yin and Ming Xue with respect. He didn't allow outsiders to stay because the disc contained the sword intent carved down by the 4 Lin swords. He was afraid that outsiders would learn it, but Lu Yin and Ming Xue didn't want to learn it. Master told me about you. If you need any help, just ask. Those girls aren't easy to deal with. Ming Xue smiled. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, Senior. Ming Xue waved his hand. Don't call me Senior. Maybe you'll be able to call me Senior Brother soon, haha. Lu Yin didn't explain. Since Lian Yu hadn't mentioned that he'd refused to become Ming Xue's disciple, he was happy to owe him a favor. He didn't know how many disciples Lian Yu had, but any one of them wasn't easy to deal with. The 7 fairies had only become Lian Yu's disciples in the past 100 years. Although their strength was average, their background was absolutely monstrous. Lu Xiyu alone could mobilize the 4 Lin Swords Gate. Conservatively speaking, the 7 fairies combined could mobilize half of the universe. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be so strong in the path of the sword. You were strong enough to break Lu Xizhan's sword. I wasn't exaggerating. Lu Xizhan's sword was indeed comparable to Lutsong's. There aren't many in the 9 firmaments universe who can compete with him in terms of sword intent, Ming Xue sighed. Lu Yin was modest. I've met many sword experts along the way, so I cultivated the path of the sword. And the path of karma, right? Ming Xue suddenly said, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him and didn't deny it. Ming Xue sighed. As expected, you've comprehended karma. No wonder Master thinks so highly of you and told me about you. Even the little junior brother sleeping in the junior pavilion wasn't valued that much by Master. He then looked Luin up and down with envy and longing. Can you tell me what karma tastes like? Luin was stunned. Taste? Mingxue nodded eagerly. Luin thought for a moment. There's no taste, just control. Mingxue looked at Luin expectantly. Luin said, I don't know how to describe it. Mingxue said bitterly, yes, how do I describe it? Brother, don't mind me. You don't understand the continent of the 9 clouds cultivator's desire for karma. It's not only a kind of strength, it's also a kind of belief. In simple words, it's the path to becoming a god. The path to godhood? That's right. Once you comprehend karma, you'll be able to become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. Then, you'll be able to touch the path of eternal life. It's something that countless people dream of. Senior brother is no exception. Unfortunately, after so many years, apart from Master, no one else has comprehended karma. This path is called a shortcut, but it's actually more difficult than anything else. Who can comprehend karma? Little junior brother is extremely talented and is qualified to sleep in the junior imperial pavilion. However, he is still unable to comprehend it and has disappointed Master. It's good now. Master finally has a successor. Although Mingxue felt that it was a pity that he didn't have one, he still looked at Luin with happiness and blessings. Work hard, junior brother. Strive to become immortal as soon as possible so that our Azure Lotus sect will have 2 protectors. Ha ha ha. Luin smiled. He could see the shadows of his senior brothers in Mingxue. The eldest senior sister had followed him out of heaven's prime and spiritualized during battles. The second senior brother, Xianxia, had given him his wooden blade and saved him more than once. The third senior brother, Xianxia, and the fourth senior brother, Qingping, had constantly protected him and were willing to do anything for him. They had always been very tolerant of their little junior brother. And Mingxue was the same. The way he looked at Luin was the same as how his seniors looked at him, which made Luin feel very close. Unfortunately, it wasn't real. What if I can't become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector? Luin asked. Mingxue smiled. Impossible. Master won't let you off. Do you know how long he's been waiting for a disciple like you? He then thought for a moment. But since Master has given you a test, there's also a chance of failure. After all, Master also cares about fate. Forget it. No matter what, I like you very much. Even if you can't become a disciple, you can still find me. He looked at Luin expectantly. Why don't you become my disciple? I'm also very powerful. Luin was speechless. Powerful? If you don't give me face, I can beat you up. I'm just joking. Right, junior brother, where are you from? I heard Master say that you're from 3 universes? Mingxue asked. Luin nodded. The Tianyuan universe. Mingxue was shocked. I thought it was a spiritualized universe. Right, if it was a spiritualized universe, Master could have just said it. There are many spiritualized universes in the 9th heaven universe. But I really didn't expect that someone from the Tianyuan universe would come. Hiss. Has the Tianyuan universe already made contact with the spiritualized universe? Luin told Mingxue about some of the things that had happened in the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. He wanted to satisfy Mingxue's curiosity, but he also wanted to learn more through Mingxue. After all, Mingxue was someone from Yu Jiuxiao, and Yu Jiuxiao was the one who slaughtered outsiders. Mingxue's expression was solemn as he looked at Luin with admiration. You're really brave. You could have enjoyed life in the Tianyuan universe, but you still went to the spiritualized universe. Your Tianyuan universe has a bunch of hot-blooded people, and I admire such people. If possible, senior brother will definitely think of a way to prevent the Tianyuan universe from being reactivated. Luin bowed solemnly. Thank you, senior. Mingxue waved a hand. Don't be so polite. I said that it's possible, but it's actually not very likely. After all, Yu Jiuxiao doesn't participate in the decision-making. The ones who truly decide which universe to restart are the defensive gods and the leaders of some of the major powers in the universe. You have to be mentally prepared. I've noticed that the fifth night pillar has been acting strangely, and he might make a move. Luyin was shocked. The fifth night pillar is going to make a move? Mingzhu grunted and looked in a direction, which was where the fifth night pillar was. The night pillars rotate when it comes to external expeditions. Last time, it was our fourth night pillar. This time, it's naturally the fifth night pillar's turn. I've heard rumors that the fifth night pillar's target might be one of your three universes. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Why? Because there hasn't been any external expeditions recently, Mingzhu said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Could it be a newly discovered external universe? Mingzhu said, that's a possibility, but it's not very likely. Surviving in the universe is crueler than fighting between cultivators. Don't look at how powerful the ninth heaven universe is. We even have Yu Jiuxiao, who specializes in killing external forces, but we don't dare to casually expose ourselves. He paused here. Forget it. There are some things that I'll let Master tell you. In short, the universe is cruel and mysterious. My ninth heaven universe has experienced more than one extinction crisis, and we often have to prepare for certain crises. Otherwise, why do you think the three universes exist? This is cruel, but it's also true. If there comes a day when the ninth heaven universe is in danger, the first to bear the brunt will not be the ninth heaven universe, but the three universes. Luyin understood Mingzhu's words. The ninth heaven universe was supported by the spiritualized universe's resources, which allowed the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe to have a second life. They also accepted the method of spiritual cultivation to directly nurture experts. The spiritualized universe also used the Tianyuan universe as a barrier. The Tianyuan universe was equivalent to the outermost barrier of the entire ninth heaven universe. If it were to be destroyed, the Tianyuan universe would bear the brunt. The ninth heaven universe needed to restart the universe to increase its experts, and so did the Tianyuan universe. Although Mingzhu didn't say it directly, the fifth night pillar's target was most likely the Tianyuan universe. After all, the Tianyuan universe had developed to this point, and it was time to restart it. Actually, Luyin already knew this, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Was the fifth night pillar ready? How much time do I have? Luyin asked. Mingzhu sympathized. It depends on the fifth night pillar's preparations. You'll have to ask the fifth night pillar's people, and they have to be important figures. Otherwise, you'll have to enter the fifth night pillar yourself. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Luyin. If you can become the fifth night pillar's night chief, you might be able to change your fate. The fifth night pillar's night chief? Luyin was stunned. Mingzhu nodded. The night chief has full authority over everything in the night pillar, including the lives of all cultivators. But I want to become the lower god, Luyin said. Mingzhu rolled his eyes. You're ambitious enough, but it's very difficult. It's not something that can be accomplished with power level or a high realm. Speaking of which, what's your cultivation? Luyin was very calm. I've crossed the abyss. Mingzhu was confused. Is that so? Yes. Why can't I see it? Senior wants to see my abyss? That's not what I meant, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Forget it, perhaps the Tianyuan universe's cultivation methods are unique. At this point, he looked at his waist and took out a teardrop-shaped object. Junior brother, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Right, if you really want to understand the situation, you'll have to join the fifth night pillar. The night chief has full authority during wartime, and even the upper god cannot influence him. If you want to join the fifth night pillar, one of the 7 girls can do it. I hope that one day, you'll be able to call me senior brother. Luyin watched Mingzhu leave, his thoughts complicated. The fifth night pillar? He remembered that there was someone from the fifth night pillar here. Back in the fourth overlook region, Huang Ding was in a hurry to return to the fifth night pillar and tell his master about Lu Xizhan's strength. He had thought that Lu Xizhan becoming the fourth sword chief would be a joke, as he was the weakest fourth sword chief in history and posed no threat to his master. Who would have thought that Lu Xizhan had actually transformed? That sword was truly terrifying. There was also that person from the Sea of Yi, who was related to the Azure Lotus Guard and had a powerful sword intent. It would have been fine if he had agreed to help Lu Xiyu, but if he really wanted to challenge the fourth sword gate just to compare sword intents, then his next target might very well be his master. His master could not be defeated, especially at this juncture. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he was already far away from the fourth overlook region. In order to save time, he did not even take the beast carriage. Suddenly, he stopped and stared blankly in front of him. "Why are you here?" Lu Ying looked at Huang Ding. "Let's talk." Huang Ding's eyes flickered, and he wanted to refuse, but he did not. He knew that he could not refuse, so he slowly bowed. "Huang Ding greets Senior." Lu Ying landed with Huang Ding, and the two of them sat down in a pavilion in front of them. "Tell me about the fifth night pillar." Huang Ding did not understand, but he still slowly explained. Lu Ying listened quietly. Huang Ding did not hide anything and told Lu Ying about the cultivators in the fifth night pillar who were qualified to fight for the position. He even told Lu Ying about the creatures from the universe that he had subdued. However, this was not what Lu Ying wanted to know. "Has the fifth night pillar made any preparations for expeditions?" Lu Ying asked directly. Huang Ding did not understand and shook his head, "No." Lu Ying looked at him. Although Huang Ding wanted to retreat, he still forced himself to look Lu Ying in the eye. At Lu Yin's fingertip, the karmic spiral pierced through Huang Ding and Huang Ding felt as though something had pierced through him. However, when he looked around, there was nothing. Lu Ying looked at Huang Ding and used karma to check. His eyes turned cold. "You really don't have anything?" Huang Ding felt uneasy and gulped, "No, no." Lu Ying sneered, "This is your last chance. Do you think Swordmaster Taitsong has the ability to take revenge for you?" Huang Ding's eyes narrowed and his face turned pale. Revenge? He was in a hurry to leave because he wanted to remind his master about this person. This person was not to be trifled with. This person was unfathomable and was related to Yi Hai. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Lu Ying looked at him. Huang Ding felt a chill down his spine. "Yes, I have. However, I do not know where the target is. I only know that Master wants to fight for the position of the Night Pillar. That is why he sent me to Donglin Sword Gate to propose marriage. At the same time, I also sent the Minor Circle Sword Fusion Codex." "Speak clearly," Lu Ying said coldly. Huang Ding gritted his teeth. He didn't want to hide anything anymore. "Master hopes that I can marry Lu Xiyu. With Yi Hai's backing and the Seven Fairies' relationship, it will be easy for him to get the position of Night Chief. Once he becomes the Night Chief, not only will he be safe during the expedition, he will also get the best resources. Even if I can't marry Lu Xiyu, Lu Xijan will still owe me a favor by sending the Minor Circle Sword Fusion Codex. When the Swordmaster of the Four Lin Sword Fusion Codex is selected, everyone will be able to see that Master's prestige will surpass the Swordmaster of the Four Lin Sword Fusion Codex. This will also be helpful in the fight for the position of the Night Pillar." Lu Ying sighed in admiration. "Advancing step by step, interesting." Huang Ding's face turned pale. "That's right, it would be best if he could marry Lu Xiyu, but even if he couldn't, it would still be good if he could gain Lu Xijan's favor. In the end, the title of Swordmaster Taitsong would be able to surpass the title of Swordmaster of the Four Lin Swords. Even if this would offend the Four Lin Swords Gate, it would still be helpful in the competition." No matter how he looked at it, this was the right move. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lu Xijan didn't cultivate the Minor Circular Sword Fusion Codex and even became the Swordmaster of the Sea Lin with the help of this person. Not to mention them, even the God of Defense did not expect this. Your master doesn't train in sword intent, and instead focuses all of his attention on this. What Swordmaster Taitsong? That's just an undeserved reputation, Lu Ying said before leaving. On the spot, Huang Ding finally heaved a sigh of relief. Why was this person inquiring about the fifth night pillar? He couldn't be going to the fifth night pillar, right? No, he had to remind Master. Wait, his expression changed. If he reminded Master, wouldn't that be the same as telling Master that he had revealed those things? If that happened, he would be in trouble as well. She couldn't say anything. She couldn't say anything. Xiao Ding wiped the sweat off his forehead and once again headed into the distance. This trip was really unlucky. On the other side, Lu Ying returned to the Xilin region and went to the Donglin Sword Gate. At this moment, the gate was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, creating a lively scene. Lu Xizhan carried the birdcage in his left hand. Just like before, he looked carefree and unfettered. But now, no one dared to say anything about him being a good-for-nothing anymore. Even though he didn't rely on himself to become the head of the swords of all kings, his death as a sign of his will and his suffering made everyone acknowledge him. Mingzhuo's praise had made him the true swordmaster of the Xilin region, and he was comparable to Lu Zong. However, there were fewer people coming to propose marriage. Lu Xizhan's status put even more pressure on others. In the courtyard, Lu Xiyu rested her chin on her hand and beamed as she looked into the distance. "Miss, Master is so impressive," the maid praised. Lu Xiyu smiled and said, "Of course. Don't you know whose father he is? So happy? Does that mean I've fulfilled my request?" A voice suddenly rang out, startling Lu Xiyu. She looked to the corner, gritted her teeth, and glared angrily, "Can't you make some noise? You're always like this, are you trying to scare me to death?" The maid quickly retreated when she saw Lu Ying arrive. Lu Ying leaned against the wall and grinned at Lu Xiyu. "How did my request go?" Lu Xiyu snorted, "You still have the face to ask, you almost got my father killed." Lu Ying praised, "Your father has a righteous heart, I admire him." Of course. Lu Xiyu was pleased with herself, raising her neck high to reveal her snow-white skin. Lu Xiyu blushed when she saw Lu Ying staring at her and lowered her head. "What are you looking at, thief?" Lu Ying laughed, "Tell me about your 6 sisters." Lu Xiyu blinked, "Are you curious?" "Very. Why don't you ask the others?" "The 7 fairies are famous in the 9 firmaments, many people know about them." "I don't want to ask, I just want to ask you." "I'm not telling you, it's not that easy to get information out of me. My sisters won't let you fulfill their request so easily." Lu Ying smiled, "Do you want them to experience the helplessness you felt when you squatted in the corner?" Lu Xiyu's heart clenched at the mention of this, thinking about her father's helplessness and her own despair while squatting in the corner waiting for Lu Ying. She glanced at Lu Ying. This little thief was very powerful, and his actions were unscrupulous. If her sister's conditions were too troublesome, then they would definitely cause trouble for themselves as well. No, she had to remind them. But this way, the conditions wouldn't be too difficult, and she could help this little thief. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. Lu Xiyu gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do. She suddenly thought of something. Could this thief be doing this on purpose? It was true that the conditions Yi Futian had proposed were difficult, but for a powerful warrior like him, there was no need for him to cripple Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did it anyway. Later on, Yi Futian must have known about Yi Futian's conversation with Old Slayer. Yi Futian must have known that Yi Futian wanted to cancel Yi Futian's conditions, but he did not appear. Yes, he was doing this on purpose. He wanted to make things difficult for her and put her in despair so that he could threaten her sisters. Yes, that was it. Lu Xiyu glared at Lu Ying. "Just you wait, my scheme won't succeed so easily." She then slammed the window shut. Lu Ying was baffled. What scheme? Why was she suddenly angry? He had to admit that he was at a disadvantage in this situation. Even if he could see through people's hearts, he still couldn't understand Lu Xiyu's thoughts. A woman's thoughts were difficult to guess. Cough cough. Lu Ying looked outside the courtyard and saw that Lu Xizhan had arrived. When he saw Lu Ying looking over, he smiled helplessly and said apologetically, "My daughter was rude. I hope you don't take offense." Lu Ying grunted, "It's nothing. Why are you here?" Lu Xizhan looked at the courtyard strangely. Shouldn't he be here? Lu Ying realized that he had said something wrong. "Sorry, I forgot that this is your home." "Haha, if you don't mind, you can treat this as your home. Donglin Sword Sect will definitely welcome you." Lu Xizhan smiled. Lu Xiyu pushed the window open. "Old Lu, what are you talking about?" Lu Xizhan frowned and scolded, "Girl, don't be rude." Lu Xiyu snorted. Lu Xizhan faced Lu Ying and bowed slowly. "Mister, you've helped me to overcome my hardship. The Donglin Sword Sect must repay this debt of gratitude." He then took out 2 scabs and asked, "Are you satisfied with these?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "For me?" "Yes. Thank you. Zhongyu didn't reject her offer. Although the competition for the position of the sword head of the 4 Lin swords was full of ups and downs, the result was good. After he fulfilled the conditions, he apologized to the 4 Lin swords gate and helped Lu Xizhan to overcome her ordeal. In terms of debt, they didn't owe each other anything. However, he needed the Yuan scab, and since Lu Xiyu was a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple, he didn't need it. Lu Xiyu didn't stop him, but gloated instead. Little Luyin. Luyin looked over. I've already told my sisters about what happened here. They said that they will reconsider the conditions. Don't think that you can get away so easily. Luyin smiled. Don't worry, there's always a way. I won't lose out anyway. Lu Xiyu's face changed, she gritted her teeth and glared at Luyin again before closing the window. Lu Xizhan was embarrassed. My daughter is being rude. Again. If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can stay here for as long as you want. Luyin looked at Lu Xiyu's room. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then. He had to wait for the conditions of the other 6 girls. Donglin Sword Sect quickly tidied up a courtyard for Luyin, some distance away from Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu. Luyin didn't know how long it would take for him to meet the conditions, so he decided to roll his die and absorb the scabs. Lu Xizhan then came to Lu Xiyu's courtyard. Old Lu, he's staying? Yes. This little thief is despicable. He's purposely making things difficult for us to lower the difficulty of the conditions. Lu Xizhan said, don't make wild guesses. Lu Xiyu frowned, I'm not making wild guesses. It must be him. She wanted to say that Luyin was peeking at the lotus pond, but she stopped herself in time. Lu Xizhan didn't notice. Little girl, you're not young anymore. It's time to think about life. Lu Xiyu felt a headache coming on. Old Lu, you said you wouldn't force me, and I'm still young. Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Xiyu and sighed deeply. In the past, I was confident that I could protect you. Plus, you were Blue Lotus Superior's disciple, so I let you do whatever you want. However, I will grow old one day, Blue Lotus Superior. He didn't continue as he was troubled. Lu Xiyu didn't understand. Old Lu, what are you trying to say? Lu Xizhan looked towards the mother tree and looked up, seeing the majestic canopy that covered the sky. Upstanding Lotus Emperor is also human. You have to think of a way out for yourself. The 7 fairies may not always be favored, and upstanding Lotus Emperor's disciples can also die. You know that. Lu Xiyu face-bombed. It still happened. Lu Xizhan didn't understand. What happened? Change, old Lu. You didn't think this way before. You're very cheerful and open-minded. Although you're a little useless, you're very bright. Little girl, how can you talk about your own father like that? But that's the truth. Why else would people call me the happiest and most useless person? Lu Xizhan shook his head helplessly. I haven't changed. I just saw something. What is it? Lu Xizhan's expression was solemn. Is it easy to help others enter bitter adversity? Lu Xiyu said, of course not. That's bitter adversity, not other realms. Some people can't even enter bitter adversity, such as you. Yes, then why can Luyin help me? Lu Xiyu was curious. I want to know too. Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Xiyu. Does upstanding Lotus ruler value him? Lu Xiyu nodded. How much? Lu Xiyu pursed her lips. How much? So much so that he wanted to marry the 7 fairies to the thief. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud. I think it's very important. Very important. Why? How would I know? Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed and she looked at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan also looked at her. The two looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. No, that's impossible, Lu Xiyu stuttered. Lu Xizhan took a deep breath. Nothing is impossible. I don't know how much upstanding Lotus ruler values this person, but the more important he is, the higher the possibility. Then wasn't it absolutely certain? Lu Xiyu was speechless. That thief had comprehended karma? Impossible. No one had comprehended karma at such a young age except for upstanding Lotus ruler. Impossible. Although she didn't want to believe it, Lu Xiyu instinctively felt that it was possible because she knew that Luyin came from the 3 universes. Why did he suddenly appear in Yahai? Why did Master value him so much? It was as if Master wanted to take him as a disciple and marry the sisters to him. Why didn't Master blame him when he refused to marry the sisters? Was it because of fate? Master did value fate, but there was no need to exaggerate so much. Moreover, whether or not he married the 7 fairies was up to that thief. If this news spread, the entire Xianxia universe would be shaken. But that thief didn't care. Even if they didn't want to admit it, Lu Xiyu and the 7 fairies admired Lu Yin's will and determination. It wasn't impossible for someone like him to comprehend karma. At this moment, Lu Yin's figure on the sword board overlapped with the confidence of helping Lu Xizhan enter bitter adversity. Lu Xiyu recalled what happened in Yahai and felt a chill down her back. If that person really understood karma's strength, the continent of the 9 clouds would change. Lu Xizhan patted Lu Xiyu's head and said, "Little girl, I can't protect you forever. Although this man is unscrupulous in his actions, he has principles and a bottom line. Such a person may not be a good person, but he is definitely not a bad person. If I leave you in his care, I can rest assured." Lu Xiyu bit her lip. "I don't want it." Lu Xizhan smiled, "Think about it yourself. If you're willing, I'll definitely find a way to make it happen." Lu Xiyu looked in the direction of Lu Yin's courtyard. Of course, she wasn't willing. This little thief was annoying no matter how she looked at him. She was in charge of her own life, so why did she have to marry him just because he was strong? Moreover, even if he was willing, his master would not be able to do anything about it. At least this little thief was tactful enough to reject his master. On the other side, Lu Yin rolled possession and entered the time-stop space. He looked at the scab in his hand, and the karmic spiral held out as it entangled the scab. As the scab shattered, waves of karma shot up into the sky and fused with Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao. Lu Yin let out a long breath. This was good stuff. If a karma brick was equivalent to 100 years of karma for an ordinary person, then this scab was equivalent to the capacity of nearly 10 million karma bricks. In other words, with his speed of digging through karma bricks, this scab could save him a year's worth of time. With this, there was no need to dig through karma bricks. It was tiring and a waste of time. However, there shouldn't be much of it. 10 million karma bricks seemed like a lot, but how much karma could a single brick contain? Compared to the amount he had spent on the Eternal Realm Astral Beast, it was much, much less. If he wanted to make up for it, the number of scabs would be ridiculous. If he used karma bricks to make up for it, it would be impossible to just dig through them. He had been thinking of other methods, but unfortunately, he couldn't try anything in the continent of the 9 clouds. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to stealing someone's power right under the nose of the Azure Lotus ruler. Lu Yin had absorbed 4 scabs in total, but to be honest, it still wasn't enough to help Lu Xizhan consume karma. As expected, the fastest way to increase karma was to suppress powerhouses into the general platform hell. If he could throw all the powerhouses in the continent of the 9 clouds into the general platform hell, Lu Yin didn't dare imagine how much karma he would gain. However, what did Lu Xizhan mean by giving him a scab? It seemed that he had guessed something. Lu Yin had already been tested by the Azure Lotus ruler, so he didn't need a scab. Yet, he still gave him one. Was he testing him? Had he guessed that Lu Yin had comprehended karma? It didn't matter. Many people in the continent of the 9 clouds knew about this. Yuya, Chaoyi, Mingzhua, and the others all knew. There was also the 9th spirit, but he didn't know where she was. If she returned to the continent of the 9 clouds, Dan Xiong would know as well. It would be best to complete the 7 fairies' conditions before that happened. Otherwise, someone might come looking for trouble. The next day, a maid reported that someone had come to visit Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw that it was Elder Lu, and Lu Xiyu was there as well. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Lu Xiyu had come as well. "Greetings, sir." Elder Lu was very respectful to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand. "No need to be so formal. Why are you looking for me?" Elder Lu took out a scented pouch. "My lady asked me to bring this to you." Lu Yin glanced at Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Her attitude didn't change because she guessed that Lu Yin had comprehended karma. She was just like that, doing whatever she wanted. "Your lady is one of the 7 fairies?" Yes, Elder Lu replied. Luing understood. So you saw my relationship with the Donglin sword sect, but didn't point it out. Instead, you went straight to the tavern. Elder Lu smiled. Not all of them. The Donglin sword sect invited me here to find you, sir. As for your relationship with the Donglin sword sect, it's not my place to guess, and I won't say much. These are the rules of the Myriad Valley. Luing took the scented pouch and looked at Lu Xiyu. You were so flustered back then. Lu Xiyu curled her lips. I was really worried that you would implicate the Donglin sword sect. The rules of the Myriad Valley are very strict, even fourth sister can't break them. If Elder Lu really pointed out your relationship with the Donglin sword sect, even fourth sister wouldn't be able to help us. Luing nodded and opened the pouch. There was a piece of paper inside, and there were only 3 words on it, Ming Xiaoqiu. Ming Xiaoqiu? Luing was confused. Lu Xiyu's expression changed as she looked at the piece of paper. Elder Li's expression changed as well, and he stared blankly at the 3 words. Luing replied, that sounds troublesome. Tell me, or else I won't know anything based on these 3 words alone. Elder Lu was stunned. My lady hasn't let it go, but why did she hand it over to you? You have nothing to do with the Myriad Valley. Lu Xiyu interrupted, Elder, fourth sister has her reasons for doing so. Elder Lu looked at Lu Xiyu and then at Luing, recalling Ming Zhuo's words. He came from Mihai, so he understood a little. He took a step back and bowed solemnly to Luing. If you can help the Myriad Valley, I'm willing to repay you with my life. Luing was speechless. Lu Xizhan likes to die to prove his sincerity, and you want to repay him with your life? Why do you people from the 9th Heaven universe like to die so much? Elder Lu was shocked. 9th Heaven universe? You're not from there? Did I say I'm from there? Luing retorted. Elder Lu didn't know how to answer. If he wasn't from the 9th Heaven universe, then where was he from? Another universe? Or 3 universes? Why couldn't he tell from his aura? But no matter where he came from, it wasn't something he could control. After all, Luing was from Mihai. Lu Xiyu's heart sank when she heard Ming Xiaoqiu's name. She slowly said, Ming Xiaoqiu is fourth sister's brother. This matter starts from the bet. Lu Xiyu spoke slowly and carefully. Luing listened attentively, especially towards the end, because this matter involved the spring and autumn slip. The 4th of the 7 fairies, Ming Xiaolong, came from Myriad Valley. She had a brother called Ming Xiaoqiu, and both siblings were born there. They were the children of deceased disciples. Both siblings were extremely talented, especially Ming Xiaoqiu, who was called a rare genius by the Myriad Valley. When the senior disciples of the Myriad Valley reached the 10 phenomena realm, Ming Xiaoqiu reached the 100 phenomena realm, and then quickly broke through to the 1000 phenomena realm, shocking countless people in the 9th Heaven universe. Coincidentally, the spring and autumn slip passed by the Myriad Valley and saw Ming Xiaoqiu's amazing talent. It set up a bet, and the result was obvious. The arrogant Ming Xiaoqiu lost, and the condition of the bet was for him to stay in the spring and autumn slip for 10,000 years. Although 10,000 years wasn't a long time for many cultivators, Ming Xiaoqiu had been so young at the time. 10,000 years was boundlessly long for him, and 10,000 years was enough for Ming Xiaoqiu to change his understanding of the universe. The spring and autumn slip was the best at changing people's thoughts. The Myriad Valley had negotiated with the spring and autumn slip many times, but the slip refused to let him go. It used the bet as an excuse to keep Ming Xiaoqiu. Ming Xiaoqiu's talent moved the spring and autumn slip, and no matter what price the Myriad Valley paid, the slip would not relent. This matter had been stuck until now. The spring and autumn slip? Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had wanted to find them for a long time. He had broken through the celestial gate, and if not for the spring and autumn slip, he wouldn't have been kicked out. He clearly had nothing to do with the spring and autumn slip, but that old woman still made a move. It was time to talk to them. Is Ming Xiaoqiu that valuable? For the spring and autumn slip to offend the Myriad Valley? Luing didn't understand. Elder Li said in a low voice, Ming Xiaoqiu's talent in cultivating the power of heaven and earth has not been shown in other cultivation paths, so he has no value to the spring and autumn slip. Letting Ming Xiaoqiu go would allow the Myriad Valley to owe him a favor, and it would also show the generosity of the spring and autumn slip. Everyone thought that they would do that, so when the Valley Master knew about the bet, he didn't stop them. Ming Xiaoqiu was too arrogant, and the Valley Master wanted to teach him a lesson. Who knew that the spring and autumn slip wouldn't let him go? We only found out the reason later. He looked at Luin with a solemn expression. The spring and autumn slip wants to create another Myriad Valley. Luin was shocked. Create another nature valley? Lu Lao nodded. Lu Xiyu continued, fourth sister once said that it was strange that the spring and autumn bamboo scroll did not release her brother. Therefore, she had been investigating it. In the end, she found that the spring and autumn bamboo scroll used Ming Xiaoqiu as the core to create another nature manifestation valley. Can you do it? Even if Ming Xiaoqiu had betrayed the Myriad Elephant Valley, it was impossible to create another Myriad Elephant Valley. First of all, the Myriad Elephant Valley would never agree to it, as it would cause a huge war. Secondly, the other powers in the world of cultivation would not agree to it either. If another Myriad Elephant Valley could be created today, then wouldn't another power be created tomorrow? If they really did that, the cultivation world would have been in chaos long ago, and there would have been endless killings. Even though the world of cultivation was filled with endless killings, it still depended on the reason. Such actions would make the spring and autumn jade slip the public enemy of the entire universe. Elder Lu said, logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible, but the cultivation method of the spring and autumn bamboo scroll is unique. They use the cultivation method of the spring and autumn bamboo scroll as the foundation to change the world. They don't look at the existing forces of heaven and earth, but instead, they look at the forces of heaven and earth that the Wanxiang Valley created. They can also do what the Wanxiang Valley can do. Although this method is immoral, because it is an original method, the consequences won't be so serious. We won't be attacked by everyone. Moreover, our Myriad Elephant Valley has too many rules all this time, causing many people to be dissatisfied. If the spring and autumn bamboo slip can do what our Myriad Elephant Valley can do, it will naturally satisfy those people. Lu Xiyu raised her head. After all, the spring and autumn slips are despicable. Lu Lao was silent. Fortunately, although Ming Xiaoqiu is proud and arrogant, his willpower is extremely firm. Until now, he has not helped the spring and autumn bamboo slip. He is even unwilling to cultivate the momentum of heaven and earth in the nature manifestation valley, so the spring and autumn bamboo slip is helpless. She looked at Luin and asked, can you help fourth sister take Ming Xiaoqiu away from the spring and autumn scroll? Elder Lu also looked at Luin expectantly. If it had been before the competition for the head of the swordsman, they would not have held out much hope for Luin. After all, that was the spring and autumn jade slip, one of the great powers of the Aeonian realm that was on par with the swordsman of the Four-Limbed Sword sect. Furthermore, the swordsmen of the Four-Limbed Sword sect were sinister, and their cultivation methods were unique. They were very difficult to deal with. But now, they knew how strong Luin was. Even though he couldn't dominate the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were very few people in the continent of the Nine Clouds who could defeat him. The Four-Limbed Sword sect couldn't do it, and neither could the spring and autumn jade slip. With Lu Yin's help, he could at least put some pressure on the spring and autumn scroll. With the addition of the Myriad Elephant Valley, the spring and autumn scroll might not necessarily not release Ming Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin thought about it. It's very difficult. If the Myriad Elephant Valley can't force the spring and autumn jade, then I can't force it either. Lu Xiyu panicked. Then you. If we can't force them, then we'll just destroy them. Lu Yin didn't wait for her to finish. Lu Xiyu choked on her words, and Elder Lu stared at him blankly. Destroyed? Destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip? What kind of joke was this? That was the spring and autumn scroll. How could a great power be destroyed so easily? In the continent of the Nine Clouds, the influential groups were difficult to destroy not only because of their strength, but also because of their strength. On the surface, the 9-feet garden only had vast misty waves, a powerhouse who was close to completing the bitter calamity stage. Yet, they were able to take out spirit seeds to allow the misty waves red raccoon to reach this level. At the same time, they were able to have a few more bitter calamity stage powerhouses who could unleash the 9 feet anti-heaven technique that could cover the entire consciousness universe. The 9 feet garden wasn't the strongest force in the 9 clouds universe. It was inferior to the spring and autumn jade slip. There was a saying in the continent of the 9 clouds that everyone agreed with: apart from the god of defense, no one could move unhindered in the 9 clouds universe. Even the god of defense would find it extremely difficult to destroy a power. The spring and autumn jade slip was hated by many, especially by the fact that it had offended the 6th night pillar. After Xiaoyi entered the Death Hill, he had been thinking about taking revenge on the 9 feet garden day and night. However, if he hadn't made the 9 feet garden break the rules, he still wouldn't have had a chance. The 9 feet garden was afraid of Xiaoyi's revenge and had sided with Yu not because of Xiaoyi, but because of the Death Hill behind Xiaoyi. The Death Hill might be one of the few existences who had the qualifications to destroy a power. Now that they heard Luin say this, they felt like they were in a fantasy story. Luin knew what they were thinking. Indeed, even if the entire spiritualized universe's Yu Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxias attacked the 9 clouds universe, they might not be able to destroy the spring and autumn jade slip, let alone Luin alone. However, he had fought against an eternal realm monster, fought against a grass grandmaster, suppressed Yu Xianxia and Yuya, and even thought about how to resist the god of Green Lotus. This was not something they could understand. Elder Lu and Lu Xiyu looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Did they think that Luin had become arrogant because he helped Lu Xizhan become the head swordsman? Where is the spring and autumn jade slip now? Luin asked. Elder Lu immediately answered, it has drifted to the Mausoleum Plains. The Mausoleum Plains? That's not too far from the Myriad Elephant Valley, right? Lu Xiyu asked. Elder Lu said, it's about half the distance from the Myriad Elephant Valley to the Silan region, and the Myriad Elephant Valley is right in the middle. So, the spring and autumn jade slip will pass by the Myriad Elephant Valley? Luin asked. Elder Lu said, yes. Luin thought about it and said, let's go take a look at the Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Xiyu was shocked and stared at Luin vigilantly. Why are you going there? What does it have to do with you? Luin asked. Lu Xiyu snorted, you want to find my 4th sister, right? Let me tell you, don't have any ideas about her. She has a soft personality. She's a good girl. What did you say? Elder Lu fell silent. He didn't know why Luin wanted to go to the Myriad Elephant Valley, but since this person was willing to help them, they couldn't reject him. What was his relationship with the 7 fairies? He helped Lu Xizhan become the Silan sword leader, and now the mistress wanted him to save Ming Xiaoqiu. Could it be a test from the Azure Lotus ruler? Thinking of this, Elder Li's expression became more respectful. If it was really a test, this person might become the Azure Lotus ruler's disciple in the future. No wonder Ming Xue treated him like that. But, wasn't the mistress test too difficult? If he couldn't save Ming Xiaoqiu, this person wouldn't pass the test. Would he vent his anger on the Myriad Elephant Valley? Elder Lu and Lu Xizhan had the same thought, but normal people would think so. Not long after, Elder Li's beast carriage stopped outside the Donglin Sword Gate, waiting for Luin. Luin bid farewell to Lu Xizhan and asked a question before he left, how can I become the god of defense? He asked Ming Xue before, but Ming Xue didn't explain clearly because he was in a hurry to leave. He also asked Si Jiushi before, but Si Jiushi's level was too low, and he felt that there were some things he didn't understand. Now, he naturally had to ask Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan was shocked. You want to become the god of defense? Luin nodded. He had asked Xiaoyi to send a message to the 9 firmaments, and the condition was also to become the god of defense. Unfortunately, he had no bargaining chip, and he didn't know how to return to the spiritualized universe for the time being. That condition naturally didn't count. Lu Xizhan looked at Luin deeply. It's very difficult to become the god of defense. Battle power and realm are only one of the criteria, and they aren't even the most important ones. In the 9 firmaments universe, there are many powerhouses who have completed the Kuwo stage. Almost all the powers that can be named have them, and this doesn't include those who have completed the Kuwo stage through spiritual cultivation. There are only 5 positions for the god of defense. To become a god of defense, the first condition is to have completed the Kuwo stage. Secondly, you have to create your own power system and have the possibility of attaining eternal life. At the same time, you don't have to cultivate the rules of the sequence in order to comprehend the way in the future. You don't have to cultivate your soul, and you don't have to be inferior to others. Luin raised an eyebrow. There were many conditions, even more than what Xianxia had said. Every god of defense has created their own power system? That's right. Of the 5 gods of defense, no, there are only 3 now. Xianxia was bestowed, but because he belongs to the spiritualized universe, his cultivation method is very different from the 9 firmaments universe. It's also considered a unique power system. The god of defense created the pill technique to help the 9 firmaments universe avoid certain dangers. He earned everyone's respect. The god of defense connected the 9 firmaments universe and spiritualized. There are many things that only she can do. It's also a unique power system. The god of defense, who died at Xianxia's hands, created the True Sutra. He focused on one path and abandoned everything else. This has never happened before in the 9 firmaments universe. Yuya, who was stripped of his position as the god of defense, was a thought entity. He used his thoughts to create a unique power system. They all have their own unique power systems. The most difficult part is not creating a power system, but... He looked at Luin solemnly. Using a self-created power system, without cultivating a soul or the sequence laws, to become an almost invincible powerhouse at the bitter adversity level. This is the most difficult part. Think about it. How difficult is it to be invincible at the bitter adversity level with so many restrictions? At least, I can't do it. Among the leaders of the major forces I know, there are very few who can do it. Even if they use all their strength, they still won't be a match for the gods of defense. If the gods of defense give up their positions, it's hard to imagine how much strength they can unleash. The gods of defense are equivalent to the level between the bitter adversity level and the eternal realm. It's not something that can be explained by the perfect adversity level. Luin had fought Yuya and Xianxia before, so he knew how strong they were. Lu Xizhan was indeed not their match, and Lao Tu was also at the perfect adversity level, but he was also not their match. There was a considerable gap between them, and they did not use their souls. Yuya also did not reveal his sequence laws. Compared to the standard of power, being the knight leader and not being tied down by a major force was also very important. Not everyone could be free of ties, and the stronger a force was, the more likely it was to give birth to an invincible powerhouse. However, these powerhouses were rooted in powerful forces and were difficult to shake off. In the end, their success and failure were also due to the powerful forces. Lu Xizhan could not become the god of defense unless he gave up his background as the Silent Sword sect. The Ru family was just a family, not a major force. Luin left, riding Elder Li's beast carriage towards Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Xizhan sighed as he watched the carriage disappear. He had finally left. Lu Yin's actions in the Silent Sword sect had angered and respected him. They feared his style of doing things, but they also admired his character. It was best to stay away from such a person. It's best if he never comes, Lu Xiyu said. Lu Xizhan sighed. This universe is about to change. Lu Xiyu did not understand. What do you mean? Old Lu? Lu. Xizhan explained, many things in this world are predestined. Every time there's a great change, some incomprehensible characters will appear. You can think of them as being born in response to the current situation, or you can also think of them as the current situation occurring because of them. It's inexplicable. In any case, the appearance of this person will definitely change the situation. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Why are you being so secretive? Girl, it's fine if you don't want to marry him. Father just wants you to live a normal life and live a happy life. This person is destined to be extraordinary, Lu Xizhan said before turning around and leaving. Lu Xiyu looked at the horizon, but the carriage had already disappeared. Inside the carriage, Luin looked out the window and saw meteors streaking across the sky. They might have been humans or other creatures, but the mother tree was the most spectacular backdrop. Raindrops dripped onto his hands. Is it raining? Luin stared into the distance in a daze. Luin hadn't asked about one of the requirements to become a lesser god, but he knew that it was the most important one, not cultivating the laws of the universe. In the three universes, the laws of the universe were the cornerstones of one's path to becoming a powerhouse. Anyone who had the opportunity to cultivate it would not miss it. This was common knowledge. However, after arriving in Ninafirmament's universe and speaking with Xianxia, Luin learned that the laws of the universe could make or break a person's potential. The laws of the universe were a shortcut to eternal life, but the path to eternal life was very bumpy. It was like a normal person climbing a mountain. It would take 5 hours to climb from the foot to the top, but there was a small path that would only take an hour to reach the top. This path was similar to the main road, and it could be climbed quickly. However, the path to the top was almost vertical, and the walls were smooth. Normal people would not be able to climb up at all, and they would only be able to look at the top helplessly. This was the price of cultivating the laws of the universe. It allowed you to see the top of the mountain faster, but you would never be able to touch the top of the mountain. If you wanted to climb up this small path, you would have to put in much more effort than those who took the main road. It would also take a lot more time. This also depended on what the sequence rules were. The progenitor was feared by Yuya and the others because of his laws of the universe. He made the path flat, and it was very possible to climb to the top using this path. However, most people who cultivated the sequence laws were unable to do so. Many people in the continent of the 9 clouds, especially those who were confident in themselves, didn't practice cultivation because the path wasn't easy to walk on, even if it was fast in the beginning. It was also because it was difficult to climb to the top of the mountain, but it could prevent people from climbing on the main road. That was the next weapon. If he couldn't even keep his life, how could he talk about immortality? Some people didn't want to cultivate the sequence laws, but had no choice but to do so. Luin didn't know if he was rejoicing or not, but he was already about to cultivate the laws of the sequence. However, because the time wasn't right, he had yet to cultivate it. This meant that he would be like Luo Ning and the others, and he would be able to pick up the next weapon in the future without taking the shortcut. The act of picking up the next weapon is called Dharma enlightenment. The mother tree stood between the heavens and the earth, as if it was propping up the universe. From the bottom to the top, the blood pagoda rotated slowly in the boundless distance. Everything in the surroundings rotated along with it, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. No one could see it, but it stood high in the sky, eternally unchanging. Yuya, you broke the rules twice. You will be permanently deprived of your godly defense and banished to the 5th night pillar. Outside the blood pagoda, Yuya looked miserable and pitiful. He raised his head and begged, I don't want to Dharma enlightenment. Lord of the blood pagoda, please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. I can go to the 5th night pillar and fight for the continent of the 9 clouds. I can do anything, please don't make me. Dharma enlightenment. Yuya, immediately, Dharma enlightenment. Yuya held in grief, but he couldn't change the blood pagoda's punishment. The dark golden clouds kept boiling, and suddenly, they moved away, but the blood pagoda appeared in the distance. The clouds changed directions, and the blood pagoda appeared again. Why? Why can't you give me a chance? I want to change my way of thinking, I want to become immortal, I want to become a lord. You're afraid. You're afraid that I'll surpass you. You're afraid. Ha 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 ha. You're afraid. 3 lords are afraid of me. No matter how much he held, the blood pagoda was like a wall that blocked him from leaving. Finally, the dark golden cloud stopped boiling. Alright, I'll comprehend the law. Who said that comprehending the law can't lead to eternal life? Just you wait, I'll definitely find Luin and use his consciousness to transform. I'll even become a supreme ruler. You can't stop me, you definitely can't. After that, the world fell silent. Some places in the continent of the 9 clouds were dark, while others were bright and sunny. There were also places where raindrops were connected to rainbows, and there were places where strong winds swept up the clouds. The land was vast and boundless. They had already left the Silan region, and with the speed of the beast carriage, it would only take 5 days to reach Wanxiang Valley. The beast that pulled the carriage was completely different from the one that Sijiu ate. Along the way, Elder Lu enthusiastically introduced the continent of the 9 clouds to Luin. He didn't neglect Luin because he came from another universe, but he didn't dare. With this kind of strength, it didn't matter where he came from, especially since Luin was from Yihai. He was obviously someone who knew Upanishad. This time, he was going to help Wanxiang Valley, so he was the most distinguished guest. Your lady might not treat me as a guest. Luin leaned against the beast carriage and looked out the window. The scenery of the Nine Clouds universe gave people a sense of boundless beauty. It was completely different from the three universes. It was like a fairy tale intertwined with reality. It could be dreamy or cruel. Elder Lu respectfully said, "How could that be? My lady is gentle and will definitely entertain you well." Luin smiled. Gentle? He didn't know if Ming Xiaolong was the one who scolded him in Yihai. At that time, at least 4 of the 7 fairies scolded him, and Lu Xiyu was definitely the loudest. By the way, does your Wanxiang Valley have any scabs? Elder Lu was surprised. Scabs? Luin didn't look at him and continued to look out the window. I don't know. I have to ask the Valley Master. Do you need any scabs? I'm just asking. Of course, Luin needed them, but he couldn't say it out loud. For Wanxiang Valley, he was just helping them, so it wasn't too much to ask for anything. However, Ming Xiaolong knew that he was doing it for the sake of the conditions and was treated as a peeping thief. If he asked for any scabs, he might be scolded. Some things could only be understood and didn't need to be explained. Elder Lu obviously already understood. Scabs, the word fate. The person who receives it is fated, and the person who gives it is also fated. I'm far from the Teal Lotus defense. Elder Lu sighed. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm fated. Elder Lu was stunned. He just sighed and didn't say anything to Luin. Was this person so impatient to ask for scabs? A few days later, the beast carriage was suddenly stopped after passing through a large area. Is this Wanxiang Valley's Elder Lu? The carriage driver came from Wanxiang Valley. He looked at the people in front of him with a serious expression. It is Elder Lu. What's the matter? Someone stepped forward and bowed respectfully. We're catching a thief. Please help us, Elder Lu. The reward will definitely satisfy you. The carriage driver didn't reply and waited for Elder Li's reply. Elder Lu said, Don't bother. The carriage driver said coldly, Elder is tired and wants to return to Wanxiang Valley. Please step aside. The people looked at each other, unwilling. They wanted to say something, but the carriage driver drove the carriage forward. They had no choice but to step aside. After some distance, Luin looked at his feet. Come out. Elder. Lu was puzzled. What's wrong, sir? Luin pointed at his feet. Elder Lu looked over. A hand reached out and climbed up the carriage. The carriage driver was shocked and lashed out with his whip, but it was caught by the hand. A muffled voice said, Don't, it's not an enemy. Let him in. Elder Lu looked outside and saw a person with a face full of dirt climbing up from under the carriage. This person was hiding underground and coincidentally saw the carriage pass by, so he followed. Luin looked at the person with interest. Although Elder Li's cultivation wasn't high, he was still an ancestor. This person had some ability to not be discovered. It seemed like this person's ability to see the world's situation wasn't easy. The person who came in had a cautious expression. His movements were respectful and he kept a distance from Lu Lao. He politely bowed, Junior greets Senior from Wanxiang Valley. Just now, I was chased by evil people and had no choice but to borrow the beast carriage. I hope Senior can forgive me. Elder Lu looked at Luin. He had let this person in because Luin had discovered someone hiding under the carriage but hadn't exposed him. He had waited for this person to follow for some distance before saying that he couldn't understand Lu Yin's intentions. The person saw Elder Lu looking at Luin and quickly bowed. Junior greets Sir. Sir's temperament is refined and your cultivation must be extraordinary. Please forgive this Junior's rudeness. Luin looked at the person. Female? The person smiled. It's inconvenient to walk on the ground, so I used a disguise. Please don't take offense. How did you do it? What? How did you know that our carriage would pass by your hiding place? Luin asked. Elder Lu looked at the person. Right, the world was vast and the carriage could fly or land. It all depended on how the driver drove it. This person was hiding underground. If they hadn't passed by coincidentally, they would have been discovered. However, their carriage happened to pass by and this person borrowed it. How did she do it? The person took out a bottle from her cosmic ring. There was some powder inside. Throughout the 9 heavens, there are many controlled beasts, but there aren't many that can catch the eye of the big shots. The Bluethorn beast is one of them. This road leads to the Wanxiang Valley and the people there love to control the Bluethorn beast. If you want to avoid them, they have the best chance. I made this powder myself and it can attract the Bluethorn beast. Just now, I scattered some powder at the hiding spot. Even if the Bluethorn beast was flying in the sky, it would still be lured down. Although the coachman was commanding it, the Bluethorn beast might not listen to the coachman when faced with the temptation of the powder. Elder Lu was shocked. This powder can attract the Bluethorn beast? How did you do it? The girl's face turned red. Beasts are also living creatures and they need to reproduce. Elder Lu understood and looked at her strangely. Luin looked at her, removed the disguise. The woman carefully looked at Luin and then at Elder Lu, seemingly thinking of something. She then turned around and used a water droplet to wipe her face. Her hair was disheveled, and her tattered outer robes were torn open to reveal an exquisite, tight-fitting soft armor. After all this fuss, she looked like a completely different person. Turning back, Elder Lu was shocked. What a beautiful girl. The girl's appearance was exquisite and her eyes were bright, with a hint of stubbornness and vigilance. Her soft armor was black and her long hair was curled. She looked like a wild cat. Luin looked at her. She looked at him and licked her lips. Thank you for saving me. Elder Lu smiled. It's your ability, it has nothing to do with us. Speaking of which, why were those people chasing you? The girl gritted her teeth. They are despicable, a bunch of bandits wanted to steal my things. If I didn't run fast enough, not only would my things have been stolen, I might have been taken as well. Although she didn't continue, her expression said it all. Elder Lu was furious. How dare they ask me for help? If I know about this, I won't let them go. The girl was grateful. Thank you, senior. Remove the disguise. Lu Yin's voice sounded again. Elder Lu was stunned. Didn't she remove the disguise? The girl was confused. What do you mean? I've already returned to my original appearance. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Not a bad disguise, normal primes can't see through it. I'll give you one more chance, remove the disguise. I don't like to be lied to. Elder Li's gaze changed, becoming sharper. This girl was deceitful. The girl's expression changed. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, she sighed deeply and bowed. Sir, you have sharp eyes, but please understand that it's not easy for me to travel. I'm sorry for my rudeness this time. I can't repay you with anything but thanks. If we meet again in the future, I'll find a way to repay you. Elder Li's gaze softened again. Although it was a disguise, it wasn't easy for a girl. He looked at Luin, wanting to say something. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Disguise yourself to attract the Bluethorn beast, complain about your troubles, thank you, and leave. You've done this more than once, but it's useless against me. Remove the disguise and let me see what you are, or don't blame me for taking action. The girl was sad. Sir, why do you have to bully a girl like me? I have no ill intentions, but... Luin waved his hand and the girl's hair. And she turned back, glaring at Luin. At this moment, the woman's true appearance was revealed. Luin felt his eyes light up as a beautiful face appeared in front of him. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was like a star that lit up every corner of the carriage. This girl reminded him of Qin Yun. Back then, Qin Yun had been disguised by the ninth spirit, and he had torn away the disguise. She had been just as stunning then. The woman in front of him was no less beautiful than Qin Yun. She was just a little more ferocious and a little less delicate than Qin Yun. Elder Li's eyes lit up and he praised, I've traveled the world for so many years, and it's rare to see a girl as beautiful as you. No wonder you have to disguise yourself. The girl glared at Luin and adjusted her hair. Can I leave now? She asked stiffly. Luin nodded, yes. Elder Li didn't stop her. and the two watched her jump off the carriage. She glared at Luine as she left. Elder Le smiled, "This girl is interesting. Her looks are similar to my family's young mistress." He looked at Luine and saw his calm expression. Elder Le sighed inwardly. As expected of someone with such cultivation, he didn't care about his looks at all. Luine had seen too many beautiful girls. If he was moved, he would have agreed to Qinglian Shangyu in Yihai. If he could hug 7 fairies at once, he would be envied by many in Jiuxiao universe. He looked at his hand again. It was really smooth, and he didn't know which one it was. Why are you back?" Elder Lu was surprised. The girl chased after the carriage from behind. The carriage didn't slow down and headed towards Wanxiang Valley. The girl shouted, but the carriage ignored her. She took out the powder and scattered it. The blue thorn beast immediately turned around and rushed over, its eyes red. No matter how the driver urged it, it was useless. The girl took the opportunity to jump onto the beast carriage and entered. When she saw old Lu and Luine staring at her, her face fell and she smiled apologetically. "Those people have caught up with us. I don't know how they found me. Can I go with you?" Elder Lu was serious. "Miss, we have no obligation to help you." "Those people are evil," she begged softly. Elder Lu shook his head. "You can't tell the truth. I've seen too many despicable people. Some seem evil but are kind, and some seem kind but are evil. Go down." The girl begged, "I'll be caught if I go down. Please, Elder, let me stay here." "They're not your match," Luine said indifferently. The girl said, "They're just small fries. The real big shots are behind. I'll be finished if I'm targeted." Luine ignored her. In the world of cultivation, this kind of thing was too common. He wasn't a saint and didn't need to save her. Elder Le waved his hand, "Go down. Don't force me to chase you away." The girl's expression changed. "I'm willing to pay the price. You should know that I'm from Wanxiang Valley and 1,000 phenomenon realm cultivator," Elder Le said slowly. His meaning was simple. He had seen too many good things. The girl lowered her head and gritted her teeth. She took out something from her cosmic ring. Elder Li's eyes widened when he saw it. "Yuan Jing?" Luine was surprised and looked at the yuan jing in the girl's hand. The girl was reluctant and said in a low voice, "They're chasing me for this. Rather than being caught by them, I'd rather give it to you. I hope that you'll take me along for the sake of Yuan Jing. As long as it's safe, I won't disturb you again." Elder Lu looked at Luine. He knew that Luine needed this. The girl also looked at Luine. Luine and the girl looked at each other. "What's your name?" "Shui Su." Luine said, "I'll help you take care of the people chasing you, then you can get off." Shui Su begged, "Please take me to a safe place. This area belongs to them. Even if I take care of these people, the big shots behind will still catch up to me. My cultivation is limited, and I won't be able to escape in a short time." Luine looked at Yuan Jing. "All right, I'll take you to Wanxiang Valley." Shui Su was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." She then handed Yuan Jing to Luine. She knew that Luine was the one in charge of this beast carriage. It was also because of him that she had been discovered. Elder Le sighed. The word fate was indeed incomprehensible. This Mr. Lu needed Yuan Jing, and the other side had come. The difference was only a few days. If he could understand the word fate one day, what would it be like? Of course, it was just a thought. He couldn't even comprehend the Azure Lotus defense. The beast carriage continued towards Wanxiang Valley. Behind them, the group gave up after a while. It wasn't that they wanted to give up, but that they didn't dare to provoke Wanxiang Valley. Wanxiang Valley wasn't something they could afford to offend, not even the people behind them. 2 days later, Wanxiang Valley was right in front of them. "Where is it?" Shui Su was puzzled. She had heard Elder Lu mention it, but there was nothing in front of them other than the broken ground that looked like an abyss. Where did Wanxiang Valley come from? Could it be under the abyss? Luine looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Nice scenery. In Shui Su's eyes, there was an abyss in front of her, but in his eyes, he saw mountains floating and waterfalls flowing. They were dotted with pink flowers all over the mountains and plains. It was very beautiful. Clouds swirled, smoke lingered, and the sky was colorful. It was like a paradise on earth. Shuesu couldn't see it because her cultivation wasn't high enough. The entire Wanxiang Valley was covered by the sequence particles. Spiritualized universe, ranked 31st in the sequence of laws, fallen, Luyin said slowly. Shuesu was puzzled. Spiritualized universe? Elder Le smiled. Sir, you have good eyesight. That's right. The entire Wanxiang Valley is covered by the fallen sequence particles. Not only objects fall, but also vision. What can be seen under the cover of the fall is the dark abyss. The light there is covered by the fall, so nothing can be seen. Luyin looked at Elder Lu. 5 experts who fell from the sequence jointly cast this. Then, did they cultivate in the spiritualized universe? Elder Lu nodded. Luyin retracted his gaze. So that's how it was. They were completely treating the spiritualized universe as a tool. In the general trend of the universe, the ninth heaven universe used the spiritualized universe's cultivation of the spirit seed liquid as a foundation to constantly strengthen its foundation and allow the cultivators to have a second life. At the level of the sequence laws, the spiritualized universe had 81 sequence laws. These sequence laws were created by the spiritualized universe and allowed the spiritualized universe to have a fixed cultivation mode that surpassed the Tianyuan universe. However, it also limited the spiritualized universe's development, but it also helped the ninth heaven universe. As long as the ninth heaven universe wanted a sequence law, they could just send someone to learn it. If the Wanxiang Valley could send 5 experts to learn the fallen sequence laws, then other forces could send more. Everything in the spiritualized universe served the ninth heaven universe. This truth was really cruel to the spiritualized universe. Their cultivation culture, cultivation mode, and even the spirit seeds that they cultivated for a lifetime would all help the ninth heaven universe in the end. It was sad to think about it. However, this was the spiritualized universe's matter and had nothing to do with Luyin. The universe was cruel. From an analysis of the cultivation mode, the ninth heaven universe was like an enlarged version of the Tianyuan universe. The spiritualized universe believed that their fixed cultivation mode surpassed the Tianyuan universe's free cultivation development because the Tianyuan universe had been weak from the very beginning. The ninth heaven universe should be the one to compete with the spiritualized universe. Luyin understood Yu saying Tian more and more. Not long ago, the ninth heaven universe had constantly sent people to the spiritualized universe, and the spiritualized universe had even protected those people. If Yu saying Tian had not killed Rusher in a public battle, the ninth heaven universe's great powers would have been even more rampant. With that in mind, the beast carriage stopped. In front of them was a cliff. In Shueisu's eyes, it was, but in Lu Yin's eyes, there was a constantly changing path that connected to the Wanxiang Valley. They got out of the car and walked towards the cliff. Under Shueisu's shocked gaze, Luyin stepped into the void and a path appeared under his feet. Elder Le smiled at Shuesu. Follow closely, this path will change. His words scared Shuesu so much that she quickly followed. Elder Le smiled and walked out. When Shuesu walked on the path, the scenery on both sides changed. Mountains meandered and waterfalls flowed. She saw a different scenery. It was amazing. This was the power of a big force. Actually, from the beginning, the myriad Elephant Valley didn't hide it, but because of the uniqueness of the influence of heaven and earth, too many people came to visit. Since the influence of heaven and earth needs peace to cultivate, we had no choice but to do this. From now on, anyone who wants to enter the myriad Elephant Valley has to send a visiting card first. Only when someone agrees will they meet. Luyin said calmly, not only that. Elder Le said, yes, this is also a test for the disciples of the myriad Elephant Valley. There is more than one path under your feet. Only when you reach the 10 elephant realm can you see the path. When you reach the 100 elephant realm and the 1000 elephant realm, the path you see is different, but this is the only path to enter. As they spoke, they reached the end of the path. The path ahead opened up and there was a strange tree that seemed to be waving at them. 2 people stood beside the tree. One was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura, his gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The other was a woman wearing a green veil. Although her appearance couldn't be seen, she was stunning at first glance. Shueisu's gaze fell directly on the woman. Actually, a woman's desire to be beautiful wasn't necessarily for men. It could also be for other women. For Shui Su, there were very few women who could compare to her. Similarly, the woman in the green veil also looked at Shui Su. Shui Su's appearance was indeed extraordinary. Stepping out and climbing into the valley, the middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile. "You are Mr. Liu, the one who helped Liu Xizhan become the sword master of the Four Kingdoms?" "I am Wan Liu, the valley master of the Myriad Elephant Valley." Elder Liu retreated to the side. Although he looked older than Wan Liu, he was actually a disciple. Lu Ying said politely, "I just came to disturb you. I didn't expect to disturb Valley Master Wan." "Haha, you must be joking. It would be rude if I, Wan Liu, didn't personally welcome someone like you." Lu Ying exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Shui Su looked at Lu Yin's back curiously, and her eyes were filled with amazement. Wan Liu, the Myriad Elephant Valley's Valley Master, was definitely an important figure. His name was known throughout the 9 firmaments, and his status was extremely high. Yet, such a person had personally come to greet this person. Just who was this person? Also, what did he just hear? Did this person help Liu Xizhan become the head of the swords of the Four Kings? Wasn't Liu Xizhan the most useless person in the Four Lin Swords Gate? Was he the head of the swords? How did he do it? Under Wan Lu's invitation, Lu Ying followed him into Myriad Elephant Valley. In the eyes of others, Wan Lu's status was very high, but to Lu Ying, aside from the Defender God, there was no one in the 9 firmaments universe who could suppress him. He was the leader of the various great powers, and in terms of strength, he dared to say that he could sweep through all of them. Wan Lu's attitude towards him was normal. Of course, since the other party was being polite, he wouldn't put on airs either. Along the way, Wan Lu told Lu Ying a lot about Myriad Elephant Valley and also asked about the situation in the Four Lin Swords Gate. Lu Ying said a lot, but Wan Lu didn't ask about his own matters. Finally, they arrived at a valley full of pink flowers. This valley was obviously not ordinary. Lu Ying could feel the auras of powerhouses, one on the left and one on the right. They weren't weak. "Xiaolong, you can leave first." Ming Xiaolong looked at Wan Lu and then at Lu Ying before calmly leaving. Elder Lu also left with Shui Su. Only Wan Lu and Lu Ying were left in the pavilion. Wan Lu faced Lu Ying with a serious expression. "Sir, are you from Mihai?" Lu Ying knew that they were going to talk business. In fact, he had nothing to do with Wan Lu, but Ming Xiaolong's condition was related to Myriad Elephant Valley and the Spring and Autumn Scroll. This couldn't be avoided by Wan Lu, that's right. "May I ask what your relationship is with the Azure Lotus Defender?" Lu Ying looked at him. "I thought you wouldn't ask." Wan Lu was helpless. "Normally, I shouldn't ask. It's a little rude, but this is related to Myriad Elephant Valley. Please don't take offense." Lu Ying sat down. "Ming Xiaolong didn't tell you?" Wan Lu smiled bitterly. "She didn't. This girl is stubborn. If she wants to say something, no one can stop her. If she doesn't want to say something, no one can force her to say it. You know, she is one of the 7 fairies." Lu Ying found it funny. "So you can't do anything to her?" Wan Lu nodded. "Speaking of which, she is a disciple of Myriad Elephant Valley, but even I, the Valley Master, have to be polite when speaking to her. To be honest, Xiaolong didn't intend to let me meet you this time. She said that it had nothing to do with me." "But how can it have nothing to do with the Myriad Elephant Valley and the Spring and Autumn Scroll?" "I had no choice. In the end, I used some conditions in exchange for meeting you." Lu Ying looked at Wan Lu sympathetically. "You sound even more helpless." Wan Lu shook his head and looked at Lu Ying solemnly. "Sir, please tell me the truth. What do you plan to do with Xiaolong's conditions? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to face the Spring and Autumn Scroll directly. But your starting point is for Ming Xiaoqiu. The Spring and Autumn Scroll may blame it on Myriad Elephant Valley. This is very troublesome. Myriad Elephant Valley is afraid of the Spring and Autumn Scroll? This isn't a problem of fear. Of course, in terms of battle power, Myriad Elephant Valley is not a match for the Spring and Autumn Scroll. But because Myriad Elephant Valley has helped many people over the years, the Spring and Autumn Scroll doesn't dare to do anything to us. Moreover, if we really fight, even if the Spring and Autumn Scroll can destroy Myriad Elephant Valley, they are finished. Moreover, Myriad Elephant Valley has the god of defense under the star sail behind us. Luin was shocked. The god of defense under the star sail? Wanlu nodded and sighed. Once, before the god of defense under the star sail cultivated in seclusion in Myriad Elephant Valley for a period of time. It was during that time that the star sail was completed. Therefore, the god of defense under the star sail owes Myriad Elephant Valley a favor. Because of this favor, the Spring and Autumn Scroll doesn't dare to do anything to us. Then what are you afraid of? Luin didn't understand. Wanlu looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Because I lost the bet. There was a moment of silence. Luin looked at Wanlu and didn't know how to answer. Ming Xiaoqiu lost the bet to the Spring and Autumn Scroll and was taken away. Wanlu also lost? You also made a bet with the Spring and Autumn Scroll? Wanlu nodded. Xiaolong has always been dissatisfied with me. She thinks that I didn't save her brother. What a joke. Although I wanted to teach Xiaoqiu a lesson and watched him lose, I wouldn't have let him be taken away by the Spring and Autumn Scroll. He lost, so I naturally had to go up. Then, I also lost. Luin looked deeply at Wanlu. This was the first time they had met. This person's aura was indeed extraordinary. He had a feeling that everything was under his control. The previous conversation had also given Luin the illusion that this person was scheming something. It turned out that it was all an act. His hands were behind his back? Ming Xiaolong doesn't know? Of course not. How can I tell others about this? Wanlu said. Luin found it funny. Actually, when I heard about Ming Xiaoqiu, I didn't even ask him how he lost. To me, it wasn't important how he lost. As long as he was taken away, it was fine. Now, I'm curious. How did Ming Xiaoqiu lose? How did you lose? At this moment, the two looked outside the valley. Ming Xiaolong had arrived. She stared at Wanlu. Are you done? I have something to say to him. Wanlu was embarrassed. Wait a little longer. Soon. Ming Xiaolong frowned. She wanted to say something. Wanlu smiled. Just for a while. Soon. Ming Xiaolong stared at him. Then, without looking at Luin, she turned and left. Luin looked at Ming Xiaolong's departing figure. This girl was more domineering than Lu Xiyu. Cough, cough. Well, let's continue. Luin looked at Wanlu in amusement. Your life is really difficult. Wanlu sighed. There's no other way. Who let him have a strong background? The sisters are not to be trifled with. Do you know how many people are lining up for my Wanxiang Valley's disciples to help? When the Donglin Sword Gate sent a letter, my martial nephew went. Because Lu Xiyu was in the Donglin Sword Gate, even I couldn't stop it. These words made people sympathize with him even more. Thinking about Lu Xizhan and Wanlu, the seven fairies were really not to be trifled with. Now that he thought about it, if he had really agreed to marry the seven fairies, Luin did not know what his life would be like in the future. It was not that he was afraid of the Blue Lotus protector, but that these seven girls were not to be trifled with. None of them were easy to deal with. Wanlu did not want to talk about this topic. When Xiaoqiu and I bet on the Spring and Autumn Scroll, we only bet on the simplest thing, which is luck. Cultivators have too many ways to interfere with a bet. No bet can escape the eyes of a powerhouse, so luck is the best bet. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The dust condensed into an ordinary stone die that spun in his palm. Don't use any power. Block all perception. Guess. How many points? Luin raised his eyebrows. That simple? That simple. 2 out of 3 wins. Wanlu released his hand and the die turned to dust. Xiaoqiu and I both lost in the 3rd round. Seems like there's no problem. There's no problem at all. I'm very sure that the Spring and Autumn Scroll did not use any tricks, innate gifts, or sequence rules. Furthermore, Xiaoqiu and I bet on a different person. We bet on the most ordinary disciple of the Spring and Autumn Scroll, the kind that I can kill with a single slap. However, we both lost. Luyin had a strange expression as he looked at Wanlu. Why? Did you expect the result? Wanlu nodded. I guessed it, but I did not verify it. Do you know the cultivation method of the Spring and Autumn Scroll? Luyin shook his head. Not really. The Spring and Autumn Scroll uses the spiritual seed as the foundation and the Spring and Autumn Scroll as the core of cultivation. When the words are inscribed on the Spring and Autumn Scroll, the strokes will be divine. Using the words to battle, the power of the words can be combined with the words. For example, when writing the word slash, one can unleash a slash attack. When writing the word lock, one can lock down. Luyin thought back to the battle in the heavenly gates. The old woman had written the word retreat and formed a forest to repel him. We lost because of luck. True luck. Luyin suddenly thought of something and blurted out, the word luck? Wanlu nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. The word luck represents luck. Luyin could not believe it. The Spring and Autumn Scroll can do that? Wanlu smiled bitterly. The Spring and Autumn Scroll is the name of the organization they belong to. It is also the bamboo scroll. It is a turbid treasure. You can always trust in the abilities of turbid treasures. Luyin understood. If that was the case, their loss was not unjustified. Luck was on their side. I only guessed it many years later. Luck is illusory, and to be honest, no one would think in that direction. However, I lost to an ordinary cultivator, or even an ordinary person. That's the only possibility. Wanlu lamented, that woman Yingmei is as despicable as her mother. Their clan has always been despicable since their ancestors. They used all sorts of methods to obtain the turbid treasure, the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip, and established it. Many people hate the Spring and Autumn jade slip, but they can't do anything about it. On the other hand, the Spring and Autumn jade slip became more and more prosperous. It even produced a genius sleeping in the Junior Imperial Tower. Wanlu then looked at Luyin. I made a bet with Yingmei that I wouldn't bring back Ming Xiaoqiu in the name of the Myriad Elephant Valley. That's why I wanted to meet you when I heard that you promised Xiaolong to bring back Ming Xiaoqiu. In terms of strength, no matter how strong you are, how can you suppress the Spring and Autumn jade slip? That's something that even the Imperial God can't do. If we bet, luck is on the Spring and Autumn jade slip's side, and we can't win. Furthermore, if you stand up for the Myriad Elephant Valley, I'll become a person who breaks my promise. That's shameful in the cultivation world. Xiaolong doesn't know about this, and I don't plan on letting her know. I can only ask you to stop. Luyin didn't understand. It's not worth it to expose their ability to use luck just because of Ming Xiaoqiu. Wanlu said, at first, I couldn't figure it out either. That's why I didn't think of luck. How could Ming Xiaoqiu expose the Spring and Autumn jade slip as a trump card that can obtain luck? Luck is something that everyone wants. Once it's exposed, countless people will set their eyes on the Spring and Autumn jade slip. Later, we found out that the Spring and Autumn jade slip used Xiaoqiu to create the Myriad Elephant Valley. It's possible to use the Spring and Autumn jade slip's unique ability to write words. If you can obtain the Myriad Elephant Valley by exposing your luck, then it's worth it. Do you know how much respect the Myriad Elephant Valley has gained over the years? The Spring and Autumn jade slip offended too many people, especially the Sixth Night Pillar, who is a mortal enemy. If they don't advance, they will retreat. They have to increase their strength by any means possible. The Spring and Autumn booklet was actually just like Yuya, who had staked everything on a single throw. Otherwise, the moment any generation weakened, it would be the moment of its destruction. Now that Qianshu had become the junior protector, he had exposed his luck trump card, and he had even created the Myriad Elephant Valley. The Spring and Autumn booklet was trying to use this opportunity to soar. Right, perhaps all of this had something to do with luck. Luck was not always on the side of the Spring and Autumn scroll. It was very likely that the Spring and Autumn scroll wanted to use luck to surpass the various factions. How could Wanlu not be able to tell? Not necessarily. First, he didn't want to break his promise. Otherwise, Wanxiang Valley would lose face. Second, Wanxiang Valley had Ming Xiaolong. No matter what, they had the Green Lotus Imperial Guard and a star sail. The Spring and Autumn Jade Slip couldn't do anything to Wanxiang Valley. As for the other factions, the Myriad Elephant Valley did not consider them. Wanlu faced Luin solemnly. Sir, please stop. The Myriad Elephant Valley will definitely reward you generously. Luin looked at Wanlu. How much did she tell you about why I helped Ming Xiaolong? Wanlu said, she didn't say much. She just said that you owe her a favor and promised to help. Luin nodded, promise. Your promise is important, but mine isn't? Wanlu looked deeply at Luin. Therefore, the Myriad Elephant Valley can compensate you and guarantee that this matter will not spread. Luin sympathized with Wanlu more and more. Lu Xiyu had told Lu Xizhan many things, so Lu Xizhan had guessed something. On the other hand, Ming Xiaolong didn't tell Wanlu anything, so Wanlu didn't know anything. But through this conversation, Luin knew what kind of person Wanlu was. He was selfish and could ignore others for his own reputation. Of course, this was human nature and there was nothing to say. At least he had found the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip for Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong probably knew this person's character, so she didn't plan to tell him anything. Since this was the case, Luin didn't plan to say anything more to him. At this time, Ming Xiaolong came again. Impatiently. Are you done? How long do you want me to wait? Wanlu was helpless. He looked at Luin apologetically and said softly, thank you, sir. He walked out of the valley. When he passed by Ming Xiaolong, he wanted to say something, but Ming Xiaolong glared at him. He didn't say anything and left helplessly. Ming Xiaolong snorted and looked at Luin as she walked over. Luin sat quietly and watched Ming Xiaolong walk over. Ming Xiaolong sneered, thief, you're not idle no matter where you go. It's such a short journey from the Xizang region to the Wanxiang Valley, but you can still find beauties. You're an old hand. Luin pursed his lips. Didn't Elder Le tell you? So you're an old hand. Even Elder Le can't see the problem. Luin was speechless. He couldn't respond to this. Ming Xiaolong sat down and stared at Luin. What did Wanlu say to you? He told me not to care. Ming Xiaolong was furious. I knew it. That bastard only cares about himself. Luin laughed. Ming Xiaolong glared at Luin. You're not a good person either. You sold him out. Luin was speechless. I didn't cooperate with him. I answered whatever you asked me. Is there a problem? Ming Xiaolong sneered. Then why don't you admit that you were peeping? Luin choked. He understood Wanlu. In front of such a master, anything he said was wrong. He suddenly missed Lu Xiyu. That girl was much cuter. Wanlu miscalculated. No matter what he promised, you wouldn't agree. Even if he gave you the Wanxiang Valley, it's impossible. Humph, I knew he wanted to interfere, so I didn't say anything. Look at him. He thought he could succeed, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. Ridiculous. Ming Xiaolong was proud. Luin shook his head. I'll help you bring Ming Xiaochu back, right? Ming Xiaolong looked at Luin. Can you bring her back? What do you think? I'm asking you. Okay, I can. What do you plan to do? I don't know. Ming Xiaolong stared. Then you said you can bring her back? Luin was annoyed. Your attitude towards me has been problematic since just now. I'm already very friendly. What kind of attitude do I need when facing a thief who only knows how to peep? Ming Xiaolong retorted. Luin suddenly reached out and lifted the veil on her face. When the veil fell, Ming Xiaolong was shocked, but it couldn't hide her beautiful face. She was like a flower frightened by the rain and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared with a speed rarely seen in the world. The figure grabbed at Luin. Luin raised his eyebrows and flicked his finger, hitting the back of the figure's hand. The figure felt his arm go numb and was even more shocked that his speed had been seen through. He hurriedly blocked in front of Ming Xiaolong. Another figure appeared behind Luin. Stop. Ming Xiaolong hurriedly shouted. The figure behind Luin stopped and looked at Ming Xiaolong doubtfully. Ming Xiaolong picked up the veil and put it on. She stared at Luin. You. Luin looked at her with a faint smile. Treat me better. I'm not one. Ming Xiaolong wanted to scold him, but a voice entered her ear. Miss, this person is very troublesome. He can see through my speed. I can't even lift my arm. Ming Xiaolong's eyes flashed and she gritted her teeth. Retreat. The two figures did not hesitate and retreated. Luin smiled. Lucy, you should have told you what happened in the Xifeng region. The Xifeng region could not stop me and the Wanxiang Valley could not stop me. You still want to find trouble? Ming Xiaolong stared at Luin hatefully. No one has ever lifted my veil. Luin looked up. No one has ever seen me as a thief. You have the strength to face the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Of course. But the spring and autumn bamboo slip is not simple. It will be difficult to bring my brother back by force. Even if he is brought back, Wan Lu will let my brother be taken away for his reputation. This has nothing to do with me. Luin did not care. Ming Xiaolong said, then you can't fulfill my conditions. Luin stared at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong was not afraid. I only wrote 3 words on the paper, Ming Xiaoqiu. I did not mention this as a condition. Therefore, I can raise conditions at any time. It is not impossible for you to destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Luin smiled. Okay, then I will destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Ming Xiaolong was shocked and looked at Luin like he was an idiot. Are you serious? As long as you mention it. Luin was very serious. He wanted to find trouble with the spring and autumn bamboo slip. It would be perfect if he used Qing Lianyu as a background. Qing Lianyu was the one who asked him to find trouble. It had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to find trouble, he would find Qing Lianyu. What a good excuse. Ming Xiaolong did not take Lu Yin's words seriously. It was impossible for her to take them seriously. Destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip? Dream on. In short, stay in the Nature Manifestation Valley for a while. After the Book of the World is over, you can go to the Ling Yuan. At that time, most of the people who support the spring and autumn bamboo slip will have left. There will not be much resistance to you doing anything. Ming Xiaolong said. Now was not the time to argue with Luin. She wanted to bring her brother back. Nothing else was important. Luin felt that it was a pity. This woman looked domineering and liked to insult people. However, she was too inexperienced and lacked courage. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong made Luin feel a little disappointed in the 7 fairies. The dignified Teal Lotus ruler, an eternal realm powerhouse, didn't seem to have taken in any amazing disciples. Could it be that Teal Lotus ruler had taken in disciples based on fate? Or did he have other motives? Although they were not geniuses and were not shrewd, their hearts were not bad. Each of them had a powerful background, which led to their naivety in worldly affairs. On the other hand, they were all very young. Perhaps this temperament was something they should have. He was just too mature. He did not know if the rest of the 7 fairies were like this. At this moment, the Ling Yuan was holding a grand event called the Book of the World. The organizer was the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Although many people did not like the spring and autumn bamboo slip, there were also some people who had received its grace and secretly helped it. The Book of the World was a large part of the reason for this. Book of the World, Right of the World. Only the spring and autumn bamboo slip had such a domineering saying. During the grand event, the spring and autumn bamboo slip would write a batch of characters that contained their power and hide them in an area. At the same time, they would invite people from various major powers to search for them. Whoever found them would own them. These characters were not simple. The power contained in each character was not weak. There were definitely characters written by Guan Mei in the spring and autumn bamboo slip. That was the power of a powerhouse who had completed the bitter disaster realm. Anyone who obtained it would be rich. Thus, during the Book of the World, not to mention those who had been invited, even those who had not been invited would join in the fun. Although they could not own it, they could sell it to those who could, including many rogue cultivators. Although the Book of the World wasn't a grand event in the 9th heaven, it still attracted many people. At least, there were more people than the Silan region. Occasionally, one could even see the inheritor of the divine defense. This was what Elder Le had told Luin on the way to the Myriad Elephant Valley. The Myriad Elephant Valley had their eyes on the Spring and Autumn Scroll. How long until the Book of the World ends? Luin asked. Ming Xiaolong said, half a year. That long? Do you think it's easy to find those words? The Spring and Autumn Scroll isn't stupid. Once they find it, they'll leave. Aren't they just giving others opportunities for free? Of course, the longer they drag it out, the better. If they drag it out, not only will the Spring and Autumn Scroll be on good terms with some powers, but it will also allow their disciples to earn a fortune. Luin was surprised. Earn a fortune? Ming Xiaolong was disdainful. As long as the hidden words and the words written by the disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll are not used, who knows if they're real or fake? The disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll will search for them and take the opportunity to sell their own words. Those with good eyesight can see the difference, but many can't. They can only buy and gamble. Those who buy aren't afraid of faking it? This is also the intelligence of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. They don't allow fakes, and the words have to be sold at the same price. If they buy the real thing, then it's real. If they buy a fake one, then no one can complain. Thus, although the Spring and Autumn Scroll loses a bunch of words, it gains a lot. It's not a loss at all in terms of friendship and resources. As its reputation grows, more and more people come to buy it. Luin praised, it really knows how to do things. Actually, it's the same as the Myriad Elephant Valley. Don't you guys rely on the power of heaven and earth to obtain resources and connections? He paused and looked at Ming Xiaolong. So the Spring and Autumn Scroll wants to create another Myriad Elephant Valley? Ming Xiaolong looked at Luin with an expression that only he could understand. Only after tasting it will you know how wonderful it is. The Spring and Autumn Slips have been jealous of us for too long. Our Wanxiang Valley's biggest connection to the outside world is the god of defense under the star sail. The Spring and Autumn Slips have no relation to the divine defense, and it is very difficult for them to have a relation. Luin nodded. Wan Lu was only speaking on the surface, but Ming Xiaolong's words were clear. To put it in the most vulgar terms, if everyone in the world was a son-in-law, there was no need to worry that the world would not belong to the father-in-law. I can't wait for half a year, Luin said bluntly. Ming Xiaolong frowned. I don't care what you have to do. My condition is the most important, or you won't be able to complete it. Do you really think that you can threaten me? You'll never change this condition. I'll go do something else first, and we'll talk about it again in 100 years. Time doesn't mean anything to me. Ming Xiaolong was exasperated. Luin did not care about the length of time, but it was different for Ming Xiaoqiu. The longer it took, the easier it would be for Ming Xiaoqiu to be bewitched by the Spring and Autumn booklet. At that point, even if he brought it back, it would be difficult for him to find a place in Myriad Elephant Valley. Thinking of this, her tone softened a lot. You don't have to wait for half a year. A month should be enough. Why? In a month, someone will be leaving. Luin was surprised. There's someone you're afraid of? Ming Xiaolong's tone was low. Who isn't afraid of that woman? Tell me about it. Ming Xiaolong said, there is nothing to say. Let's each take a step back. In a month, we will go to the Ling Yuan. Otherwise, don't even think about getting conditions from the other sisters. You will never be able to explain it to Master. Luin thought about it. That's fine, but I have a condition. Ming Xiaolong frowned. Don't go too far. We'll each take a step back. You won't lose out. Luin stared at Ming Xiaolong. Xingfan is in seclusion in Myriad Elephant Valley. I want to go take a look. Ming Xiaolong was stunned. What did you say? Take me to Xingfan's seclusion place. Ming Xiaolong's expression suddenly became strange. You want to go to the god of defense's seclusion place under Xingfan? That's right. Luin did not forget that it was Xingfan who cooperated with Yuya to be able to spiritualize and almost catch him. Although Yuya was half crippled, Xingfan still had to be vigilant. Ming Xiaolong sized up Luin. Luin thought that he would have to waste some time, but who knew that she would simply agree. Ozwa, take this gentleman to the god of defense's seclusion place under Xingfan. A figure suddenly appeared. It was one of the experts who had just attacked Luin. This person must be a powerhouse who had undergone spiritual cultivation, and his realm was at the great circle of crossing bitter adversity. After coming to the Nine Clouds universe, there were many powerhouses at the great circle of crossing bitter adversity, but the gap in this realm was huge. Luin was sure that Xianxia could easily deal with this person. Realms were realms, and combat power was combat power. Xianxia and Yu were the real great circle of crossing bitter adversity. The person in front of him, even if his realm was at the same level, his combat power would never be able to keep up. Even those powerhouses who had not undergone spiritual cultivation would find it difficult to keep up. In the same realm, Luin was invincible. This was the gap between them. What was the use of others in the same realm? There were many powerhouses at the great circle of crossing bitter adversity in the Nine Clouds universe. It was not because they were talented, but because the Nine Clouds universe plundered the resources of the spiritualized universe and had a second life, which gave them infinite possibilities. The eternal life realm controlled the stars and had infinite opportunities. This was not something the three universes could compare to. Needless to say, spiritual cultivation was the foundation of the Nine Clouds universe, the most powerful foundation of the Nine Clouds universe. Even if the people of an era died, their power would not disappear. This was a terrifying thing. Only such a cosmic civilization could truly fight against a terrifying race like the insect hive civilization that reproduced infinitely. Ozwa did not say a word and walked out of the valley. Luin followed closely behind. Shuesu did not leave Myriad Elephant Valley. She had been arranged a place to stay, and Elder La treated her well. Not long after, Ozwa brought Luin to Xingfan's seclusion grounds. Luin finally understood why Ming Xiaolong had looked at him strangely. This was a secluded valley with a small river running through it. Both sides of the valley were filled with trees with pink flowers. There was a courtyard by the river. The courtyard was filled with pink ribbons, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of pink flowers. The room was also pink. The dressing table, the silk curtains, and the undergarments were all pink. Luin left the courtyard and gulped. What the hell? Xingfan was a woman? But even if she was, what the hell was all this pink? Xingfan, a dignified god of defense, had actually dressed up his own seclusion grounds like this? This was too. He could not describe it. This was not a seclusion grounds, it was clearly a woman's boudoir. Luin exhaled. When he had first seen the courtyard, he had thought that he had been fooled, but Ming Xiaolong did not dare to fool him, so it had to be true. This really was overturning his worldview. Luin stood by the river. He could not go to the courtyard, so he would just take a look here. He had come here to try his best to find out why Xingfan was able to set up a spiritual universe. Even if Luin knew that he could easily defeat Xingfan, Yuya, and the others, he would not be able to push an entire spiritual universe's resources to the ninth heaven universe. This was not something that could be done with just strength. Xingfan must have some special power. He was especially thinking about how long Xingfan had been around Xianxia's time, but a long time before Xianxia, the spiritual universe's resources had already been plundered by the ninth heaven universe. How had the ninth heaven universe done it then? Xingfan was just one of the reasons. If he could not find the reason, he would not know how to stop the ninth heaven universe from using this method to plunder the Tianyuan universe's resources. It would be best to destroy this method. Luin stayed in the valley for the rest of the time, feeling the flow of power here. He calmed his heart and went into seclusion. On the other side, Ming Xiaolong looked at the valley. Miss, he went to the courtyard and quickly retreated, Ozwa said. Ming Xiaolong was proud. Threatening her and making a move against her was the price. It was best to be honest. Otherwise, if this matter was revealed to Xingfan's temper would definitely cause trouble for her. Another handle was in her hand. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Luin suddenly opened his eyes and looked above the valley. He saw the starry sky of Myriad Elephant Valley, and it also felt like he was looking at the ninth heaven universe. He used karma as the end and constantly attacked, trying to find any clues that Xingfan had left behind. However, there was nothing. After thinking for half a month, he suddenly recalled the influence of Myriad Elephant Valley. The influence of the world and the spirit seed liquid were the same. The spirit seed liquid was the influence of Myriad Elephant Valley. Then, could Xingfan have cultivated the influence of the world to be able to see the spirit seed liquid? Only by seeing the spirit seed liquid could he plunder it. It was said that Xingfan had created the spirit threads, but based on the time, that should not be the case. Spirit threads, the influence of the world, and the phenomenon of the world. Lu Yin's mind flashed, but he did not realize that he had forgotten about Myriad Elephant Valley. The realms of Myriad Elephant Valley were divided into 10 elephants, 100 elephants, 1,000 elephants, Wanxiang, and the legendary phenomenon of the world. However, because the phenomenon of the world had not appeared for a long time, no one mentioned it. Myriad Elephant Valley, Myriad Elephant Valley. Luin had always been led astray by this name. He thought that Myriad Elephant Valley was the most respected, but in reality, the phenomenon of the world was the most respected. He had seen Myriad Elephant Valley, but not the phenomenon of the world. When he thought of this, Luin stood up and went to find Ming Xiaolong again. Phenomenon of the world? Why are you asking this? I have an epiphany. As expected of Myriad Elephant Valley, the influence of the world is different. Ming Xiaolong looked at Luin suspiciously. You can see the influence of the world? Is it very difficult? Nonsense. Ming Xiaolong rolled her eyes. Some people can avoid the influence of the world or disturb it, but only my Myriad Elephant Valley can see it. Otherwise, why do you think the spring and autumn scroll took my brother away? What do you take my Myriad Elephant Valley for? Okay, I can't see it. That's more like it. Ming Xiaolong glared at Luin, but then felt that something was wrong. She was suspicious. Can you see it or not? I can't. I don't believe you. Soon after, Ming Xiaolong brought Luin to the place where the ancient books were kept. Although it was called an ancient book, it was actually the history of Myriad Elephant Valley recorded on the beast bone. Are you very interested in my Myriad Elephant Valley? Ming Xiaolong always felt that Luin was not right, but she could not refuse. Otherwise, there might be an accident when saving Ming Xiaoqiu. She was now relying on Luin for help. Moreover, this was not a secret place. There were no records of any cultivation techniques or battle skills of Myriad Elephant Valley. It was just some cultural history. Luin picked up the beast bone and looked at it. He said casually, I am interested in the Jiaoxiao universe. I can understand it through the history of the major forces. Ming Xiaolong remembered that Luin came from the 3 universes. Her master had mentioned it before. She was surprised. How did you cover up the aura of the outer universe? Luin smiled at her. Teach you? Ming Xiaolong was not interested. No need. Lu Yin's expression was sincere. It's best to learn. Otherwise, if the 9th heaven universe is destroyed one day, it will be difficult for you to escape to other universes to hide your identity. Ming Xiaolong suddenly became angry. She wanted to scold Luin, but her good upbringing made her only say the word thief. She turned away angrily. Seeing Ming Xiaolong leave, Luin laughed. It was best that she did not disturb him. He did not know the language of the 9th heaven universe, but it was easy to learn. For a few days, Luin was reading the history of the Nature Manifestation Valley. He still did not understand the phenomenon of heaven and earth. There would not be any explanation of the general trend of heaven and earth recorded there. This was also the reason why Ming Xiaolong left without worry. However, Luin still had a general understanding of what he wanted to know. The Nature Manifestation Valley had a long history. As for how long it was, there was no way to investigate. It was impossible to calculate the years. For example, no one knew when the current god of defense, Xue Ta, Wonder Gate, and Qing Lian were born. The eternal life realm had an endless lifespan. They had survived until now, and there were no legends about their deeds. Although the history of the Nature Manifestation Valley could not be seen clearly, Luin found something interesting. Before Xingfan went into seclusion, the Nature Manifestation Valley could still produce powerhouses. However, after Xingfan went into seclusion, the Nature Manifestation Valley could no longer produce such powerhouses. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, whenever a powerhouse of heaven and earth appeared in the Nature Manifestation Valley, their status was unparalleled. From these ancient records, it could be seen that every generation of Nature Manifestation Valley had a powerhouse of heaven and earth. The words left behind were very domineering, or rather, high and mighty. Thirdly, Lu Yin's guess had almost been confirmed. No one knew the whereabouts of every generation of Myriad Elephant Valley's heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses. Apart from knowing that there was a single person who made the various powers not dare to provoke Myriad Elephant Valley, there was no record of what the heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses of that generation had done or experienced. The Nature Manifestation Valley itself had doubts about the records of every generation of powerhouses of heaven and earth. Why would there be doubts? If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then the only reason why heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses were respected and not known by the world was because what they did was not in the 9 firmaments, but in spiritualization. Before the star's sail, the 9 heavens universe's plundering of the resources of the spiritualized universe, the birth of the spirit threads, and the combination of the spirit word and the funnel were all nature phenomenon powerhouses of the Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Yin put down the beast bone. If his guess was right, then the birth of the star sail was equivalent to putting an end to the existence of heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses in the Myriad Elephant Valley. How could the Myriad Elephant Valley not know about this? How could Wanlu not know? They weren't fools. They must have guessed something. Maybe the Myriad Elephant Valley could only produce one heaven and earth phenomenon expert every generation, or maybe there were some conditions that allowed only one person to grasp the spirit thread. Therefore, once the star sail was formed, the Myriad Elephant Valley was gone. If that was really the case, then the Myriad Elephant Valley was truly aggrieved. The opportunity had been forcefully snatched away by Xingfan, and they didn't dare to snatch it back. This was because Xingfan was a god of defense, and the Myriad Elephant Valley couldn't afford to offend him. They had no choice but to use Xingfan's reputation to gain face for the Myriad Elephant Valley. If not for Xingfan, the Myriad Elephant Valley would not have been able to produce a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse. Would the Spring and Autumn Scroll dare to treat the Myriad Elephant Valley this way? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Could it be that the Spring and Autumn Scroll not only wanted to see the connections that the Myriad Elephant Valley had accumulated over the years, but also wanted to snatch a heaven and earth phenomenon? Once the Spring and Autumn Scroll snatched a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse, the Myriad Elephant Valley would be able to cooperate with the 9 firmaments to plunder the spiritualized universe's resources. The Spring and Autumn Scroll would then be able to completely reverse the situation. What 6th Night Pillar? What Myriad Elephant Valley? Everyone would be helpless against the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Lu Yin frowned, as he didn't know if his guess was right. If only one heaven and earth phenomenon could be born, then did the Spring and Autumn Scroll know about it? If it did, then why did they hope that a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse would be born during the Starcel's time? Lu Yin exhaled. While there weren't many powers in the 9 firmaments universe, and the number of them could be counted with one's fingers, the relationships between them were very complicated. He returned to the canyon and looked up at the stars. If he wanted to know if his guess was correct, there was one way to do so, and that was to understand heaven and earth phenomenon. He wanted to see if another powerhouse with heaven and earth phenomenon could be born and whether or not they could plunder the resources of the spiritualized universe. However, it wasn't easy at the moment. Ming Xiaolong was clearly on guard against him. She had asked all sorts of questions about heaven and earth phenomena, and if he asked her about it, she definitely wouldn't say anything. There was no rush. He just needed to bring Ming Xiaolong along on this trip to the mausoleum. There would always be a chance to ask her something. A month had passed since Lu Yin had arrived at the Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Yin walked out of the canyon and headed to the mausoleum. Ming Xiaolong's expression wasn't too good. That woman hadn't left yet, and she wanted to stall for time. Lu Yin saw her hesitation, and it was just as well. If she wanted to stall for time, then he could ask her along the way. Let's go to the mausoleum. Elder Lu had also brought Shuesu along. When she heard that they were going to the mausoleum, Shuesu's eyes lit up. The mausoleum is the Book of the World Gathering? You want to go too? Let's go together. Lu Yin glanced at her. The condition is to bring you to the Myriad Elephant Valley. You can go on your own. Shuesu whispered, I want to go to the mausoleum too. You guys want to go too? Let's go together. Wanlu arrived, and his expression wasn't too good. He glanced at Ming Xiaolong and then at Luyin. Sir, you still want to go to the mausoleum? Luyin nodded. Since I agreed, of course I have to go. Wanlu said in a low voice, the situation has already been explained to you. Why make things difficult for the Myriad Elephant Valley? Ming Xiaolong blocked in front of Luyin and stared at Wanlu. Are we making things difficult for the Myriad Elephant Valley or for you, Valley Master Wan? Wanlu was helpless. Xiaolong, the situation is complicated. It can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. Then don't say it. We're definitely going to the mausoleum. Ming Xiaolong was stubborn. Wanlu looked at Luyin and took out 5 scabs from his cosmic ring. If you promise not to look for the spring and autumn slips, I'll give you these scabs as compensation. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. 5? The Myriad Elephant Valley's resources weren't small. Ming Xiaolong frowned. Wanlu, what do you mean? Xiaolong, this is for your own good. If you could easily bring Xiaoqiu back, I wouldn't stop you, but you can't do it. Wanlu was rarely angry at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong's face turned pale. Elder Lu lowered his head. He was the one who had told Wanlu that Luyin wanted the scabs. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Ming Xiaoqiu, but that he couldn't. He already knew that the Valley Master had lost the bet. Even the Valley Master had lost, so what if Luyin was stronger? Could he destroy the spring and autumn slips? The only thing that could stop Luyin was temptation. Everyone looked at Luyin, waiting for his decision. Shueisu's face turned pale. Why did she feel like this guy was going to cause trouble for the spring and autumn slips? The more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. No, she couldn't go with him. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. Wanlu stared at Luyin. 5 scabs had been accumulated by the Myriad Elephant Valley over the years. Over the years, the various great powers would more or less accumulate some scabs so that suitable disciples could go to Yihai to take the test. 5 scabs didn't seem like much, but it was actually quite a lot. Even the 4 Linsword sect and the 9-foot garden might not be able to take out 1 or 2 scabs. They would either use them up or exchange them with others. If all the scabs that had been hidden in the 9 firmaments universe were collected, the number would definitely be exaggerated. However, if they were scattered, there wouldn't be many left. After all, the 9 firmaments universe was too big. Aside from the various great powers in the universe, there were also scattered families, waning rogue cultivators, and a few academies in the vast universe. Wanlu was sure that aside from him, very few people could take out 5 scabs at once. This temptation should be enough. He was so focused on Luyin that he didn't see Ming Xiaolong's mocking gaze. No matter what, it couldn't change this. This was the condition that Master wanted this little thief to complete. Once it was completed, he could be apprenticed to Master. How honorable would that be? How could these scabs affect it? Sure enough, Luyin refused. Some promises must be fulfilled. Valley Master Wan, I am not a meddlesome person. If possible, I don't want to get involved, but I can't change it. Then he looked at Ming Xiaolong. I really want these 5 scabs. Ming Xiaolong was stunned. Lu Yin's refusal was normal, but what did he mean? What do you want the scabs for? This is the ticket to Yihai. You already have it. She paused. You don't need it. Lu Yin turned and walked out of the valley. Nothing. I just want to tell you that I really want it. Ming Xiaolong was baffled. Even if he wanted it, he had already rejected Wanlu. Wanlu couldn't give it to him. Wanlu's face was heavy as he put away the scabs. He was helpless. He couldn't stop Ming Xiaolong or Luyin. He only hoped that they wouldn't be too impulsive. Hey, you're not leaving? Ming Xiaolong looked back at Shuesu. Shuesu stepped forward and hesitated. Well, I suddenly remembered something. I won't go to the Lingyuan now. Goodbye. Then she quickly ran out of the valley, not daring to look back. Luyin laughed. He knew that they were looking for trouble with the spring and autumn scroll, so he didn't dare to follow. It was a wise choice. But how were they going to leave? To leave the Wanxiang Valley, they had to go through the abyss. Thinking about this, Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong slowly walked out of the valley. Wan Lu's voice came from behind. Xiaolong, you'd better stay. If Mr. Wan Lu acts alone, he'll have a better chance. Ming Xiaolong snorted. Are you afraid that I'll drag you down or that I'll embarrass you? Don't worry, I'll go in my own name. I won't drag the Wanxiang Valley down. Wan Lu was helpless as he watched Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong leave. A figure walked out from behind him. It was Ozwa, who had led the way for Lu Yin. How strong is this person? Wan Lu whispered. Ozwa's voice was dry as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. I can't see clearly, but he's very strong. Can you force him to stay? Behind them, Elder Lu was shocked when he heard this. He wanted to speak, but it wasn't his turn to speak. Ozwa muttered to himself for a moment. I can't. Elder Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen with his own eyes how Lu Yin had subdued the Silent Sword sect. Although the Wanxiang Valley had a high status and a deep foundation, they might not be a match for the Silent Sword sect in a real fight. The Silent Sword sect couldn't do anything to Lu Yin, let alone the Wanxiang Valley. Follow them and protect Mississippi. Wan Lu was powerless. Ozwa disappeared. At the edge of the Wanxiang Valley, Shuesu looked at the abyss with an ugly expression. How could they leave? Behind them, Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong arrived. Seeing them coming, Shuesu felt awkward and embarrassed, so she moved to the side. Lu Yin took a step forward and a path appeared under his feet. Ming Xiaolong looked at Shuesu and raised her eyebrows. Let's go. Shuesu was grateful. Thank you. Then she quickly followed. Ming Xiaolong didn't care about Shuesu at all. It could be seen that Lu Yin didn't care either. He was just a passerby who was passing by. He was a little smart but couldn't be used in a big situation. Behind them, the nature valley gradually disappeared. When Shuesu stepped on the other side of the abyss, she was completely relieved. She saluted Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong. Shuesu thanks the two of you for your help. I'll take my leave now. If we meet again in the future, I'll definitely repay you. After that, Ming Xiaolong nodded, she saluted again and left. Lu Yin looked at Shuesu's departing figure and remained silent. Ming Xiaolong glanced at him. Why? Can't bear to part with her? Lu Yin said lightly, we will meet again soon. Ming Xiaolong frowned. Put your mind on the right path. I don't care what relationship you have with that woman. Fulfilling my conditions is the most important. Lu Yin looked at her. How do we go to the Ling Plains? With his speed, he could reach the Ling Plains soon, but if he took Ming Xiaolong with him, it was obvious that this woman would not let him take her. She wanted to deliberately delay time, and he wanted to be delayed by her. Ming Xiaolong snorted and took out a leaf from her cosmic ring. The leaf grew with the wind and finally became much bigger than the beast carriage. It was as big as a house. Lu Yin was surprised and touched it. It's tough enough. Of course, this is the leaf of Lan Yuzhou. Its toughness is comparable to the defense of a sequence law master, Ming Xiaolong said. She looked at Lu Yin with disdain. Lan Yuzhou? A foreign universe that was destroyed. Lu Yin's heart sank. Why was it destroyed? Was it destroyed by the Jiuxiao universe? Ming Xiaolong mounted the leaf and looked at Lu Yin. Yes, I don't know why you came to the Jiuxiao universe from the three universes. It must be to find a way out. The three universes must have been rebooted, which is equivalent to destruction. Don't think too much. From now on, stay in the Jiuxiao universe with peace of mind. If you can become Yihai's disciple, you will be second to the three and above everyone else in the Jiuxiao universe. Lu Yin also mounted the leaf. You don't need to tell me that. I will try my best, but I'm still curious. Why did you destroy Lan Yuzhou? Let's talk on the way. Ming Xiaolong's eyes flashed and the orchid leaves moved. Lu Yin waited for her to buy time. The leaf speed should be very fast, but Lu Yin didn't ask. It was even slower than the beast carriages. Lu Yin looked over and was overjoyed. Shuesu had indeed come. Just now, he had discovered that there were familiar people outside the Nature Manifestation Valley. They were the same people who had captured Shuesu before. Those people could not enter the Nature Manifestation Valley, nor did they dare to enter. They did not want to give up, so they waited outside. They dared to block outside the Wanxiang Valley for the scab. Those people were really desperate. It was normal when he thought about it. A scab was a chance to become Qing Lian's disciple. Even if the chance was slim, who would give it up? Even if they didn't go to Yihai, a scab could be sold for a sky-high price. It was enough for them to get resources for cultivation. For this, it was normal to take risks. This was the world of cultivation. Ming Xiaolong stopped and looked at Luyin. Luyin was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to save her? What does it have to do with me? That girl looks good. She can be compared to our 7 fairies. Since you peeped on us, aren't you interested in her? Ming Xiaolong said disdainfully. Luyin narrowed his eyes. If you say the word peeping again, I will use your socks as a veil for you. Ming Xiaolong blushed and glared at Luyin. Shameless. On the other side, Shuesu caught up with him and pleaded, Sir, please save me. Those evil people are coming again. Luyin laughed. Fate. We meet again so soon. Shuesu said bitterly, please save me. Why don't you tell them to give the scab to Wanxiang Valley? Luyin said naturally. Ming Xiaolong raised her eyebrows. This despicable guy. He was too skilled in this trick. Shuesu's face was pale. They won't believe it. They said that if they can't find the scab, they will sell me to the brothel. Luyin shook his head. He was not a good person. He just had some responsibilities and was not too cold. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. The murderous intent of the people behind was real, especially the looming aura in the distance. It had the strength of a sequence rule. It was easy to deal with, but there was no need to kill for this girl. In the world of cultivation, there were too many such things. No one dared to say that they were a good person. If they did, their bones would turn cold. Those people did not dare to approach Lanyi. They recognized Lanyi. In Jiuxiao universe, people who used Lanyi as a mount were either rich or noble. Especially at the entrance of Wanxiang Valley, it was likely that they were from Wanxiang Valley. Ming Xiaolong couldn't bear to see Shuesu pleading with her eyes red. She brought her up. Shuesu was grateful. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Ming Xiaolong was silent. Lanyi headed for the mausoleum. Behind them, those people looked at each other and did not dare to chase. They could only watch as Lanyi left. At the same time, the distant mausoleum was extremely lively. Pavilions floated in the air, and there were flowing lakes and lakes. Bookstalls were set up on the ground, and disciples of the spring and autumn booklets sat beside them. Every bookstall had people observing them, trying to find useful words. The disciples pretended to be mysterious, and some even closed their eyes to prevent others from seeing through them. Most of the bookstalls did not have words, but if a disciple found words on the spring and autumn booklet, they had to display them. This was the rule. Besides the bookstalls, there were also restaurants, weapon shops, and so on. The originally peaceful mausoleum had become a market. In the sky above the mausoleum, a bamboo slip with a hazy halo floated in the air. It was the spring and autumn booklet. It was so big that it covered half of the mausoleum. From time to time, people would climb up the spring and autumn booklet, and from time to time, people would come down from it. Brother, you can look at it, but don't touch it. If you touch it, you have to buy it, a disciple beside the bookstall reminded him. I didn't touch it. It's just the feeling of being close. A little. Don't get too close. The stench from your mouth is suffocating me. How can you say that? Is the disciple of the spring and autumn booklet so bad? That depends on who you are talking to. You have been loitering in front of my bookstall for 10 days. For 10 whole days, your stench has suffocated people away so that you can slowly choose. Do you think I don't know? Don't change the topic. Your attitude is so bad. How do you teach your disciples? Is it your turn to say that? Bah, if your attitude is so bad, I won't leave. I'll just stare here. Brother, I was wrong. You can go. Stay away, okay? Which words have you taken a fancy to? I'll give it to you. Consider it a gift from me. I'm not leaving. I'll just stare here. Why are you staring? Don't waste time. It's fake. It's all fake. I swear that it's all fake, okay? Just leave. Don't waste your opportunity. It's all fake? I swear. Bah, liar. Isn't that senior brother Luo? He is the most outstanding disciple of the spring and autumn booklet. His bookstall is very trustworthy. Bull*T. There are even elders who set up stalls for the spring and autumn booklet. How can a disciple have a chance? That's true. Sister Lu, since uncle handed you over to me, I have the responsibility to take care of you. Don't run so fast, Sister Lu. You with the surname Zhong, can you not disgust me? Get lost. Don't disturb my mood. Sister Lu, don't be like this. Which words do you want to buy? Tell me and I'll buy it for you. We don't have much, but we do have money. Alright, you said it. Don't go back on your word. That brat, that shifty-eyed one, pack up all the words on your bookstall. I'll buy them all. Ah? Thank you, senior sister. Thank you. Sister Lu. Even the young master of God could only look at her from afar, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. This little one has a peerless jade pendant, and I don't know which generation's ancestor left it behind. Every time I enter my dreams, I can see the fairy floating towards me, saying something. However, this little one is stupid, and perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. If I'm lucky enough to be favored by the young master, then this little one will be able to find a good person for the jade pendant. Sister Lu stared blankly at the man who suddenly blocked her way. She didn't have time to react to his words. She listened to his long-winded words, but it was very pleasing to the ear. She was especially pleased when he looked at her with admiration. She waved her hand and said, I'll buy it. The man with the surname Zhong opened his mouth wide. Those weren't words. Thank you, Mississippi. Your talent is unparalleled. Your name will be known throughout the 9 clouds. The man bowed gratefully. The man with the surname Zhong gritted his teeth and glared at him. This bastard was obviously a swindler. How much? The man revealed a brilliant smile and pulled out a pile of jade pendants from his bosom like a magic trick. Sincerity. Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise shook the mountains and the earth, attracting everyone's attention. The man with the surname Zhong's eyes lit up. He threw down the jade pendants and ran. At a corner of the mausoleum, a figure rushed out in a sorry state. He cursed as he ran, Jin Clan, you're not done yet, are you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't force me. Otherwise, I'll bring the 5 Palm sect to destroy your Jin Clan. The arrow pierced through the void and shot into nothingness. A deep voice said, the conflict between the White Jade Clan and the War Clan involves the 5 Palm sect. The Spirit Alliance is ashamed, but this matter has nothing to do with my Jin Clan. The 5 Palm sect attacked the Jin Clan. You must give us an explanation. Find whoever hit you and get an explanation. Why are you looking for me? I've been staying in the mausoleum all this time. Do you have a witness? I'm giving you face. You want me to prove it? Your Excellency, please come with me. Boom. There was another loud noise. Immediately after, a palm print fell from above. At this time, a word suddenly appeared and blocked the palm print. It was the word shield. If you want to fight, please don't come out. Stay away from the mausoleum. I'm Xiao. Bay of the Spirit Alliance's Jin Clan. If I've offended the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip, I hope you can forgive me. I'm Spirit Alliance. I'm Spirit Alliance. I hope the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip will forgive me. The voices gradually faded away. On the Spring and Autumn Slip, many gazes looked into the distance. The Spirit Alliance is quite tactful. If they really disturb the book world, they won't be able to bear the consequences. The Spirit Alliance seems huge, but it's just a group of stray dogs from the outer universe. There's no need to care about them. On the other hand, if something happens to Lang Ruyu in the Ling Plains, the 5 great sects might come looking for trouble. The 5 great sects have been desolate for a long time. Ever since the third generation 5 great sects leader got into trouble, no one has cared about them. They don't dare to provoke the spring and autumn slip. If they dare to come back, I'll teach them a lesson, an old woman said. Everyone looked at her with respect and fear. This old woman was the one who had attacked Luin in the Heavenly Gate. She was called Xianxia and was one of the oldest seniors on the spring and autumn slip. She had undergone spiritual cultivation and had reached the peak of the bitter disaster realm. She was also Xianxia's protector. In the distance, Xianxia had his hands clasped behind his back. He had his own aura, and he looked like a deity in the background of the mother tree. He was talking to the heirs of the other powers. Among the crowd, Xianxia stood out like a crane among chickens. Everyone looked at him with reverence. He was sleeping in the Junior Imperial Tower, and he had a unique position in the ninth heaven universe. With the spring and autumn slip behind him, there were very few in the ninth heaven universe who could compare to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said something indifferently. He didn't care about the Spirit Alliance or the 5 great sects at all. As he spoke, he attracted a lot of praise. At that moment, he suddenly looked to the side, and his eyes lit up. His expression became even gentler. I think the commotion just now must have disturbed your peace. Should I capture them to apologize to you? Everyone looked over and was stunned. The lady that Xianxia was talking about had a peerless appearance. She stood there as if there was a ravine between her and the others. They could see her, but they couldn't get close to her. She was aloof from the world. Even the women didn't dare show any jealousy, and the men suppressed the passion and adoration in their eyes, not daring to reveal it. This lady's status was too unique, and they couldn't covet her. Even Xianxia was a bit inferior. No need. These 3 short words calmed everyone down. The lady's gaze didn't land on anyone. She just looked into the distance, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xianxia smiled. All right. The moment that woman came out, the old woman unconsciously bent her waist. She didn't even dare to look at her. For an expert at the peak of the bitter calamity realm, this was very exaggerated, but this woman was worth it. Her existence should be looked up to by everyone. Her birth was the noblest, and no one could compare to it. She was like a beam of light, illuminating the entire starry sky. She had changed the history of the continent of the 9 clouds. Now, the continent of the 9 clouds had a young master. Outside the mausoleum, the great battle was still ongoing. A group of experts from the Spirit Alliance besieged Lang Ryu of the 5 great sects. Naturally, it attracted many people to chase after them to watch. The 5 great sects were too special in the continent of the 9 clouds. Everybody in the continent of the 9 clouds respected godly defense, but they wanted to drag him down. Didn't they say that the leader of the 5 great sects wanted to change the atmosphere of the 5 great sects? Indeed, he changed the atmosphere, but he didn't change the goal. The leader of the 5 great sects, Mr. Ting Chao, wants to change the atmosphere of the 5 great sects. That's why you haven't heard of the 5 great sects causing trouble these years. That's Mr. Ting Chao's doing. But no matter who becomes the leader of the 5 great sects, they won't change their goal. They'll drag godly defense down with them. The 5 great sects are really fierce, but what's going on this time? I don't know. It seems like the 5 great sects did it, but I have the feeling that something is wrong. In the distance, Lang Ryu was dodging attacks and at the same time, he was contacting the others with his YC, old man, what's going on? What did you do? You're angering everyone. A calm voice spread from the YC, don't panic. I've already sent my fellow disciples to save you. This has nothing to do with us. We can explain. Explain first. I'm about to be destroyed. No, the Spirit Alliance isn't that audacious. They'll capture you at most. You'll be able to reap some benefits. I'll reap. Hurry up, I don't want to die. Then, he put away his YC and looked back. An arrow shot straight at him, and he screamed as he hurriedly dodged. And they said they weren't trying to kill him? These bastards. Once he explained everything, he would definitely teach them a lesson. In another direction of the graveyard, far away, Si Jiosher's face was dark. He had already told his master, Mr. Tide Harvester, and now his master wanted him to go to the graveyard to explain himself. Explain my ass, who would listen? That palm could not be faked. If the Spirit Alliance had not confirmed that it was the 5 great sects, they would not have caused such a huge commotion unless they brought that guy over. But even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Whether or not the 5 great sects had the ability to capture that guy was still unknown. But he had to go to the graveyard. Uncle Lang, hold on. Marshal nephew is coming. Hey, slow down. Are you in a hurry to visit the brothel? Slow down a bit. In another direction, Lan Ye's speed was not fast either. Ming Xiaolong was contacting someone from time to time, as if to confirm something. Lu Ying guessed that she was waiting for that girl to leave. He had asked her several times who she was, but Ming Xiaolong had not answered. Instead, she had told him some things about Lan Yushu, and what he cared about the most was the mother tree. Lan Yushu also had a mother tree. Although it was not as big as Nina Firmament's universe, it was indeed a mother tree. The reason why Lan Yushu had been destroyed was because it was moving. This was strange. Lu Ying had not expected that the universe would move. Lan Yushu's movement was likely to attract unknown civilizations. Even someone as strong as Nina Firmament's universe did not want to rashly come into contact with unknown civilizations. In particular, Lan Yushu's mother tree had a miasma that did not affect the creatures of Lan Yushu, but was a disaster for humans. In the end, for various reasons, Lan Yushu had been destroyed by the 6th and 7th Night Pillars. 2 Night Pillars had been able to destroy a universe. Lan Yushu was not strong, and it had only been able to move within an inch of space because of its ignorance. The more ignorant one was, the more fearless they were. Lan Yushu had a mother tree, Nina Firmament's universe, spiritualized universe, and Tianyuan universe. Where had this mother tree come from? Why did every universe have a mother tree? But the universe of consciousness did not have one. There must be some connection between the mother tree and the universe. Hurry up. At this speed, let alone a few days, we won't even reach Lingyuan in a month, Lu Ying urged. Ming Xiaolong glanced at Lu Ying. Some things can't be rushed. Maybe we've already been targeted by the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Ying said lightly, no one is watching us, except for Ozwa. Ming Xiaolong was surprised. Ozwa is here? Lu Ying did not answer. Ming Xiaolong's gaze was complicated. Wan Lu's attitude made her angry, but Wanxiang Valley was where she grew up. The reason why she could become Qinglian Shangyu's disciple and become one of the 7 fairies was also because of Wan Lu. This kindness could never be repaid. Wanxiang Valley is really useless. You have a long inheritance, but you are suppressed by the spring and autumn scroll, Lu Ying suddenly said. Ming Xiaolong was furious. You are useless. If there were a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse, Wanxiang Valley would not be like this. Lu Ying shook his head. I've checked. A heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse does not increase one's combat power by much. Even if you had a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse, it would only be at the Great Circle of the Cross-Ku Air Great Circle. It belongs to the level that cannot be compared to Shangyu's. God. At most, it is the same as the spring and autumn scroll. Nonsense, have you seen a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse in action? Isn't Xingfan one? Ming Xiaolong wanted to refute, but she could not. She was silent. Lu Ying frowned. It was true. Xingfan was a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse. Wanxiang Valley knew this. Looking at Ming Xiaolong's expression, he was almost certain that Xingfan had cut off the appearance of Wanxiang Valley's heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses. He shook his head. How sad. Ming Xiaolong clenched her fist but did not refute. Shuesu looked at Lu Ying and then at Ming Xiaolong. She whispered, Wanxiang Valley is really powerful and respected. This is a fact. Lu Ying did not care. Ming Xiaolong's expression looked better. No matter how Ming Xiaolong wanted to delay, they finally arrived at Lingyuan. Looking at the bamboo slip floating in the distance, Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Is that the spring and autumn slip? Ming Xiaolong said, that's right. The spring and autumn slip is the name of their faction and also a turbid treasure. It was once obtained by the sixth night pillar and taken away by the first-generation ancestor of the spring and autumn slip, who created the spring and autumn slip. This is a great enmity between the sixth night pillar and the spring and autumn slip. If possible, the people of the sixth night pillar would want to destroy the spring and autumn slip and take back this turbid treasure. Unfortunately, they are unable to do so. The night pillar was very strong during wartime, and many powerhouses joined it. However, not many people remained in the night pillar during wartime. Most of them were people who approved of the night pillar. It could be said that they treated the night pillar as some kind of support or faction. For example, Swordmaster Taizong belonged to the fifth night pillar. He would not join any faction in the universe. Even if he had comprehended the sword in the seventh night pillar, he would not join the seventh night pillar. He belonged directly to the fifth night pillar. Of course, there were also people who were waiting for wartime to fight for the position of knight leader. Although it was not a necessary condition, being the knight leader would be a great help in the fight for the defense of God. Both Si Jiushi and Lu Xizhan had said this before. During wartime, it was almost impossible for the sixth night pillar to destroy the spring and autumn slip. Even if they could, the sixth night pillar did not have the ability to do so. The sixth night pillar had been weak for many years. The spring and autumn slip gave Lu Yin an unfathomable feeling. He had seen many turbid treasures before, but the ones that had left the deepest impression on him were the three artifacts of White Cloud City. They had created the unique cultivation method of White Cloud City, which had been called a shortcut by the Grass Masters. There was also the Eternal Four Corners seal, which could attack when his die's 6 pips merged into someone else's body. Turbid treasures were all different. The wooden wings had been destroyed by Yu Songtian's carving of coordinates, and Yu Ye's belt could only bind enemies who could not resist. These turbid treasures seemed weak, but it depended on who used them. If they were used well, they could still be very useful. Not a single turbid treasure was simple. The spring and autumn slip had been taken away by the first ancestor, who had risked becoming the sixth night pillar's mortal enemy. Below the spring and autumn slip was the Book of the World Festival. Countless people came and went, and in just a short while, more than 100 people had passed through the orchid leaf and entered the mausoleum. Shuesu was a little nervous. She knew that Lu Yin was here to cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. What should she do now? Stay away from them? That wasn't right, but what if they dragged her down? Ming Xiaolong didn't look too good either. Why hadn't that woman left yet? Let's go, Lu Yin urged. Not long after, the orchid leaf entered the mausoleum, and the bustle of the book world gradually appeared in front of them. Shuesu had completely forgotten that Lu Yin was here to cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. She couldn't even keep her eyes on it. There was everything here, and bookstalls were the most common. There were also all kinds of tools for sale, resources, and even restaurants. A fragrant smell wafted over, making Shuesu take a deep breath. She loved good food. In the distance, a group of rare beasts roared. Some belonged to the ninth heaven universe, while others came from destroyed universes. Powerful auras constantly oppressed the surroundings. Some of these beasts were very powerful, and a group of cultivators gathered around to buy them. In front of them, the noise was endless. They were all arguing about something. Usually, many people would gather around a bookstall and argue with the stall owner. The stall owner was a disciple of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Hey, 16 have already been found. Why isn't my share? Someone complained as they passed by. The person beside him smiled bitterly. Brother, are you really going to look for words? What are you doing here if not looking for words? Finding words is only one of the goals of the Book World Conference, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack. It's extremely difficult. The more important goal is to gain experience and buy other things. The Spring and Autumn Scroll has a rule that all items in the book world must be given a 20% discount. You can't get this price outside. That's right. The Spring and Autumn Scroll is helping us. It's also helping themselves. They're the biggest sellers here. Just find a piece of land and you'll have to pay for resources. They'll pay with words and get a favor in return. It's not a loss. Ming Xiaolong put away the orchid leaf and looked at the disciples with disgust. These are all petty tricks. Many powers don't even bother to use them. You don't do it, but others do. That's why they're slowly surpassing you, Lu Yin said lightly. Ming Xiaolong wanted to retort, but he couldn't. This guy's words were really unpleasant. Who was he helping? The spring and autumn scroll is the most hypocritical. Shui Su responded, which made Ming Xiaolong look at her more and more pleasing to the eye. This little sister was very good at talking. She looked at Lu Yin and snorted, "What are you going to do?" Lu Yin stretched lazily. "Let's go, there's no rush. Something interesting is about to happen." "Does the spring and autumn bamboo slip have a grudge with the Luo family?" "I haven't heard of that," Ming Xiaolong said. Not long after, Lu Yin found himself in front of a bookstall, where the owner was trying his best to promote the words in his hand. Lu Yin looked at them with interest. The word water could be used to launch a tidal attack. Of course, it couldn't be seen if it wasn't used, but Lu Yin could feel it as soon as he touched it. The source of this water attack came from the spring and autumn bamboo slip above his head. It was said that the spring and autumn bamboo slip's disciples had to inscribe words on it for it to be effective. In other words, all the words on the spring and autumn bamboo slip originated from the turbid spring and autumn bamboo slip. Once the turbid spring and autumn bamboo slip was altered, all the words would lose their effectiveness. For those who bought the words, it was quite disadvantageous. Could this be considered as a form of interest restriction? The more words the spring and autumn booklet gave out, the deeper the interests of the outside world. For those words, some people had no choice but to help the spring and autumn booklet. The spring and autumn scroll's time could not be compared to the myriad elephant valleys, but it had already surpassed the myriad elephant valleys. If it had been passed down for as long as the myriad elephant valleys, who knew how powerful it would be? At the very least, the myriad elephant valley, the 9-feet garden, and the 4-Lin sword sect would not be a match for it. She was very ambitious. However, her methods were similar to Lu Yin's. It was like a political strategist entering the cultivation world that only knew how to kill and conquer. She would bring a completely different atmosphere. Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin. She wasn't in a hurry to make Lu Yin act since she was just stalling for time. She hoped that the woman would hurry up and leave. With her around, it was easy for accidents to happen. Just as she was thinking this, a commotion broke out in the graveyard. Many fiendish people entered the graveyard from all directions, not giving way. Some of the bookstalls were even overturned, which infuriated the disciples of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. However, they couldn't stop these people because they belonged to the death hillock. Bang! A figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. It was a disciple of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. The disciple roared angrily as he was stepped on by a foot, unable to move. The person who had stepped on him was a woman with a cold expression. There was a sinister scar on her face that could be healed by cultivators, but she hadn't. She looked extremely vicious. The woman sneered. "You dare to obstruct the death hillock's work? I suspect that you're harboring a criminal. Come with me." The disciple of the spring and autumn bamboo slip roared, "You overturned my bookstall and dare to slander me? This is the spring and autumn bamboo slip, not your death hillock." With a thud, the person was sent flying by a kick. Many disciples of the spring and autumn bamboo slip surrounded them, but no one dared to make a move. Even if this was the spring and autumn bamboo slip's territory, they didn't dare to make a move against the people of the death hillock. It wasn't just this place. There were people of the death hillock in all directions, as if they had surrounded the entire graveyard. "It's the people of the third peak of the death hillock." Ming Xiaolong recognized them. Lu Yin asked, "Is there any special symbol?" Ming Xiaolong said, "Every peak of the death hillock has a different style. The people of the third peak are all women, and they all look ugly." "No, they can't be considered ugly, but rather sinister. Even beautiful people will deliberately scratch their faces just to blend in with the third peak." "Why?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Because the third peak's leader, Long Yin, has a scar on his face," Shui Su said. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze, she pursed her lips. "I heard about it." Ming Xiaolong nodded. "That's right. The people of the third peak of the death hillock respect Long Yin as their teacher and mother. Even if Long Yin explicitly told them not to scratch their faces, they would find ways to injure their faces in battle. It's a strange thing in the Jiuxiao universe. Luin looked in a direction far away. Longing was someone who could make his subordinates so convinced. In the direction Luin was looking in, a woman was walking slowly towards the graveyard in the distance. The woman wore a black coat and a bamboo hat, but it did not cover her face. On her face, a hideous scar like a centipede was clearly visible. When Luin looked over, the woman also looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes from afar. Her gaze did not change, and she was not surprised that Luin saw her. Luin retracted his gaze. The leader of the third peak of the Death Hillock must know Zhao Yi. Entering the Xianxia universe, he would have to deal with the Death Hillock. He did not expect to meet her so soon. The Book of the World Conference was disrupted by the Death Hillock, and many people were not surprised. The Death Hillock only killed people who violated the rules, especially those who deliberately killed people to steal spiritual seeds. They could not escape the Death Hillock's pursuit, and the Death Hillock never interfered with the power struggle. This was a rule since ancient times, but the Spring and Autumn Scroll was an exception. Every time the Spring and Autumn Scroll did something, the third peak of the Death Hillock would always appear to cause trouble. The leader of the third peak, Longyin, had her eyes fixed on the Spring and Autumn Scroll. As for the outside world's comments and how she would be punished by the leader of the Death Hillock, it did not prevent her from finding trouble with the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Very few people knew the reason for this. Facing the oppression of the Death Hillock, the disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll could only retreat. It was not good for anyone to clash with the Death Hillock. Those women were scarier than the other. They dared to scratch their faces and show others how ugly they were. What else did they not dare to do? Stop. A person with jade skin and a paper fan walked out and stared at a woman on the Death Hillock. That's enough. Every time the Book of the World Conference, you all cause trouble. It's best to stop before going too far. Otherwise, the leader's punishment for peak leader Longyin will only get worse. The woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ru. It's me. The man nodded. His name was Ru and he was the young clan leader of the Spirit Alliance's White Jade clan. Don't you know why we are here? The woman sneered. She clenched the broken spike in her hand and wanted to stab it into Yuru's body. Yuru's expression was gloomy. His jade skin reflected the sunlight. You all are deliberately finding trouble with the Spring and Autumn Scroll. This matter will definitely affect the Death Hillock. The reputation of the Death Hillock will be ruined. The reputation of the Death Hillock that the Death Hillock's 3 mountains and 7 peaks have built up over the years has been ruined by your third peak. We are here to catch a taboo offender. The woman shouted. She suddenly raised the broken spike until it was less than an inch away from Yuru's face. Yuru was cold and arrogant. Do it. Am I a taboo offender? The woman's eyes widened and the broken spike shot out. Yuru's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He did not expect this woman to really dare to attack. Fortunately, he was pulled back by a jade-skinned elder. The elder raised his hand and grabbed the broken spike. He stared at the woman with killing intent. The young clan leader is not a taboo offender. You actually want to kill the young clan leader. This matter will be reported to the emperor by the Spring and Autumn Scroll. The woman said coldly, I am the one who killed him. What does it have to do with the third peak? From today onwards, I will withdraw from the third peak. The jade-skinned elder sneered, withdraw from the third peak? Then even if I kill you, the Death Hillock will not be able to do anything to me. With that, his killing intent erupted. The people in the surroundings retreated in a hurry. The woman was definitely not the elder's opponent. She was only at the level of the laws of sequence, while the elder was the protector of the young clan leader of the White Jade clan, Ru. He had reached the primordial realm. However, the woman was not alone. In the surroundings, women from the Death Hillock's third peak appeared one after another. Old man, we will withdraw from the third peak as well. Try and kill us if you have the ability. Old man, attack. Either you die or I die. These women were not afraid of death. They were even prepared to attack. The jade-skinned elder's face sank. He could kill 1 or 2 of them. After all, they had all said they wanted to withdraw from the Death Hillock. However, with so many of them, even if they all withdrew from the Death Hillock, he would be in great trouble if he killed them. For a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. For Yuru and the others, it was a stalemate. However, for the women of the third peak, it was not the case. They were already about to attack. At this moment, a voice rang out from the Spring and Autumn Scroll: the people of the Death Hillock are capturing offenders for the sake of the entire Ninth Heaven universe. No one can stop them. Everyone from the White Jade clan, you may leave. Everyone from the Death Hillock, please do as you please. The World Conference can be suspended until everyone has left. As an apology, when the time comes, the Spring and Autumn Scroll will leave behind another 100 characters for everyone to search. The people of the graveyard cheered. With another 100 characters, they would all have a chance. Furthermore, the duration of the World Conference would be extended, which was beneficial to many people. Luin looked up at the Spring and Autumn Scroll. The one who had spoken was someone he was familiar with. It was Xianxia, the Spring and Autumn Scroll Xiaoyu, who had watched them get beaten out of the Heaven Gate. He had done this for Luoning. This person was extremely talented, but did he also have an exquisite heart? He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He had bought people's hearts. The 100 words were meaningless to the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip, but it showed its magnanimity. Since the third summit of the Death Hill would cause trouble every time the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip would release these many words from the beginning, but these 100 words were only released when the people of the Death Hill came. Yuru clapped his hands. Alright, the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip is magnanimous. Everyone of the Death Hill, do as you wish. At most, the World Conference will be suspended. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples of the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip laughed. The 3 mountains and 7 summits of the Death Hill each had their own mission. With so many people of the third summit in the mausoleum, their mission would be delayed. Once they were delayed for too long, the mission would fail, and the third summit would suffer a loss. To the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip, it was just a delay. They did not care. The women of the third summit of the Death Hill had gloomy expressions, but they were used to it. Every time they found trouble with the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip, it would be resolved. This was very normal, unless the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip really broke the rules or hit the offenders. They were not that stupid. In the distance, Longyin looked at the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip with a cold gaze. Zhao was lucky. When the 9-feet garden broke the rules, the Great Master asked him to destroy it. If the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip dared to break the rules, the Great Master would give her a chance, no matter how small the matter was. Unfortunately, the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip was too cautious. Someone once suggested to frame her, but she broke his legs and threw him out. The Death Hill would not do such a thing. It was dirty. She would rather wait, even if she had to die of old age. On the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip, Xianxia had his hands behind his back. Beside him were cultivators from various factions. There were older and younger generations. Many cultivators who seemed to be older were actually of the same generation as Xianxia. However, Xianxia was in deep sleep in the junior defense tower, so there was a gap in time between them. Death Hill is too unreasonable. Because the Imperial God wanted to capture people who violated the rules, he gave Death Hill great authority. Now, they are actually using this authority to humiliate others. When we return, we will definitely report this to the Imperial God and punish them for the crime of Death Hill. Others agreed. That's right, the third summit is too much. Those women are too extreme. What happened back then has been investigated. Why bother? Even if they want to find trouble, they should find the Spirit Alliance or White Jade clan. What does it have to do with the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip? Brother Xianxia, please don't be angry. They are just a bunch of despicable people. Xianxia smiled and said, I'm not angry. It's just a misunderstanding. But Longyin still hasn't let go of this matter after so many years. He's the leader of the third peak of Death Hill, after all. When I become Xinyu, I'll find a way to rectify the situation. Death Hill is for the whole continent of the 9 clouds, and we can't become a tool for revenge. Well said, Brother Xianxia is indeed from the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Scroll. Compared to you, Xianxia, that Longyin is too petty. I really don't know how the Great Master saw him. He can't even see the truth clearly and is blinded by hatred. It's really laughable that such a person can become a peak master. Big brother Xianxia is the most farsighted. Humph, those women are really a disgrace to us women. Reorganize Death Hill? You really dare to say that, Xianxia? A melodious voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. There were some who were dissatisfied and wanted to berate her, but when they saw who it was, they didn't dare to do so. Xianxia looked over, and when he saw who it was, he smiled and said, "So it's little sister Siyu. Why is little sister Siyu here? Your father has just become the swordmaster of the Silan region, so he must have many things to take care of. Do you need my help?" The newcomer was Lu Siyu. She knew that Ming Xiaolong had given Luyin the conditions, and she was certain that Luyin would come looking for trouble soon. Of course, she wanted to join in the fun. She glanced at Xianxia. "What can you help with?" "The more you help, the more trouble you'll cause?" Xianxia wasn't angry. "As long as little sister Siyu asks, I'll do my best to help." "Don't. I'm afraid of being scolded by the Silan region," Lu Siyu said disdainfully. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't care. He knew that this girl didn't like him because of Ming Xiaoqiu. After all, the fourth of the 7 fairies was Ming Xiaoqiu's younger sister, Ming Xiaolong. The spring and autumn bamboo scroll had always been wary of this matter, so it could be said that he had offended the 7 fairies. Even the spring and autumn bamboo scroll was afraid of offending the 7 fairies. The people around him flattered Xianxia, but they didn't dare to offend Lu Siyu. The 7 fairies' reputation resounded throughout the 9 firmaments universe, and each of them had their own background. They even had Yi Hai, and any of those nominal disciples of Azure Lotus Emperor would be difficult to deal with. They were different from Death Hill. "Hey, sister, why are you here?" Lu Siyu's eyes lit up as she looked into the distance. There, a girl stood quietly. It was the girl who made Xianxia feel ashamed. The girl looked at Lu Siyu and nodded. "Long time no see." Lu Siyu held the girl's hand enthusiastically. "It hasn't been that long. What have you been doing? I haven't heard from you." "Cultivating in seclusion." "Oh, why are you here, sister?" "I was bored and wanted to relax." "Then you've come to the wrong place. This place is even more boring, and it's full of boring people." The girl looked at Xianxia and the others. They tried their best to smile and appear friendly. "Sister, you're wrong." Lu Siyu blinked. "It's not easy for everyone to live. They all have their own way of living. No matter whether you're used to it or not, it's still a part of life." The girl said lightly without any expression. Her gaze didn't change, but it still moved people. His gentle words made everyone's hearts flow, making them feel very comfortable. Everyone bowed to the girl and didn't say much. Xianxia also bowed. Lu Siyu smiled. "Sister, your words are profound. Why don't we go out for a walk?" The girl walked to the edge of the spring and autumn scroll and looked down. "You can see everything from here. Why go so far away?" Lu Siyu was helpless. She had another goal in coming here, which was to get rid of this girl. Ming Xiaolong had waited for more than a month, but the girl still hadn't left. She could only ask Lu Siyu for help, but Lu Siyu found that she couldn't do it. She was a bit crazy. Luyin had learned some things from Ming Xiaolong about the grudge between the 3rd peak master of Death Hill and the spring and autumn scroll, as well as the white jades. The mother of Death Hill's 3rd peak master, Long Yin, had died at the hands of the white jades. She had followed the 3rd night pillar to destroy Clear Sky. It was thought that she had died in battle, but the truth was that after the white jades surrendered to Nina Firmament's universe, they had ambushed and killed Long Yin's mother out of hatred. At that time, the white jades had already surrendered, but they had still attacked. Long Yin's mother had been caught off guard, and she had died miserably. Long Yin had seen it with her own eyes, and she had used the last of her mother's strength to escape. She had wanted to tell the truth, as the white jades would be finished. However, she hadn't expected the spring and autumn scroll to cover it up. By the time she had escaped to the 3rd night pillar to tell the truth, her mother's death had been confirmed by the spring and autumn scroll. At that time, the 3rd night pillar happened to have someone with the spring and autumn scroll, so it wasn't difficult to suppress this matter. Long Yin was just an ordinary cultivator. Without her mother, she was nothing. How could she resist the spring and autumn scroll? No one would believe her even if she told the truth. Even if she found her mother's good friends to investigate, they couldn't find anything. The white jades hadn't acted impulsively, but rather premeditated. With the spring and autumn scroll's help, it was impossible to find out at that time. The longer it dragged on, the more impossible it became. In the end, Longing joined Death Hill and gradually became the third peak master, keeping an eye on the white jades and the spring and autumn scroll. The white jades rarely showed themselves, and there weren't many opportunities for them to cause trouble. After all, they were foreign and cautious. The spring and autumn scroll was different. The Book of the World invited many people, so it wasn't difficult to cause trouble. Every time, the people of the third peak would accompany Longing to cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. Although they were punished by the master, they never backed down. No one could find out whether Longing's mother was killed by the white jades after they surrendered. Longing said it herself, but no one believed her. After a long time, no one mentioned it again. If Longing hadn't become the master of the third peak and kept causing trouble for the spring and autumn scroll, this matter wouldn't have caused any waves, Ming Xiaolong said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Then, is this true or false? Ming Xiaolong shook her head. Although I hate the spring and autumn scroll and know that it's despicable, it's hard to say because there's no evidence. It would have been fine if someone else had seen it, but Longing was the only one. I believe it's true. The spring and autumn scroll is too despicable, Shuesu said. Ming Xiaolong was helpless. Even if it's true, there's no evidence. No one can do anything about the spring and autumn scroll. This universe is still ruled by the strong. If Longing becomes the master or the defense of gods, no one can stop her from taking revenge. Lu Yin looked at the women of the third peak who kept causing trouble for the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll and understood. They would rather die than kill Yuru. They respected Longing too much. The entire third peak was united, and if not for the responsibility of the Death Hill, the spring and autumn scroll would not have had an easy time. Lu Yin believed that this was true. A person who could make so many women disfigure their faces to become his subordinates should not be a fake, especially since he already had a grudge against the spring and autumn scroll. He had seen Qianshu's hypocrisy, so it was not surprising that the spring and autumn scroll would do such a thing. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. His determination to destroy the spring and autumn scroll had nothing to do with anyone else. The people of the Death Hill's third peak were causing trouble, deliberately looking for people who violated the rules. This caused the people of the spring and autumn scroll to be angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Occasionally, a great battle could be heard from afar, and occasionally, a giant palm print could be seen falling, causing the earth to shake. The Great Five Palms technique? Why are they fighting here? Ming Xiaolong was puzzled. Soon, the discussions of the people around them made them understand. Lu Yin was speechless. He had not expected that after he had casually given the Jin clan a palm and provoked a conflict between the Jin clan, the Battle clan, and the White Jade clan, they would join forces to besiege the Great Five Palms sect. My Jin clan wants justice. No matter how the outside world fights, it has nothing to do with my Jin clan. This Great Five Palms sect has gone too far and inexplicably attacked my Jin clan. Is there any justice in this world? An angry voice rang out not far away from a group of Jin clan members. In the middle of the group was a handsome man. The Jin clan members were good-looking, and this man was one of the best even in the Jin clan. The eyes of many women around him lit up. Shuesu was excited. It's Xiao Zhan, the Jin clan's Xiao Zhan. Ming Xiaolong glanced over. Why are you so excited? Do you want him to greet you? Shuesu was surprised. Sister Xiaolong, you know him? Ming Xiaolong sneered. He's just a little guy from the Spirit Alliance. The entire Spirit Alliance is nothing in our myriad Elephant Valley's eyes. If we ask him to come, would he dare not come? Shuesu smiled. No need. Not far away, the group of people from the Jin clan were resentful. This Great Five Palms sect is too lawless. I thought that this generation's master, Tide Listening Master, would be able to change things, but I didn't expect things to get worse. The outside world is saying that the Great Five Palms sect only attacked our Jin clan because we're close to them. Xiaozhan's expression was heavy. No matter what, the Great Five Palm sect must give us an explanation. Lang Ryu and Si Jiushi are surrounded. It won't be easy to take them down, but we can't let them escape. There are too many people in Mausoleum who hate them. They will definitely stand on our side. Young master is right. Si Jiushi treats us like fools. He said that the palm came from an unknown master. Humph, he can't even make up a story. We asked him to find the master, but he didn't. I wonder why the Great Five Palm sect would use that palm. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Others need a reason, but the Great Five Palm sect doesn't. They are just like that. So that's how it is. Luin was speechless. He had indeed pushed the blame to the Great Five Palm sect, but they didn't have to accept it. The Great Five Palm sect accepted it too firmly. They didn't listen to any explanation at all. Si Jiushi couldn't explain it clearly even if he gave him 100 mouths. After all, those who weren't at Lu Yin's level couldn't tell whether the palm was real or fake. I'm going up, Ming Xiaolong suddenly said. Lu Yin waved his hand. Do as you wish. Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin. Try to make a move later. Lu Yin laughed. Don't you think that the people of Death Hill can make a move? Ming Xiaolong was helpless. But the variable is bigger because of that person. Who? Shuesu was curious. Ming Xiaolong ignored her and stepped forward to enter the spring and autumn slip. Not everyone could enter the spring and autumn slip. Many people had participated in the Book of the World and Mausoleum, but very few were qualified to enter the spring and autumn slip. Most people could only watch from afar. Lu Yin looked up. He didn't observe the spring and autumn slip. After all, there were masters in the spring and autumn slip, so he could take his time. No matter who was in charge of the spring and autumn slip, as long as they weren't in the eternal realm, they could be ignored. Shuesu wanted to leave, but when she looked at Lu Yin, she couldn't bring herself to say goodbye. He had saved her life several times, and it wouldn't be right for her to leave as soon as he was safe. Still, she didn't dare to stay with this person. He was a troublemaker, so what could she do? Distress. In the spring and autumn bamboo slip, Ming Xiaolong's appearance made the faces of the people following Qianshu change slightly. Everyone knew that Ming Xiaolong's brother, Ming Xiaoqiu, had been schemed against by the spring and autumn bamboo. The Wanxiang Valley was helpless. For Ming Xiaolong, she had to find a way to bring her brother back, but the spring and autumn bamboo would never let him go, so the two sides were on opposing sides. Qianshu saw Ming Xiaolong arrive and smiled gently. Bookworld is honored that even Xiaolong came. Ming Xiaolong glanced coldly at Qianshu before looking at Lu Xiyu and the girl. Lu Xiyu happily ran over and whispered something to Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong looked at the girl and went forward to speak. The girl nodded, as if she was forever expressionless. No one dared to eavesdrop on what they said, but Qianshu didn't care. The 7 fairies might be hostile to him because of Ming Xiaolong, but that girl wouldn't. She had no position and couldn't have any position. Today, as long as this girl was here, no one could overturn the sky, not even the Death Hill. He actually hoped that Qiu Longyin and Ming Xiaolong would cause some trouble and make that girl hate them. That would be enough to make them fall into the abyss. Thinking of this, his smile became more gentle. Not far away, Granny Ya looked at Ming Xiaolong with cold eyes. When she looked at the girl, she immediately lowered her head and didn't dare look at her. The spring and autumn brief maintained enough respect for this girl. Below, Lu Yin was still wandering around. The people of Death Hill were looking for trouble with the bookstalls, but not others. He even saw a brothel here, but he didn't know who was so brazen. Shuesu had a lot of thoughts and wanted to stay away. Lu Yin saw it but didn't say anything. This made Shuesu very entangled. Half a day later, on the spring and autumn brief, Ming Xiaolong helplessly gave up. She tried to invite the girl to Wanxiang Valley or other places, but the girl didn't go anywhere. She said that the atmosphere here could clearly see all kinds of life and was sick. Not far away, Qianshu's group was talking and laughing. They didn't care about the trouble of Death Hill at all. Ming Xiaolong looked at them and became angry. Lu Xiyu gritted her teeth. Fourth sister, I really want to kick that guy down. Ming Xiaolong said, I want to too. The girl was curious. Kick who? Lu Xiyu pointed at Xianxia. That hypocritical guy. The girl said faintly, he's a good person. How is he hypocritical? Lu Xiyu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Ming Xiaolong. Sister, what have you been cultivating recently? You want to observe all kinds of life. Is it karma? The girl shook her head. Karma is difficult to cultivate. I can't do it. I'm just trying to understand what Qing Lian you said about fate. Fate? Ming Xiaolong and Lu Xiyu had strange expressions. They were familiar with this word. Because of this word, their master wanted the 7 fairies to marry that person. Damn it, they appeared here because of this word. The word fate is wonderful. If you want to see this word clearly, you should walk the world, Qianshu said with a smile. His voice was heard. Lu Xiyu shouted, hey, you're too tasteless. You're eavesdropping. Qianshu smiled. You're a straightforward person. What you say can be heard by the entire spring and autumn brief. The people beside him immediately agreed. Yes, I heard it too. So you want to see the word fate. Your thinking is completely different from mine. I admire you. You're indeed. Lu Xiyu glared fiercely at those people. Qianshu continued, Miss, the spring and autumn brief travels through the 9 heavens. If you want to see all kinds of life, it's most suitable to stay in the spring and autumn brief. Ming Xiaolong's heart sank. If this girl really stayed in the spring and autumn brief, who would dare to offend it? The spring and autumn brief could travel through the 9 heavens. To see all kinds of life, you have to walk on your own. Your spring and autumn brief runs rampant in the 9 heavens. No one dares to approach you. How can you see all kinds of life? Lu Xiyu said, yes, to see you bully people? Granny glared at the 2 women coldly. She really wanted to tear their mouths apart, but even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to do it. Qianshu wasn't angry. He said, for you, the spring and autumn brief can seal the mountain for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. It can only travel in the 9 heavens and not contact outsiders. As long as it can help you see the word fate, it can pay any price. The girl looked at Qianshu and nodded. You're considerate. Qianshu smiled and returned the greeting. Ming Xiaolong gritted her teeth. Even if the spring and autumn brief seals the mountain, it can't seal the evil of the past. Master said that if there is a cause, there will be an effect. The evil created by the spring and autumn brief will be repaid by someone. The death hill is here. You didn't see wrong. Qianshu didn't care. Misunderstandings will be cleared up one day. The spring and autumn brief is willing to resolve the grievances with them, even if it means paying a price. After he finished speaking, he looked at the girl. Hatred and kindness are all kinds of life. If you want to see, the spring and autumn brief will not disappoint you. The girl nodded thoughtfully. Ming Xiaolong's heart continued to sink. This Qianshu was too shameless. Lu Xiyu was about to scold him when Granny Ye's voice came from the distance and interrupted her. Young masters, the tea is ready. Please come in and rest. Qianshu smiled at Ming Xiaolong. Xiaolong, I know that you are dissatisfied with your brother entering my spring and autumn brief, but we didn't force him. He can come and go freely. He can leave now. Ming Xiaolong frowned. I don't know what tricks you are playing. This matter won't pass. Lu Xiyu continued, we 7 fairies are united. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support. Qianshu shook his head helplessly. It is a fair bet. Even if you lose, you will have no regrets. Of course, I can give you a chance to bet with me. If you win, you can take your brother away. And if you lose, someone asked. Qianshu smiled. There is no need to pay a price. The surrounding people praised, Qianshu, Xiaoyu, you really have spirit. This is equivalent to overturning the bet. Once you lose, Qianshu, Xiaoyu, will have to pay the price. Even so, there is no need for the other side to pay a price. He is our role model. I admire Xiaoyu. Brother Qianshu has sacrificed too much. Ming Xiaolong was furious. This bastard was clearly a hypocrite. This way, she had lost the bet from the beginning. Even if she won in the end, Ming Xiaoqiu couldn't go back with her. It was too shameful. If she lost and didn't pay the price, people would laugh at her. They would say that she, Wanxiang Valley's Ming Xiaolong, couldn't afford to lose. It would be even more shameful. As for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, not only was there no loss, but it also gained reputation. After all, she was one of the 7 fairies. If the spring and autumn bamboo slip wanted her to pay the price, the spring and autumn bamboo slip might not dare. In this way, the spring and autumn bamboo slip didn't lose anything. Ming Xiaolong's reputation was ruined, which highlighted the generosity of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. It was simply laughable. Lu Xiyu was angry. She could also see it, but there was no other way. The spring and autumn bamboo slip was good at this kind of thing. The girl calmly looked down and didn't seem interested in this matter. Granny sneered and stared at Ming Xiaolong and Lu Xiyu. So what if they were the 7 fairies? As long as they didn't provoke them, they wouldn't be able to invite Qing Lian Shangyu. It was too easy to play with these little girls. How about it? Xiaolong, I am willing to pay any price as long as you bet. Qianshu forced her with a smile. Of course, if you don't want to bet, I'll have to trouble you to persuade your brother. Ming Xiaolong was shocked. What happened to my brother? Qianshu sighed. My spring and autumn bamboo slip gave your brother the best cultivation environment. Your brother clearly has the ability to break through to the Wanxiang realm, but he is suppressing it. He said that as long as he is in the spring and autumn bamboo slip, he won't break through. You know, if he doesn't break through for 10,000 years, he might be crippled after 10,000 years. This is not what we want to see, nor is it what the Wanxiang Valley wants to see. Ming Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. He was purposely suppressing his breakthrough. Brother, why are you so stupid? Lu Xiyu clenched her fists and her face flushed red. She couldn't bear it anymore. She really wanted to beat this hypocritical bastard to death. Compared to him, Luyin was much cuter. This guy was despicable and shameless. 4th sister, I'll contact the other sisters. No matter what, we have to bring brother Xiaoqiu out. Ming Xiaolong pressed down on Lu Xiyu's hand, stopping her. Lu Xiyu was puzzled. Ming Xiaolong's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and the anger in her eyes had completely faded. When a person's anger reached its peak, they would completely calm down. Qianshu's words were like a basin of cold water that poured over her from head to toe, completely waking her up. She took a deep breath and looked up again. There was no emotion in her eyes. Qianshu frowned. Not good, he had said too much and pushed her too hard. This girl had become clear-headed. But it didn't matter. No one could take Ming Xiaoqiu away. The spring and autumn slip had to create another myriad Elephant Valley with Ming Xiaoqiu as the starting point to fulfill his master's long-cherished wish. They had planned this for a long time and couldn't afford to lose it. Ming Xiaolong didn't speak and silently looked down. Qianshu glanced at the girl and didn't say anything else. If he said anything more, he would be too aggressive. Granny stepped forward. Everyone, please come in for a chat. Everyone followed Qianshu in. The spring and autumn slip had a special place to entertain them. Miss Xiaolong, please come in for a chat. Granny stared at Ming Xiaolong. Lu Xiyu was worried and held Ming Xiaolong's hand. 4th sister. Ming Xiaolong smiled at her. I'm fine. Go in with them first. What about you? I want to talk to him. Lu Xiyu looked down and her eyes lit up. Right, how could I forget about him? His words are also very infuriating. Then I'll go in first to prevent them from speaking ill of you behind your back. Ming Xiaolong nodded. On the other side, the girl also went in. She was very easygoing and didn't interfere in other people's disputes, but Ming Xiaolong couldn't care less about her. She took out her pocket watch and contacted Luyin. In the graveyard, Luyin was looking at the bookstall in front of him with interest. Most of the bookstalls had been destroyed by the girls from Death Hill's 3rd peak, but there weren't many of them. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip ran with the bookstalls on their backs. As long as they saw a girl from the 3rd peak coming over, they would move. It looked ridiculous, but they could still sell words. Luyin had been looking at a bookstall for a long time. The disciple in front of him was impatient. Are you done or not? Hurry up, those girls are coming. You're that scared? You're not? Those are people from Death Hill, those women are vicious and merciless. I'm not scared. Bro, you can brag, but don't get in the way of choosing words. Are you buying or not? Yes. This is it. Luin picked out a character, and just as he picked it up, a leg kicked out from the side and sent the disciple flying. It was someone from the third peak of the Death Hillock. The woman's nose had been cut off, and she was very fierce. Kid, I suspect that you're hiding a criminal in your bookstall. Let me take a look. The disciple of the Spring and Autumn booklet was on the verge of tears. How could a bookstall hide someone? He didn't dare to fight with those from the third peak, so he scrambled away. Those from the third peak didn't chase after him, and they merely stared at Luin before leaving. Lu Yin's lips curled up, he had taken a single word for nothing. Shuesu had been watching from beginning to end. She had clearly seen Lu Yin deliberately wait for the woman from the third peak to arrive before taking the scroll. Furthermore, he had been standing at an angle that blocked the woman's path. How despicable. Lu Yin studied the character in his hand, it contained the power of Ku Jia. In other words, it was one of the characters hidden in the World Summit realm. The disciples from the Spring and Autumn booklet sold characters that they had inscribed themselves. They also had power, but that power was determined by each disciple's cultivation. They definitely couldn't reach the level of Ku Jia, but because they also had power that originated from the Spring and Autumn booklet, no one could tell which characters had the power of Ku Jia and which ones had ordinary power. This was a gamble. It was a gamble because every single character in the bookstall was expensive. They were all priced according to the power of a primordial realm cultivator. Even Sequence Law's powerhouses would have to fork out some blood just to buy a few characters, let alone ordinary cultivators. Many people would only buy 1 or 2 characters at most during this summit. This was a gamble. If they lost, they would go bankrupt, but if they won, they would be able to earn thousands or even tens of thousands of times more. Of course, the disciples themselves might not know which character was real, because every bookstall had characters placed by the higher-ups of the Spring and Autumn booklet. This was to confuse the public so that those who bought characters wouldn't be able to tell them apart from the disciples who were selling them. Furthermore, the disciples of the Spring and Autumn booklet all had their eyes closed. Lu Yin had been able to pick out that character by relying on nothing else but rune lines. He hadn't used rune lines in a long time. When it came to creating power, rune lines were definitely one of the factors that most people couldn't see. He spread the rune lines to the bookstall. Whichever word triggered the most rune lines, that word had a problem. The realm character had caused the rune lines to surge. Lu Yin could tell with a single glance that the disciple had taken so long because he didn't have the money to buy it. He was waiting for someone from the third peak to come and take one for free. Nostalgia shook. Lu Yin's nostalgia came from Sijioshire, and the Ninth Firmament universe used nostalgia to communicate. It was the second tool that Lu Yin had seen that could communicate across parallel spacetime. The first was the wireless goo, the others couldn't do it. Ming Xiaolong's voice rang out, my brother, Ming Xiaoqiu, can already break through to the Wanxiang realm, but because he's in the Spring and Autumn booklet. Lu Yin, I apologize for my previous attitude toward you. I apologize for my impoliteness, and I apologize for my willfulness. I don't know if you have a way to save my brother, but I hope that you can help me. This is not a condition, but a request. Regardless of whether you can do it or not, I will consider you to have fulfilled the conditions. Lu Yin put away the nostalgia and looked up. He didn't know what had happened to cause Ming Xiaolong's attitude to change so drastically. This Spring and Autumn slip really does a lot of things. Shuesu looked at the realm character in Lu Yin's hand and said, the Spring and Autumn slip does a lot of things. In the cultivation world, there are 4 words that describe the Spring and Autumn slip. She looked around carefully and whispered, it uses words to create chaos in the world. The Spring and Autumn slip can do a lot of things through those words, and it can also have a lot of reasons. For example, the word evil can approach someone and attack them without a reason. Many people believe it. For example, the word good can make a person gain both fame and fortune. The word pass can obstruct a group of people and allow another group of people to pass. In short, too many people hate the spring and autumn slip, but they can't do anything about it. Luin smiled. Can't do anything about it? Alright, then let's play with it. He walked toward a bookstall. I want to buy a character. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who was clearly not doing well in the spring and autumn slip. He was dressed rather shabbily, and when he heard that Luin wanted to buy a character, he looked around warily and opened the stall. Which one do you want? Hurry up. There were hundreds of characters on the stall, and it was a dazzling sight. Luin spread out the rune lines, but there was nothing. I don't want it. The middle-aged man had no choice but to put away the stall and run away. He noticed that the crazy women from the Death Hillock were looking at him. Luin found the next stall. I want to buy a character. I don't want it. You said you don't want it when you saw it? Are you messing with me? I'll buy it if I want to, and I won't buy it if I don't want to. Why? Am I not allowed to? Luin retorted. The disciple glared at Luin fiercely. Kid, where are you from? Tell me your name. Elysium's Luo family, Luo Feitian, Luin said bluntly. The disciple raised his brows. Elysium's Luo family? No wonder you dared to cause trouble. Luin arrogantly turned around and went to the next stall. Shuesu innocently followed behind him, not understanding what Luin was doing. At the same time, not far away, a few people looked at Luin strangely. They were from Elysium's Luo family. Luo Feitian? Who was that? What a domineering name. Did the Luo family have such a person? They followed him. What are you doing? Shuesu was puzzled. Luin replied, looking for characters. So fast? How do you know they don't have any? Intuition. Shuesu was speechless. She knew that something big was about to happen and wanted to escape. Luin was naturally looking for characters. He couldn't spread out his rune lines, or else he would definitely be detected by an expert. He could only spread them out at a single stall. The disciple selling the spring and autumn booklet would not be able to detect him no matter what. The disciples who were selling the spring and autumn booklet were constantly hiding from the girls from Death Hillock's third peak. It was like they were playing hide-and-seek. Luin searched from stall to stall, releasing each time he found a character. It was as if he was toying with the disciples. Gradually, his movements attracted the attention of many people. They all looked at him, not understanding what he was doing. The people from the Luo family looked at each other and confirmed that this person had nothing to do with the Luo family. However, he still carried the Luo family's name. When they thought of this, the elder from the Luo family walked over to Luin, demanding an explanation. Whose child was so immature to be so careless? However, someone else took a step forward and arrived behind Luin. Little brother, what you're doing is a little unkind. Luin ignored him and looked at the bookstall. He had an idea. It was the character for Absolute, which caused the rune lines to surge. It was definitely the power of Kujia. The stall owner was a man with a mustache, and he stared at Luin. Luin looked up and was about to speak when someone behind him patted his shoulder. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he did not dodge. He allowed the hand to fall and slowly turned around. He saw a middle-aged man with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luin. Where are you from, little brother? It's not good to play with disciples of the spring and autumn booklet like this. Shuesu was nervous. Trouble was coming. Luin looked at the newcomer. Who are you? This person had a cultivation at the level of a sequence law realm cultivator and was not weak. The middle-aged man snorted. I'm the head of the Linlu family. The mustached man in front of Luin was shocked. The Linlu family? I see. I'm Bei Xing, a disciple of the spring and autumn booklet. Greetings, senior. The middle-aged man nodded, and his gaze landed on Luin. Little brother, you've looked at one bookstall after another, but you only took one look at each one. However, those bookstalls were discovered by the people from Death Hill's third peak, which caused many disciples of the spring and autumn booklet to suffer. Isn't this a little unethical? The crowd started discussing. It said that the Linlu family has received the favor of the spring and autumn booklet and has always wanted to rely on it. That's normal. The Linlu family is just a small family, but the spring and autumn booklet is a huge entity. Who wouldn't want to rely on it? The head of the Linlu family has appeared at the right time. Look, many people want to stand up for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet. They can't afford to offend Death Hill, but can they not afford to offend this kid? Not necessarily. This person dares to play with the spring and autumn booklet. His background might not be simple. I heard his name is Luo Feitian. Luo Feitian? What a domineering name. Wait, is he from the Luo family? Seems like it. No wonder he dared to provoke the spring and autumn booklet. When Luin heard the discussion, the head of the Overlook Mountain family heard it as well, and his expression changed. Someone from the Luo family? This was bad. He had seen this person cause trouble for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet, and he had acted on impulse. He had not dared to come out when the Death Hill's third peak had come looking for trouble, but now he had to show off. He had not expected the Luo family to be involved. Although the Luo family was also a family, they were worlds apart. The Luo family was not weaker than any other family, and they were qualified to compete with the spring and autumn booklet. This was bad. No wonder this kid dared to provoke the spring and autumn booklet. When he thought of this, his gaze softened. Little brother, it's not easy for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet to set up a bookstall. Don't make things difficult for them. If you want to buy some words, I'll buy them for you. What do you think? He did not dare to offend the Luo family, but he also did not want to lose face in front of the spring and autumn booklet. Luin glanced at the hand on his shoulder. The middle-aged man quickly retracted his hand and smiled kindly, trying to appear as forthright as possible. You want to buy some words for me? That's right. Which one do you like? I'll buy it. Please don't make things difficult for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet. They really don't have it easy. The mustached man looked at the middle-aged man and then at Luin. He knew that this person did not want to offend the Luo family. He also did not want to get into a conflict with the Luo family. He was just an ordinary disciple and did not have the right to do so. Luin nodded. Thank you. He then pointed at the absolute character. I'll take this one. The strokes are not bad. The middle-aged man looked at the mustached man. I'll buy this for this little brother. The mustached man was delighted. He would make a profit if he sold just one. At the same time, he secretly praised the middle-aged man for not pointing out the kid's identity, which made him seem magnanimous. Once he did, the favor would not be so great. Suddenly, the mustached man's face sank. 3 women had appeared around them at some point. They were from the Death Hill's third peak, and they had already surrounded them. The mustached man felt bitter. He had been so focused on the kid that he had forgotten about this group of lunatics. It was over. His business was ruined, and he might even get beaten up. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change. It was good that they were here. He didn't need to buy the words. All he needed to do was to take the kid away. As for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, there was nothing he could do. He had already stood up for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, so it was enough. We suspect that the bookstall is hiding a criminal. The one with the mustache, come with us. A woman raised her hand and grabbed the mustache man. She pinched the back of his neck with great strength. The mustached man did not dare to resist. His face was pale. The words on the bookstall fell to the ground, and some of them hung on the mustached man. Luin took a step forward. No one could clearly see how he did it, but he had already appeared beside the mustached man and easily took away the absolute character. This scene caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He actually didn't see how this person went over. How could this be? So young? The girls from the third summit of the Death Knoll of Death's Knoll stared at Luin in astonishment. When they saw him wave his hand after taking away the absolute character, they gave him a deep look before grabbing their mustaches and leaving. My calligraphy, I haven't paid for my calligraphy, let me go. Luin smiled. Very good, he had taken another one for free. Shui Su's eyes lit up as she looked at the word in Lu Yin's hand. Although it was inconceivable, this guy had taken action twice in a row. That word might really be a hidden one, and its value would be great. The people from the Death Knoll of Death's Knoll did not make things difficult for Lu Yin. They only took the mustache man away. The middle-aged man invited Lu Yin for a drink, but Lu Yin rejected him. "Didn't you say that you would buy me a word? Let's go." The middle-aged man was stunned as he looked at the absolute character in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin put it away. "I took it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Continue." He then started looking for the next bookstall. These disciples from the Spring and Autumn booklet ran faster than rabbits. Where did they go? The middle-aged man stared blankly at Lu Yin's back. This guy was a little shameless. The people from the Chu family also looked at Lu Yin and then at the middle-aged man. For a moment, they did not understand what was going on and felt a little lost. The same scene happened again. Lu Yin kept looking for bookstalls and then left after a glance. The disciples from the Spring and Autumn booklet did not want to bother with him, but Lu Yin's hands were too fast, and they had nowhere to run. The people from Death Hill found the trick. They just had to keep an eye on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was always able to catch a disciple from the Spring and Autumn booklet and force him to stop and look at the bookstall. Even if it was just a glance, it was enough for them to catch him. For a moment, the mausoleum was in chaos. The middle-aged man did not know whether to persuade Lu Yin or not, but he could not. He could also see that Lu Yin was deliberately looking for trouble. If he tried to stop him, he would only bring trouble to the Chu family. The people from the Luo family did not stop him. The Luo family indeed had a grudge with the Spring and Autumn booklet. If not for the Chu family's booklet, Luo Ning would not have met with an accident. Right now, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The Luo family had come to the mausoleum to seek an explanation from the Spring and Autumn booklet. Of course, the possibility of that happening was not high. Now that someone was looking for trouble with the Spring and Autumn booklet, it did not matter if they borrowed the Luo family's name. In any case, they could clear their name and let this person cause trouble. Not long after, an important person walked out from the Spring and Autumn booklet, Mr. Mo. The Spring and Autumn booklet had its own system of realms, just like Myriad Elephant Valley. In fact, for the sake of competing for the defense of God, the various powers had made preparations a long time ago and tried their best to open up new cultivation paths. Once the younger generation had the qualifications to compete for the defense of God, this path would not be an obstacle. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to open up a new cultivation path. Myriad Elephant Valley had the 10 elephants, 100 elephants, 1,000 elephants, Wanxiang, and Heaven and Earth elephants. The Spring and Autumn booklet also had minor, middle, and major views. There were not as many realms as Myriad Elephant Valley, but each advancement was not easy. The Spring and Autumn booklet currently only had one major view, Ying Mei, the owner of the booklet. Xianxia's protector, Granny Ya, was only a middle view. Xianxia was also a minor view. This Mr. Mo was also a middle view. Mr. Mo had appeared and protected the disciples from Death Hill. The girls from Death Hill were also afraid of Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo did not care about them. No matter how much trouble Death Hill caused, it would only delay them for a while. He was only concerned about Lu Yin because the absolute character that Lu Yin had taken away came from him. This person was definitely not ordinary to have found the hidden character so quickly. I am from the middle view of the Spring and Autumn booklet. My surname is Mo. May I know who you are? Mr. Mo looked at Lu Yin and asked slowly. The aura of a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity formed a pressure that made it difficult for the surrounding people to breathe. Shui Su forced herself to hold on and gasped for breath. She looked at Mr. Mo with fear in her eyes. Lu Yin was unaffected and looked at Mr. Mo. The moment their eyes met, the pressure on Mr. Mo suddenly disappeared. Mr. Mo's expression changed as he stared at Lu Yin. You are not from the Elysium Luo family. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Not from the Luo family? The mountain family's leader's expression turned ugly. If Lu Yin was not from the Luo family, he had been fooled. However, he did not dare to cause trouble. Mr. Mo's aura had been cancelled out, which clearly came from that person. That person's strength was astonishing and was not someone he could provoke. When he recalled his hand patting that person's shoulder, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Luin placed his hands behind his back. "Did you effect my purchase?" Mr. Mo's gaze was cold. "But you did not purchase it." From behind, the man with the handlebar mustache ran over. "Mr. Mo, this person stole my calligraphy. He did not pay." Luin raised his eyebrows. "Hey, man with the handlebar mustache, are you deaf? Do I have to pay? Look for him." As he spoke, he pointed at the Mountain family's leader. The Mountain family's leader's expression turned even uglier. The man with the handlebar mustache wanted to say something, but Mr. Mo raised his hand to stop him. His gaze fell on Luin. "Since you did not pay, this transaction can be cancelled. Return the calligraphy." Luin laughed. "Why are all the people in the spring and autumn scroll deaf? Look for him. Can't he understand?" Mr. Mo did not look at the Mountain family's leader. He took a step forward and walked towards Luin. "You are insulting my spring and autumn scroll. You don't want to pay and still want the calligraphy. This is unreasonable. Give me the calligraphy." As he spoke, he made a move and hid the calligraphy in his palm. He was wary of Luin, but he was not afraid. After all, this place was under the spring and autumn scroll. No matter how powerful this person was, could he challenge the entire spring and autumn scroll? Besides, there were also people from the clans that were on good terms with the spring and autumn scroll. When the Death Hillock came looking for trouble, they tolerated it. What right did this person have? Luin calmly watched Mr. Mo make a move. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting to see how he would react. Luin did not move. He did not need to move, there were plenty of people who would. In front of him, a beautiful figure appeared. What welcomed Mr. Mo was a short but cold blade light that seemed to cut the world into pieces, including the word capture. Mr. Mo quickly retreated and was shocked to see his calligraphy being cut into pieces. A sinister face blocked his path. Long Yin? In front of Luin, a thin figure emitted a faint smell of blood. Judging from her neck, this woman should be very beautiful. Her skin was fair, but there was an abnormal flush. Her bamboo hat fluttered in the wind, and two short blades hung down. The edges of the blades were chilling. She was the Death Hillock's third summit's leader, Long Yin. If the Death Hillock came looking for trouble, Long Yin would definitely be there. However, no one would have expected her to stand up for Luin. Around them, the women of the Death Hillock bowed. "Greetings, Summit Leader. Greetings, Summit Leader. Greetings, Summit Leader." The surrounding people kept quiet out of fear. They looked at Long Yin with complicated gazes. There was fear, envy, apprehension, and so on. Their emotions were indescribable. They were both facing Long Yin and the Death Hillock. The Death Hillock was too unique. The head of the Mountain family, the people of the Luo family, and the disciples of the Spring and Autumn booklet all looked over and guessed Lu Yin's identity. Could he be from the Death Hillock as well? Mr. Mo's face darkened. "Summit Leader Long Yin, what is the meaning of this?" Long Yin looked up and met Mr. Mo's gaze. The cold light from the short blade in her hand enveloped an area of 3 meters. Anyone who looked at it would feel as if their vision was being cut, and their eyes hurt. "I can't stand it." Mr. Mo laughed mockingly. "This person came looking for trouble with the Spring and Autumn booklet and snatched my disciple's calligraphy. It is reasonable for me to intervene. What can you not stand it?" Long Yin's voice was hoarse, and it felt as if the blade was cutting. "It is just an excuse. You took it seriously. Whoever comes looking for trouble, I will help." The surrounding people were stunned. This was too straightforward. Luin was speechless. He thought of Chowie. They were exactly the same. Was this the specialty of the Death Hillock? Honest? Mr. Mo's eyes were cold. "Long Yin, aren't you afraid of punishment? For so many years, Death Hill has never interfered with the competition of the major forces. We only catch offenders. You are violating the rules of Death Hill." Long Yin looked calm. The great master will find a reason to reduce my punishment. You don't have to worry. Mr. Mo's face twitched. The people around him looked at each other. This honesty was unbearable, and they were inexplicably jealous. Dragon Roar was also known as the Long Saber Dragon Roar. Within 3 meters, the saber light was invincible. She was most famous for her move, the Burial Dragon Roar. It was a move that would perish together with her opponent. She claimed that it could definitely perish together with her opponent. I want to die, and I've been looking for a chance to take one away. Do you want to try? This was Long Yin's pet phrase. Her confidence came from the Burial Dragon Roar. No one doubted the terror of the Burial Dragon Roar. It was common knowledge in the Ninth Heaven universe. If Long Yin died, she could definitely take away someone other than the Eternal Life Realm, no matter who that person was. Therefore, for many years, no one dared to provoke the woman of the third peak of Death Hill. Death Hill had its own confidence. Only Death Hill could kill, and no one dared to kill the people of Death Hill. This confidence came not only from the Eternal Life Realm behind Death Hill and the responsibility given by the Ninth Heaven universe, but also from the people of Death Hill. Those cultivators were not afraid of death, and those crazy peak masters and hill masters. Zhaoyi was like this, and so was Long Yin. Mr. Mo was speechless and did not dare to attack. He was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. Since you are willing to take the lead, then do as you wish. Let's see what reason the Great Master can find to reduce your punishment. Death Hill will be destroyed by people like you one day. After that, he left, not wanting to say anything more. The people around looked at Long Yin and Lu Yin with strange expressions. It was the first time they had taken advantage of someone in the spring and autumn scroll. The mustached man ran away. The head of the mountain family did not dare to raise his head. Not far away, the people of the Luo family were gloating. Shuesu was nervous. She looked at Long Yin, who was close at hand. Death Hill, this was the Death Hill, the most untouchable force in the Ninth Heaven universe. It was better to meet them in person. The crowd dispersed. The disciples of the spring and autumn scroll hid as far as they could. Long Yin was here. Before Death Hill, the bookstore could not be set up. Lu Yin looked at Long Yin's back. Long Yin turned around. She was less than a meter away from Lu Yin, which was right between Lu Yin and Mr. Mo. Now, when she turned around, there was almost no distance between them. Lu Yin could clearly smell the faint scent of blood on Long Yin's body. Long Yin continued to stare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no intention of retreating, and he stared back at her. The scene was a little strange. The surrounding women of the third summit looked at each other and retreated. Shuesu also subconsciously stepped back. The surrounding space had expanded, and the two were still so close to each other. Many people swallowed hard and secretly praised Lu Yin's courage. No one had ever dared to get so close to Long Yin. The dragon's roar was also known as the Long Saber Dragon's Roar. This was because her saber light could only extend to a distance of 3 meters. To fight against her, one had to maintain a distance of 3 meters. If one was within 3 meters, even the spring and autumn bamboo scroll and Dogguaningmei might not be able to withstand it. Although Long Yin had received spiritual cultivation to reach the great circle of crossing bitter calamity, under the guidance of the Archbishop, his strength was definitely not weak. Those who were valued by the Great Master and pulled into the Death Hill were not bad. This person dared to get so close to Long Yin. Either he knew Long Yin, or he was not afraid of death. They did not think that Lu Yin had the strength to fight Long Yin. He was too young. Even the genius sleeping in the Xiaoyu Tower could not do it. Although I am grateful for your help, you seem to be in my way, Lu Yin said and looked at Long Yin. This woman was a little dangerous. Long Yin and Lu Yin looked at each other. So please take the people of Death Hill and leave. You have scared the bookstore away. Sure. Thank you. Long Yin lifted her foot and walked into the distance. Those of Death Hill, let's go. The women of Death Hill were surprised. They were leaving just like that? Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey Long Yin's orders. Long Yin suddenly stopped. When are we going to Death Hill? Lu Yin thought for a moment. I don't know. Long Yin did not ask again and left. Those who heard were surprised. They really knew each other. The women of the third summit were the most surprised. They did not remember meeting Luin. How did the summit leader know him? Shuesu was curious. She looked at the people leaving Death Hill and then back at Luin. She wanted to ask something. From the moment Luin had seen Long Yin from afar, he knew that she knew him. She had not acted to help him, but rather to talk to him. That was all. He did not know what kind of impression she had of him on Death Hill. The spring and autumn slip had not expected the people of Death Hill to leave so quickly. After confirming that the people of Death Hill had left, the disciples of the spring and autumn slip happily set up their bookstalls. This time, they did not have to play hide and seek. Luin walked over to one of the bookstalls and glanced at it before leaving. He went to the next bookstall, and then the next until he reached the sixth bookstall. He pointed at a word. I want it. The disciple of the spring and autumn slip stared at Luin. Not selling. Luin smiled. Why not? Not selling means not selling. I don't like you. Can't I? The disciple said. Luin smiled and suddenly moved. His hand landed on the near word, and the surrounding void distorted. The distorted void collided with each other, creating a terrifying force that shot into the sky. Countless people looked over. Was this the power of bitter adversity? The disciple selling the spring and autumn slip was shocked. Stop. Unfortunately, it was already over. The word's power had been released and there was no turning back. He let out a shrill howl. You're looking to die. Luin sneered, and at the next bookstall, another wave of power shot into the sky. This time, it was the white word, which caused the world to turn white. Even the older primordial realm experts could not see it clearly, and their senses blurred. Luin spread out his rune lines, unafraid of being discovered. This was already the case. Waves of power shot into the sky, not just from the bookstalls, but also from underground, in the void, in the lake, and so on. For a moment, the mausoleum erupted, as if it was a feast of words. Mr. Mo looked down from the spring and autumn slip with an extremely ugly expression. Xianxia and the others, who had been chatting casually, were drawn out as well. They all walked to the edge and looked down. What's going on? The older generation of the spring and autumn slip had all walked out. Something big had happened. Luin walked through the mausoleum. Every step he took did not cover any distance, but every step he took also released the power of a word. Stop. Someone from the spring and autumn slip took action. It was a primordial realm expert, and there was more than one of them. In the distance, blade light flashed. It came from Long Yu. She did not leave, standing in the distance with the people from Death's Hill. Mr. Mo was furious. It was Long Yu again. He took action, no longer holding back. Long Yu was far away, and she was skilled in blade light. She could not stop Mr. Mo at all. Peak Lord, the woman from the third peak cried out. Long Yu was calm. In the entire 9 firmaments, there was basically no one who could defeat this person apart from an eternal life realm expert. She also wanted to see just how powerful this person was. He dared to use the spiritualized universe as a bargaining chip to threaten the entire 9 firmaments universe. In comparison, a mere spring and autumn slip was meaningless. Bang! The void collided, and the word shattered. Mr. Mo took a step back in shock. The Great 5 Palms technique? Luin stood at the edge of the river and dug out a word from under a rock. At the same time, he struck out with a palm without even looking back, shattering Mr. Mo's word. This was the Great 5 Palms technique. On the other side of the mausoleum, Lang Ryu and Xianxia were still trapped. When Luin struck out with the Great 5 Palms technique, they became excited, thinking that someone from their sect had arrived. Xianxia looked into the distance and saw Luin. Luin sensed his gaze, turned around, and smiled at him. Xianxia's mouth fell open. It's him. The moment he saw Luin, he felt as if the sky had darkened. The appearance of the Great 5 Palms technique not only attracted the attention of the spring and autumn slip, but also the Spirit Alliance. Yuru, Xiaozhan, and the others from the Spirit Alliance approached Luin. "Sir, are you from the Great Five Palms sect?" The people from the Elysium Luo family were stunned. Who was this guy? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked around. Nonsense. Yuru was furious. The White Jades had used some people to launch a sneak attack on the Great Five Palms sect in order to draw their anger to the war tribe. However, the Great Five Palms sect had inexplicably attacked the Jin tribe, forcing them to reveal themselves. The White Jades hated the Great Five Palms sect even more than they hated the war tribe. Seeing Lu Yin, a member of the Great Five Palms sect, acting so arrogant, Yuru was furious. Attack. The White Jades immediately attacked. The people from the Jin tribe looked at each other and did not attack. They just wanted an explanation, but they did not really want to be enemies with the Great Five Palms sect. There was something wrong with their brains. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his palm fell. Boom! The earth trembled, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The people from the Spirit Alliance were all sent flying, including those from the Jin tribe who had not yet attacked. Because they were close, they were also sent flying. This move shocked Ling Yuan, and it was definitely at the level of Dooku AI. It was not something that Lang Ryu and Si Jiushi could compare to. The two looked at the palm with their mouths agape. It was too ruthless. Ming Xiaolong looked down. She did not expect Lu Yin to know the Great Five Palms sect. This palm really shocked Ling Yuan. So this was his method. He picked out the hidden characters one by one and slapped the face of the Spring and Autumn scroll. But what was he trying to do? Although the Book of the World Summit was important, it was not strategic. It was impossible to force the Spring and Autumn scroll to release her brother. What was he going to do? Lu Xiyu was excited. Good, good, good. Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Someone was messing with the Book of the World again. The Spring and Autumn scroll had not been used for so many years that people had forgotten how powerful it was. Xianxia whispered, "I'll make a move. This person is very strong." Xianxia looked at the girl not far away and nodded. "Don't go too far." Xianxia nodded and was about to go down when Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. Wait. Xianxia was puzzled. What's wrong? Xianxia stared down at Lu Yin. This person looked familiar. Where had he seen him before? He could not remember, but his intuition made him feel cold all over. This feeling could only be felt after experiencing a life and death crisis, but why did he not have any impression of this person? Do you know this person? Xianxia looked down at Lu Yin and frowned. At this moment, Lu Yin looked up at the Spring and Autumn scroll and Qianshu. In an instant, Qianshu and Xianxia were shocked and blurted out, "It's him?" The people around them looked over. "Brother Qianshu, do you know him?" Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were surprised. How did he know this guy? This guy came directly from the lower three universes to Yihai without passing through Jiushao. How could they know each other? Since Yusang Tian defeated Rushi, Jiushao could no longer enter the spiritualized universe at will like before. Qianshu was more cautious and should not have gone to the lower three universes. Qianshu's face turned pale. Impossible, impossible, how could this person come to Jiushao? He should have been pushed out of Tianmen. Xianxia's face changed, and her pupils flickered. There was deep fear in her eyes. It was incredible. How could this person enter Jiushao without passing through Tianmen? Wait, could it be the beast from the spiritualized universe? Compared to Qianshu, she was more afraid because she experienced the horror of the beast that broke through Tianmen. That was an eternal life realm beast, an eternal life realm beast. That immortal realm giant beast was obviously chasing after this person, but it still let him escape. What kind of combat strength did this person have? Just thinking about it made her feel cold. How could such a person enter Jiushao? Why was he not stopped by the god of defense? In Ling Yuan, Lu Yin looked at Qianshu and said, "I'm coming for you." There was no sound, but the shape of his mouth could be seen. On the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip, Qianshu gritted his teeth, his face gloomy, and turned to leave. He was looking for De Guan, who was very powerful. This time, he was in big trouble. In fact, he regretted it after returning from Tianmen. The reason why he let Xianxia do it was that he looked down on the people of the three universes and did not want the trash of the three universes to enter Jiuxiao. Secondly, he wanted to kill Luo Qin. As for Luyin, he did not care at all. But after seeing the beast, he knew that he was in big trouble. He had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Xianxia told him that it was an eternal life realm beast, and Tianmen was almost torn down. If the god of defense had not driven the beast away, Jiuxiao would be facing a disaster now. No matter where he came from, he could not provoke a powerhouse who could fight with an eternal life realm beast. So after returning to the spring and autumn bamboo slip, he did not go anywhere. He had been very nervous, hoping that Luyin would die or never enter Jiuxiao. But he did not expect this person to appear so soon. This person was far more troublesome than Death Hillock. This was a powerhouse who dared to fight with an eternal life realm beast. Just then, someone from the Luo family arrived at Tianmen. It was the old man who stopped Luyin. The old man immediately recognized Luyin, and just like Xianxia and Xianxia, his entire body turned cold. Those who had not experienced the horror of resisting an eternal life realm giant beast would not be able to understand their current feelings. It was as if there was an unstoppable enemy standing there, waiting for you to pass, and there was an abyss between them. There were many people in Mausoleum Plains, and there was no lack of experts among them. There were even hidden experts who weren't intimidated by Lu Yin's palm. No matter how powerful it was still within their knowledge. However, they wouldn't go so far as to stand up for the spring and autumn scroll. Luyin was obviously looking for trouble with the spring and autumn booklet, but many people were more than happy to watch the drama unfold. Although the booklet had used its methods to establish good relations with some powers, there were even more powers that disliked it. When another rune was found and released its power, Qin Wentian's eyes widened. Powerful auras from the spring and autumn scroll pressed down on the horizon, sweeping towards Luyin like a storm that caused the sky to darken. Luyin raised his head again and looked up. There, he saw several pairs of cold eyes staring back at him. The leader of the group was an old woman. Compared to Xianxia's sinister face, this old woman was filled with a scholarly aura. Her eyes were not as cold as the others, but rather gentle, as if they could contain everything. Everyone distanced themselves from Luyin, and even those who wanted to follow behind him to find the characters did not dare to approach him. There was only one person and one bamboo in the world. There was nothing else. The void exploded, and endless darkness spread out and swept past Lu Yin's head. Luyin frowned and slowly raised his hand, aiming at the spring and autumn booklet as if he was about to attack. Everyone who saw this held their breaths. Who was this person? He was provoking the entire spring and autumn booklet. Even the defense of God was not so arrogant. Lu Xiyu was stunned. She had thought that this person was already lawless enough for secretly breaking the legs of the 4 Lin Sword sect leaders, but this scene completely changed her understanding. It was too crazy for one person to provoke the spring and autumn booklet. Even Long Yin had brought people from the 3rd peak and backed them up. Ming Xiaolong pursed her lips. What do you want to do? Dong. 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 An old woman with a gentle gaze walked out and smiled at the girl standing between Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong. Miss, I've frightened you. I'll go and solve the problem. I won't disturb your view of the world. The girl looked at the old woman and nodded slightly with a rare respect. Please do as you wish. Don't worry about me. The old woman smiled, took a step forward, and slowly landed in front of Luyin. Luyin lowered his hand. If you don't come down, I'll flip the spring and autumn booklet. The old woman was Yingmei, the only master of the spring and autumn booklet. She was also the current owner of this turbid treasure. She did not take Lu Yin's words seriously. Flip the spring and autumn booklet? Other than an eternal life realm powerhouse, who would dare to say such a thing? This person was too arrogant, but it was understandable. After all, with this person's strength, he must have been invincible in the 3 universes. Although no one knew what method he used to avoid the pursuit of an eternal life realm creature, it was still below the eternal life realm. Otherwise, the spring and autumn booklet would not have survived until now. Even Heaven's Gate would not have been able to stop him. For him to be pushed out by Xianxia meant that his strength was limited. Xianxia and the others had been blinded by the eternal life realm creature and thought that this person was strong. However, she would not underestimate Luin. In her heart, Luin had surpassed Xianxia. He was the strongest person in the 3 universes and had the battle strength of an imperial god. Such a person was a strong enemy that even the Spring and Autumn booklet had to be careful of. "May I know your name?" Yingmei asked, her gaze not hostile. Luin looked at her and smiled. "I don't really want to say it." Yingmei did not understand. "Why?" "I haven't figured out what identity I should use to travel the 9 firmaments." Not many people in the 9 firmaments universe knew of Lu Yin's name. In the past, it had been Yuya, Xingfan, Choui, the 9th spirit, and later Qinglian Shangyu, the 7 fairies, and those close to the 7 fairies. Including Death Hillock, there weren't many people in the 9 firmaments universe. There was no way to hide his identity, but he had not figured out what to do. Fulfilling the 7 fairies' conditions would allow him to obtain Qinglian Yu's promise, which would save the Tianyuan universe. However, with the threat of the Hive civilization, was it enough to ensure that the Tianyuan universe would not be restarted by the 9 firmaments universe? He had to do more. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that there was nothing to hide. "Are you from the spiritualized universe?" "My name is Luin." "Are you Yingmei?" Luin asked. Yingmei was puzzled. Didn't he not want to say it? Why did he say it again? Although she was curious, she did not ask. "Xianxia told me about the Heavenly Gates incident. The Spring and Autumn scroll was in the wrong. How do you want to resolve this?" "Just tell me. As long as the Spring and Autumn scroll can do it, we will not refuse. Of course, there is one thing I have to say in advance. This incident is not directed at you. You have no enmity with the Spring and Autumn scroll. The Spring and Autumn scroll is also willing to be friends with you." Luin praised. "Everyone says that the Spring and Autumn scroll is despicable. Now it seems that the rumors are false. You are very reasonable." Yingmei's expression did not change. "How many people can see the universe clearly? Only by standing high can one see further. However, the highest position is limited. Most people are not qualified. Do you think I am qualified?" Luin asked with a smile. Yingmei sighed. "With your strength, of course you are qualified." Luin put his hands behind his back. "Since I am qualified, does that mean I am right?" "That depends on the matter," Yingmei said. Luin and Yingmei looked at each other. "Your disciple Xianxia and that evil servant attacked me. No matter what the reason was, it is a fact that they almost killed me. I want them to pay the price. Hand them over to me, and I will be even with the Spring and Autumn scroll." Yingmei's eyes flashed, and her tone hardened. "Do you know who they are? Are they the sons of your great Yingmei temple?" Luin did not hold back. Yingmei said, "The evil servant you speak of is my Spring and Autumn scroll's central temple. Yet is one of the hidden experts of the Spring and Autumn scroll. He is not a servant. As for Xianxia, he is sleeping in the junior pavilion. He represents the future of the Spring and Autumn scroll. Do you think I will hand them over to you?" Luin sighed. "It seems like we cannot come to an agreement." Yingmei said, "I respect you, so I am willing to negotiate. However, this does not mean that you can insult my Spring and Autumn scroll without restraint. I have sincerity. Please show me your sincerity." Luin laughed. "The people of your Spring and Autumn scroll almost killed me, and now you want me to show sincerity? Is this how the Spring and Autumn scroll does things?" That outsider was not wrong. "You are indeed despicable and shameless." Yingmei frowned and looked at Luin coldly. Luin stared back at her. Everyone on the Spring and Autumn scroll, including the people around them, heard the conversation between Luin and Yingmei. They all held their breaths, and the atmosphere became tense. Who was Yingmei? She was the current owner of the Spring and Autumn scroll, one of the top figures of the 9 heavens universe. She was qualified to fight for the defense of gods. If not for the Spring and Autumn scroll, even if Rugwa offered up the Rushi Sutra, he would not have been able to replace Rushur as the defense of gods. Yingmei was far from qualified. Even the defense of gods would not be so rude to her, but he had actually described the spring and autumn scroll as despicable. This had never happened before. Even if some of the powers in the Nine Heavens universe were hostile to the spring and autumn scroll, they rarely had a falling out like this. The only exception was Long Yin and the people of the Sixth Night Pillar, who were mortal enemies. The spring and autumn scroll could not afford to offend either of them. They could not understand what kind of enmity Lu Yin had with the spring and autumn scroll that made him provoke it alone and curse it without restraint. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the rest of the people on the spring and autumn scroll had ugly expressions. Lu Xiyu cheered, completely ignoring the expressions of the people on the spring and autumn scroll. Ming Xiaolong also laughed heartily. She also wanted to curse the spring and autumn scroll, but with her status, she could not do so. This little thief was too satisfying. On the graveyard, those from the Linshan Road family who wanted to rely on the spring and autumn scroll held their breaths in silence. They did not dare to speak up, as it was not their turn to do so. Shuesu clenched her fists, pale and bloodless. Retreat, retreat as much as possible. This has nothing to do with me. The people from the Luo family were similarly carefree. The spring and autumn scroll had always been domineering, and it felt good to be cursed like this. Even further away, Lang Ruyu, Si Jiushi, and the people from the Spirit Alliance were all watching, but none of them made a move. Something big was about to happen. Ying Mei's expression darkened. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You can try and make me pay the price. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. No matter how this person ended up, this matter would definitely be recorded in history. He was too provocative. Xianxia wanted nothing more than to rush down and kill Lu Yin. Xianxia clenched his fists. He had to kill this person. A gust of wind blew past, causing the grass on the plains to grow even more lush. It bent in the wind, looking like a green wave that extended into the distance. Ying Mei looked at Lu Yin deeply. The spring and autumn scroll has harmed you once. Although it was unintentional, it is a fact. The spring and autumn scroll is not someone who bullies others. Your humiliation and disruption of the scroll of the world's gathering can be considered as revenge. The spring and autumn scroll will accept it. From now on, the grudge between you and the spring and autumn scroll is written off. Lu Yin was amused. Written off? You have the final say? Ying Mei said coldly, everyone saw and heard you humiliate the spring and autumn scroll. Even an ordinary person would fight for their dignity after being humiliated. The spring and autumn scroll did not do anything to you, and that is the price. Please do not be overbearing. This matter ends here. If you are willing to be friends with the spring and autumn scroll, you can come in for a chat. If not, please leave. The spring and autumn scroll will not make things difficult for you. Lu Yin praised, well said. What a magnanimous spring and autumn scroll. It can be considered one of a kind to be able to say such things so openly. If you want to resolve your grudge, sure. Let's make a bet. Ying Mei was surprised. A bet? If not for the fact that there were too many outsiders present, she would have attacked long ago. Even if she was wary of Lu Yin's strength, she would not allow him to humiliate her, especially since that lady was present. If the spring and autumn scroll wanted to gain a foothold in the Nine Firmaments universe, that lady was crucial. Furthermore, she did not think that Lu Yin could suppress the spring and autumn scroll. Yusang Tian could not do that either. Even if this person's power level surpassed Yusang Tian's, he was still at the peak of bitter adversity. As long as he was at this level, he could not suppress the spring and autumn scroll. She could back down once or twice to show the magnanimity of the spring and autumn booklet. However, she couldn't do it 3 times. At that time, even that lady would stand on the side of the spring and autumn booklet. Moreover, this person was at a great disadvantage. As long as this person continued to cause trouble, she would consign him to eternal damnation. However, she had never expected Lu Yin to bring up the word bet. Gambling made Ying Mei think of Ming Xiaoqiu. Did this person come here because of the Nature Manifestation Valley? Was to be. That. 2. No, Ming Xiaolong shouldn't have come to Lingyuan. On the spring and autumn bamboo scroll, Ming Xiaolong's eyes widened. Is this his plan? Do you to win? No, it was too difficult. The spring and autumn scroll had a way to win the bet. To be to. To be s to be ables autumns tos to do's to be suspected to be to them suspected. To be to. Ming Xiaolong could only worry. Ying Mei frowned and sized him up. You want me to tell you the rules? Lu Yin smiled. That's fair, right? Ying Mei did not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. If he had been invited by the Myriad Elephant Valley, then he should have known that the Myriad Elephant Valley had lost. Although the rules were fair, anyone could guess that the spring and autumn scroll had some sort of winning method. Furthermore, even Wan Lu had lost, so why was this person still gambling? Was it unrelated to the valley? Honestly, if Lu Yin wanted to propose the rules himself, Ying Mei would think that he was related to the valley. But he had given the right to propose the rules to the spring and autumn scroll. This was abnormal. The more abnormal it was, the more Ying Mei did not want to accept it. She felt that Lu Yin's confidence was terrifying. Looks like you don't dare. The spring and autumn scroll does not dare to gamble with me. If word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Lu Yin mocked. He could deal with the spring and autumn scroll directly, but there were too many outsiders here. He wanted to fight for the position of God's defense in the future, so he could make enemies. However, they had to be reasonable. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. He also wanted to see how the spring and autumn scroll could win a fair bet. Ying Mei asked, "What are your conditions?" Lu Yin's expression changed. "If you win, my grudge with the spring and autumn scroll will be settled, and I will not cause trouble for you. You lose." He paused. At this moment, Ming Xiaolong's heart jumped. Once the conditions were out, everyone would know that this person was related to the valley. Soon, the valley would be mocked by countless people for being sore losers and for seeking outside help. But it did not matter. As long as her brother could return, anything was fine. Lu Xiyu was nervous and pursed her lips. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yin slowly said, "I want Xianxia and that evil servant's life." Ying Mei's eyes widened. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock. Xianxia was one thing, but Xianxia was the future of the spring and autumn scroll. The spring and autumn scroll had finally found a genius who was qualified to sleep in the junior defense tower. How could it be the wager? Xianxia's gaze on the spring and autumn scroll was vicious. Xianxia was furious. What evil servant? She had the spring and autumn scroll. Ming Xiaolong was confused. The wager had nothing to do with her brother? What was this person thinking? Ying Mei's expression sank. Aren't you going too far? Is the price just to settle the grudge? You want to trade for the lives of my spring and autumn scroll and Xianxia? Lu Yin's lips curled up. If you knew me, you would know that settling the grudge with me is the best deal. I'm not using my grudge to trade with you. I'm using the lives of everyone in your spring and autumn scroll in exchange. Ying Mei was furious. Arrogant. A voice came from the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. It was Xianxia. Great, that person came from the spiritualized universe. He forged a talisman, he broke into the celestial gate, he colluded with the Luo clan, he defiled the continent of the 9 clouds. He's a despicable person, he doesn't deserve to be in the continent of the 9 clouds, and he doesn't deserve to gamble with the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his figure disappeared. Ying Mei's eyes narrowed. Not good. She jumped up. Be careful. Only those who were qualified could enter the spring and autumn scroll. The entire spring and autumn scroll was enveloped by an invisible force. Those who were not allowed to enter had to either retreat or barge in. Lu Yin was naturally not allowed to enter, so he raised a hand and pressed it into the void. The space around the spring and autumn scroll warped and cracked open. He then stepped inside, climbed onto the spring and autumn scroll, and slapped Xianxia. Slap. Xianxia had undergone spiritual cultivation and was at the peak of the bitter adversity realm. She was a top expert on the spring and autumn scroll, but she could not avoid this slap. She could clearly see space, time, and everything she knew, including her own consciousness, but her thoughts stopped. She could only watch as the slap sent her flying and smashed into the ground. Ying Mei appeared. She was just one step behind Luine, and Xianxia had already been slapped. How was this possible? Luine had broken through the Spring and Autumn Scroll's defenses, ignored Xianxia, and slapped her. Everything had been accomplished in this one step. It seemed like a single step, but it was like a chasm. Not only Yingmei, but everyone else was stunned. Who would have thought that an expert at the peak of the bitter adversity realm would be sent flying with a single slap? How was this possible? Even the defense of God could not do this. This slap on Xianxia's face caused everyone's minds to go blank. Including the girl. This slap had hit everyone's cognitive blind spot. Xianxia fell to the ground in a daze. She could not block it. She could not block it at all. How did he do it? Spout nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Luine withdrew his hand casually. But at this moment, everyone looked at him differently. It was also at this moment that everyone felt that Luine was not arrogant before. He really was qualified to threaten the Spring and Autumn Scroll. But where did such an expert come from? Yingmei's face was terrifyingly gloomy. She stared at Lu Yin's back, full of killing intent. Your Excellency has repeatedly insulted the Spring and Autumn Scroll. You've gone too far. Don't blame the Spring and Autumn Scroll. It belongs to the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Mr. Mo and the other experts from the Spring and Autumn Scroll surrounded Luine, releasing monstrous killing intent. Their souls appeared, and the Blood Tower and the Gate of Wonder appeared. Although Lu Yin's strength was terrifying, it was not to the extent that they did not dare to make a move, as long as he was not an Eternal Realm expert. Xianxia stood up and stared at Luine viciously. Her killing intent was stronger than anyone else's. Lu Xiyu shouted, "The Spring and Autumn Scroll, this is your fault. That evil servant insulted others with malicious words, and you don't allow him to make a move?" Ming Xiaolong also spoke, as expected of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. You want to kill people in the heart. You're despicable indeed. Yingmei ignored them and looked at the lady. Please go inside and rest. If you're injured in this battle, it will be the fault of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. The lady was calm. It's fine. Luine looked at the lady. Was this the lady that Ming Xiaolong was afraid of? They were stalling for time just to wait for her to leave. What a grand display. Even the 7 fairies were afraid. Mei? Qingyun? Luine looked at the lady in shock. Wasn't that Qingyun? Although half her face was covered, Luine was very familiar with her. That face, those hands, and that figure were exactly the same as Qingyun's. Why was Qingyun here? In an instant, images of his interactions with Qingyun flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Qingyun, the 9th spirit, the Gate of Wonder, the 9 Heavens universe, and so on. Qingyun? The lady looked at Luine, puzzled. Did this person know her? Impudent. How dare you call the lady by her name? Xianxia shouted. Yingmei stood in front of Qingyun and stared at Luine. I don't care that you're from another universe. I don't care that you insulted the Spring and Autumn Scroll, but calling the lady by her name is disrespectful and should be punished. Lu Xiyu was anxious. Old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? That person must have been surprised that you're here. Please don't blame him. Ming Xiaolong also pleaded. Please don't blame him. Qingyun looked past Yingmei and met Lu Yin's eyes. You know me? Luine was surprised. It wasn't Qingyun? Otherwise, it was impossible for her not to recognize him. However, his appearance and voice were the same as Qingyun's. You must be Qingyun. My name is Qingyun, but I've never seen you before. Xianxia said, Miss, you don't have to pay attention to this person. There are too many people in the universe who know of Mississippi. Even in the destroyed outer universe, there are creatures who know of Miss's existence. This person is just playing to the gallery. Yingmei's expression was solemn. If you are curious about this person, wait for my Spring and Autumn bamboo slip to capture him. You can know anything you want to know. Xianxia, Mr. Mo, and the rest of the experts from the Spring and Autumn Scroll all stepped forward at the same time. The word suppress appeared in front of each of them, and the words were linked together with the Spring and Autumn Scroll as the foundation to form a large force that suppressed Luine. Luine frowned. The 9-foot garden was adept at forming alliances, and the spring and autumn slips were the same. As expected, the more a civilization developed, the more tricks it had. The 9 Clouds universe was like the Tianyuan universe after countless years of development. It had also plundered the resources and cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe. It was a real colossus. At that moment, a cold light flickered outside of the spring and autumn scroll. Long Yin had arrived, and he had brought along the people from the 3rd peak of the Death Hillock. It was obvious that he was here to help Luine. Below, an old man climbed up and faced the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Ying Mei, don't go overboard. Your spring and autumn bamboo slip has so many people ganging up on one person. Our Heavenly Gate Luo family can't stand by and watch. Ying Mei's expression was heavy. The Death Hill and the Luo clan had both stepped out to help this person. These fellows were already enemies with the spring and autumn booklet, and now they were adding insult to injury. Luine glanced at the old man, who nodded back at him. So it was him. That old man who checked his token in the Gate of Heaven was first instigated by Yugong to check his token. He only opened the Gate of Heaven after Yugong threatened him with Luo Ning's life. If it wasn't for that old man being a step slower, Qian Shu and the old woman wouldn't have been able to make a move on him in time. The Luo family could be considered an accomplice to the spring and autumn bamboo slip. However, the spring and autumn jade slip had attacked him because of Luo Ning. The spring and autumn jade slip and the Luo clan were enemies, and he was implicated. Now that the Luo clan was helping him, not only did they want to deal with the spring and autumn jade slip, they also wanted to take Luo Ning away from him. My spring and autumn bamboo slip has never violated any rules. If Death Qiu tries to force his way in, I will kill him without mercy. Ying Mei was furious. At the same time, she stared at the elder from the Luo family. As for your Elysium Luo family, if you dare to interfere, the spring and autumn bamboo slip will immediately declare war on the Luo family. We will fight to the death. The Luo family's old man narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening the Luo family? Ying Mei no longer looked at the old man. Instead, she stared at Long Yin. The 3rd summit could cause trouble, but they did not dare to do so openly. Otherwise, Long Yin would definitely be removed as the summit lord of the 3rd summit. Now, it was not as simple as causing trouble. Each and every one of them wanted to help. There were definitely more people who wanted to cause trouble for the spring and autumn bamboo slip. However, would they dare to show themselves? Those who wanted to help didn't dare to do anything, but those who wanted to help the spring and autumn scroll didn't dare to do anything either. The scroll could withstand Lu Yin's pressure, but those who wanted to rely on it couldn't. At this moment, Lu Xiyu walked out. In front of her was a master of the spring and autumn simplified realm. He blocked her from moving forward, but he could not stop her from asking, Ying Mei, is the spring and autumn simplified realm really going to attack this person? Ying Mei frowned and looked at Lu Xiyu. I respect the Azure Lotus Emperor, but even if he were here, he wouldn't allow this person to insult the spring and autumn bamboo slip like this. He even called you by your name. You should know that your name comes from the Azure Lotus Emperor. As an in-name disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor and from the 4 Lin Swords Gate, you've already helped this person several times. I'm not going to hold it against you, but please don't go too far. She stared at Ming Xiaolong with a warning look. Lu Xiyu sneered. Don't talk nonsense. If you really respect my master, would you still dare to attack this person? Ying Mei was shocked. Her expression changed as she stared at Lu Xiyu. What do you mean? Qian Shu, Granny Ya, Mr. Mo, and the rest all looked at Lu Xiyu. Was this person related to the Azure Lotus Emperor? Lu Xiyu raised her head. Although the veil covered her face, one could still see her delicate, white neck. You all know what happened in the 4 Lin Swords Gate, right? He was the one who helped my father, Lu Xizhan, become the sword head of the 4 Lin Swords. Everyone was shocked. It was him? Ying Mei's face paled. Qian Shu and the rest were in disbelief. It was him? News of what had happened in the 4 Lin Swords Gate had already spread throughout the 9th Heaven universe. The spring and autumn slip was not far from the 4 Lin Swords Gate, so it naturally knew about it. It was said that someone from the Sea of Yi had helped Lu Xizhan become the sword head of the 4 Lin Swords. He had even helped Lu Xizhan break through the Ku AI level and become the true sword head of the Four Lin swords. It was difficult for outsiders to know who that person was. The Four Lin swords gate had prevented the news from spreading, but this matter had not been stopped. No one had thought that that person would be Luin. Ying Mei stared at Luin. "It was you?" Luin smiled. "It was me." Ying Mei gritted her teeth. How could it be him? This was troublesome. Even the unnamed disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor, Ming Zhua, had appeared and admitted that this person was from the Sea of Yi. He must be related to the Azure Lotus Emperor. Such a person was comparable to the Seven Fairies. What would the spring and autumn slip do? Kill? That would be a slap to the Sea of Yi. Even if this person had nothing to do with the Azure Lotus Emperor, the fact that he was from the Sea of Yi and had a good relationship with Ming Zhua was enough to make the spring and autumn slip suffer. The Azure Lotus Emperor's disciples were scattered throughout the Nine-Cloud universe. It was not just the Seven Fairies and Ming Zhua. Some of the disciples' identities were unknown to them. If those people took revenge, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Furthermore, there was the Death Hillock, the Luo family, the Myriad Elephant Valley, and the Four Lin Swords Gate watching over them. How could the spring and autumn slip survive? The more she thought about it, the uglier Ying Mei's expression became. Granny Ye and the others were ashen. They felt that they had offended the Azure Lotus Emperor. The sky was falling. Luin shook his head. You don't have to worry. I have nothing to do with the Azure Lotus Emperor. I can tell you this clearly. Lu Xiyu was furious. She glared at Luin. What nonsense are you talking about? Ming Xiaolong kept winking at him. You are from the Sea of Yi. How can you have nothing to do with it? Luin waved his hand. There is no need to scare people with Yi Hai's name. This is a personal grudge between me and the spring and autumn slip. I, Luin, will not use the Azure Lotus Emperor's name to take revenge. Ying Mei, do what you have to do. Ying Mei was afraid and wanted this matter to end. Regardless of Lu Yin's relationship with Yi Hai, just the fact that he was from the Sea of Yi was enough to make her not want to make a move. I am now in the spring and autumn slip. I will give you a chance to kill me. Otherwise, hand over Qian Shu and that evil servant to me, and I will let this matter go. Luin was disdainful. Ying Mei stared at Luin. Sir, do you really want to be so ruthless? Luin said coldly, they pushed me out of the heavenly gates. It is time to settle this debt. Ying Mei's eyes flashed, and they were filled with killing intent and savagery. She did not want to offend Luin, but how could she hand over Qian Shu? That was the future of the spring and autumn slip. Sir, the spring and autumn slip is willing to pay the price to end this matter. You insulted the spring and autumn slip before, so I will let it go. I hope that you will not force us. Luin placed his hands behind his back. Hand them over. Ying Mei gritted her teeth in anger. Sir, do you really want to fight to the death? Luin was disdainful. You are not worthy. Ying Mei nodded and laughed coldly. Fine, fine, fine. Since that is the case, don't blame me. She raised her head and looked around. Does anyone know where this person came from? Everyone looked at each other. They did not understand why Ying Mei was talking about this now. Granny Ye had already said that this person came from the spiritualized universe. Ying Mei said, this person is called Luin. He came from the spiritualized universe. He interfered with the battle for the head of the swords as soon as he arrived in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Now, he is provoking the spring and autumn slip. The so-called hatred is not without reason. My disciple, Qian Shu, sensed that this person wanted to harm the continent of the Nine Clouds, so he pushed him out of the heavenly gates. I originally wanted to solve this matter secretly, but this person's cultivation level is too high, and he colluded with the swords of the swords. Qian Shu took a step forward. Yusang Tian killed people from the beginning. He made it difficult for people from the continent of the Nine Clouds to enter the spiritualized universe. He blocked our knowledge of the spiritualized universe. This person joined forces with Yusang Tian to plot against the continent of the Nine Clouds. Previously, at the heavenly gates, this person attracted an eternal life-level monster. If we had not acted quickly, that monster would have killed its way into the continent of the 9 clouds. Everyone looked outside the spring and autumn slip. They were all in disbelief. An eternal life-level monster? Lu Xiu and Ming Xiaolong were shocked. They did not know about this. Qing Yan looked outside. The old man from the Luo family looked gloomy. Back then. Tell us if this person attracted the eternal life-level monster or not, shouted Granny Ye. The old man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Everyone looked at Luyin in a different way. Xianxia sneered. You colluded with Xianxia and lured an eternal life-level monster into the heavenly gates. The spiritualized universe has a master grass. Now, you are colluding with the swords of the swords of the swords of the swords. Luyin, what are your intentions? Luyin listened to Ying Mei and Xianxia and could not help but praise them. Well said, well said. Using facts to drive falsehood. Provoking the hatred and contempt of the continent of the 9 clouds towards the spiritualized universe. Using words to confuse the world, killing people and destroying their hearts. You are worthy of being the successor of the spring and autumn slip. Your ability to reverse black and white is amazing. Xianxia's killing was the beginning. Countless people in the continent of the 9 clouds hated him. Originally, the people of the continent of the 9 clouds looked down on the 3 universes. When the beginning died, they were filled with killing intent towards Xianxia. Luyin was very clear about this. Yuya's attitude was too obvious. Xianxia used this as a starting point, and then combined it with the matter of the Eternal Realm monster. Unfortunately, it was still the truth, which gave everyone the misconception that Luyin was plotting against the 9 firmaments and was trying to harm them. Ying Mei even pointed out that Luyin would not hesitate to offend Yihai in order to make Yihai's people apprehensive. Although she did not say much, she successfully pushed Luyin to the opposite side of the continent of the 9 clouds. She also reduced the hostility of the spring and autumn slip towards Yihai as much as possible. Luyin, no matter how glib your tongue is, you can't change the facts. Xianxia said loudly. Then he continued, Xianxia deliberately killed the god of defense in order to prevent the people of the continent of the 9 clouds from going to the spiritualized universe. That was a slap in the face of the continent of the 9 clouds. It also caused great losses to the major forces of the continent of the 9 clouds. Let me tell you one more thing. He stared at Luyin coldly. The Jiuqi garden was destroyed. Everyone was in an uproar. The Jiuqi garden was destroyed? How is that possible? The Jiuqi garden in the north region? Wasn't the mountain sealed? Xianxia said loudly, the Jiuqi garden was destroyed because it violated a ban. What ban did it violate? It interfered with the 3 universes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Peak Master Longyin. Everyone looked at Longyin outside the spring and autumn slip. Longyin did not deny it. It was the truth. Although the news of the Jiuqi garden's destruction was blocked, it was easy for people who wanted to investigate. Thank you for the tips from brothers who will be better tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Here's the update, thanks. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The 9-foot garden is one of the greatest powers in the 9 firmaments universe, but it was destroyed after a trip to the 3 universes. What about this person? He pointed at Luyin. He came from the 3 universes, interfered with the battle for the head of the 4 swords, provoked the spring and autumn scroll, and caused trouble for the 9 firmaments universe. Isn't this worse than the 9-foot garden? Why was the 9-foot garden destroyed while this person is still standing here? That's right. Why? Someone questioned. Many people looked at the people from the Death Hill. This is unfair to our own people. Is this how the Death Hill does things? The women from the 3rd peak stared coldly at Xianxia. The 9-foot garden's destruction was not what Xianxia had said. To the 3 universes, the 9-foot garden's interference was almost unstoppable. If everyone interfered with the 3 universes like the 9-foot garden, the 3 universes would not have developed to their current state. It seemed unfair to the powers of the 9 firmaments universe, but the 9 firmaments universe did not allow people from the 3 universes to come here. The 9-foot garden was punished not for the 3 universes, but for the 9 firmaments universe itself. Xianxia had changed the concept. Although the 9-foot garden's violation of the rules was serious, it was far from enough to warrant their destruction. They had only been destroyed because of Chowie. This was an opportunity given by the Great Master. The 9-foot garden had finally broken the rules, so how could they wait any longer? Just like how the Great Master had reduced the punishment of the 3rd peak several times, the Death Hill had a duty to protect its own. The Great Master had said that this was how they were. This was the Death Hill, and anyone who did not like them could fight. As long as they could defeat them, the Death Hill would be given to them. Because of Qianshu's words, everyone looked at Luyin with hostility and dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction did not come from Luyin himself, but rather from the spiritualized universe. It came from the various dissatisfaction and contempt they had for the 3 universes. Yingmei heaved a sigh of relief. This person had been too overbearing, and she had no choice but to do this. As long as one was a living being, regardless of their cultivation level, reason would always exist. As long as one was in the right, even the people of Yehai would not be able to easily cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. Of course, her greatest source of confidence was Lu Yin's words that had nothing to do with the Azure Lotus defense. Next, there was an even more important step, which was to obtain the lady's support. As long as the lady supported the spring and autumn bamboo slip, the people of Yehai wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, it would be a slap to the lady's face. Next, this person would definitely die. She would pay any price to get rid of this person. The spring and autumn bamboo slip had never come up with so many reasons to kill someone. It wanted to kill someone but didn't dare to. It was too frustrating. Luyin did not refute him, as he felt that Qianshu was reasonable. He had interfered in the affairs of the 9 firmaments universe, but not only had Death Hill not taken action, but he had even helped Luyin. If the 9-foot garden found out about this, wouldn't it be angered to death? Regardless of why the 9-feet garden was annihilated, from the cause and result, his existence was indeed unfair to them. Interesting. Inexplicably, he was a little happy. He thought that he would be hated when he came to the 9 clouds universe, but it was the other way around. These people couldn't see the big picture, but Luyin knew that people like him and Uptala Protector had hatred in their eyes. They could see the big picture. Maybe to Uptala Protector, the 9 firmaments universe and the other 3 universes were all the same, so he didn't care. Luyin was different from them in this regard. He would never look down on the Tianyuan universe. No matter how high he stood or how far he looked, the Tianyuan universe would always be his home. What was home? Home was where the people you cared about were buried. After the spring and autumn bamboo slips accusations, Luyin became the target of everyone's hatred. He didn't say much after boarding the spring and autumn bamboo slip, only watching the people's performance. On the other hand, Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were anxious, but it was useless. Yingmei looked at the girl. Please bear witness to today's scene. The spring and autumn bamboo slip had no choice but to act. For the sake of the 9 firmaments universe, I would not hesitate to bear the hatred of some people. You. Lu Xiyu was furious. This some people was obviously referring to the 4 Lin Sword sect and Yehai. They had become the villains. Qingyan looked at Yingmei and then at Luyin, her eyes full of curiosity. Luyin didn't care about what the spring and autumn bamboo slip said, as it wouldn't change the outcome. Even if they didn't say anything, someone else would in the future. If he wanted to be reasonable, he had to face these words. If some people agreed with the spring and autumn bamboo slip, there would be people who refuted. What he needed to do was to find the group of people who refuted. The spring and autumn bamboo slip's words could save Luyin a lot of time. What he needed to do was to establish his power. He had thoroughly established his power. Wrong. A gentle voice sounded. Lu Yin's eyes moved, and he looked at Qingyan in surprise. Yingmei's face changed. Miss? Qianshu and the others, as well as the people of the Luo family outside, looked at Qingyan. What did she say? Qingyan said faintly, wrong. She looked at Qianshu. You are wrong. Qianshu's face changed, and he bowed slowly. Please correct me. Qingyan looked at Luyin. Does Yu Sang Tian's actions have anything to do with this person? Xianxia opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but before he could, Qing Yun continued. Do the three universes have the ability to plot against the nine firmaments universe? Everyone was silent. What can they do by colluding with the Four-Lin Sword sect? Everyone was still silent. Qing Yun continued, this person, where did he find this eternal life realm creature? If he could find one, the three universes would have been destroyed long ago. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, where did the eternal realm creature come from? If the three universes existed, how could the god of defense not care? This person couldn't find it, let alone lure the nine firmaments universe. In just 4 short sentences, everyone's attitude changed drastically. Qing Yun's voice was like a cool stream flowing through everyone's hearts, erasing their paranoia about the three universes and erasing their negative emotions. Luin felt strange. He didn't know where the eternal realm creature came from, but he did want to lure the nine firmaments universe. But to normal people, this was the most incredible point. Ying Mei's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Qing Yun looked calm. If he wants to bet, let's bet with him. After that, she looked at Luin. I think you are right. Luin was stunned. What did he say? Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were stunned. They were most worried that the girl would speak for the spring and autumn bamboo slip. How did it turn around? Wait, did they really know each other? They suddenly remembered the scene in the Halsey Lotus Pond. They looked at Qing Yun strangely and then looked at Luin. Ying Mei didn't expect Qing Yun to help Luin. They had inverted black and white and used the general trend to oppress him. However, compared to the general trend, who could compare to this girl? When she spoke, it was equivalent to deciding. Luin didn't expect Qing Yun to help him. So, was this Qing Yun the same one from the spiritualized universe? If so, she shouldn't help him. He had bullied Qing Yun too many times. He stared at Qing Yun and asked, where is Qing Xiao? Qing Yun's eyes moved. Do you still want to bet? Luin looked at Qing Yun deeply and then turned to look at Ying Mei. It doesn't matter. Ying Mei's face returned to calmness. Now, gambling was the most beneficial to them. She couldn't tell the girl's attitude to besiege Luin. She couldn't just give the Qianshu to this person. Well, since the girl has spoken, if you want to bet, the spring and autumn bamboo slip will accompany you. You can state your conditions. I said that I want the Qianshu and the evil servant's life. Ying Mei clenched her fist. What price will you pay? Lu Yin's lips curled up. What price do you want me to pay? Ying Mei replied, I want your life. Everyone looked at the arena. This gamble was no longer the same as before, and no one would be able to escape easily. Luin smiled. They aren't worth it, but if you add your life into the mix, I can agree. Xianxia gritted his teeth. This bastard. Ying Mei nodded her head, all right, this old woman shall bet her life. I hope that you will keep your word. Once you lose, your life will belong to my spring and autumn bamboo scroll. I hope that everyone here will bear witness to this. She then turned to Qing Yun, Miss, please bear witness as well. Qing Yun looked at Luin. All right. Ying Mei looked at Luin. How do you want to bet? Up to you. The simpler and faster, the better, Luin said. Ying Mei nodded and waved her hand, causing the dust to condense into a die. The die spun in the void. Let's guess the number. Whoever guesses correctly wins. How about it? Luin nodded. All right. To be fair, you can give this die to the person who made it. It will isolate all external forces, Ying Mei said. Luin looked at Qing Yun. Help me out. Qing Yun did not refuse. She opened her hand, and the die slowly landed in her palm. It was still spinning when she grasped it. You may begin. There's no limit to the number of guesses. Whoever guesses correctly first wins. You? Luin looked at Ying Mei. She shook her head. Just find a random disciple. The spring and autumn bamboo slip is open and aboveboard. I won't do it myself. A petite female disciple was pushed out, and she looked very nervous. Ying Mei looked at her. Guess the number. The female disciple pursed her lips. Yes, it's a grand sight. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This girl had been pushed out, and he had been keeping an eye on the people in the spring and autumn bamboo slip. She had been standing in the corner, and no one had noticed her. Someone had pushed her out on purpose, and if Lu Yin's guess was right, they had done something that had to do with luck. Wan Lu had said that one could obtain luck by carving words on the spring and autumn bamboo slip. At this moment, luck was on this girl. She looked cute, but her expression was nervous. She had been standing in the corner, and no matter how one looked at her, she looked weak. Just like when she had gambled with Ming Xiaoqiu, the spring and autumn bamboo slip was good at controlling people's hearts. This way, even if she won in the end, no one would say anything about the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Ying Mei sneered. The fairer the bet, the more advantageous it was for the spring and autumn bamboo slip. How many years had it been? No one had ever heard of someone controlling the illusory power of luck. How could this person compare to luck? Guess, Ying Mei urged. The female disciple looked at Lu Yin nervously and thought for a moment. 5. Lu Yin released the heavenly Tao of karma, creating karma that spiraled through her body. At that moment, she cried out in alarm, wait. Everyone was puzzled. Ying Mei frowned and stared at the female disciple. She thought for a moment. I think it's 6. Qing Yan looked at her. What time is it? 6. The female disciple was certain. Qing Yan looked at Ying Mei. Ying Mei nodded. With luck, whatever time it was, it would be. Thank you for your support, brothers. The fact that you've been reading this book is the greatest support for Suifeng. Everyone is having a hard time right now, and unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't reward you. It's good to save some money for a physical examination. Once this difficult period is over and everyone is rich, Suifeng will definitely ask for more rewards. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I wish everyone good health. Qing Yan looked at Lu Yin. What about you? What time? Lu Yin smiled. 5. The female disciple looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This was the exact number that she had guessed. Ying Mei's heart sank. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say what it was. Xianxia frowned and stared at Qing Yan's hand. Qing Yan looked up. This matter concerns your life and death. Are you not going to confirm it? I'm not sure. The female disciple was very sure. Just now, when she was seized by a sudden impulse, someone had told her that it was 6 points. She didn't know where this impulse came from, but she knew that she had to say 6 points. 6 points would definitely win. Ying Mei took a deep breath. Yes. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Under everyone's gaze, Qing Yan slowly opened her palm. The die was 5 points. In an instant, Ying Mei's face turned deathly pale. Impossible. The experts from the spring and autumn scroll were all shocked. How could this be? The female disciple's limbs went soft and she fell to the ground. How could this be? How could this be? He would definitely win. Lu Xiyu cheered, that's great. We won. Ming Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief. She was scared to death. She thought she would lose. Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Ying Mei, your lives are mine. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and before anyone could react, he directly appeared in front of Xianxia and struck her with his palm. Xianxia was dumbstruck. The blood tower behind her spread out and she spat out a mouthful of blood, 9 heavens high God, blood tower. At the same time, she wrote in the air, spring and autumn, myriad forest slash. One tree after another was uprooted from the ground and turned into a slash that shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm landed, and a limitless amount of power flowed through it. The foundation of sealing the heavens was unleashed, and the battle force of the realm of mastery spread out. Bang, the 10,000 lender cut was reduced to a puddle of ink. Lu Yin pressed his palm against the blood-red tower, causing it to shatter with a loud crack. His palm then landed on Xianxia's head. A soft sound rang out. Everyone stared blankly. Xianxia knelt on the ground, dead. Blood flowed down her feet, making everyone feel cold. This was the main body, not the spirit seed. If it died, it would be completely dead. A peak-crossing coup adversity expert had died just like that. She had released her soul, which was her hidden strength. She had also used her battle skills, but she could not block that palm. That palm was not one of the great 5 palm arts, but it was unimaginably terrifying. Who in the universe could kill Xianxia with a single palm? Strike? There were only a handful of people he could think of. Luin stood in the pool of blood and slowly looked at Mei. It's your turn. Your life is mine. Mei's body trembled. She was furious to the extreme. She couldn't stop him. Blood stained the spring and autumn scroll. None of the experts around the spring and autumn scroll were able to stop him. This person's strength was terrifying. He was definitely at the level of a lesser defense deity. She didn't have the time to think about how she had lost even with her luck buff. She glared at Luin. Sir, do you really want to fight to the death? Luin sneered. Looks like you're trying to act shamelessly. Everything has a price. Your life is the price. Ming Xiaolong shouted. Mei, do you really want to go back on your word? This bet was decided by Mississippi. You are not giving Miss any face. Mei couldn't care less about the bet. What girl? She was going to die. Everything else was meaningless. The stench of blood permeated the air. She clenched her fists. Kill those who belong to the spring and autumn scroll. When the veneer of civilization was torn apart, what was revealed was viciousness that was even more violent than savagery. Around Luin, all the experts from the spring and autumn scroll attacked at the same time. They raised their tower-shaped swords high into the air and slashed down. They came from 4 bitter adversity experts and 9 primordial realm cultivators. The leader was obviously Mei. Xianxia was still alive. She was also one of the experts. Even for a powerful organization like the Spring and Autumn Scroll, Xianxia's loss was great enough to hurt them. Luin stood where he was and allowed the 13 tower-shaped swords to fall. He raised his hand and struck out with the great 5 palms. Bang! All the tower-shaped swords shattered. Press. 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 The 13 of them wrote the word press at the same time. A heaven-like pressure suddenly descended, and a terrifying aura pushed everyone away. Qing Yun, Lu Xiu, and the others constantly retreated. The onlookers all retreated, not daring to approach. The spring and autumn scroll shook. When Longyin saw this, he wanted to intervene, but he discovered that the spring and autumn scroll's defensive power had suddenly increased. All the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll moved to the edge, wary of Death Hill and the Luo family. Below the mausoleum, countless people watched as the void rippled with the spring and autumn scroll at the center. Spatial cracks spread across the horizon. A battle had begun above. Luin raised his head as the 13 words press condensed. They turned into a huge press that descended to suppress him. He bent his middle finger, and the seal the heavens sequence particles gathered on it. Boundless power flowed, and the battle force of the realm of Palm made his finger seem like it was made of metal. With a gentle flick of his finger, the word press was instantly shattered. The terrifying power almost overturned the spring and autumn scroll, causing a backlash. Aside from Mei and the other bitter adversity experts, the other 9 primordial realm cultivators all vomited blood as they stared at Luin in disbelief. How was this possible? Was this a power that a human could reach? Mei was also in disbelief. She knew that Luin was very strong enough to defeat all 3 universes and suppress the Lin Sword Gate. However, all the experts in the spring and autumn scroll had come together, and yet they couldn't even press down a single finger of his? Had this person's strength already reached the eternal realm? Luin raised his head, and his consciousness whistled out and swept through the surroundings. It formed a visible shockwave that directly shattered the 9 primordial realm cultivators. They were unable to resist at all. However, the 9 of them were all spirit seeds. This was good, as his main body could be pressed into the hell of the appointment platform to increase his karma. If it weren't for his spirit seeds, it would truly be a waste. He had no plans on leaving anyone alive. Whether it was his spirit seed or his main body, they would all die. Mr. Mo took a step back and stared at Luin in fear. The tremendous consciousness almost caused him to faint. How could someone have such a powerful consciousness? His mind blanked out, and he was unable to do anything. Lu Yin's strength had definitely surpassed the 13 celestial phenomenon in the consciousness universe. It was not just Mr. Mo. The other two bitter adversity experts' minds blanked out as well. Lu Yin looked at them and casually waved his hand. A single strike was enough to kill them all, but Ying Mei took a step forward and used the blood tower to block Lu Yin's strike. She struck out with her right hand, and the word kill appeared on her palm. Monstrous killing intent caused the sky to turn scarlet, and the spring and autumn scroll fell down, causing the mausoleum to crack open. This is Ying Mei's killing intent. It's been a very, very long time since she's been so furious. That's Ying Mei's kill? It really is terrifying. Atop the spring and autumn scroll, Qing Yun and the rest had already retreated and were floating in the void. Although the spring and autumn scroll was large, it could not withstand such a battle. Those from the Luo family and the Death Hillock had all retreated. They wanted to interfere, but they had no reason to. Furthermore, Lu Yin was not at a disadvantage, which shocked them as well. This person was resisting the entire spring and autumn scroll by himself. Ying Mei's single word kill caused Lu Yin's heart to palpitate. This was a supreme killing intent that came from someone at the peak of the bitter adversity realm, and it reminded him of Yu Sang Tian and Yuya. Although her fighting style was different from theirs, Ying Mei's killing intent was more direct and bloody. The word kill continued to press forward, and Ying Mei used all of her strength. Cracks covered the ground beneath her feet, but her eyes were terrifyingly calm. Lu Yin met her gaze. No matter how strong her killing intent was, it could not hide the disparity in their strength. He reached out with one hand, and under the shocked gazes of Long Yin and the rest, he forcefully grabbed the word kill and crushed it. The stench of blood dissipated. Xianxia was stunned. How was this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Today's scene was much more inconceivable than anything they had seen in their previous lives. That was Ying Mei's kill word. She had spent her entire life cultivating the word kill, which was why she usually did not make a move. If she did, she would die. The spring and autumn scroll had roamed the ninth heaven universe, and it had been targeted by various parties at the beginning. It was all because of Ying Mei's kill word that she had walked step by step to where she was today. But now, that kill word had been crushed. Even Qing Yun was shaken. Ying Mei was a powerhouse who had the qualifications to compete for the position of defense deity. Her strength was something that even defense deities feared, so how could she be so weak? She gave off a feeling that she could be easily defeated. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong were both shocked. They recalled that Lu Yin had once said that he would destroy the spring and autumn scroll. It turned out that he had been serious. Lu Yin loosened his grip, revealing several bloodstains on his palm. Although he had crushed the word, he had still been injured. As expected of someone at the peak of the bitter adversity realm. His strength, or rather, his destructive power, could reach the eternal realm, but his defense was still lacking. Recovered? Ying Mei whispered. Behind them, Mr. Mo and the other bitter adversity realm powerhouses exhaled. We can fight. They were all men. One was Mr. Mo, another was called Mr. Ibai, and the last was the pavilion master of the spring and autumn scroll pavilion. They were all top experts in the spring and autumn scroll, but now that they were being protected by Ying Mei, they felt an indescribable feeling. Mr. Ibai sighed. Dugguan, this matter is my spring and autumn scroll's fault. Ying Mei gritted her teeth and shouted, do you want me to die? Mr. Ibai was bitter. I said a long time ago that the spring and autumn scroll's actions would lead to retribution sooner or later. Now, retribution has come. However, I will not retreat. From the moment I entered the spring and autumn scroll, I will die here even if I die. Stop talking nonsense. Today's battle is unpredictable, Mr. Mo growled. Ying Mei stared at Lu Yin. You guys go down. The pavilion master was shocked. Will it really come to that? Mr. Mo retreated and disappeared without hesitation. Mr. E. Bai shook his head and looked at Lu Yin. There was an apologetic and helpless look in his eyes, but he also disappeared. The pavilion master also disappeared. Lu Yin did not stop them, as they would not leave. The spring and autumn scroll still had some hidden secrets, so he wanted to see what exactly it was. Ying Mei did not speak to Lu Yin. At this point, one of them had to die, as the spring and autumn scrolls' losses were too great. 9 Firmaments, God of Defense, Blood Tower. Blood flowed from the corner of Yingmei's mouth, and she spat it onto the tower, causing it to glow with vibrant colors that enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, she used her blood as a medium to write words that floated within the tower. Dragoncre's eyes went wide as he stared at Luin. Be careful. Yingmei has comprehended the law, and her words have formed a world. With her own blood as a medium, she can write a world of words that will banish you and make you fall into eternal oblivion. Luin looked across and saw a vast amount of sequence particles emerge from the blood tower. These were Yingmei's sequence laws. Comprehending the law was a sequence law. In the 9 Firmaments universe, there were some who called them sequence laws, and those who had comprehended them after breaking through to the progenitor realm. However, there were some who had not comprehended them even after reaching the crossing calamity realm, all for the sake of fighting for the position of God's defense, as well as the illusory eternal realm. During that period, once one comprehended a sequence law, it was known as comprehending the law. Those people were already invincible in the universe and had reached the pinnacle. They were prideful and set eternal life as their goal. Once they comprehended a law, it was the same as picking up the next weapon. Their earlier comprehension of a law could not be compared to it. Yingmei's comprehension was a world of her words. Using the blood tower as a defense, she continued to write to banish Luin. This was the true strength of someone who had completed the bitter calamity stage and the spring and autumn slip. The more words she writes, the wider the world of her words. Destroy it quickly, or you won't have a chance, an old voice said from the Luo family's elder. Luin looked into the blood tower, where Yingmei's gaze met his. It was so calm that it was terrifying. She must be very confident in her comprehension. The next weapon that someone who had completed the bitter calamity stage picked up would definitely be at the deified level. This move was her true trump card. Once she comprehended a law, she would never have the chance to become the divine defense. No wonder this woman cared so much about Xianxia. Xianxia was the only one who could touch the divine defense, but Xianxia also had the spring and autumn slip, and so did Luo Ning. How were these powers planning to make them become divine defenses? If there were rules in all things, they could be broken. In other words, the appearance of rules was actually for people to break. Luin stepped forward and walked towards the blood tower. Yingmei stood within the tower and continued to write, her face growing paler and paler. She did not care as Luin approached, as the blood tower was enough to defend her. The world of her words would also increase the strength of her soul due to her blood. This was something that outsiders did not know, or else she would not be able to write with peace of mind. Soon, more and more words would appear. She would have to write over 1,000 words, surpassing any previous attempt. Only then would she have the confidence to banish this person. Soon. Luin slowly walked to the front of the blood tower. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip did not dare to approach. They watched this scene uneasily. Yingmei continued to write, the blood-red words floating in the air. It was a horrifying sight. Luin looked at her across the blood tower. Are you a main body or a spirit seed? Yingmei spat out blood and continued to write. Luin shook his head. It seems that I don't have time to answer. Let's leave it at that, then. With that, his consciousness opened the 9 skies behind him. A berserk consciousness that whistled out changed the heavens and spread throughout the entire mausoleum before spreading out again. Everyone who saw it turned pale. Far away in Myriad Valley, Wanlu looked up, his expression. Who? How could it have such a terrifying consciousness? In the Silan region, Lu Xizhan and the others watched in shock. Such awareness had never existed since ancient times. If one's line of sight could encompass the entire universe of the 9 heavens, one would discover that his consciousness was like a deep darkness that gradually covered the eastern region, forming a momentum that changed the heavens and changed the earth, splitting the dome of heaven. Lu Yin's consciousness was enough to replace the universe's astral dome, and at that moment, it was completely unleashed in the 9 heavens universe. Yingmei's pupils shrank. The might of Lu Yin's consciousness had exceeded her expectations, and it definitely surpassed the consciousness of the 13 celestial phenomena. How could this person's consciousness be so powerful? The spring and autumn scroll was unable to bear the weight and kept falling. His consciousness opened the nine heavens, unleashing the nine heavens transformation. The starry sky was released from his heart, and boundless power flowed through his body. His body's surface withered, and everything that had reached an extreme would move in the opposite direction. Battle force of the realm of mastery and the heaven-sealing sequence particles were all released. Countless people's vision was set ablaze, and the void where Luyin was standing was unable to withstand the pressure. Ordinary people could not see him at all, and they could only see the constantly twisting void that emitted thunderous tearing sounds. Below the spring and autumn booklet, Mr. Mo and the rest struggled to hold it up. Luyin was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, and they couldn't hold on any longer. The spring and autumn booklet fell to the ground with a loud bang, shattering the entire mausoleum. Those who had participated in the Book of the World gathering were all affected, and the unlucky ones were directly pressed into the ground, their fates unknown. Yingmei coughed up blood, and the tremors almost caused her mind to collapse. This person's strength had definitely touched upon the eternal realm, or else how could he be so powerful? The nine heavens transformation, his consciousness, and his strength were all incredibly terrifying. Just how had this person cultivated? Suddenly, her face went pale as she watched Luyin raise his foot and kick out. With a bang, the blood tower shattered, and Yingmei's body was sent flying along with the shattered tower. They passed through the spring and autumn booklet's mountain range and crashed into the ground so hard that the bottom couldn't be seen. The surroundings were silent. Longyin was stunned. The elder from the Luo family was similarly stunned. Anyone who understood Yingmei was stunned at this moment. Yingmei had used her blood to stain the blood tower's defenses, and Wu Fa to pick up a weapon that had formed a world. But all of this had been completely shattered by Lu Yin's kick, and she hadn't even been able to retaliate. Wasn't the difference just too great? Lu Xiyu swallowed and looked at Lu Yin's back. She understood what had happened to Lu Feichen and the others. Crippling their legs was already being merciful. Ming Xiaolong stared blankly at Lu Yin's back and remembered Oz's reminder that they couldn't stop him. Indeed, they couldn't stop him. Even the entire myriad Elephant Valley couldn't stop this kick. Qin Yan's expression was calm, but there were also ripples beneath her calm gaze. She had seen far more than others, but Lu Yin's kick had still shaken her. This was a power that surpassed the level of Du Ku'er. It definitely was. As long as one hadn't reached the eternal realm, it was impossible to block Lu Yin's kick. This was the result that Qin Yan saw. But this kick wasn't enough. At least, it couldn't kill Yu Sang Tian or Yingmei. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. If it had been Yu Sang Tian, with his heart like a boulder, he would have been able to do the same. This was just a normal strength. But it was enough to shock everyone who saw it. He slowly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. The one standing there was Qianshu. Qianshu was right beside Qin Yun. He wanted to pretend to protect Qin Yun when the spring and autumn slip attacked Lu Yin, so that she wouldn't protect Lu Yin as much as possible. But now, Lu Yin's gaze made his scalp tingle. He felt like a disaster was about to befall him. Was it really the spring and autumn slip that had attacked this person? Or was this person suppressing the spring and autumn slip alone? Lu Yin raised his hand and beckoned to Qianshu with a smile. Qianshu gritted his teeth and slowly retreated. No, I don't want to go over. I don't want to die. Grania had just been killed. The 9 primordial realm experts had their spirit seeds destroyed instantly, and Yingmei had been sent flying with a kick. All of this shocked him, and he didn't want to approach Lu Yin. Qianshu begged Qin Yun, "Miss, please save me. I beg you, please save me. For the sake of the spring and autumn bamboo slip that has always been at your beck and call, I beg you." Mississippi. He did not want to die, nor did he want to accept the loss of Shou Ling's future. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong stood on the other side of Qin Yun. They understood Qianshu's feelings, but they didn't pity him. How many things had the spring and autumn slip done? The 6th Night Pillar had fought for the 9 firmaments universe and risked his life, but the first-generation ancestor of the spring and autumn slip had stolen his turbid treasure. Longyin's mother had been killed by someone from another universe, but the spring and autumn slip had suppressed it. Qianshu had casually pushed Lu Yin out of Heaven's Gate because of Luo Ning. He didn't care about the life or death of someone he didn't know and looked down on the 3 universes. He was filled with disdain and contempt for life. He had gambled with myriad Elephant Valley and won the genius Ming Xiaoqiu with luck. The spring and autumn slip had done too many things. It didn't deserve any sympathy. Lu Ying frowned. Come here. He didn't attack. He just stared at Qianshu, giving him immense pressure. Qianshu hid behind Qingyun as sweat dripped from his forehead. Miss, please save me. Qingyun glanced at Qianshu before looking at Lu Ying. He's no threat to you. Lu Ying and Qingyun looked at each other. Then help me keep an eye on him. I need him. Qingyun was silent. She didn't agree or disagree. Lu Ying retracted his gaze and looked underground. Stop pretending to be dead. Come out. After speaking, he casually waved his hand, causing the ground to flip over and Ying Mei to soar into the air. She panted heavily and cut an extremely sorry figure. Her scholarly aura had completely vanished, and her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Lu Ying with hatred and fear. She had never imagined that she wouldn't even be able to use her strength. Attack. Ying Mei pressed down on the ground with one hand while the spring and autumn slip was beneath her feet. At the same time, the 3 Ku adepts pushed up at the bottom of the spring and autumn slip and wrote words. The spring and autumn slip trembled and peeled off. The top layer was pushed out horizontally, revealing the true spring and autumn slip, which was a bamboo. Mr. Mo and the other Ku adepts had written the word suppress on the bamboo, causing it to shrink continuously. Eventually, it fell into Ying Mei's hand. Lu Ying reached out and grabbed the bamboo. Both ends of the bamboo were in Ying Mei's and Lu Yin's hands at the same time. Anyone could snatch it. Ying Mei sneered, and the bamboo suddenly shrank again. Lu Ying wasn't paying attention and couldn't grab it. Light shuttled around his body, and in a second, the bamboo fell into his hand again. Ying Mei was shocked. The power of time? Lu Ying gripped the bamboo tightly, and the alchemy sword slashed out from behind his back. It pierced towards Ying Mei, but the blood tower appeared in front of her again to block the alchemy sword. The sword swept past the tower and pierced through Ying Mei's body, stabbing into the ground. Ying Mei's body was pierced through by the sword, and her blood splattered everywhere, dyeing half of her body red. She couldn't understand, why couldn't the blood tower block that sword? The bamboo in his hand bent, and Lu Yin's immense strength passed through the bamboo to shake Ying Mei. She almost lost her grip on the bamboo, and she roared, "This is my turbid treasure, no one can take it away from me." Then, words appeared on the bamboo and spread throughout it. They even reached Lu Yin's hand. The spring and autumn scroll has existed for so many years, and countless disciples have poured their blood, sweat, and tears into writing these words. How can you take it away? You're not stealing a turbid treasure, but the entire spring and autumn scroll's blood, sweat, and tears. What right do you have? Ying Mei screamed, and the words seemed to come alive as they climbed towards Lu Ying. When the first word touched Lu Ying, his mind trembled, and he felt as if he was seeing a strange world. The words had all come alive, and there was a figure behind each word. Between heaven and earth, countless figures covered the sky. The mausoleum was gone, the spring and autumn scroll was gone, and Lu Xiu and the others were gone. There were only those words. The words formed a world. These words appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and he sank into Ying Mei's 10,000-word world. This person has fallen into a trap. Great Ying Mei knew that he would definitely steal the spring and autumn jade slips, so she used the spring and autumn jade slips and the words left behind by countless disciples as a medium to display the 10,000-character book realm. Once he's trapped in the 10,000-word world, this person might fall into oblivion. This is a 10,000-word world that's created with the help of the spring and autumn scroll's turbid treasure. It's not any weaker than mastering Mei's own blood. Is it over? Not far away, Long Ying rushed towards Ying Mei with 2 blades in his hands. Mr. Mo and the pavilion master tried to stop him at the same time, but in the blink of an eye, blood stained the sky. Long Ying had cultivated his spirit and had the battle strength of a consummate Ku adversity cultivator. At the same time, a gate fell from the sky. 5 fingers fell on the gate of heaven. The Luo family had made their move. Mr. Yibai ascended to the sky and blocked the gate of heaven. Ying Mei's expression was ugly. She shouted, "My spring and autumn scroll has never violated the rules. Death mound bullies others." Long Ying opened his hand and the mound of death spread towards Ying Mei. The masters of the spring and autumn scroll were either dead or injured. they couldn't make a move. Those who were on good terms with the Spring and Autumn Scroll didn't make a move either. It wasn't easy to find strong masters everywhere. With Long Yin's battle strength, only the masters of large forces could resist him. The mound of death spread in front of Ying Mei and buried her. The rolling yellow sand was dyed red. Ying Mei screamed miserably as her skin was torn apart. Behind her, someone made a move to stop the mound of death. It was the White Jade clan. Only the White Jade clan had to make a move. Long Yin hated the Spring and Autumn Scroll because they had killed his mother. If the Spring and Autumn Scroll was destroyed, the White Jade clan would be his next target. Yuru watched in horror. He never thought that the Spring and Autumn Scroll would be forced to this point. Further away, no one cared about Lang Ruyu and Si Jiushi anymore. The Jin family didn't make a move against them or help the Spring and Autumn Scroll. The White Jade clan made a move, but they still couldn't stop Long Yin. The White Jade clan woman was buried by the mound of death. What awaited her was the cold light of the blades and her head flying. Long Yin landed in front of Ying Mei, his blades sharp. Ying Mei glared at Long Yin with hatred. If you dare to kill me, even the great master can't protect you. You wantonly killed people who didn't violate the rules. No power will tolerate you. Long Yin's voice was cold. So what? I've waited for this day for too long. Then, he slashed. Xianxia, Ying Mei screamed. A one came from far to near, ignoring the distance, it slashed towards Long Yin. Long Yin turned around and slashed with his blades, cutting the one in half. Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Just now, he had made a move. He accepted spiritual cultivation and raised his cultivation to the great circle of crossing calamity. Ying Mei closed her eyes and accepted the spiritual cultivation. This meant that Xianxia could no longer enter the junior defense pavilion and could no longer become the defense of gods. He had lost his future. The hearts of all the spectators sank. Their thoughts were complicated. Seeing a top genius being forced to lose his future, even if Xianxia was not their future, they still felt a sense of pity. It had to be known that Lu Yin had forced Xianxia to seek protection from Qin Yun rather than accept spiritual cultivation. This was the final step, but he had still taken it. Long Yin smiled and looked at Xianxia. Congratulations. From now on, you are also a powerhouse who has reached the great circle of coup adversity. In the distance, the old man from the Luo family also laughed. Everyone who opposed the Spring and Autumn Scroll laughed. They weren't afraid of how powerful the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip was now, but they were afraid of Qianshu, the future variable. If Qianshu could really become a god's defender, break through to the great circle of crossing bitter calamity, comprehend the Dharma, pick up the next weapon, or even go one step further, and be taken in as a disciple by a god of defense, then it would be troublesome. But now, it was over. It was completely over. Even if the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip survived this calamity, their futures were already set. It was unlikely that another genius like Qianshu would be born, and the various great powers would not allow it. After all, how much had the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip paid to send Qianshu to the Junior Defense Pavilion? But now, it had all been for naught. Qianshu lowered his head, and his gaze was sinister. He did not dare to raise his head, as he was afraid that Qin Yun would see his gaze. He was unwilling, and he wanted to kill. He wanted to kill crazily. His future was gone because of these people. Death Hill, the Luo family, Lu Yin, the Lin Sword sect, and even the myriad Elephant Valley. You want to kill me? Long Yin's voice traveled into Qianshu's ears. Qianshu suppressed his murderous intent and raised his head to meet Long Yin's gaze. Long Yin sneered. You really dare to attack me? I come from Death Hill, and I am the Third Summit's Summit Lord. Now that I have confirmed that the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip did not break the rules, Death Hill will no longer interfere in this matter. You still want to attack me? Qianshu clenched his fists, and his fingernails pierced into his flesh. Ying Mei's mouth was bleeding, and she screamed, Long Yin, you are too vicious. Long Yin laughed heartily. In the distance, the women of the Third Summit laughed happily. Death Hill would no longer interfere in the battle with the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip. They had announced to the public that they had confirmed that the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip did not break the rules. As such, if the spring and autumn bamboo slip attacked someone from Death Hill, it would be offending Death Hill. Then, it would not be the third summit of Death Hill that attacked the spring and autumn bamboo slip. What the spring and autumn bamboo slip faced was the revenge of the entire Death Hill, the great leader's revenge. As for the attack just now, they would be punished, but they did not kill anyone in the spring and autumn bamboo slip. It was impossible for them to be severely punished. But for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, Xianxu's future was sacrificed. In order to save Ying Mei, Xianxu had lost his future, and it was all because of Long Yin's attack. The spring and autumn bamboo slip had lost too much. Xianxu had lost his future, but he could not take revenge on Long Yin. This feeling infuriated him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ying Mei's hair was messy, and she glared at Long Yin. She wanted to cut this woman into pieces. Long Yin put away her twin blades. Enjoy it well. I've been experiencing this every day since my mother died. It's your turn now. After she finished speaking, she looked in another direction. She looked at Yuru. The White Jade clan is next. Yuru's face was pale. Everyone looked at Xianxu, and their gazes were complicated. There was pity, and there was mockery. He had lost everything, and he did not even have the chance to attack. It was too laughable. If he had not accepted the spiritual cultivation and allowed Long Yin to attack him, would Long Yin have killed Ying Mei? She didn't know. No one knew. Even Long Yin herself couldn't give an answer. Ying Mei wasn't the only enemy she had. Her biggest enemy was the White Jade clan. However, her hatred for Ying Mei made her unable to control herself. So she did not know what the result would be. Thank you, Xianxu. Long Yin left. Xianxu was so angry that his body trembled. Ying Mei took a deep breath. Don't worry about her, Xianxu. Kill the enemy first. On the other side, the characters were attached to Lu Yin's body as if they were alive. Lu Yin's eyes were open, but they were lifeless, as if he could not see the world around him. What he saw was a world of characters, the 10,000 character book realm. Xianxu suddenly glared at Lu Yin, unable to hide the hatred and killing intent in his eyes. He took a step forward, and his 5 fingers descended. Each of his fingers drew the word one. It was the simplest word, but it carried the sharpest edge. This was the word that Xianxu had been obsessed with for so many years. Ying Mei's strongest word was kill. This was because she wanted to lead the spring and autumn scroll to establish a foothold in the 9 firmaments. She had stopped Xianxu from writing the word kill, and instead made him write one. She had hoped that with Xianxu, the spring and autumn scroll would transform. This was the beginning of the spring and autumn scroll. However, her beautiful wish had not been realized. The 5 ones turned into a sharp light that enveloped Lu Yin. Xianxu wanted to take his head. Careful. Careful. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong shouted. In the distance, Shuesu also shouted, her face pale. Countless people held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. Xianxu's 5 fingers were about to descend. Lu Yin's sluggish gaze suddenly turned. He raised a hand and grabbed, colliding with Xianxu's fingers. In an instant, Lu Yin's withered body began to recover. He was astonished. Xianxu had cultivated his spirit and had the power of someone at the Great Circle of Kuwo. The sharpness of his killing intent was no less than Ying Mei's. Was this the power of an absolute genius who was qualified to enter the junior defense tower? The 9-foot garden's misty red civet was qualified to compete for the junior defense tower, not the one that was already asleep. Countless people had competed with her, but even so, she was still a threat to Lu Yin after cultivating her spirit to the Great Circle of Kuwo. Yuya and Chowie had chased after her, wasting a lot of time. Compared to the misty red civet, Xianxu was much more powerful. The Great Circle of Kuwo was a spirit seed that had been grafted onto a genius like Xianxu. Its power was unparalleled, and Lu Yin's withered body began to recover. This meant that Xianxu's attack had the ability to threaten Lu Yin. However, a threat was just a threat, it could not truly break through Lu Yin's defenses. Xianxu's pupils shrank as Lu Yin grabbed his fingers tightly. Back off. Ying Mei shouted. She was well aware of how abnormal Lu Yin's strength was. Lu Yin exerted force and flung his hand away, but it was empty. Where was Xianxia? Xianxia was still above his head, and he looked at Lu Ying with a sinister gaze. Die. Xianxia waved his fingers, and the same attack landed on Lu Yin's body, causing Lu Yin's body to recover. Xianxia was stunned. What defense was this? Lu Ying was equally puzzled. He had clearly grabbed hold of Xianxia. Qingyan suddenly exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a genius from the junior defense tower. He has a physique that allows him to shift space. His mind is in front of him, and his body is in a parallel spacetime. Everyone was puzzled. Xianxiu's eyes flashed. Qingyan's words were obviously helping Lu Ying, but it did not matter. So what if he knew? No one could break through it. Sister, what's a physique that allows him to shift space? Lu Xiyu asked curiously. Qingyan said, he can overlap the void, and he can instantly appear in the current spacetime or in a parallel spacetime. However, from an outsider's perspective, he is still in the current spacetime. He can attack or defend. In the junior defense tower, he is known as the unsolvable. Lu Xiyu was shocked. There's such a physique? Ming Xiaolong was shocked. In the junior imperial building, only one person is born in several eras and is qualified to sleep. In the current era, many people are qualified to compete for the position of sleeping, but very few can enter the junior imperial building. Xianxia is not from our era. He, in his era, was invincible among his peers. The junior defense tower was a place that everyone knew about, but no one had a clear understanding of the slumbering junior defense tower. What was a genius that only appeared in several eras? This concept was too vague. Many people were called geniuses, and some were even invincible in the same realm. There were too many such people, and there were only 8 positions in the junior defense tower. They were selected from the most elite cultivators of several eras. They were 1 in a billion strong people. That was why the Spring and Autumn Scroll did not hesitate to start a war and not give up on Xianxia. Granny Ye, who had completed Kui, had always been by his side to protect him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Times were difficult, and as long as there was a draft, Suifeng would definitely update it. He did not necessarily have to give rewards. Thank you again for your support. Thank you. At that moment, everyone finally saw what a Xiaoyu was. No one had ever heard of spatial manipulation. How could there be such a physique? Xianxiu's other hand reached out to grab Lu Ying. Lu Ying struck out with his palm, but he missed. Xianxiu's hand landed on Lu Yin's body. Lu Ying suddenly thought of someone, First Jian, the disciple of Grand Empyrean Reincarnation Spacetime. He was known as the perfect young exalted and had an innate gift called 9 emptiness in 10 rooms. It rendered all attacks ineffective. Although Lu Yin's power level had far surpassed First Jian's, it had been a tough fight. Xianxiu's physique was even more difficult to deal with than 9 emptiness in 10 rooms. Xianxiu was here, but he was also in a parallel spacetime. Xianxiu's attacks could land on Lu Ying, but when Lu Ying attacked, Xianxiu was still in a parallel spacetime. It was no wonder why Xianxiu could sleep in the junior defense pavilion. Everyone looked at Xianxiu in shock. How could they fight like this? No wonder this person was called unbeatable. Xianxiu sneered and stared at Lu Ying. You forced me to do this. You must die today. Lu Ying looked at Xianxiu unhappily. I originally only wanted to take revenge on you, but you're making me uncomfortable now. I was very comfortable being exiled from the 10,000-word book realm, but you forced me out. He then released his karma heavenly Tao, and the wordless book connected to the divine seal catalog. Formless karma shot towards Xianxiu. Xianxiu did not understand what Lu Ying was doing, but at that moment, he sensed that something was wrong and instinctively dodged. An invisible attack had appeared, causing his heart to palpitate. He subconsciously retreated. Yingmei did not understand, with Xianxiu's physique, why would he dodge? Lu Ying waved his hand, and the karma spiral chased after Xianxiu. Lu Ying did not care. Xianxiu's entire life had been recorded in the Divine Seal catalog. Before he had undergone spiritual cultivation, Xianxiu's strength had been limited. Although the karma heavenly Tao continued to shrink, it was not that exaggerated. Lu Ying created karma and grabbed at Xianxiu. The person from the Spring and Autumn Scroll mocked him, as this person could not even touch Xianxiu. Xianxia sneered. You're struggling. You can't even touch me. Xianxia's voice trailed off, and Luyin grabbed Xianxia's head. Yingmei had been wary of Luyin. On this day, their worldview was constantly overturned. Bang! Xianxia was viciously smashed into the ground and fainted from Lu Yin's attack. Everyone was stunned. Qing Yin was also stunned. Xianxia had a spacetime conversion body. He was a genius who had been sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion. He was recognized by the continent of the Nine Clouds as well as the Immortal Emperor. Are you kidding me? When they found out about Xianxia's physique, everyone was thinking about how to defeat him, but they couldn't find a way. Time? Space? With Xianxia's battle prowess at the consummate level of coup adversity, he could already see through those powers. Only geniuses could deal with geniuses. Even so, in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, Xianxia was said to be unsolvable. How did Luyin do it? Luyin casually tossed Xianxia into the general appointment platform. Let him go. Yingmei screamed as she charged out of the Death Hill's soil. The blood-red pagoda was raised high into the air and smashed towards Luyin. Behind Luyin, the azure sword slashed out once more, piercing through Yingmei's body and pinning her into the ground. Her blood dyed the ground red. Mr. Mo, Mr. Ibai, the pavilion master of the book pavilion, and Du Kui looked on in shock. Yingmei struggled to get up and opened her hand, causing the bamboo slip to fly into the air. Luyin had failed to snatch the spring and autumn bamboo slip and was now trapped within the 10,000-word book. At this moment, the spring and autumn scroll was raised vertically, facing Luyin. Spring and autumn scroll, press. Yingmei screamed like a malicious spirit. On the bamboo sheet, the word press appeared. Then, the word soared into the sky and covered the sun as it pressed down on Luyin. Luyin looked up. Is this the power of the spring and autumn scroll? It's not bad. This word made him feel pressured. This was a different kind of pressure brought about by a turbid treasure. The word press descended with a loud bang. Luyin raised his right hand and held it up. The ground beneath his feet shattered and a shockwave blasted out in all directions. The entire mausoleum was overturned and everyone retreated once more. Yingmei's eyes were bloodshot. She climbed onto the bamboo sheet and continued writing the word press. At the same time, Mr. Mo, Mr. Ibai, the pavilion master of the book pavilion, and the others all climbed onto the bamboo sheet and wrote the word press. The word's power was even stronger and pressed down on Luyin's body. Luyin held on to the word press. The pressure did not come from the word, but from the spring and autumn scroll. He vaguely saw a huge tree with all kinds of things hanging on it. Some people went against the flow and rushed towards the tree. One of them had a bamboo sheet hanging on his waist. The bamboo sheet seemed to have unintentionally stuck to that person's body and was constantly approaching the tree. In the distance, Qing Yun and the others were also retreating. The word press had appeared and made them feel suffocated. The elder of the Luo family exclaimed, "This is the hidden word of the spring and autumn scroll." Senior Wei Qi was pressed down by this word and turned into dust. Senior Wei Qi? Someone exclaimed. Many people looked at the elder of the Luo family. The elder of the Luo family nodded with a serious expression. Senior Wei Qi was an ancient existence. He was once the head of the sixth night pillar. The first ancestor of the spring and autumn scroll cheated the turbid treasure from him. After the sixth night pillar returned to the nine clouds, Senior Wei Qi left the sixth night pillar and killed his way into the spring and autumn scroll as a rogue cultivator. Even though the first ancestor of the spring and autumn scroll was qualified to fight for the position of the head of the night pillar, his cultivation level was the same as Senior Wei Qi's. They were both at the top of the coup adversity layer, but he wasn't as strong as Senior Wei Qi. Senior Wei Qi died in battle because of the word press. This is the hidden word of the spring and autumn scroll. It's enough to fight against the defense of gods. Qing Yan looked at the word in front of him. The whole area was under the pressure of the word press. They were suffocating. This word is even more powerful than the one used to press down on Senior Wei Qi. So many years have passed and the people of the spring and autumn scroll have put their blood and sweat into this word. Long Yin said, in theory, this word can press down on all living things under the immortal layer. Many people were astonished. Was it that terrifying? The 9 clouds, the eternity, all the influential groups in the continent of the 9 clouds have experienced the test of time. Which one of them doesn't have a trump card? Spiritual seeds are never the greatest trump card. If they don't have such a trump card, they're third-rate at best. Someone sighed. Lucy Yu was curious. What about the 4 Great Sword sect? Someone said, third-rate. But with the 7 fairies, it's not third-rate. The person saw that Lucy Yu's expression was not good and quickly added. Lucy Yu's expression was not good because of this person's words, but because she was worried when she saw Lu Yin being pressed down and unable to move. Ming Xiaolong grabbed his clothes and looked at Lu Yin. He had to get through it. Lang Ruyu, Si Jiushi, and the others all hoped that Lu Yin could get through it. They were not worried about Lu Yin, but they were unhappy with the spring and autumn scroll. The word press suddenly stopped. Lu Yin held on. Boundless energy circulated around his body. Lanterns appeared out of nowhere. True gods. Freedom technique. The scarlet lanterns were engraved with Ying Mei's name. Uneasiness shrouded Ying Mei's heart. Her face was pale as she stared at the lanterns in front of her. Suddenly, the lanterns shattered. Ying Mei spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back. She almost fell to the ground. Grand sight! Mr. Mo exclaimed. At this time, the lanterns shattered one by one. Ying Mei could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Below her, Lu Yin took a step forward and walked through the void. He lifted the word press. Ying Mei cried out, "Don't worry about me. Press." Mr. Mo and the others gritted their teeth. Blood flowed down their arms as they wrote with their blood. Around them, the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet rushed towards the bamboo and wrote the word press with their blood. They cultivated in the booklet. The booklet gave them strength, and they could reciprocate the booklet's strength. For a moment, the word press became heavier. Lu Yin let out a breath. From the beginning, he had only wanted to destroy the spring and autumn booklet to establish his might after coming to the 9 firmaments universe. He had not planned to start a massacre. He was not a bloodthirsty person. But with all the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet attacking, this massacre was unavoidable. If the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet could kill him, they would not hesitate. He had not killed them before, not out of mercy, but because he did not need them. They were just ants. Now, he would trample them to death. The Seal the Heavens sequence particles spread out. With the support of the True God's freedom technique, Lu Yin's strength skyrocketed once again, surpassing Yu Sang Tian's heart of stone. He released the damage that was originally absorbed when things reached an extreme. His right hand supported the word press while his left hand punched out. Bang! There was a loud sound as everyone on the bamboo was sent flying into the sky. The remaining force exploded within their bodies, and when it reached the highest point, their bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that fell from the sky and rained down. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. This was a rain of blood that dyed the plains red. It was the blood of countless disciples of the spring and autumn booklet. It was their lives. Everyone who had stepped onto the spring and autumn booklet to attack Lu Yin had died, including the 3 who had crossed Kuai. They had not been able to block Lu Yin's attack and had been destroyed along with the word press. Only Ying Mei had been left with half her body destroyed, falling into the distance like a red meteor. The mausoleum was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in fear and disbelief. A single punch had destroyed the entire spring and autumn booklet. Countless people felt their bodies go cold, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Who in the 9 firmaments universe could challenge and destroy the entire spring and autumn booklet? Even the defense god would find it difficult to do so. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yin as he walked out of the ground step by step. Some people directly knelt down, not daring to look up. The disciples who hadn't been able to attack in time fell to the ground, unable to crawl back up. Ying Mei landed on a rock in the distance, her body trembling. Blood flowed from her destroyed half. She was still in her original body. Lu Yin walked towards Ying Mei, his expression calm. "What do you think I am?" Lu Yin's words echoed throughout the plains. Everyone was listening, and no one dared to interrupt. "As long as Jian Shu and that evil servant are alive, I'll let you off." What is your spring and autumn booklet? You want to gamble with me? You use words to force me, sow discord, and kill me. Are you worthy? Yingmei lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. The bloody mist was still falling, turning the sky scarlet. Specks of blood sprinkled down on the plains. This day, the entire Nine Firmaments universe would remember this person. Luyin walked over to Yingmei step by step and looked down at her. Everything has a cause and effect. Your spring and autumn booklet stole turbid treasures. Your words were forceful, and your actions were tyrannical. You appeared on your own. Every step you took was based on what you had done before. Everything in the past is the cause, and the effect is the end. Yingmei spat out a mouthful of blood as she looked at Luyin. The world around her had turned hazy, and everything was blood red. The victor is king. The spring and autumn scroll is yours, and it's the end. You will also receive your retribution one day. Luyin looked at her. I always do things based on my conscience. Even if I'm wrong, I won't regret it. Yingmei smiled bitterly, karma, karma. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared at Luyin. Karma, you? Luyin immediately pushed Yingmei into the Point Commander's hell, knowing that she had already guessed it. Xianxia's constitution was unsolvable, but Luyin could. Why? Because of karma, he had created karma, causing Xianxia to feel that he should be in this spacetime. If he intended to be in a parallel spacetime, it would be the complete opposite. Naturally, he would be able to capture Xianxia. Yingmei had guessed that Luyin was from Yihai, and he was clearly someone from another universe. How had he been able to remain safe and sound and even become acquainted with the seven fairies? She had already guessed that it was because Luyin had comprehended karma. He was only the second person in human history to do so. Throughout the 3 universes and the 9 heavens universe, there was no one else besides Uppermost Lotus who had comprehended karma. To Uppermost Lotus, one's background was not important. Luyin was a human, and that was enough. Yingmei understood and instantly regretted it. If she had understood earlier, she would not have fought to the death with this person. The power of karma was unimaginable. Even if the spring and autumn scroll could win, how could it kill this person under the pressure of the sea of karma? This person would definitely not die in their hands. The moment she understood, Yingmei knew that the spring and autumn sword had died for nothing. This was a battle to the death. Yingmei was pushed into the hell of the general appointment stage. Below her was a piece of bamboo stained with blood. It was the spring and autumn simple scroll. He picked up the piece of bamboo and wiped it with his hand, causing the blood to dissipate. He heaved a sigh of relief, it wasn't broken and could still be used. He turned his head and looked to the other side. That was the landscape on the bamboo slip of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. That was where the power of the spring and autumn bamboo slip was. Luyin casually waved his hand, and the mountain range fell apart, revealing the disciples of the bamboo slip of spring and autumn as well as Mr. Yibai and the 9 primordial realm cultivators. Luyin had shattered countless disciples from the spring and autumn tome. Some of them were their true bodies, while others were their spirit seeds. They were all there. Everyone looked at Luyin with fear in their eyes. Lu Yin's figure appeared in front of these people, and he sent all of the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet into the hell of appointment platform to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. Qingyan stepped forward. Every life is worthy of respect. If you don't want to kill them, please let them go. Lu Yin and Qingyan looked at each other. If I don't care about your reputation, will you be angry? Qingyan shook her head. No. Lu Yin smiled and released the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet. I don't care about them, but some people must die. The disciple who had been released from the spring and autumn booklet had managed to keep his life. He stood there in a daze. The elder of the Luo family shouted, "Why aren't you kowtowing and thanking him for sparing your life? Swear that you will never seek revenge." The disciples of the spring and autumn booklet felt bitter. Revenge? Now that the spring and autumn simple scroll was gone, it was equivalent to saying that their cultivation had been wasted. Furthermore, a considerable portion of their spirit seeds had been destroyed, so they couldn't cultivate even if they wanted to. All of the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet knelt down and thanked Lu Yin, swearing that they would never seek revenge. Lu Ying glanced at the old man from the Luo family. This old man was trying his best to get on Lu Yin's good side, both because of Luo Ning and because of the fate of the spring and autumn booklet. The Luo family of the Elysium sounded powerful, but they were actually just gatekeepers. They were similar in strength to the spring and autumn booklet, or perhaps even slightly weaker. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have been so bold as to attack right under their noses, almost killing Luo Ning. Even the Luo family had not been able to capture him. Ever since the way of karma had transformed, the Hell of General's appointment platform increased the karma of those who entered at a much faster rate. As soon as he released the disciples from the spring and autumn booklet, the 9 primordial realm cultivators' karma had also stopped increasing. Lu Ying tossed the 9 people out. There was no point in keeping them in the Hell of General's appointment platform. They had already lost their cultivation and battle prowess. The 9 of them were originally experts from the spring and autumn booklet, so they were treated with respect wherever they went. The patriarch of the Linshan Road clan looked at one of them. This person had once visited the Linshan Road clan and seemed like an expert, but now, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. These people did not suffer the pain of karma in the Hell of General's appointment platform. They had only released their own karma, which allowed Lu Yin's way of karma to expand. Although the spiritual seeds had been destroyed, their karma had nothing to do with the spiritual seeds. Looking at the blood-soaked mausoleum and the shattered ground, as well as the spring and autumn booklet in Lu Yin's hand, the 9 of them completely collapsed. Some of them were ashen, while others cursed viciously. Lu Ying killed them casually. Kindness was like hatred. He could pick it up at any time and put it down at any time. When one's vision was no longer limited, one's thoughts would also change. Afterward, Lu Ying tossed out another person, Mr. Ibai. Among the 3 experts who had attacked him, Mr. Mo and the pavilion master were in their original bodies. Only this person had a spiritual seed. Lu Ying was just about to kill him casually. Ming Xiaolong hurriedly said, "Please show mercy." Lu Ying looked at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong said, "This mister is a good person." Lu Ying raised his eyebrows. Qing Yin said, "Mr. Ibai is an upright person. He is well respected." Mr. Ibai shook his head bitterly. "Thank you for your pleas. Now that the spring and autumn booklet has been destroyed, I have lost all my cultivation. Living on will only increase my pain." After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ying and bowed slowly. "You destroyed the spring and autumn booklet because of hatred and also because of your position. I fought you because of my position. Hatred can be erased, but our positions are different. Please grant me my wish. Mister?" Among the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet, some could not bear it. Among the onlookers, many of them looked at Mr. Ibai differently from the others. Lu Ying did not care. "Go on your own." Mr. Ibai looked at Lu Ying. "Please grant me my wish and let me accompany the spring and autumn booklet." Lu Ying frowned. "If you want to die, then die by yourself. I have no need to grant you your wish." "Brother!" Ming Xiaolong suddenly exclaimed. Lu Ying followed her gaze and saw a man in the distance. His face was thin and he was looking around in a daze. Hearing Ming Xiaolong's shout, the man reacted. "Xiaolong? What's going on?" Ming Xiaolong was happy. "The spring and autumn booklet has been destroyed." The man opened his mouth and stared blankly at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong pulled him aside and explained. Now that the spring and autumn booklet had been destroyed, Ming Xiaoqiu was naturally free. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong did not expect Lu Ying to complete the conditions so easily. He had destroyed the spring and autumn booklet without drawing any attention to Myriad Elephant Valley. Finally, Lu Ying released Yingmei. Yingmei's karma had increased the most. She had lived for a long time and had experienced many things. On the graveyard, everyone saw Yingmei's miserable state and turned pale again. The sky above them was still covered in blood, and the graveyard had changed. Yingmei fell to the ground, her eyes flickering. She had experienced something unbelievable. She had seen the past and the souls that had died under the spring and autumn booklet. Those people were clearly dead, but they still came to bother her. How dare they? They would all die again, and the spring and autumn booklet would kill them. Again. Kill. Kill them. How dare they come again? Kill them. Everyone fell silent. The graveyard reverberated with Ying Mei's crazy screams. Mr. Yi shouted in grief, "Grand sight." Ying Mei's body shook, and she slowly turned her head. She saw Mr. Yi with a blank expression. Mr. Yi stared at her. "Are you still not coming to your senses?" Ying Mei's eyes flashed and gradually became clear. Her forehead and hair were dyed red. She slowly turned around and looked at the people around her. Finally, she saw Lu Yin and pointed at him. "You take it." Bang! There was a soft sound, and Ying Mei completely disappeared. The void only distorted for a moment, and then there was nothing left. All traces of Ying Mei's existence had been erased. Mr. Yi was sad. Lu Yin looked away. After killing Ying Mei, this trip to the graveyard had come to an end. Now, only Xianxia was left in hell. Xianxia was very useful, and it would be a waste to let him die. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and looked at Lu Yin. They were curious about what Ying Mei had wanted to say, but she had been killed. This person's strength had refreshed their understanding of him. Perhaps even the lower defense god would not be his match. He was unfathomable. Those who wanted to get their hands on the spring and autumn booklet lowered their heads and left. Lang Ryu pulled Sijiushi away as well. This was a ruthless person, even though he had pushed the blame to the Great Five. Seek justice? That did not exist. They would never meet again. Shuesu stood in place and stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had actually destroyed the spring and autumn booklet. Who was he? This was too terrifying. After everyone left, news of Lu Yin destroying the spring and autumn booklet quickly spread throughout the Nine Firmaments universe. At the same time, news of his appearance and name spread. No one could offend him. No matter where this person came from or what he wanted to do, they could not offend him. Absolutely not. This person had come from Yi, interfered with the Battle of the Four Lin Swords, and destroyed the spring and autumn booklet. None of his actions could be understood by ordinary people. Furthermore, Qing Yan's attitude was the most important. Right, the Seven Fairies' attitudes were also extremely important. Lu Yin's name spread throughout the Nine Firmaments universe, and it had a much greater impact than the Battle of the Four Lin Swords. Lu Yin did not plan on hiding his identity. Unless the higher defense god intervened, he was invincible in the Nine Firmaments universe. He had not even used the eternal substance to destroy the spring and autumn booklet. Yuya, if you are in the Nine Firmaments universe, you must find me. The graveyard regained its calm. Lu Yin fiddled with the spring and autumn booklet and twirled it casually. Interesting. Lu Xiyu ran over and looked at the piece of bamboo with sparkling eyes. This is the spring and autumn booklet? Can I touch it? Lu Yin glanced at her. Why should I? Lu Xiyu fawned over him. Can you let me touch it? We're friends after all. You're not a thief? Of course not. How could you be a thief? Lu Xiyu quickly denied it. Inside, she shouted, "You're a great thief." Lu Yin tossed it to her nonchalantly. Lu Xiyu excitedly caught it. Fourth sister, come and take a look. It's the spring and autumn booklet. Many people stared at the piece of bamboo in Lu Xiyu's hand with burning eyes. That was the spring and autumn booklet, the sixth night pillar's eternal pain. It was a turbid treasure that could create a power. Ming Xiaolong brought Ming Xiaoqiu over and stared at the bamboo. I didn't expect it to be so small. She looked at Lu Yin and whispered, "Seventh sister, this person destroyed the spring and autumn jade. How powerful do you think he is?" Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. I don't know. I only know that we have 5 conditions. What 5 conditions? Ming Xiaoqiu was curious. Ming Xiaolong pushed him away. Stay away. Girls are talking. It's none of your business. Ming Xiaoqiu rolled his eyes. The 2 girls muttered together. The elder from the Elysium Luo family came in front of Lu Yin and bowed. I am Luo Nanshan. I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Lu Yin looked at the elder. You are Luo Ning's father? Luo Nanshan said, yes. In Elysium, Lu Yin heard Luo Ning call him father. You are really old. Luo Nanshan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, please forgive us for offending you before. The Luo clan feels deeply guilty. With the status of the Elysium Luo family, they were very humble to ask for forgiveness twice. Lu Yin originally did not have a good impression of the Luo family, but Luo Nanshan knew how to behave. He was not the one who pushed him out of Elysium. If he did not delay, the old woman would not have made a move. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked knowingly. Luo Nanshan said, how is my son now? Lu Yin nodded, he is alive. Luo Nanshan's heart jumped, then, what is his cultivation? Lu Yin praised, your son is very courageous. He would rather put his life in my hands than accept spiritual cultivation. Luo Nanshan was completely relieved. He took a step back and bowed deeply, I don't know what price the Luo family has to pay for you to let my son go. If my son has offended you in any way, please tell us. The Luo family will bear all the consequences. He was really frightened. If not for the battle in the Ling Plains, he would not have been so humble when he met Lu Yin. Now, the spring and autumn jade's fate was a warning. This was a ruthless person that could not be offended. Snatch? Forget it. The Luo family could not even beat the spring and autumn jade, let alone this person. Although it was a loss of face, Luo Ning was too important. Moreover, this person's attitude towards the Luo clan was also very important. He did not wish for the Luo clan to be destroyed. Lu Yin was amused. This was not your attitude when you stopped me outside the heavenly gate. Luo Nanshan said bitterly, I have been deceived by a vile person. I apologize to you again. As he said this, he bowed for the third time. For a well-known power like the Luo family, such an attitude was enough to shock many people, but the surrounding people were not surprised. Although Lu Yin had been alone during the battle at the graveyard, he had been more terrifying than anyone else. More accurately, it was precisely because he had been alone that he had been absolutely terrifying. Lu Yin was different. He had come from one of the lower three universes and had no ties to the nine firmaments universe. It wasn't strange for someone like him to do anything, but he was ruthless and merciless. He had dyed Ling Yuan with blood, so how could the Luo family not be afraid? A faction could rely on its overall strength to crush a rogue cultivator, but if a rogue cultivator could withstand this strength, that rogue cultivator's threat would far exceed that of a faction. Lu Yin sized up Luo Nanshan, your attitude is not bad. Let me ask you a question. Please speak, sir. Where is Lord Qing? Luo Nanshan asked, have you heard of Xianxia City? No. Luo Nanshan said, Xianxia City has Xianxia's bloodline, which is a product of Xianxia's universe. The creatures of Xianxia's universe are strange, and they have created a way of using lock-breaking array techniques called engraving. After destroying Xianxia's universe, the engraving technique was difficult to learn immediately. The superior god cut a part of Xianxia's universe into the nine firmaments universe, which is Xianxia's bloodline. Xianxia City was built on Xianxia's bloodline, and Lord Qing is currently there. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he recalled the battle at the abyss of space, where Lord Qing had launched a sneak attack and used a sourcebox array. So that was how it was. He had felt that something was off and had always wanted to understand Lord Qing's technique. Was it called engraving? It was similar to a certain artistic act. Engraving, it was very appropriate. Luo Nanshan reminded him, if Sir wants to cause trouble for him, you need to be wary of the Qing clan. The three strongest clans in Xianxia City are the Yu clan, the Qing clan, and the Zhu clan. These three clans have obtained the most Xianxia's bloodline, and they might be able to recreate Xianxia's universe's former glory in lockbreaking, which is why they are being watched by the superior god. Sir, you must consider this before you act. Lu Yin recalled Lord Qing's ability to engrave killing intent. It was not impossible for such an ability to be noticed by the superior god, and Lu Yin had always remembered it. Even if Lord Qing had only made a move once, it had left a deep impression on him. The glory of Xianxia's universe? Luo Nanshan nodded and sighed. Xianxia's universe is one of the outer universes that were destroyed by our Nine Heavens universe. It was one of the most difficult universes to deal with. In order to destroy Xianxia's universe, a total of 5 night pillars were used, and the superior god personally acted to take it down. If not for the superior god's intervention, the 5 night pillars would have died. That is why Xianxia's bloodline has always been watched. Those who have comprehended Xianxia's universe's universal spirit treasure array have a high status in 9 Heavens universe, especially Lord Qing. He is known as an engraver, and he is even mentioned by the superior god. That is why I gave Lord Qing face back then. Even if Sir took out a token, I still had to check it. Luin asked, where is Xianxian city? The western domain is very far from here. That Lord Qing left after Sir was pushed out. Right, what happened to that eternal realm beast? Luin asked. He had wanted to ask this before, but he had to deal with the spring and autumn jade first. Luo Nanshan still had lingering fears and looked at Luin. The superior god acted and forced it to retreat. I don't know where it is now. Which superior god did it? Luin asked. Luo Nanshan smiled bitterly. I don't know about that. I only know that it was the superior god. Luin nodded. His guess was correct. It should have been the Blue Lotus superior god. Lu Yin's arrival at Yihai must have been because of the Blue Lotus superior god's interference. Otherwise, how could the tomorrow beast have thrown him to Yihai? He had overestimated that giant beast. Songtian City, the Yu clan, the Lord clan, and the Ju clan. The Yu clan should be the masters behind the Wisdom Sky Domain. The Wisdom Sky Domain originated from the 9 Firmaments universe, and the source was here. However, the sourcebox array in the Wisdom Sky Domain was different from Lord Qing's carvings. Was there a difference in their comprehension? Then, could the Ju clan have an even more inconceivable way of using it? Luin was the number 1 origin array heavenly master among the 3 universes. Now that he was curious about Songtian City, he would definitely go and take a look. As for now, Luo Nanshan answered all of Lu Yin's questions, and his attitude was so good that Luin didn't want to make things difficult for him. Thus, he released Luo Ning. When Luo Ning came out, he felt the world spin, and the scenery around him changed. He had been inside Mount Supreme all this time, and the sudden change stunned him. Luo Nanshan was excited. Luo Ning turned around, and when he saw Luo Nanshan, he became even more excited. Father. When Luo Nanshan saw that Luo Ning was safe and sound and that his cultivation hadn't changed, he finally relaxed and bowed deeply to Luin. Thank you for releasing Ning, sir. Thank you. Luo Ning was very smart, and he quickly thanked Luin. Many people around recognized Luo Ning and were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Luo Ning to be in Lu Yin's hands. He had killed Qianshu, and now he had captured Luo Ning. What was going on? There were only 8 people sleeping in the junior defense pavilion, and he had captured 2 of them? Qing Yan was also surprised and watched from afar. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong exchanged glances. Wasn't this guy from the 3 universes? When did he capture Luo Ning? Luo Nanshan's grateful expression made it clear that he had known long ago. They recalled the grudge between Qianshu and Luin, which involved the 3 universes. Luo Nanshan and Luo Ning thanked Luin, but Luin stopped them. Don't thank me so quickly. I didn't say I would release him. Luo Ning grew anxious and looked at Luo Nanshan, his eyes filled with coldness. This was the 9th firmament universe. Luo Nanshan jumped in fright, afraid that Luin would see the coldness in Luo Ning's eyes. He shouted, "Unfilial son, how did you offend Sir? Apologize to Sir." The spring and autumn scroll offended Sir, and it was destroyed without even a chance to apologize. What are you waiting for? Luo Ning was stunned. What spring and autumn scroll? Right, where's that bastard Qianshu? It's him. Suddenly, he paused and looked around. The ground was stained with blood, and there was a bloody mist floating above his head that hadn't completely dispersed. He looked in another direction. Wasn't that the spring and autumn scroll? How had it split into 2? And those people over there? Mr. Ibai? And the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll? At this moment, Luo Ning's head buzzed as Luo Nanshan's words echoed in his ears. The spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed. The spring and autumn scroll had been destroyed. How was this possible? He knew that Luoyin was strong, but he shouldn't have been able to destroy the Spring and Autumn Scroll. In Luoning's knowledge, although he had been captured by Luoyin, he had only seen Luoyin 3 times. The first time was before and after Luoyin had been captured, the second time was when he had been used to threaten Qiaoyi, and the third time was when he had been pushed out of the Heaven Gate. No matter how he looked at these 3 times, he couldn't see the depth of Luoyin's strength. If he knew that Luoyin had brought Wu Jiang back to the spiritualized universe while being chased by Eternal Realm creatures, he wouldn't have thought so. But he didn't know. At this moment, the tomb was stained with blood. The scene of the Spring and Autumn Scroll being destroyed stunned him, and he couldn't react. Luo Nanshan shouted again, "Unfilial son, apologize to Sir." Luoning hurriedly bowed to Luoyin. "Please forgive me, sir. I have offended you in the past. I was ignorant. Please punish me." Luoyin looked at Luoning with a faint smile. He had seen the coldness in Luoning's eyes. It was normal. Luoning had been released from the 9th firmament universe, and someone from the Luo family stood beside him. How could he let Luoyin capture him? In Lu Yin's opinion, it was hard to say whether he could survive in the 9th firmament universe. He could only say that he had improved too quickly. If it was the first time he had seen Luoning, he wouldn't have had the confidence to play with the Luo family. At that time, he wasn't Yusang Tian's opponent. The Spring and Autumn Scroll was enough to suppress him, and the Luo family wouldn't be too afraid of him. Strength was the foundation of everything. I recommend the Western fantasy novel Lord of Ashes written by Big Brother. I love Little Doe. Western fantasy theme, unique style of writing, it's worth a look. Including Big Brother and The Completed Knight's Journey, they are all very exciting. I strongly recommend it. Luoning. Luoyin smiled. Yes. Luoning did not dare to be impudent, and his attitude was even more respectful than when he had been captured. He had thought that Luoyin would use him to negotiate with the Luo family, and that he would still have some value to keep his dignity. However, the Spring and Autumn Scroll had been destroyed just like that, and the Luo family could not threaten this person. Luoning's life was worthless to Luoyin, so there was no need to talk about dignity. Actually, I admire you. For the sake of your future, you're willing to give your life to the enemy and gamble. You're more daring than the Spring and Autumn Scroll, Luoyin said. Luoning bowed even more deeply. Thank you, senior. Luoyin grunted. Xianxia's constitution is spatial conversion, which is not bad. What about you? Luo Nanshan's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Luoning. Luoning answered without hesitation, vitality, the vitality of the body. Luoyin was surprised. Vitality of the body? Yes, vitality is the unlimited use of the body's strength. Even if you don't cultivate, you can still strengthen yourself at any time. It's like your thoughts are your own, but your body is a different creature. If someone imprisons my thoughts, my body might react when I sense danger. Also, Luoning explained a lot, and it was obvious that he was sincere. He did not dare to lie, not even a little bit. Luoyin listened quietly. Compared to the vitality that most people knew, Luoning's constitution was more like a form of life. It was a life that was completely controlled by the body. It was as if his body could still move even if his head was removed. Moreover, he was still a progenitor, just like Qian Shu, but his physical strength was already close to the primordial realm. This was quite unbelievable. Throughout the 3 universes, only Luoyin had ever accomplished this. Luoning looked refined, but who would have thought that the strength hidden beneath his skinny body would be so great? Of course, the difference between him and Luoyin was too great, so Luoyin had not paid much attention to it. It was no wonder why Luoning had been able to sleep in the Junior Governor Pavilion. This person's physical strength had even more potential than Luoyin's. Luoyin had relied on various cultivation and opportunities, but Luoning did not need to do anything. Luoyin did not even know how to describe Luoning. In the beginning, Qianshu had been stronger than Luoning, but as time passed, Luoning had become stronger. No matter how powerful Qianshu's spatial conversion was, it would be useless if he could not break through Luoning's defenses. Luoyin could already imagine the day when Luoning would be able to destroy everything with just her physical strength alone. Luo Ning did not say anything else, as he was very apprehensive. He did not know what his constitution would force Luin to do, but he could not hide it. Xianxia's constitution was much more secretive than Lu Yin's, and since Luin already knew about it, Xianxia was certain that he would not be able to hide it any longer. Beads of sweat dripped from Luo Nanshan's forehead. He had not experienced this feeling for many years. He was the head of the Luo family, the guardian of the gate of heaven. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Luo Ning was too important. The Luo clan of the Celestial Gate sounded impressive, but in fact, they were just gatekeepers. The spring and autumn bamboo slips could travel the continent of the 9 clouds, but what about the Luo clan? They could only watch the door. They also wanted to improve, and Luo Ning was their hope. Actually, capturing you is of no use to me, but letting you go like this would be letting you off too easily. You're aware that Tian Ke has caused me a lot of trouble, and the Luo family has prevented me from entering the Heaven Gate, Luin said slowly. Luo Ning and Luo Nanshan exchanged glances before looking at Luin. If Mr. doesn't mind, Heaven's Gate, the Luo family's gate of heaven, will always be open to Mr. I, Luo Ning, swear that I will never be Mr.'s enemy in this life. If I violate this oath, I will never have the chance to enter immortality. Luo Nanshan added, if Mr. needs it, the Luo family is willing to serve Mr. Luin nodded, alright, let's do that. Luo Nanshan and Luo Ning were pleasantly surprised, thank you, Mr. With a wave of Lu Yin's hand, Luo Nanshan and Luo Ning led the Luo family away. They did not want to stay in the Ling Plains for even a moment longer. At the same time that the Luo family left, Long Yin and the others pretended to search the ruins of the spring and autumn jade slip before leaving as well. The White Jade clan had left long ago, not daring to meet Luin. Their backer was the spring and autumn jade slip. Now that it was destroyed, they had to think about how to deal with Long Yin's hatred and the internal strife within the Spirit Alliance. Xiaozhan from the Jin clan wanted to find Luin. They had seen Luin use the Great Five Palms technique. Luin also had experience in the Xilin domain. No matter how they looked at it, the palm strike towards the Jin clan was related to him. But Xiaozhan was stopped. Forget it, don't provoke him. Some things don't need to be too clear. Not just us, even the entire Spirit Alliance can't afford to provoke this person. Xiaozhan was unwilling, this person inexplicably dragged the Jin clan into this mess. Are we just going to let it go? Sigh, the Jin clan didn't lose anything other than some time. Lang Ryu was besieged for so long, so he paid the price. Let's go back. Xiaozhan looked at him deeply and could only leave. Luin looked into the distance. The Jin clan had also left. Lang Ryu, Jiaoshi, and the White Jade clan had all left. He could deal with the White Jade clan, but he would leave it to Long Yin. Qingyun walked over from afar and said goodbye to Luin. I plan to use the spring and autumn jade slip to travel the 9 heavens, but now that it's gone, I should go. Luin looked at her, the spring and autumn jade slip is in my hands. I can take you to travel the 9 heavens. Many people looked over, curious about the relationship between Qingyun and Luin. Everyone knew that Qingyun had spoken up for Luin, but they did not understand why she looked at him differently. Qingyun shook her head, no, it's not safe to follow you. Luin raised his brows, are you afraid that someone will harm you? Don't worry, I can protect you. Qingyun looked at Luin deeply. You're the most dangerous. Luin? Lu Xiyu exclaimed, Miss, did you know about this little thief's peeping? Ming Xiaolong blushed, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to hear you? Lu Xiyu stuck out her tongue. Qingyun looked around, from now on, there will be no more book world gathering. There will be fewer people in this world. You want to see people in this world? I'm familiar with it. Lu Ying continued, I often see fireworks. From the ordinary to the ordinary, this is a person's life. Qingyun's eyes lit up, yes, no matter who it is, even if they have eternal life, they will still be ordinary. The universe is eternal, but no living creature has eternal life. You think too much, Lu Ying said. Qingyun smiled, let's get to know each other formally. I'm Qingyun. Lu Ying. Nice to meet you, Lu Ying. Qingyun smiled. Lu Ying stretched out his hand, my hometown has a custom. When friends meet, they shake hands. The happier they are, the longer the handshake. Qingyun looked at Lu Yin's outstretched hand and hesitated for a moment. Then, she reached out and shook Lu Yin's hand as well. This moment was frozen for eternity. Countless eyes stared blankly. It was even more unbelievable than the spring and autumn scroll being destroyed. Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong's jaws dropped in disbelief. Mr. Yibai was shocked. The more he understood this girl, the more he knew how extraordinary she was. How could she be like this with this person? Lu Yin held Qingyun's hand tightly and frowned slightly. Strange, this was different from the spiritualized Qingyun. In the spiritualized Qingyun, her body was burning. She had clearly burned the fruit of death, but her body was still burning. First, there was the fruit, then the cause. This Qingyun's body was also burning, but there was no fruit. It was as if no matter how much the burning force continued, it could not burn her to death. How could this be? As long as she was a living creature, she would definitely die. Furthermore, this girl's body was constantly burning, so it was impossible for her to not die. However, Lu Yin felt that she had lost the possibility of dying, or rather, she had lost the possibility of dying from this burning force. Cause, effect. She existed because of the cause, but she had lost the fruit. In the spiritualized Qingyun, there was the fruit first, then the cause. What was going on? Qingyun forcefully pulled her hand away. Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Nice to meet you. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. Qingyun was stunned. Is this also a courtesy from your hometown? Lu Yin nodded. Introducing yourself after shaking hands makes it seem more formal. Qingyun looked at their hands and was a little nervous. She had lived for so long and had never been touched by anyone, especially by a man. However, she did not know why, but she was willing to shake hands with this person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to do so. At this moment, this person was holding her hand and she could feel the warmth of his palm. Her heart raced. I'm Qingyun. Nice to meet you. She then pulled her hand back. Lu Yin solemnly said, the happier you are, the longer you hold my hand. Qingyun was puzzled. She looked at Lu Yin and then at their hands. She waited for a while. The surrounding people stared blankly. What were these two doing? Is this enough? How happy are you? I'm a little unhappy now. Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. Nice to meet you. Lu Yin's expression was natural. Qingyun. At this time, a figure appeared. It was an old woman, and she reached out to grab Lu Yin's and Qingyun's hands. She beamed at Lu Yin, young man, it's nice to meet you too. She grabbed Lu Yin's hand, wanting to separate it from Qingyun's. Lu Yin looked at the old woman and retracted his hand. Senior, please have some self-respect. The old woman's face twitched. Her hand was suspended in midair. Fortunately, Qingyun retracted her hand. The back of her hand was red from Lu Yin's grab. Qingyun rubbed it and looked at the old woman. Granny Yin, I'm fine. The old woman held Qingyun's hand. Does it hurt? Qingyun smiled. Of course it doesn't. It's just a handshake. It's just etiquette. The old woman glared at Lu Yin. Young man, you're not kind. You haven't taken enough advantage of her. No girl will like this. Lu Yin smiled and looked at the old woman. Thank you for your reminder. The old woman snorted. Girl, let's go. Qingyun nodded and looked at Lu Yin again. Have you heard of the Startling Sparrow Arena? Lu Yin shook his head. Ask someone. I'll invite you to the Startling Sparrow Arena. See you then. Qingyun said and left under the old woman's urging. Lu Yin looked at Qingyun's back. Startling Sparrow Arena? Stop looking. She's already gone. Lu Xiyu handed the spring and autumn bamboo slip back to Lu Yin and rolled her eyes. Lu Yin took it. What's the background of this Qingyun? You're all afraid. You don't know? Then how do you know her name is Qingyun? Lu Xiyu was puzzled. Lu Yin said, I guessed. Like hell I'll believe you. Lu Xiyu glared at him and whispered. holding her hand and not letting go. Shameless. Ming Xiaolong brought Ming Xiaoqiu to Lu Yin and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my brother from the spring and autumn scroll. I am Ming Xiaoqiu. Thank you, sir. Lu Yin said, have you fulfilled the conditions? Ming Xiaolong said, of course, but as I said in advance, there are no conditions. If you have any orders for saving my brother, I will do it even if it costs me my life. Me too, Ming Xiaoqiu said. Lu Yin asked, what is Qing Yan's background? Ming Xiaolong looked in the direction Qing Yan had left, but she could no longer be seen. She is the daughter of Startle Gate Lord. Lu Yin was shocked. Startle Gate Lord? Ming Xiaolong nodded. She is the daughter of Startle Gate Lord, and the name Qing Yan comes from Blue Lotus Lord. It is said that Blue Lotus Lord rushed to name her, and Startle Gate Lord did not stop him, so she has two gods of defense backing her, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaolong nodded. Lu Yin was speechless. No wonder everyone was so polite to Qing Yan. Even Ying Mei did not dare to call her by her name and only called her Mississippi. With two gods of defense backing her, her background was monstrous. In the entire universe, who had a stronger background than her? The seven fairies? They could not even compare. Lu Yin exhaled. No wonder you were stalling for time. You were afraid that she would speak for the spring and autumn scroll. Ming Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Although our seven fairies were apprenticed to Blue Lotus Lord, they could not compare to you. One word from you, and the gods of defense would act. You could mobilize half of the masters in the entire Jiuxiao universe. This is not an exaggeration. Lu Yin nodded. It was not an exaggeration. It was just like if he had a child, his child could mobilize all the masters in the Tianyuan universe. Fortunately, she has a good temper. Lu Yin was a little scared. If this woman had been evil to him, countless masters in the entire Jiuxiao universe would have besieged him, let alone destroy the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Xiyu found it strange. She has always been impartial. Why is she speaking for you this time? Ming Xiaolong and Ming Xiaoqiu were also curious. Lu Yin himself did not know, but it should be related to Qing Yan in the spiritualized universe. There must be some connection between these two women. But that was not right. If it was related to Qing Yan, she would have already attacked him. He had bullied her in the spiritualized universe. He had bullied her. Then have you heard of Qing Xiao? Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong shook their heads, indicating that they did not know him. Jingmen Shangyu does not have a son? Only one daughter? What do you mean? Are you looking down on us women? No, I'm just asking. Lu Yin was puzzled. What was up with Qing Xiao? Wasn't he Qing Yan's younger brother? That's right, before Qing Yan left, he invited me to the Sparrow Shocking platform. What kind of place is that? Ming Xiaoqiu was envious. Senior wants to go to the startling Sparrow Terrace? Great, let's go together. Lu Yin asked, what is this Sparrow Arena? Ming Xiaoqiu and the others knew that Lu Yin came from the lower three universes, so it was normal that they didn't know. They explained, the startling Sparrow Arena is a place, but it can also be a test. You can take it as an opportunity given by the startling gate to countless cultivators in the ninth heaven universe. You can get the teachings of the eternal realm and even ask questions about the eternal realm. We'll have to go to the frightening Sparrow stage to explain the details. Anyway, once the frightening Sparrow stage opens, countless cultivators of the continent of the nine clouds will flock there because it's one of the rare opportunities to meet cultivators of the eternal life layer. By the way, did you say when the startling Sparrow Arena will open? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. She didn't say. Well, it seems like there's still some time. Don't worry, it'll be a grand occasion for the entire ninth heaven universe. Ming Xiaoqiu was excited. Boom. In the distance, the ruins of the spring and autumn scroll collapsed, reminding Lu Yin that he hadn't looked for his spoils yet. The spring and autumn scroll had many resources, but what he cared about the most were the spirit seeds and the fate scabs. Many people coveted the ruins of the spring and autumn scroll, but Lu Yin was still there, so they didn't dare to make a move. Lu Yin didn't look for it himself, but let the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll do it. There was no one who could find resources faster than them. Many resources were not exposed outside, but hidden in cosmic rings. Even if he saw them with his consciousness, he couldn't find them. Otherwise, with Lu Yin's consciousness, he could find them all in an instant. The disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll worked hard to help Lu Yin find resources. On the other side, Lu Yin asked Lu Xiyu and Ming Xiaolong, "What's the third condition?" The two shook their heads. "No sister contacted us." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What about me?" Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. "Go play by yourself. If you don't have any conditions, can't you live?" Lu Yin looked into the distance. "Right now, all 7 conditions are what I want to do the most." "I understand. Everyone wants to be Yihai's disciple," Ming Xiaolong said, but then helplessly said, "But none of the sisters contacted us. We can't do anything about it." "I'll contact them." "No. No." The two girls spoke at the same time and stared at Lu Yin with vigilance. Lu Yin was speechless. "Why?" Lu Xiyu bared her teeth. "Our sister's contact information has never been leaked." "What if it's leaked?" "It'll be very troublesome." Ming Xiaolong nodded. Lu Yin had a headache. "You can't just make me wait like this." Ming Xiaolong said, "If there's no other way, you can return to the Myriad Elephant Valley with me. I want to see Wan Lu's expression when he sees you." Lu Xiyu whispered into Ming Xiaolong's ear, "Fourth sister, do you think the other sisters thought that one of them made a condition and didn't contact us?" "It's possible. Our 7 fairies have the best relationship, but it's also possible that they know how powerful this guy is and thought of new conditions." "Do you want to ask?" "No need. Let him wait." "That's not good. He saved my brother, and I said I wanted to repay him." "Let me ask 5th sister. Then I'll ask 6th sister." Lu Yin relaxed. It was good that she asked. If he really had to wait, who knew how long it would take? 7 conditions seemed like a lot and difficult, but it was not impossible for him to complete them at his level. The 4 Lin swordsmen and the Spring and Autumn slips were all famous forces in the 9th heaven universe. Not long after, Lu Xiyu put down her thoughts. 6th sister hasn't thought about it yet. Ming Xiaolong also put down her thoughts. 5th sister hasn't thought about it either. What about the others? Keep asking, Lu Yin urged. The two girls were troubled. Eldest sister, 2nd sister, and 3rd sister have reminded us not to contact them unless it's absolutely necessary. We won't contact them. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean by absolutely necessary? Right, the outside world only knows about the 7 fairies. There are 2 who seem to be particularly mysterious, and no one has mentioned them. Lu Xiyu smiled playfully. There are more than 2. There are real and fake identities among the 7 fairies. 4th sister and I are the clearest, and everyone knows about it. However, there are a few sisters who have one identity on the surface and another behind the scenes. As for the 2 most mysterious ones, one is eldest sister and the other is 3rd sister. Even we don't know their identities. Ming Xiaolong said, "That's why we want to see what conditions they have for you. Maybe we can figure out their identities." "Right, there's something else you might be curious about. Back at the Lotus Pond, when you attacked us with a palm, it didn't hurt us at all. Didn't you find it strange when you saw Xiaoyu's and my strength?" Lu Yin nodded. "With your strength, it's impossible for you to block my palm. At first, I thought that the Azure Lotus Emperor helped you, but..." "Nonsense, how could Master help us?" Lu Xiyu glared at Lu Yin. Ming Xiaolong didn't look good either. Lu Yin knew that he had said the wrong thing. His original intention was that he had been sent to Yihai by the Azure Lotus Emperor. It was normal for him to help the 7 fairies at the critical moment. However, from Lu Xiyu's point of view, it was different. If the Azure Lotus Emperor had really helped them at that time, it meant that the Azure Lotus Emperor had been watching them. Wasn't that spying? It was extremely disrespectful to the Azure Lotus Emperor. Lu Yin quickly apologized. "I was wrong. That's why I said that I thought at first, but that's definitely not the case. I didn't mean to disrespect the Azure Lotus Emperor." Only then did the 2 girls look better. Ming Xiaolong said in a bad mood, "We definitely couldn't block your palm, but eldest sister and the others might not be able to. Who blocked your palm? It's just like who you touched. It's a mystery. Lucy kept nodding. Yes, that's right. Luine was helpless. How did it get back to that again? Let's not talk about those who can't be contacted first. Just do me a favor and urge the two who can be contacted. Luine looked at Ming Xiaolong. No matter what, I've helped you. Saving your brother is a condition, and I'll definitely do it. However, how I do it is up to me. Am I doing it perfectly? Ming Xiaolong could not refute. I know. Don't worry, I'll help you urge them. But if they really haven't thought about it, you can go find a place yourself. Or you can go directly to 5th sister and 6th sister's house, Lucy interjected. Luine thought about it. That's fine. At that moment, a disciple from the Spring and Autumn Scroll came over and respectfully led Luine to the place where the scroll stored its resources. Yingmei's cosmic ring had been destroyed, and Lu Yin's heart ached. Fortunately, the Spring and Autumn Scroll's resources were still there. Just the spirit seeds alone were piled up like a mountain, and Luine did not hesitate to take them all. There were a total of 100 trillion spirit seeds, which was a considerable amount of wealth. When Yuya had sent the moon servant to find Luine, one of his conditions had been 100 trillion spirit seeds. In order to obtain so many spirit seeds, the moon servant had mobilized all of Yuya's connections in the spiritualized universe and paid a huge price. She had even caused the price of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe to skyrocket in order to obtain them. There were so many spirit seeds here. The cultivation method of spirit seeds originated from the 9th firmament universe, and it also fed back to the 9th firmament universe. The spiritualized universe was just a transition, and the number of spirit seeds was naturally far less than the 9th firmament universe. With 100 trillion spirit seeds, Luine would be able to obtain a lot more spirit seed liquid. But in the 9th firmament universe, where would he go to obtain the immortal substance? He did not dare to dig through bricks, as the spirit seed liquid did not seem to be of much use. Aside from spirit seeds, there were also many metal resources and many battle techniques. Some of the battle techniques were tempting to the onlookers, including the disciples from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. However, they did not dare to take them for themselves. Luine wanted to find a turbid treasure, but that was too whimsical. Turbid treasures were obtained by those who were fated. Not all major powers would have one. Yusang Tian was in charge of the spiritualized universe, but he only had 1 or 2 turbid treasures. Yishang had relied on his merchant associations throughout the spiritualized universe to find one. Yuya only had that belt. Luine had seen the most turbid treasures in his life. The first was Eternity, and the second was Jiangfeng. He himself only had 1 turbid treasure, and now he had the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip. What's this? I can't open it. A voice came from not far away. It came from a disciple of the Spring and Autumn bamboo slip who was trying to open the stone chest in front of him. Several disciples around him tried to open it, but they couldn't. Lu Xiyu and the rest were also attracted to the chest and looked on curiously. But after a while, they still couldn't open it. Lu Xiyu shouted from afar, "Hey, Luine! Come and take a look. There's a treasure." Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Xiyu. He looked at the stone chest in front of him, and the others retreated. Luine placed his hand on the stone chest and exerted some force. The stone chest shook, but it didn't break. Eh? Luine was astonished. He had used a lot of force, but it didn't break. He increased his strength, but even though the stone chest shook, it didn't break. Mr. Yibai came over and said, "I've seen this stone chest before, but I've never seen anyone open it. It's said that it dates back to the era of the first ancestor. It's a very long time ago." Luine didn't believe it and continued to increase his strength. Finally, he used limitless power and the stone chest suddenly cracked open. Everyone looked at it curiously, wondering what was inside. The stone was definitely not ordinary. But after the stone chest cracked open, it was still a stone chest. Lu Xiyu was stunned. What does this mean? Don't tell me that it's always inside the stone chest? The Spring and Autumn bamboo slip is too boring. Luine didn't pay attention to Lu Xiyu's words. He stared at the top of the second, smaller stone chest. His eyes flashed and his expression changed. Everyone, back off. Lu Xiyu wanted to ask something, but Ming Xiaolong pulled her away. Everyone else retreated. Lu Ying stared at the second stone chest. There was a word engraved on top of it, Tian. The word Tian was normal in the spring and autumn bamboo slip, but it wasn't normal in Lu Yin's eyes. This word made him think of karma, the protectors of the four directions, and the eternity. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly put it down, pressing down on the word Tian. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled. Everyone felt as if their brains had been hammered by something, and they retreated step by step. Under Lu Yin's palm, the word Tian blossomed with light and shone in all directions along his 5 fingers. It wanted to soar into the sky, but Lu Yin suppressed it. This word had almost killed him before. The first time, he had used the immemorial city's flames to ignite it. Now, he didn't need to use any power. So what if it was the power of an eternal realm? He could face an eternal realm expert head-on, so how could he not suppress a word written by an eternal realm expert? When the word Tian appeared in the air, Lu Yin knew that it wasn't written on the spring and autumn scroll. Instead, it had come from a mysterious eternal realm powerhouse like karma and the protectors of the four directions. Lu Yin also thought of that powerhouse, but it wasn't a master grass. No matter how much Xianxia had lied, Lu Yin was now certain that Xianxia was not a master of grasses. There was still an eternal realm expert hidden in the Tian Yuan universe. That expert was the real mastermind behind the words heaven, slave, eternity, and even the grass master. If this person had been here, Lu Yin would have done everything in his power to escape without a second thought. However, he was now completely different from before. Under his palm, the word Tian was like a star storm that had shrunk countless times as it continued to climb. Lu Yin's eyes were fierce, and his battle aura of the realm of palms spread out. The seal the heavens sequence particles were enveloped, and infinite power flowed. Scatter. With a shout, the word Tian shattered, turning into light spots that scattered in all directions. Everything happened so quickly that everyone felt as if their heads had been hammered. Then, they saw the light spots scattering under Lu Yin's palm, and nothing else. Lu Xiyu's face was pale. She covered her head and looked at Lu Yin blankly. What happened? Ozwa walked out from Ming Xiaolong's side and looked at the stone box in shock. He could see it clearly. After all, he was a powerhouse who had completed the bitter disaster realm. However, he couldn't imagine that a word could have such power. Even he had been hammered on the head just now. This was definitely not Ying Mei's power. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died so miserably. Lu Yin stood quietly in front of the stone box. No one knew what he was thinking, and he wasn't in a hurry to open it. However, Lu Xiyu was anxious and kept urging him. A low voice slowly sounded. Countless eyes were fixed on the stone box, wanting to know what was inside. If it weren't for Ming Xiaolong holding her back, Lu Xiyu would have rushed over. The main reason was that Ming Xiaolong was afraid of danger. When the stone box opened, what appeared in front of Lu Yin were spirit seeds and some scabs. There were a total of 26 spirit seeds. However, the scabs weren't important at this time. It was normal. Still, Lu Yin was stunned. Spirit seeds? How could there be spirit seeds? There were hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds outside. Why would there be spirit seeds in this stone box? Unless... cultivation spirits? Lu Xiyu exclaimed. Everyone's breathing quickened as they stared at the spirit seeds with burning greed. These weren't ordinary spirit seeds, but cultivation spirits. Spirit seeds could be cultivated when they entered the body, and cultivation spirits referred to spirit seeds that could be used to cultivate one's cultivation. Lu Yin had met too many experts who had accepted cultivation spirits. There were at least thousands of cultivation spirits in this stone box. Was this the greatest secret of the spring and autumn slip? This is a violation. Ozwa gritted his teeth, his expression ugly. Ming Xiaolong and the others reacted and stared at the cultivation spirits. Their faces sank. Even the greedy gazes around them were replaced by anger. Of course, the greed still existed. No one didn't want these cultivation spirits. Once they got them, it was enough for a family to transcend and become a power. No matter how deep the spring and autumn slip's secret was, it was impossible to have so many powerful cultivation spirits. If it were ordinary cultivation spirits, any family could take out a lot more than this. However, these are definitely not ordinary cultivation spirits. Although you can't tell from their appearance, the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe can roughly feel the strength of these cultivation spirits because of the spirit seeds. Ming Xiaolong saw Lu Yin's confusion and explained. She continued, the worst of these cultivation spirits are progenitors. Lu Yin's expression changed. The worst is progenitors? Ming Xiaolong nodded and said in a deep voice, the progenitor realm seems to be a lot, but that is under the huge base of cultivators. In fact, the birth of the progenitor realm has never been simple. There is a 1 in 100 million chance of it being born. Families or forces can raise this ratio to a very high level, but it is not so high that they can leave behind thousands of progenitor realm cultivators. After all, progenitor realm cultivators can live for a very long time and may not necessarily die in their own territory, much less leave behind a spirit seed. Among these, the progenitor realm is only a part. Even the dream sky, which has the longest history in the eastern region, can't have this many cultivation spirits, let alone the spring and autumn slip. This is a violation. The spring and autumn slip is a violation. Mr. Ibai's face was pale. Everyone's eyes fell on him. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip all looked uneasy and trembled in fear. In the ninth heaven universe, these two words meant that one would encounter the death mound, which meant death. However, they didn't know about this. Someone shouted, Mr. Ibai, your spring and autumn slip actually did such evil things. 100 deaths won't be enough to redeem you. Ingmei shouldn't have died so easily. It's strange. The death mound has been staring at the spring and autumn slip. How can they not find these cultivation spirits? Their spirit-seeking technique can't be wrong, especially when Peak Master Long Yin is here. It should be related to the stone box. It blocked the death mound spirit-seeking technique. The surrounding people were denouncing, but the spring and autumn slip had been destroyed and Ingmei was dead. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip could not know about this. The only one who could know was Mr. Ibai. Mr. Ibai slowly knelt on the ground. His hair was white. He looked at the stone box in pain and did not say a word. Rational people could see that he did not know about this. Otherwise, he would not have been emotionless. It was too natural. In the spring and autumn slip, Mr. Ibai was an anomaly. Otherwise, Ming Xiaolong and Qing Yun would not have pleaded for him. Lu Ying put away the scab and looked at Ming Xiaolong and the others. Spirit-seeking technique? Ming Xiaolong explained, the death mound specializes in killing people who break the rules. In the ninth heaven universe, the most frequent crime is plundering cultivation spirits. Once a powerful cultivation spirit is snatched, it is a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step under the premise that one's talent is limited and it is difficult to improve. Therefore, many people plunder cultivation spirits. The death mound has a special spirit-seeking technique. Once there are too many cultivation spirits in a place, one can find them and finally judge whether they are the offenders. The spring and autumn slip can have some cultivation spirits. Xianxia's complete coup air cultivation spirit and Granny Ye's complete coup air cultivation spirit are all like this. However, there shouldn't be so many. Speaking of this, she looked at Lu Ying. The death mound has been looking for trouble with the spring and autumn slip but could not find anything. I didn't expect the spring and autumn slip to have something to block the spirit-seeking technique. Who can contact the death mound and tell them what happened here? Lu Ying looked around and said. Ozwa said, I can. With that, she contacted the death mound. Long Yin and the third peak were constantly looking for trouble with the spring and autumn slip. They had also taken action in the previous battle. Under the premise that the spring and autumn slip did not break the rules, they would definitely be punished. After all, there were so many eyes watching. However, if the spring and autumn slip broke the rules, they would be much better. Seeing that Ozwa had contacted the death mound, Lu Ying directly put away the stone box. Helping was one thing, but it was impossible to give the spoils to the death mound. Then again, since the spring and autumn slip could get help from the mysterious eternal realm and block the spirit-seeking technique, how many people in the ninth heaven universe could do it? Not only did Luin think of it, but many people also thought of it. Their faces became more and more ugly. Plundering spiritual seeds would make the people of the ninth heaven universe uneasy. If there was a group of people hiding in the dark who could plunder spiritual seeds without being discovered by the Death Mound, who could do anything to them? The strength of that group of people would only increase faster and faster. Although there are many cultivation spirits, there must be powerful ones among them, but they are definitely not at the top. Otherwise, in that situation, the spring and autumn slip would have been used. Someone sighed. Others agreed. That's true. Could it be that they were destroyed and not exposed? Impossible. I reckon that there might not even be a cultivation spirit at the level of Dooku. Regardless of Lu Yin's level, these cultivation spirits could not be used by people who did not cultivate with spiritual seeds. However, they could be melted in the future, and the liquid was far superior to the spiritual seeds that had not been cultivated. Moreover, they could be traded in the ninth heaven universe, and their value was far beyond the hundreds of trillion spiritual seeds. Have any of you seen a similar stone chest? Luin asked the people around him. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Have you seen the word heaven or slave anywhere? Luin asked again. They still shook their heads. Lu Xiyu and the rest were also confused, indicating that they had not seen it before. Luin exhaled. It was definitely not just the spring and autumn scroll, it was just one of many. There were many other powers in the entire ninth heaven universe that were related to the mysterious eternal realm. Did those powers know about their existence? There were traces of the mysterious eternal realm in the ninth heaven universe and the Tianyuan universe. What about the spiritualized universe? The mysterious eternal realm was more troublesome than he had thought. It seemed to be using the entire human universe as a chessboard to set up something, not just the Tianyuan universe. Eternity had come from the Nine Firmaments universe, so Luin wanted to find out what had happened to him there. Yuya obviously knew, but Luin had probed Si Jiushi and Lu Xizhan before, but they did not know. The darkness behind the eternal realm made it impossible for him to see anything behind him, not even an outline. Only a hand had appeared, causing him to suffer a karmic backlash. The eternal realm was like a boulder pressing down on Lu Yin's heart, and he did not dare to relax for even a moment. There were some things that could never be done without reaching the eternal realm. The people from Death Hill had not left for long, and when Ozwa informed them of this matter, they passed it on to Long Yin. Long Yin hurriedly brought the women from the third peak back to the mausoleum. Where is it? Long Yin's gaze was calm, as if he was not surprised. Luin took out the stone chest. You are only allowed to look. You are not allowed to touch it. Long Yin? The women from the third peak looked at the cultivation spirit in the stone chest. They were not greedy, but rather relieved. They had finally proven themselves. They had been eyeing the spring and autumn scroll for a long time, not only because of Long Yin, but also because of many clues that pointed to the theft of spirit seeds. Of course, it had started out because of Long Yin. The more they stared at it, the more they felt that there was a problem. They had constantly caused trouble at the Book of the World Conference and tried all sorts of methods to enter the spring and autumn scroll and use the spirit-seeking technique, but to no avail. However, they had never given up. There were some things that would confuse one the deeper one got. Just like the spirit-seeking technique. If one could not find it, then they were innocent. The Death Hill did not only rely on the spirit-seeking technique, but also relied on the method of ordinary people to solve cases and find clues. Otherwise, how could they distinguish between a plundered spiritual seed and an inherited spiritual seed? They were absolutely certain that the spring and autumn bamboo slip had violated the rules, but they just couldn't find the cultivation spirit. It had been quite bitter for many years. This was also the reason why many people found it strange. Long Yin's greatest enemy was clearly the White Jade clan, so why was he so fixated on the spring and autumn bamboo slip? Revenge was one thing, but duty was another. The people of Death Hill could take revenge, but they had to follow their principles. The Great Master was biased towards his own people and found an excuse to lessen the punishment. It was not only because he was shielding his own people, but also because of Long Yin's words, "Great Master, this subordinate is certain that the spring and autumn annals are forbidden." There was no need for an oath. Just because of this sentence, Death Hill could trust Long Yin. This was the Death Hill. Now that the spring and autumn booklet had been proven to be a taboo, Long Yin heaved a sigh of relief, the people of the third summit heaved a sigh of relief, and the entire Death Hill heaved a sigh of relief. Death Hill was still the same Death Hill, it would not be blinded by hatred. Thank you, Long Yin thanked Luin. The girls from the third peak bowed to Luin in unison. Thank you, Senior. Luin waved a hand. Are you done? Then I'll put it away. Long Yin left with the people from the third peak. According to the rules, the cultivation spirit would definitely be taken to Death Hill. However, they were not the ones who destroyed the spring and autumn bamboo slip, so the cultivation spirit could not be taken away by them. Today's weather was really good. Long Yin rarely smiled and looked up at the sky. The blood mist had already dissipated, and the sky of the graveyard was blue again. It was very beautiful. Next, the White Jade clan. The people of Death Hill left, and Luin asked Ming Xiaolong to urge them again. The result was the same. They had not thought of a good condition. Helpless, Luin decided to go to the roots of the mother tree, which was the center of the ninth heaven universe. The ninth heaven universe was divided into 4 regions by the roots of the mother tree. The eastern region only had Lu Xiu and Ming Xiaolong, so he had to go to other regions to fulfill the conditions. Luin asked around and decided to go to the northern region. The Jiuqi Garden was in the northern region, and the northern region also had an entrance to Death Hill. He wanted to go to Death Hill. There was no need for him to worry about the situation here. He just needed to fulfill the conditions. He looked into the distance. Shuesu was standing there, looking at him. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze sweep over, she was shocked and quickly looked away. Don't look for me, don't look for me, don't look for me, don't look for me. Shuesu kept praying. She did not want to be watched by others, and she did not want to walk together with Luin. Although Luin was powerful, he was too ruthless. He had destroyed the spring and autumn slip just like that. It was better to stay away from such a person. Who knew who he would find trouble with next? Luin looked away and prepared to leave. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky." Everyone looked up. Above the stars, an object that looked like a pillar traversed the horizon, carrying traces of distortion in the void as it fell in a certain direction. It was so fast that it split the entire starry sky in two. At this moment, not just the graveyard, but the entire ninth heaven universe could see it. Countless people looked at this scene. The seventh night pillar had returned. The seventh night pillar? Luin could clearly see that the pillar-like object was really a pillar. However, it was an extremely large pillar that was large enough to support the entire ninth heaven universe. At this moment, the seventh night pillar was outside of the ninth heaven universe, not inside. How tall was the mother tree? The crown of the tree and the earth were 2 different worlds. The seventh night pillar was outside of the mother tree, but everyone could clearly see its shape. One could only imagine its size. Luin had thought that the night pillars were a place name, but now he knew that they were actually pillars. No wonder it was said that the 9 night pillars propped up the ninth heaven universe. Someone said excitedly, "The seventh night pillar's return means that the mission is complete. Wait another 100 years, and we'll witness the restart of the Lan universe." Ancestor, do you see it? You've waited for so long. When the seventh night pillar returns, you can try to step into immortality before your lifespan ends. Ancestor, your life has not been in vain. But how can it be so fast? How long has it been since the seventh night pillar left? It's too fast. We can't catch up. With our cultivation, we can't catch up to the restart of the Lan universe. What can we do in 100 years? Why is it like this? Some were happy, while others were sad. Ozwa sighed, "I wonder if the Lan universe will have a new eternal realm powerhouse after 100 years. This is a grand occasion for the entire ninth heaven universe. It's truly a grand occasion that can change history." Lucy rolled her eyes. You think too much. How many universes have been restarted since ancient times? There are still only a few supreme gods. No, one even died. It's too difficult to give birth to a new eternal realm powerhouse. Ozwa said bitterly, yes, witnessing the restart of the universe may allow one to step into immortality, but what's the probability? It's too low. The birth of an eternal realm powerhouse requires the sacrifice of several eras or even dozens of eras. When I went to the spiritualized universe, the people there generally believed that as long as a certain universe could be restarted, an eternal realm powerhouse would inevitably be born. It's ridiculous. They have never witnessed the restart of the universe. How can they know that? At this moment, Ming Xiaolong pulled him. Ozwa was shocked. He looked at Luin and hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry. Please don't blame me for offending you. He had forgotten that Luin came from the three universes. Saying that the three universes were ridiculous was the same as saying that this person was ridiculous. Luin looked at the starry sky and watched the seventh night pillar fall and disappear. His gaze was complicated. Yes, how could they be sure that as long as the universe was restarted, an eternal realm powerhouse would be born? The Tianyuan universe had never restarted any universe. What about the spiritualized universe? None. Only the Jiuxiao universe had restarted the universe. As far as he knew, the Jiuxiao universe had restarted several universes, but there were still only a few eternal realm powerhouses. After countless years, the Jiuxiao universe did not seem to have a new eternal realm powerhouse. Were eras sacrificed for the birth of eternal realm? Other than restarting the universe, there are other ways to step into eternal realm. Your Jiuxiao universe has a saying, seeing through the 5 skandhas is all emptiness, turning all bitterness. This saying seems to point out the true path to eternal realm, Luin murmured. Ozwa said, in theory, yes. Of the 3 supreme gods today, who stepped into eternal realm with the help of the restarted universe and who really stepped into eternal realm through the great path? We don't know, but the existence of this saying does point out the great path to eternal realm. Luin put his hands behind his back and looked at the starry sky in a daze. Eternal realm? He had not even stepped into the primordial realm. It was not that he could not step into it. If he wanted to step into the primordial realm, he could just wave his hand, but he always felt that something was missing. The sequence rules could become the next weapon, but the primordial realm could not be skipped. Most importantly, he did not know what his bitterness was. He could step into the primordial realm and bitterness at the same time. The primordial realm was a realm, but bitterness was a mental journey. In other words, it was a path that could lead to eternal realm. However, this path also needed a signpost. Bitterness was a signpost, but Luin did not know where his signpost was. He had cultivated for so long. Although he had experienced life and death, he had basically never encountered any difficulties on the path of cultivation. He could comprehend any battle skill or cultivation method. He had also completed what he wanted to do one by one. After coming to the Jiuxiao universe, his mentality had changed. He had jumped out of the hatred of the universe and looked at the entire world. He did not know what bitterness he should have. Emotions? Yen'er was here. He could wake her up at any time. His attachment to eternal realm? How many years had he lived? It had only been a little over 200 years in the real world. Even if he included the time-stop space, it would not exceed 500 years. Compared to those cultivators who had been in seclusion for tens of millions of years, he was like a child. It was far too difficult for a child to find their own bitterness. Luin had now fallen into a vicious cycle. His battle prowess constantly increased, to the point where he could even put up a fight against eternal realm cultivators. His realm could also increase at any time, but his mental state had weakened greatly due to the increase in battle prowess. He had lost the ability to think about pain, his attachment to hatred, his passion for cultivation, and his pursuit of eternal realm. The path of his mental journey was dim and lightless. This path just happened to lead to the great path of bitterness. Only by understanding himself could he see the future. Luin looked at his hands. He had used the shortest amount of time to complete the path of power that others pursued their entire lives, but he had also lost that process. It was a long, boring, and random process. Then, how was he supposed to reach immortality? He was even at a loss when it came to the primordial realm. Hey, where are you going? Lu Xiyu asked, her voice startling Luin. Luin was confused. I don't know. Aren't you going to fifth or sixth sister's place? Lu Xiyu asked. Luin looked at Ozwa. Rebooting the universe will be helpful to cultivators, right? It's not just limited to those who have passed through bitter adversity. Ozwa nodded. That's right. Some people will gain enlightenment when they see the universe being rebooted. It's not impossible for them to transform overnight, but there are very few people who can witness the rebooting. Why? I don't know. It's said that the resources are limited, but we don't know what the resources are. Luin looked away. Resources? Immortality? In the continent of the 9 clouds, in a certain direction, a gigantic pillar of the 7th night fell from the sky and pierced through the ground. Countless people headed towards the 7th night pillar. The 7th night pillar had returned from the Orchid universe, and no one knew what it would bring back. This was a good opportunity to join the 7th night pillar and make a deal. At the same time, a figure walked out from the 7th night pillar. He pressed down on his hat, determined the direction, and disappeared. Not long after that person left, another figure appeared where he had just been standing. He checked and muttered to himself, it should be the 6th night pillar. Just as he was about to stand up, a shadow enveloped him, and another figure appeared. The figure blocked out the sunlight and stood behind him without him noticing. The person squatted on the ground, and his expression changed. I knew something like this would happen, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. A lonely voice came from behind. The person squatting on the ground stared at the ground, and his eyes flickered. Please forgive me, Nighthawk. There's no Nighthawk anymore. When the Nighthawk returns, the war will end. I'm just a slightly powerful swordsman. The person squatting on the ground did not dare to move. Slightly powerful? Too humble. Is it useful for me to stop you here? Reporting to Nighthawk, it's useless. I already guessed that he would go to the 6th night pillar. I'm just confirming it. Why do you have to do that? It's too tiring to compete with each other. After saying that, the figure disappeared. The person squatting on the ground did not dare to get up until an hour later. Those who had not participated in the 7th night pillar's war would never be able to see the true face of this night chief. Those who had participated would all be like him. Far away, the first person to leave the 7th night pillar stopped in place. 3 figures appeared in front of him. Who? We also want to know who you are and where you are going. You're blocking my way, yet you don't know who I am? We'll confirm it. What if he dies? Death is also a kind of answer. Chung. The sword flickered with a cold light, disappearing in a flash. The figure passed by the 3 and continued forward. The 3 of them stood where they were, unable to move at all. It was only when a bird landed and accidentally bumped into one of them that the person fell to the ground, long dead. A few days later, the figure was stopped again. There were 5 people in front of him. Were to confirm my identity? Yes. Are you not afraid of death? The answer is more important. All right. After speaking, the figure took a step forward. His sword flashed and the same scene appeared again. All 5 of them were dead. Another few days passed. At this time, there were 10 people blocking the path. 8 of them were the ones who had died earlier. They were all spirit seeds and were still spirit seeds. The figure narrowed his eyes. All of you are spirit seeds. All right, let me see how many spirit seeds you have. After speaking, his sword flashed and all 10 of them died. The figure was not in a hurry to leave. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Not long after, someone arrived and walked towards the figure. The figure opened his eyes and stood up. He slowly turned around and looked at the person with a cold gaze. You're also here to court death. The person looked at the figure. You're Jian Hong. The figure narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to take off his bamboo hat, revealing a face. It was very ordinary, but it allowed the person to verify his identity. It's really you, Jian Hong. We guessed that you were the most likely to go to the 6th night pillar. In order to seize this opportunity, you're shameless. You actually snatched it directly. The 6th night pillar doesn't have the ability to handle it. It's better to leave it to us. Maybe the 6th night pillar will invite you? The person did not speak. Jianhong nodded. You're all from the fifth night pillar. Only the fifth night pillar won't be invited by the sixth night pillar. Make your move. Let me see how strong Jianhong, who once said that he had 3 of the 10 sword intents in the world, is. After speaking, the person attacked. His sequence particles were as majestic as an abyss as they brazenly pressed down. On the other side, Jianhong attacked with his sword. He raised his sword and slashed down. At the same time, he released his sequence particles. Kill. A cold light flashed. Jianhong sheathed his sword and turned to leave. On the spot, the person's eyes flickered. So fast. Sword. After speaking, he fell to the ground and his body shattered into a spirit seed. It was still a spirit seed. The ambushes along the way were all spirit seeds. Jianhong quickly headed towards the sixth night pillar. The next person who appeared would not be so easy to defeat. They would only become stronger. Would Swordmaster Taizong come to the fifth night pillar? The Nine Clouds universe's starry sky did not resemble a starry sky because of the mother tree. However, this starry sky that did not resemble a starry sky was truly beautiful. Above the void, a bamboo piece floated like a small boat. It was neither fast nor slow as it headed towards the mother tree. The bamboo piece was the spring and autumn scroll. Luin was currently sitting on it, looking into the distance as he stretched. More than 10 days ago, he had parted ways with Lu Xiu and the others in the Mausoleum Plains. Even Shui Su had bid him farewell. She looked as if she was afraid that he would stay behind, which was laughable. However, for someone like Shui Su, it was normal for her to not be able to imagine how high he was. She could only see the danger that he brought. After calculating the time, Lu Yin released Xianxia. Xianxia had been suppressed in the appointment platform hell, and these 10 days had been enough for him to suffer. Lu Yin did not know if it was because he was receiving Qing Yun or for some other reason, but Xianxia had appeared in his true form. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have to find him again. However, if he did not appear in his true form, he would not be able to accept spiritual cultivation. When Xianxia was released, his expression was not as lifeless as Yishang's, but he was still extremely pale. Yishang had lived for too long and had experienced too much. If Xianxia had lived as long as Yishang, his performance might not have been better. The appointment platform hell was a hell of karma. Scenes of the past appeared one after another. Pain, happiness, and parting were the greatest emotional torment for a person. Unless one was a sentient being that only had survival instincts, it was very difficult to ignore the appointment platform hell. After a while, Xianxia came back to his senses and looked at Lu Yin in front of him. His eyes flickered. Where's the temple? Where's the spring and autumn scroll? Lu Yin pointed at his feet. Xianxia looked down and his pupils shrank. The spring and autumn scroll? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. Are you surprised? Xianxia was stunned. If the spring and autumn scroll had been taken away by this person, then where was Ying Mei? Where had the seniors from the spring and autumn scroll gone? Impossible, how could this be? Ying Mei possessed the spring and autumn scroll, which could suppress everything. It was a trump card that could not be defeated even by God's defense. How could it have been defeated? Xianxia looked around, but the Mausoleum Plains had long since disappeared. He suddenly stared at Lu Yin. What's going on? Lu Yin frowned. It seems like you still haven't recognized reality. Let's continue. He then reached out to grab Xianxia. Xianxia immediately retreated, changing space so that no one could touch him. But in the next moment, he was suppressed back into the hell of the general appointment platform. Xianxia could not see the heavenly Tao of karma appear, nor could he see that a strand of karma had been created on his body. This strand of karma had transformed his consciousness, causing him to believe that only this part of the universe could allow him to escape. In the entire 9 firmaments universe, there were very few people who could so easily capture Xianxia, who had already cultivated his spirit and had the power to complete coup adversity. Another 10 days passed, and on this day, Lu Yin released Xianxia once more. Xianxia gasped for breath, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. The people who had been killed by the spring and autumn scroll and had their spirits stolen kept appearing and wandering. He saw himself being captured by the death mound and being tortured until he lost everything. He saw the spring and autumn scroll fall, and he heard screams, but in the end, it all became his. He did not know that this was karma, the cause of the past and the effect of the future. Sometimes, karma was not determined by the heavens, and some people knew their own fate. This was also a type of karma. A person's will was unshakable. Fear, and worry were all part of one's will, and such a will would bring about the corresponding effect. As for the cause, it would be the evil that one had done in the past. Actually, as the heavenly Tao of karma increased, even Lu Yin himself did not know that the hell of the general appointment platform had changed. Xianxia lay on the bamboo, sweat dripping down his face. He still had not recovered from the hell of the general appointment platform. After a while, his eyes recovered, and he slowly raised his head to look at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with fear. He did not want to go to that damned place again. He never wanted to go there again. Do you understand now? Lu Yin asked calmly. Xianxia gulped. How were you able to break through my constitution? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Was it very difficult? Xianxia did not know how to answer. It was not just difficult. If it had not been difficult, he would not have been able to enter the Xiaoyu pavilion, and he would not have been so valued by the Yingmei monastery. He would not have received the full support of the spring and autumn scroll. A cultivation spirit that had completed coup adversity had come from a certain ancestor of the spring and autumn scroll. Its value was immeasurable, and Lu Yin had kept it with him just in case. He also had Xianxia, who had accepted the cultivation spirit and had also completed coup adversity, following him and protecting him. Xianxia's constitution was clearly peerless. And yet, it had been broken so easily. Alright, you don't need to know too much. From the moment you were captured, your future was in my hands, Lu Yin said with a smile. His expression was calm, like an ordinary person reminiscing about the past. But when Xianxia saw Lu Yin's expression, he felt a sense of fear that he could not suppress. I just want to know the answer. What happened to the spring and autumn scroll, the Yingmei monastery, and the others? Xianxia asked bitterly. Lu Yin met Xianxia's gaze and was satisfied. There's no sharpness in your eyes anymore. Alright, I'll tell you the answer. Xianxia gulped again and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly said, the spring and autumn scroll is gone. When he heard Lu Yin's answer, Xianxia felt powerless. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt down on one knee, unable to accept this. The spring and autumn scroll that roamed the 9 heavens and dominated the world was gone? How was this possible? Yingmei grand sight, those powerhouses who crossed bitter adversity, and their turbid treasures were all gone? He did not believe it. This answer was not something he could accept. Boom. There was a soft sound, and a stone box appeared in front of Xianxia. When he saw the stone box, his face drained of blood. His hopes were completely dashed at this moment. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia condescendingly. What else do you want to say? Xianxia closed his eyes, his body trembling as despair engulfed him. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. I regret letting Xianxia take action in the heavenly gate. If I could turn back time, I would rather not leave the Xiaoyu pavilion. Lu Yin nodded. A very simple wish. It looks like you don't want to die. Xianxia's body trembled, but he did not reply. Most people would curse at this moment. It was not because of fear, but because they could not accept reality. They were not necessarily cursing Lu Yin, but rather cursing this result. Xianxia only regretted it, which meant that he wanted to live. He did not dare to curse or even show any dissatisfaction. Lu Yin was very satisfied with this attitude. You guys won the Myriad Elephant Valley by luck. Where did your luck come from? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia did not hesitate and directly replied, I used the spring and autumn scrolls method to write the luck word. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Then, I need this luck word. Can you help me? Xianxia raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. Yes. Every disciple can inscribe a character on the spring and autumn scroll, but only absolute powerhouses can truly make use of it. I have the battle prowess of someone who has completed coup adversity. If I inscribe the character luck on the spring and autumn scroll, it will definitely help you. However, the luck word is difficult to carve, and it cannot be done in one stroke. There are only 8 luck words on the spring and autumn scroll, and half of them have been used. The remaining ones lost their use after Ying Grand's sight died. If you want to obtain more, I have to write it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are you showing off your value, or are you threatening me? Xianxia hurriedly said, I'm not threatening you. I'm just afraid that you won't believe me and think that I'm being perfunctory. That's why I'm explaining. Ying Ogwen was dead, and Lu Yin hadn't refuted his earlier words. He really was dead, and the spring and autumn booklet was gone as well. Lu Yin nodded, you still have some value, and because you've accepted spiritual cultivation, you'll never be able to improve. You're not much of a threat to me, so I can give you a sliver of hope to leave me. Xianxia was excited. Write the word luck? Lu Yin stretched out his hand. 5. Write the word luck 5 times, and I'll set you free. I promise that I won't cause you any more trouble as long as you don't cause me any trouble. Xianxia agreed decisively. He had no room to refuse. No matter how long it would take to write the luck character, as long as he could escape from Lu Yin, he was willing to try. He hadn't lived long enough. The great perfection of crossing bitter disaster was already the strongest level under the eternal life realm. Even if he couldn't break through, at this level, he could still improve his strength by means of combat skills, cultivation methods, and other means. As long as he was alive, it was possible. As for Lu Yin, he didn't know what would happen in the future, but at this moment, he definitely didn't dare to harbor any thoughts of revenge. Lu Yin hoped that Xianxia would quickly write the luck character and see if it would be useful. He needed luck, and in fact, everyone needed luck. As for the stone chest, Lu Yin had already used karma to investigate it when he'd first created Xianxia's physique, but Xianxia didn't know anything about it. No matter how important Xianxia was to the spring and autumn slip, he was still young when he fell asleep in the Junior Imperial Pavilion. The stone chest was definitely the spring and autumn slip's deepest secret, so how could Xianxia know about it? The Junior Imperial Pavilion itself wasn't simple either. Furthermore, sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion meant that the spring and autumn slip would find a way to make Xianxia the divine guard. This meant that sooner or later, Xianxia would use a reasonable method to lead the spring and autumn slip and belong to it. Under this premise, Ying wouldn't tell Xianxia about the stone chest. Perhaps she was afraid that Xianxia would betray the spring and autumn slip for the sake of his future. If he could use the spring and autumn slip to become Xiangxia's disciple, Xianxia definitely wouldn't refuse. Someone like Ying wouldn't let others have a handle on her. There's one more thing. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and asked, do you have a way to use Ying's 10,000-word book realm? Xianxia shook his head. Ying's sequence law is that each word forms a realm, and each word is a realm. The 10,000-word book realm is an application of the sequence law after it reaches its limit. It's equivalent to a deified sequence that spiritualizes the universe. This isn't the power of the spring and autumn slip. Lu Yin was disappointed. In the 10,000-word book realm, he had been schemed against by Ying and had been exiled. That experience had given him a different feeling. Every word had its own meaning from the moment it was born. Eat, which represented eating. Sleep, which represented sleeping. In that case, before the word eat appeared, what was the meaning of eat? Who had created the word eat under what circumstances, and why was it called eat? This was also karma. How many words were there in the world? What kind of karma did those words represent? Lu Yin had always been searching for karma. The various forms of the world were karma, and so were words. When he had seen those words in the 10,000-word book realm, they had seemed to come alive and were constantly telling him something. Others might have gone crazy, but Lu Yin had seen another world. Qinglian had said that karma was a world, and no one else in the 9 firmaments universe could see it besides him and himself. Myriad Elephant Valley believed that the world's momentum was a world. In that case, weren't words a world as well? However, the spring and autumn slip had not been able to discover this world, and it had only been able to use the power of the spring and autumn slip to cultivate. The only thing that had come close was Ying's 10,000-word book realm, but even she had not been able to see what Lu Yin had comprehended. Another thing that was close was the ancient words of the Tianyuan universe. Those words had appeared in the Daosor sect, and each word had its own mysteries. Who in the Daosor sect had left those words behind? Was it the progenitor? He had never asked before, but now, he remembered it. If he could meet the progenitor in the future, he would ask. And now, Luin really wanted to understand something from those words. Humans could have karma, and words were born from humans, so they were a part of karma. Perhaps he could see something from those words. As for the Xianxia, he would leave it at Mount Supreme to be engraved. It was a pity that the spring and autumn jade slip was left lying on top of a turbid treasure. A clear river flowed around an antique stone house in a quiet city. There were embankments on both sides of the river, and flowers, trees, and the chirping of birds and insects could be heard. This was a very ordinary city that had been built on the ground, and most of the inhabitants were ordinary people. The more ordinary a city was, the safer it would be. There was a tacit rule in the cultivation world that cultivators were not allowed to fight in places with many mortals. No matter how prosperous the cultivation world was, everything originated from mortals, and this was one of the taboos. The older the universe, the more taboos there would be. However, in the Tianyuan universe, there were no such taboos. Slap. Slap. On the riverbank, an old woman continuously used a wooden stick to hit her clothes. The heavy, coarse cloth splashed with water and splashed onto the river. Behind her was a group of children playing around, and the old woman would occasionally chase them away from the riverbank. A child was knocked down by a goose, and he started crying. The old woman used a wooden stick to chase the goose away, which caused a lot of laughter. On the river, a wooden raft slowly flowed with a simple umbrella hanging on it. Under the umbrella was a young man sitting on a deck chair, swaying slowly. There was a wooden table next to him with a fruit platter on it. This scene quickly attracted the attention of two people, and they all pointed at the raft in curiosity. The person on the raft was naturally Luin. He was leisurely swaying on the chair, not caring about the gazes of the two people around him. He was even wearing sunglasses and humming a tune. More and more people looked over, and someone said, "He's an outsider, right? What's that on his face? It's black and shiny. It stabbed me just now. That cup is green. It can't be poison, right? Hurry up and chase him away. Don't let him die here. No one has ever died here. Hurry up and chase him away. Chase him away." At this time, an old man who was supported by someone walked over shakily. He looked at the floating raft and waved at the crowd, asking them to stop talking. "When I was young, I saw a celestial being descend outside the city." "That should be a celestial being." "A celestial being? No wonder he's fine after drinking poison." "Teacher, are you telling the truth?" "Nonsense, why would teacher lie?" Who was talking just now?" "Damn brat, you didn't go to class and ran away again." "Help, teacher." The two sides of the river were noisy. Luin stretched lazily and sat up. He adjusted his sunglasses and looked around. The two people around him subconsciously fell silent and looked at him. The raft swayed, and the fish jumped across the water, causing the water vapor to appear in 7 colors. It was very beautiful. Luin smiled brightly and propped up a bamboo pole with a strip of cloth tied to it. Words were written on both sides of the cloth. The front side read, "Believe it or not," while the back read, "Believe it even if you don't." Under the doubtful gazes of the two people around him, he lay down again and slowly said, "Fortune-telling." The two people at the side blinked, then burst into laughter and dispersed. Who still believed in fortune-telling these days? Ever since the celestials started appearing in the city, they knew that there were differences between mortals and celestials. Those celestials not only brought with them many new things that they had never seen before, but they also taught them that fortune-telling was a joke. Someone had once asked if the celestials could tell one's fate, but the celestials had clearly said that it was impossible unless it was the Azure Lotus Protector. They did not know who the Azure Lotus Protector was, but they knew that even celestials could not tell one's fate. "Humph, liar." "Hey, are you a celestial being?" a child asked with a laugh. A burly man angrily chased after him. "Damn brat. You're too bold. I think you're asking for a beating. Don't talk to strangers." Luin smiled. "Yes." Another child shouted, "You must be the worst celestial being." Luin was curious. "Why is that? Don't you know fortune-telling?" Tell us why we say that, haha. Another child sneered, causing a group of people to laugh. Not far away, a young woman carried a bucket to the riverbank and whispered, "Celestials won't cheat us mortals of our money. To them, our money is useless. Even if we sell our city, it won't help them." Louis nodded and took a sip of his drink. "That's right. Mortals and celestials are too far apart." He sighed and looked at the young woman. "How about I read your fortune for free? You won't lose out anyway." The woman looked at Louis in confusion and then lowered her head, not daring to speak. Louis did not force the issue and continued drifting. The river flowed very slowly, and the dense seaweed on both sides formed a green bridge that connected the two sides. The seaweed prevented the raft from drifting. Louis did not move it away and simply let it drift in place while he slept. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a soft sound and opened his eyes. It was the young woman, who was tapping the raft with a bamboo pole and looking at him. "It's already dark, why aren't you leaving? Our city has a curfew, and you'll be in trouble if you're seen." Louis was confused. "There's still a city with a curfew? Hurry up and leave." "But I haven't had my fortune read." The woman was helpless. "No one will believe you. Just leave." Louis smiled and looked at her. "Girl, you have a good heart." She was stunned and looked at him strangely. "I should be older than you. Don't you know that celestials can stay young forever?" Louis smiled. She was envious. "Celestials are so nice. Do you want to be a celestial?" "No." "Why?" "You can stay young forever, and you can also leave the city. You won't be bothered by the curfew, and you can go anywhere you want to do." The young woman looked at the grayish-white stone house not far away. "My child and husband are here. I want to be with them." Louis smiled. "You're very lucky." "Thank you, but you should hurry up and leave. No one will believe you." She then left with the bucket. Louis watched her leave. "Can you do me a favor?" She looked back, puzzled. "Pull your raft over?" "Write a word, anywhere, even on the ground." She shook her head. "I can't read." "Just write whatever you want, it doesn't matter." The young woman thought for a moment, picked up the branch, and wrote 2 strokes on the ground. 10. "My son seems to have written this word before." After saying that, he left. It was already dark. Louis looked at the word on the ground. So that was how it was. Writing didn't necessarily require one to know the meaning of the word. It could also be written for someone or something, and the meaning wasn't important. She could have written one to save time, but instead, she added one more stroke. This stroke represented her love for her son and the warmth of this family. Louis looked at the grayish-white stone house and scanned it with his consciousness, dispelling the diseases on the young woman, her husband, and her son. "I wish you all a long life." The water plants parted, and the bamboo raft continued drifting. Louis didn't know where it was headed. To cultivators, this city was very small and could be crossed with a single step, but to mortals, it was very large. It would take a day to walk from one end of the city to the other, and if they circled around the river, it would take at least a day and a half. However, this river didn't just flow within this city, it also connected to another city, one after another. There were dozens of cities on the ground, but in the eyes of cultivators, they were nothing more than grains of sand. Even if they casually fell, they might not even touch a city. Such a city was too small in this universe. "Hey, hey!" Not long after drifting, someone called out from the darkness. Louis looked over. Whether it was day or night made no difference to him. "I knew you would come looking for me." The person who had called out was an old woman. Her face was sallow, and her eyes were cloudy. However, there was a shrewdness that didn't match her appearance. When she heard Lu Yin's words, her eyes flickered. "You divined it?" "I could tell." "I don't believe you." "Can you really read fortunes?" Louis leisurely said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." The old woman looked at the words on the bamboo pole. It was up to her to believe it or not, and she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. She hesitated. Louis didn't rush her. The old woman gritted her teeth. "How much do you charge?" Louis found it funny. "You believe it?" "No." "Then why do you still want to read it?" This old woman has lived her entire life and wants to understand. "I don't ask you to read the future, but I hope you can help me understand the past. Luin understood, not the future, but the heart. Tell me, how much do you charge? 6 taels of gold. The old woman trembled and looked at Luin in shock. You? Luin closed his eyes and leisurely sipped his drink. How did you know? Tell me, how did you know? The old woman was anxious. She had saved up a total of 6 taels of gold in her life. To be honest, for someone of her age, 6 taels of gold was enough for her to retire. Thus, she had hidden it well and only checked it once a year. The last time she checked it was half a year ago. How did this person know? Even if he was watching her, he couldn't have done it for half a year just for 6 taels of gold. The way she looked at Luin changed, as though she was looking at a ghost. Do you still believe it now? Luin asked. He naturally saw it through karma. The old woman gulped and directly knelt down and kowtowed. I beg you to help me, I beg you to help me, I beg you to help me. Luin waved his hand and a gentle breeze helped the old woman up. The old woman couldn't control her body, and her reverence for Luin grew. My fee is 6 taels of gold. I've already said it. Are you willing? The old woman looked at Luin in a daze. 6 taels of gold, that was all she had. How could she be willing to give it to this person? How was she going to live? What about the hardships she had suffered in the first half of her life? She shook her head, subconsciously unwilling to give it to him. Luin looked at her with a smile that didn't look like a smile. See, isn't there an answer? The old woman was puzzled at first, but then her eyes widened as she looked at Luin in a daze. Yes, there was an answer. 6 taels of gold. This was the result of her hard work in the first half of her life. It was her everything, and everything revolved around this 6 taels of gold. At this moment, the experiences of the first half of her life flashed through her mind. She had worked hard for the gold, and she had worked hard for herself. Everything else had nothing to do with her. Neighborhood disputes, wars, none of these had anything to do with her. She didn't want to get married because she didn't want her hardships to be shared with another person. Looking back at her life, there was no other person like her. She slumped to the ground. At this moment, she was awake, but also old. For the sake of that 6 taels of gold, she had forgotten everything. Thus, she was lost and wanted to seek an answer through fortune-telling. However, this answer left her in despair. Luin looked at the old woman sympathetically. A mortal's life is only 100 years. There are many things worth remembering, but you only have 6 taels of gold. How sad, how lamentable. The old woman smiled bitterly and lay on the ground. How sad, how lamentable, how laughable. Pay me 6 taels of gold and I'll let you live to 100 years old. You can still live for another 30 years. The old woman was 70 years old, and in her mind, she didn't have much time left. At most, she only had a few more years to live. Now that she heard that she could live for another 30 years, she was naturally moved. However, the reward was 6 taels of gold. This was equivalent to using the first half of her life to buy the second half of her life. Was it worth it? She was at a loss. Luin wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. He didn't ask the old woman to write. There was no need for her to write. In her heart, words were money. Words didn't necessarily have to be written. After a long time, the old woman looked up at Luin. This old woman is willing. Luin looked at her and smiled. The old woman stood up shakily. This old woman will give you 6 taels of gold. I hope that you will agree. Aren't you afraid that I'm a swindler? The old woman's back was to Luin as she whispered, a few years or even a few decades won't buy you the first half of your life. What's the point? Luin looked at the old woman's back. There's no need. The old woman turned back and looked at Luin in confusion. What do you mean? Luin said, 6 taels of gold is nothing more than sand to me. It's not even comparable to this river that can carry me. Since you've already gotten your answer, I'll give you 30 years of life. Enjoy it. With a wave of his hand, the old woman was blown away by the wind and returned to her room in the blink of an eye. The heavy feeling in her body disappeared, and she felt as if she had returned to a few decades ago. She was moved and knelt down in the direction of the river. Thank you, Celestial. Thank you. Luin retracted his gaze and picked up the cup, looking at it in a daze. The first half of her life and the second half of her life had changed this old woman's life with just a few words. It had also changed the people around her. She had seen herself clearly. Then, what about himself? Looking back at the first half of his life, cultivation, fighting, and leaving, it was very tiring to think about it. If he was tired, he needed to relax. Luin allowed the wooden raft to drift. This mortal world was really not bad. He always felt like he was making up for something, but he could not explain it. Just as the old woman was willing to give 6 taels of gold, beside the lotus pond in the karmic sea, Qinglian Shengyu looked at the universe with his hands behind his back and smiled, "You're really fast. Then, how much can you steal in the end?" The city became lively, and many people came looking for Luin for fortune-telling. It was all because of the old woman's advertisement. Luin did not refuse, as those who came were fated. These people heard the advertisement and believed it, so they came. This was fate, and it was also karma that he could read. Right. You don't want to read my palm? I only want to read the words. What's so good about words? Although this person muttered, he still wrote the word heart, which had a profound meaning. Luin looked at that person. "You're making things difficult for me by writing this word. I just want to write this word." You deliberately wrote the word heart. You didn't write it casually, but because of the meaning of this word. No one can see through a person's heart, but I can. Go back and tell your master that she can get it in 30 years. I gave her 30 years of lifespan. If you want to take it away before then, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Luin waved his hand, and that person disappeared. The surrounding people were shocked. Where did he go? Lu Yin's expression did not change. That person had been incited to cause trouble because they had their eyes on the old woman's 6 taels of gold. They were waiting for the old woman to die, but who would have thought that Luin would let her recover? They were angry and wanted to cause trouble, but they did not dare to go too far. After all, they were diviners. Thus, they had deliberately written the word heart to embarrass Luin and force him to leave the city. Some people wrote because of others, while others wrote because of the meaning of the word itself. They were all different. "Celestial, I've written a word. Would you please read it?" Someone stepped forward. They discovered that the fortune teller had not paid, and the old woman had not said anything about paying either, which was why they had come. It seemed like there was no need to pay. Luin looked over and saw the word Wang, which was the person's surname. Since it's your surname, it's also your wish. However, you can't overcome your blood relationship. How can that be? I'm also of the Wang family's bloodline. You're not. Impossible. When you compete for the position of patriarch, someone will kick you out of the clan for this reason. You won't be able to obtain anything. Take a step back and you'll have a better future. I don't believe it. I'm of the Wang family's bloodline. The position of patriarch will definitely be mine. My brother is just a wastrel. He doesn't know anything, including business. Why should he inherit it? Luin said nothing more. Soon afterwards, people constantly wrote letters asking Luin to read their fortunes. Lu Yin saw all sorts of lives. Some people were born with wealth, but they were plagued with misfortune. Some people were born with poverty, but their lives were smooth sailing. Birth did not represent everything. Luck was only temporary. What he saw the most was dissatisfaction. That was why there was effort, determination, conviction, and so on. These people might succeed or fail, but they never regretted it. He also saw rich people who were kind and charitable. A few words of advice were enough to change the lives of people. He saw people who were riddled with evil and lived a dark life. Since it had appeared before him, it fulfilled the meaning of fate. Cultivators could not interfere with the matters of mortals? He did not care. He did as he pleased, drifting along with the flow. He could do whatever he wanted. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Luin lived these 2 years very peacefully. He saw the various aspects of the world and tasted the pleasures of the world. Mortals chased after benefits, while cultivators chased after realms. He chased after peace. During these 2 years, he wrote peace many times. By calming his heart, he could calm the world, calm the vastness of the world, and calm the vicissitudes of the universe. He knew what he was making up for. He was making up for what he owed himself, making up for what Luin and Lu Xiaoxian lacked. He was making up for his happy nature. This was a step he had to take to reach the primordial realm. It was also a future of suffering. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye for a cultivator. It was impossible to change one's state of mind and make up for it completely in 2 years. He still had a long way to go. Since the rapid increase in battle prowess had caused him to lose his mental fortitude, he wanted to walk a path of the primordial realm that was different from everyone else's. This path was enough to shock the 9 heavens. In Yihai, Qing Lianyu was looking into the distance. No one knew what he was looking at because no one else could see what he was looking at. In these 2 years, I did steal some. Finally, there are changes. I'm really looking forward to what you can bring to this universe. The Huaixi trembled, and Lu Xiyu's face appeared in front of him. Luin lay down on the bamboo raft leisurely. He had left yet another city and was on his way to the next one. Where are you? It's none of your business. How carefree. The spring and autumn bamboo slips were destroyed. Do you know how many people in the continent of the 9 clouds were shocked? All the other factions have sent their men to check on the situation, and there are still many people coming to our Lin Sword's gate to ask about the situation. How annoying. Luin was amused. Even if that didn't happen, your family's doorstep would have been trampled to the ground. Humph, of course. I'm a natural beauty, and there are many who like me. Lu Xiyu was pleased with herself, but then her expression changed. I'm contacting you this time to tell you that Sixth Sister has a condition. Luin raised a brow, and his carefree time was over. What condition? Lu Xiyu's expression turned serious. Bring Jianhong safely to the 6th night pillar. Luin was puzzled. Jianhong? This is the person. Lu Xiyu took out a portrait and showed it to Luin. Where is this person now? I don't know. You don't know? Then how am I supposed to find him? How would I know? Sixth Sister doesn't know either. You can look for him yourself. Then what about this guy? I don't know anything, and Sixth Sister didn't say anything either. She just wants you to bring Jianhong safely to the 6th night pillar. This condition cannot be known to outsiders, and it can't be related to Sixth Sister. Can you do it? Luin was speechless. I've realized that the 7 fairies are all very sinister and have ulterior motives. You were like that, and so was Ming Xiaolong. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. In any case, it's up to you. Luin sighed. At the riverbank, someone shouted for Luin to read their fortune. Lu Xiyu was surprised when she heard it. Fortune-telling? Since when did you read fortunes? I just learned. There are still people who believe in such things these days. You don't believe me? Nonsense. Your master is the best at fortune-telling. Lu Xiyu bared her teeth. Don't insult my master. What he does is called karma. It's the same. I read karma too. Go ahead and brag. Ask your father if you want to brag or not. I won't talk to you anymore. Sixth Sister's matter is very important. When old Lu wanted to participate in the competition, she sent someone to deliver the sword intent. I hope you can do it. Luin ended the call, and Jianhong's portrait floated in the air. Jianhong? What an interesting name. Celestial, please read my fortune for me. I've finished writing, someone shouted from the riverbank. Luin waved his hand. I'll be closing for now. Please come earlier next time. With that, he and the raft disappeared. The people on the riverbank gaped. They were a step too late. Sometimes, being a step too late was also fate. Luin looked up from the starry sky and released his consciousness. It swept out in all directions, spreading out endlessly. This was the first time he had released his consciousness so recklessly in the Nina Firmament's universe just to find Jianhong. Most of the cultivators around him could not sense it. Only those who had reached the sequence laws could sense it. Those who had reached the primordial realm could feel it. Luin did not hide it. He was fearless and unrestrained. His consciousness spread out wildly. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that Lu Yin's consciousness was spreading towards the eastern region at an extremely fast speed. The cultivators were alarmed and looked up. Who is it? Whose consciousness is so terrifying? Some families ordered everyone to return and not go out. The wandering cultivators hidden deep in the mountains and forests were horrified. The moment his consciousness swept out, they felt their scalps go numb. Lu Yin's consciousness could spread across the entire consciousness universe. No matter how big the Nina Firmament's universe was, it could still reach the entire eastern region. However, he did not have to spread it very far before he found Jianhong. Since Jianhong wanted to go to the sixth night pillar, Lu Yin naturally focused on the direction that led to it. When Lu Yin's consciousness found Jianhong, Jianhong naturally sensed it as well, but he did not have time to think about it. A powerful enemy had appeared in front of him. Ever since Jianhong had left the seventh night pillar 2 years ago, he had been constantly hunted down. Over the past 2 years, he had been able to easily kill his enemies in an instant, but later on, his enemies had roughly grasped his strength and sent out more experts to target him. Not only that, but they had also hired assassins and used various despicable methods to tire him out. As a result, he had not been able to reach the sixth night pillar in 2 years. The seventh night pillar would not send anyone to help him. Jianhong had been the one to fight for this trip, and not everyone in the seventh night pillar favored the sixth night pillar. If Jianhong could reach the sixth night pillar alive, then everything would be fine. If he could not, then there were ways to deal with him. There are 10 sword intents in the world. You have 3, but I want 3. Nonsense. Jianhong unsheathed his sword, causing the wind to howl. A figure moved in front of him, each step stepping on the edge of his sword. Jianhong was shocked. Sword step? You are the old man Jianhong? Hee, little fellow, when I dominated the 9 heavens, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Arrogant and conceited, even the Taizong swordmaster would not dare to say that. Jianhong's face turned gloomy. Suddenly, he lowered his sword and stopped moving. The figure also stopped in midair and stared at Jianhong. The two of them were in a stalemate. Jianhong gripped his sword tightly as something in his basket shook. The figure looked over and said, "Hand it over and I will not kill you." Didn't you die long ago? I'm just in seclusion. It's a pity that it's not so easy to kill me. Jianhong's eyes were cold. You killed sword experts just to cultivate the sword step. Everyone in the world should kill you. The fifth night pillar will not hire you. You underestimate the Taizong swordmaster. However, you don't need to know why I'm here. As for you, I wanted to meet you long ago. You think that just because you are in seclusion in the seventh night pillar, you think that you have 3 parts of the world's sword intents. You underestimate the sword experts of the world. As he spoke, the figure's palm landed. It was clearly a palm, but his body flipped over. He used the sword step, which was the sword hand. His palm landed on the tip of Jianhong's sword and a powerful force followed the tip of the sword towards Jianhong. The tip of Jianhong's sword rang out rhythmically, causing Jianhong to lose his grip. Just as he was about to use his strength, the sword flew out of his hand. In front of him, the figure's palm landed on him. Jianhong's gate of wonder appeared on the surface of his body. After being hit by the palm, the gate of wonder shook but was unable to break through it. However, the figure continued to attack, causing Jianhong to cough out blood. After killing for 2 years, Jianhong's body was riddled with injuries. He could not withstand the figure's ferocious attacks and was forced to retreat. Just as the figure was about to break through the gate of wonder, his foot landed on the tip of his head. Jianhong's gaze turned cold as he turned around. His palm swept across and the wind formed a formless sword in the direction of his palm. It was impossible to see how long or how wide it was. Wherever there was wind, there would be a sword. Jianhong slashed his sword upwards but was still stepped on by the figure. Just as the figure was about to step on the formless sword, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jianhong in disbelief. His body retreated continuously, causing cracks to appear in the void. Jianhong spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The figure was not in a good state either. He clutched his chest and gritted his teeth, when Jianhong laughed coldly. Do you really think that you can use the sword step to trample the world? Who have you trampled on before? You can't even see the way of the sword. It's just a despicable method. Wind sword chant. Where there is wind, there will be a sword. How is this despicable? You can have wind in your body. Good, good, good. As expected of Jianhong, to be able to break through my sword step. There is indeed a place for you in the way of the sword. However, you will still die. I did not come here to compete with you in terms of sword techniques. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and headed towards Jianhong. Behind him, a blood-red pagoda appeared. Jianhong rushed out of the door and crashed into the blood tower. Clang! There was a loud noise and Jianhong spat out blood. The figure stretched out his hands and the sequence particles shrouded the world like a shadow. Die. At that moment, the wind blew and the clouds surged. Elder Dianjian paused and looked up in shock. Consciousness, a terrifying consciousness, how could it be here? He had sensed the consciousness earlier and thought that it had been accidentally scanned, so he attacked after the consciousness disappeared. How could it appear again? Jianhong panted and looked up at the sky. The consciousness was so terrifying that it could change the world. It made it hard for them to breathe. He was a spiritual prime, and the old man of Sword Dianjian was Dooku AI. They were both top experts, but even so, they were suppressed by this consciousness. Who? He couldn't imagine who could have such a terrifying consciousness in the Jiuxiao universe. Was it not a consciousness, but a thought? A thought, the god of defense under the moon? Suddenly, they saw a figure appear out of nowhere and land slowly. Finally, under their uneasy gazes, it landed on the ground less than 10 meters away from them. It was a young man. It was Luin. He looked to the side. Jianhong? Jianhong trembled. Was he here for him? Luin looked at Elder Dianjian and waved his hand casually to drive him away. Elder Dianjian's expression changed and he stared at Luin. Who are you? Luin frowned. Fortunately, Jianhong is not dead. Otherwise, you would be buried with him. Get lost. Elder Dianjian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person's consciousness was powerful, but what about his combat ability? Could it be a bluff? There were not many people who cultivated consciousness in the Jiuxiao universe, and he had never heard of such a terrifying consciousness master. He was not willing to give up on Jianhong, but this person was indeed terrifying. If it was not a bluff, the consciousness just now was enough to suppress him. In the end, Elder Dianjian chose to retreat. That consciousness did not give him the courage to fight. Even if it was a bluff, even if the consciousness was not as strong as he felt, he did not want to fight. He had to find out more about this person when he got back. Just as he was about to leave, Luin suddenly said, "Wait." Elder Dianjian's eyelids twitched. Is there anything else? Luin looked at him. I heard that you're called Old Man Dianjian. You've killed countless sword masters. What a coincidence, I'm also skilled in the way of the sword. Let's see if you can step on my sword. Elder Dianjian's heart sank. Even without using his consciousness, this person actually wanted to attack with the way of the sword. He was fearless, so he was definitely a top-notch expert. His tone became more respectful. How can my sword touch steps compare to Senior's? If Senior has nothing else, I will leave first. Nonsense. Luin casually waved his hand and an invisible force swept out. Old Man Diane's eyes widened as he struck out with a single palm. There was nothing there, but he seemed to have seen something. Jianhong frowned. This was a sword art of conception. The 13th sword of the sword sect, emotion. As long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. This sword technique was no longer rare, and Luin had been able to break through it back then. However, as his cultivation increased, he gradually realized that this was a battle technique with an artistic conception. Emotions did not have to be familial, romantic, or friendship. They could also be emotions towards the heavens and earth, towards persistence, or towards life and death. It was impossible for a person born in this world to see through a person's feelings. Even if one was able to face life and death without any attachments, they would still be trapped by the word love. If one was heartless, how could one not have any attachments? It was precisely because one once had that they would lose them. This sword was completely different from the 13th sword. The 13th sword dealt with human emotions, but this sword dealt with the emotions of the heavens. If the heavens had emotions, how could humans be heartless? Old Man Dian was very powerful. He saw the emotion sword and wanted to step on it, but the sword pierced through his body and he missed. Blood spread from his back as the sword pierced through him. He looked deeply at Luin and bowed slowly before retreating. Blood stained the ground where he had been standing. After Old Man Dian left, Jianhong came back to his senses and bowed deeply to Luin. Junior Jianhong greets Senior. Luin sized Jianhong up. You're lucky. If I had been a step later, you would have died. Jianhong bitterly asked, Senior? Luin looked at the basket on Jianhong's back and was surprised. Is that she? Jianhong did not know how to answer and was silent for a moment. I've never heard of she being carried. It seems that the secret is there. What a strange creature. Can you tell me more about it? Luin was interested. Jianhong was alert. Senior, are you here for it too? Luin laughed. Yes, I'm here for you. Jianhong's expression turned ugly. Forget it if you don't want to talk. Let's go. Where to? The 6th night pillar. Jianhong's eyes flashed. Senior, were you asked to send me to the 6th night pillar? Luin looked at him. Be smart and don't ask so many questions. Your vigilance and probing are useless against me. You're no different from an ant in my eyes. With that, an invisible force wrapped around Jianhong. Luin took a step forward, and Jianhong disappeared. The 7th night pillar to the 6th night pillar was not too far for people of their cultivation, but Jianhong had been surrounded and unable to break through no matter how hard he tried. However, with a single step from Luin, the seal was no longer effective. It would not take long for them to reach the 6th night pillar. However, what would come would still come. The void around Jianhong suddenly stopped as his body distorted and spread out. Everything around him gradually returned to normal. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Come out. Jianhong's heart sank, someone was blocking him again. Who was it this time? In front of him, a man slowly walked out with an expression of shock and confusion. He looked at Luin. You must be Mr. Luin. Luin looked at the man. That's right. The man sighed. Why are you interfering in this matter? This is Yu Jiuxiao's matter and has nothing to do with Ian Realm or Mr. Liu. My goal is to bring him to the 6th night pillar. If you want to make a move, wait until I leave. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, Luin said indifferently. Jianhong looked at the man in shock. He had not expected Lianjing to be here. He was one of the people who had the qualifications to be the head of the 5th night pillar and was on the same level as Swordmaster Taizong. Jianhong had guessed that this matter would attract absolute powerhouses, but he had not expected it to be Lianjing. Why was Lianjing involved? Also, did he know this person? Luin? He seemed to have heard of this name before. Lianjing nodded. Mr. Liu, you were able to destroy the spring and autumn jade. Your strength is not something I can compare to. I believe your words, but I have no choice but to act. The 5th night pillar needs the item in Jianhong's basket. Luin laughed. Then have everyone from the 5th night pillar come. Let's see if they can steal it from me. Jianhong was stunned. What arrogance! Wait, the spring and autumn jade was destroyed? He remembered. You're that Luin? Although Jianhong had been fleeing for the past 2 years, he had still heard of some things. In particular, the blood-soaked mausoleum had shaken the entire Nina Firmament's universe. The spring and autumn jade was a colossus that the 6th night pillar hated to the core but could not do anything about. However, it had been destroyed by a single person, and that person was called Luin. On that day, the mausoleum had been dyed in blood, and the spring and autumn jade had fallen. Ying Mei and the other familiar experts had died, and Qian Shu, who had been sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, had been captured. The spring and autumn jade's turbid treasure had been stolen. Everyone felt like they were in a fantasy story. This was especially true after the spring and autumn jade had violated a taboo and robbed cultivators. The entire Nina Firmament's universe was enraged. But no matter how angry they were, the spring and autumn jade was gone. It had been destroyed by that person called Luin. That person had come from the lower three universes. So it was him. No wonder he was so strong. Jianhong could not figure out why such a person would protect him to the sixth night pillar. Lian Jing could not figure it out either. Mr. Lu is from Yahai. Is this related to Yahai? If that's the case, the fifth night pillar should retreat. Mr. Lu, please explain. Luin was puzzled. Since you recognize me, where did you get the confidence to stay here? Because I'm Lian Jing. Luin subconsciously looked at Jianhong. This person's confidence made him seem like an important figure. Could he have an Eternal Realm expert backing him? Was he the son of an Eternal Realm expert like Qingyan? Seeing Lu Yin's confusion, Jianhong whispered, could it be that you don't know Hefeng Mountain? Luin shook his head. Jianhong understood, and Lian Jing heard it as well. They were both speechless and afraid. This person actually did not know Hefeng Mountain. No wonder he did not recognize Luin. It had been too dangerous just now. If this person had been a little reckless, Luin would have died. How could someone not know Hefeng Mountain? Even if this person came from the spiritualized universe, he was from Yahai. Had he not heard about the Nina Firmaments universe? Luin had naturally inquired about the Nina Firmaments universe, but Si Jiushi and Lu Xiu had not mentioned Hefeng Mountain. Sometimes, the more common something was, the easier it was to ignore it. Hefeng Mountain was a little special, and it could be said to be a small group. Lian Jing did not rush him. Jianhong whispered to Lu Yin about Hefeng Mountain. Hefeng Mountain is a territory in the southern region. It is not a force, but a choice. Anyone who enters Hefeng Mountain can be considered an eternal disciple. With Jianhong's introduction, Lu Yin understood and naturally understood why Lian Jing was so fearless. To put it bluntly, Hefeng Mountain itself was not a force, but it was the largest force in the Nina Firmaments universe. As long as one ascended Hefeng Mountain, they would be noticed by Eternal Realm experts and called an eternal disciple. This eternal disciple was not a disciple, but a protective label. After returning from Hefeng Mountain, no one was allowed to kill or injure this person for 100 years. 100 years later, when the person ascended Hefeng Mountain again, this person would bid farewell to the Nina Firmaments universe forever. No one who ascended Hefeng Mountain returned alive, and no corpses came back. Completely disappeared was enough to describe it. Since ancient times, many cultivators had ascended Hefeng Mountain, but there had been no news of them ever since. Some left behind legends, and some disappeared forever, completely disappearing from the world. Nobody knew where these people had gone. Only the Eternal Emperor knew. Those 100 years had been the most peaceful period of their lives. During that time, no one had dared to cause trouble for them. They were the eternal disciple, and they were protected by the entire Nina Firmaments universe. Lian Jing was an eternal disciple. He had ascended Hefeng Mountain once, and after 100 years, the Nina Firmaments universe would lose him forever if he ascended Hefeng Mountain again. During this period of time, no one could do anything to him. Of course, he couldn't do anything outrageous either. Revenge was naturally possible. Many people actually chose to climb Hefeng Mountain for revenge. Some people were hunted down until they had nowhere else to go. They chose to ascend Mount Hefeng and become an eternal life disciple, obtaining 100 years of safety. Until the last year of their journey to Mount Hefeng, those people would act and kill all their enemies. Those enemies would then try their best to avoid them. In the past, there was someone who hid at the foot of Mount Hefeng to avoid being hunted down. That person climbed Mount Hefeng to seek revenge for the eternal life disciples. If he succeeded, he would be safe for 100 years. Naturally, he would not be killed, Jianhong said in a low voice. Lu Yin asked, what if he failed? Jianhong said, it's not easy to climb Mount Hefeng. Usually, only those who have crossed the bitter tribulation can do it. This is common knowledge, so those who choose to climb Mount Hefeng rarely fail. Of course, if they fail, they will fall. Life and death are up to fate. Where did those who climbed Mount Hefeng go? I don't know. No one has come back alive. Not even their corpses were found. But the Eternal Lord gave them 100 years of privilege. They must have paid something, Lu Yin guessed. Jianhong didn't speak. The people of Xianxia universe didn't dare to guess the Eternal Lord's thoughts. They were full of respect. Luin looked at Lian Jing. So, I can't do anything to him? Jianhong shook his head. If you kill him, the Eternal Lord won't leave you alone. Luin didn't want to go up against the Eternal Lord. Lian Jing had 100 years of safety, but now he was stuck here. It was disgusting. I won't kill you, Luin said. Lian Jing wasn't surprised. Please don't interfere, Mr. Liu. But I can seal you, Luin said again. Lian Jing smiled. Mr. Liu, do you know why I intercepted you? First, because of my identity as the Eternal Disciple. Second, because no one can seal me. Jianhong gritted his teeth and said, I heard that Lian Jing has the ability to turn 1,000 times and evade the sequence rules. Is that true? Lian Jing smiled. Rather than letting myself evade, it's better to let the enemy evade. Yes, the sequence rules I comprehended are evading. He looked at Luin. After saying so much, I hope Mr. Liu will give up on Jianhong. This is Yu Jiuxiao's business. I don't want to offend you. You're going to disappear from the Nine Clouds universe, and you're still afraid of offending me? Life and death do not conflict with one's personality. I, Lian Jing, have done things with a clear conscience. I have also lived up to the identity of a disciple bestowed upon me by the Immortal Lord. Luin praised, You're very particular, but I still want to see if I can seal you. Lian Jing made an inviting gesture. Mr. Liu's swordsmanship is extraordinary, your consciousness is strong, and your physical strength is unparalleled. If I were to fight with you, I wouldn't even be your opponent. However, I'm quite proficient in the way of escape. Mister, you can try. Luin attacked, and scarlet godly power covered the sky in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire area. Lian Jing's expression changed slightly. What a mysterious way of sealing. He opened up the world with both hands, and the true god sky-switching technique was suppressing him from above. Lian Jing's body continuously shrunk, and his illusory body kept changing as he appeared in various locations. More and more shadows appeared, and after a while, even Luin couldn't tell which was the real body and which was just an illusion. Was this the 100 revolutions 1,000 times? Lian Jing used a unique method to constantly erase the seal of the true god sky-switching technique. This technique had once sealed the experts of the Tianyuan universe, but in the end, the immortal realm was not an immortal realm powerhouse. He was only at the peak of the bitter tribulation realm, and Lian Jing was also at the peak of the bitter tribulation realm. The immortal realm did not completely surpass Lian Jing, let alone his technique. However, the true god sky-switching technique still amazed Lian Jing. Although it didn't last long, it still trapped me for a while. What a powerful technique. I'm impressed, Mr. Liu. The true god sky-switching technique disappeared, having been broken by Lian Jing. Luin saw that Lian Jing and Jianhong did not react strangely. It seemed that they did not understand the immortal realm, and he had used this technique to test them. Lian Jing glanced at Jianhong. The true god sky-switching technique made him not confident that he could snatch Jianhong away under the 100 revolutions 1,000 times. This was his original goal, as Luin would not dare to be too heavy-handed. However, the true god sky-switching technique could trap him for a while, and even if it was only for a short time, it was enough for Luin to take Jianhong away. He had failed. Mr. Liu, Yu Jiuxiao has nothing to do with you. Why are you helping Jianhong? Lian Jing advised, I'm not talented, and I still have a safe period of 10 years. If there's anything you want to do that is difficult to do, you can tell me, and I'll help if I can. Jianhong clutched his basket tightly. He was not sure if Luin would give up on him. After all, Lian Jing was an absolute powerhouse, and he had a safe period. Jianhong's value was not something he could compare to. Luin had thought that he would need to use Celestial Lock to trap Lian Jing, but it seemed that there was no need. The true god sky-switching technique ensured that he could not snatch Jianhong away, and he could not defeat Luin himself. There's no need. I'm just curious. If you completely disappear from the Nina Firmament universe, which mountain will you go to? Luin asked. Lian Jing shook his head. No, I've done what I should. Then why did you intervene? Jianhong did not understand. Lian Jing looked at him. I owe you a favor, and I should return it. Lu Yin admired him. This person was just like Lu Xizhan, straightforward and upright. It had to be said that when the universe developed to a certain extent, although the weak were still prey to the strong, there was a trace of humanity. Lu Yin had not been in the Nina Firmament's universe for long, but there were very few people that he disliked. Of course, the Nina Firmament's universe was the most ruthless when it came to plundering resources from spiritualized universes. A universe that could completely separate reason from humanity was quite terrifying. Humanity was internal, and reason was external. You can go. I have to send him to the sixth night pillar, Lu Yin said. Lian Jing sighed. Why are you so stubborn? Lu Yin replied, I also have a promise. Lian Jing and Lu Yin looked at each other, and after a moment, Lian Jing nodded. I'll take my leave. He left decisively, as he knew that he could not bring Jianhong away. After Lian Jing left, Jianhong said in a deep voice, the life in my basket is from another universe. I felt it, Lu Yin said. Jianhong looked at Lu Yin's back. A universe that has never been discovered. Lu Yin turned to look at Jianhong in surprise. An unfamiliar universe? Jianhong nodded. The seventh night pillar was responsible for increasing the parallel spacetime of the Lan universe to ensure that it could be rebooted. During that time, we discovered this unfamiliar universe and brought it back. This means war is coming, Lu Yin finished. Jianhong said, that's right. The seventh night pillar is responsible for observing. The seventh night pillar confirmed that this universe could be destroyed, so he brought this life back. As long as this life is handed over to the sixth night pillar and reported to the emperor, this war will be led by the sixth night pillar. This is a great gift from the seventh night pillar to the sixth night pillar. Why doesn't the seventh night pillar lead the war himself? The seventh night pillar completed his mission in the Lan universe, and he is not allowed to participate in the next war. So the fifth night pillar sent someone to snatch this life to lead the war? Jianhong nodded. Any war with an external force has the potential to reap huge benefits, especially during war. The night pillar's authority is on par with the divine defense, and he can do things that he could not normally do. The fifth night pillar, Swordmaster Taizong, has long wanted to become the night pillar. The spring and autumn scroll was born because of the turbid treasure, and that turbid treasure belongs to an extinct universe. Who wouldn't want this opportunity? The purpose of Nine Firmaments universe's existence is to wage war against an external universe. Lu Yin did not consider whether Nine Firmaments universe would wage war against an external force. Instead, he was thinking about what Mingxue had said. Mingxue had said that the fifth night pillar had been acting strangely recently, and it was very likely that he would wage war against an external force. Lu Yin had guessed that it was because of the three universes, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. It was very likely that he was targeting this new external universe. When did the fifth night pillar find out about this external universe? Jianhong replied, 2 years ago. Lu Yin frowned. 2 years ago? Jianhong nodded. It must have been 2 years ago. Otherwise, how could the fifth night pillar have found out before the seventh night pillar returned? This external universe was discovered by the seventh night pillar. Lu Yin's heart sank once more. Mingxue had said that the fifth night pillar had been acting strangely for a long time. If the fifth night pillar had only found out about this external universe 2 years ago, then the fifth night pillar's strangeness was not targeted at this universe, but rather at the three universes. Lu Yin had to become either the night pillar or the divine defense. Let's go. No one will dare to stop us now, Lu Yin said. Jianhong heaved a sigh of relief. Lian Jing had only dared to stop them because of his special background as a disciple of Hefeng Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have even shown his face. Even if the Taizong Swordmaster was in front of him, Jianhong would still dare to say that he could reach the sixth night pillar. This person had single-handedly destroyed the spring and autumn scroll, which meant that his strength was unfathomable. On the other side, Lian Jing used Huaixi to report what had happened to the fifth night pillar. The Taizong Swordmaster was the first to hear about it, and he angrily pierced through 10 mountain ranges. The night pillar was not only responsible for supporting Nine Firmaments universe, but it also had the responsibility of conquering an external universe. Thus, the Night Pillar's material was extremely sturdy, and it was not any weaker than the Boundless Void's battleship. Furthermore, it was much more majestic than the Boundless Void's spacetime battleships. This was the foundation of Nine Firmaments universe. The Taitsong Swordmaster's ability to pierce through 10 mountain ranges in a single strike was a testament to his strength. The cultivators of the fifth Night Pillar felt a chill run down their spines, and they did not know who had angered the Swordmaster. Wei Ding looked at the 10 mountain ranges in shock. Had there been a change in the situation? Come here. The Swordmaster's voice rang out in Wei Ding's ears. Wei's face paled, and he hurriedly went over. Teacher. Wei Ding bowed respectfully. There was a skinny old man in front of him. He was wearing a black robe, and there was a sword hidden under his robe. At first glance, he looked like a black bamboo pole. He was abnormally skinny, and his face was extremely pale. His eye sockets were sunken, and he looked gloomy. The old man was the Swordmaster Taitsong, and he was one of the strongest swordsmen in the continent of the Nine Firmaments universe. In the continent of the Nine Firmaments universe, the Swordmaster Taitsong was mentioned. He had used the minor circular sword technique to dominate the continent of the Nine Firmaments universe, and had mastered the Taitsong sword technique to the level of great success. He had become the first Night Pillar of the fifth Night Pillar. If Jianhong said that he had 3 sword intents in the world, then the Swordmaster Taitsong really had 3 sword intents. In the continent of the Nine Firmaments universe, the Swordmaster Taitsong was one of the top 5 swordsmen. Did you see that, Luin? The Taitsong Swordmaster's voice rang out. It was just one sentence, but it sounded like he was repeating it word by word. Huang Ding's eyes flashed. I saw him. He returned from the Silan region and reported it to Master. Say it again. Yes. Huang Ding did not know why the Taitsong Swordmaster wanted him to say it again. Had the Taitsong Swordmaster found out about what he had said to Luin? He nervously repeated what he had said before. No matter what, he had already said it once, and he could not change it. The Taitsong Swordmaster listened quietly. He had heard Huang Ding mention Luin before, and he had been very concerned about him back then. However, he had not cared as much as he did now. This person had destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll alone, which meant that he was no ordinary powerhouse. Even the Taitsong Swordmaster could not destroy the Spring and Autumn Scroll alone. Luin had come from the Karmic Sea, and his background, cultivation, and battle prowess were all difficult to measure. However, he had interfered in this matter. Huang Ding spoke very slowly, repeating everything that he had said before without missing a single word. The Taitsong Swordmaster frowned and looked into the distance, not saying anything. After a while, he sighed and said tiredly, "You may leave." "Yes, Master." Huang Ding hurriedly retreated. Suddenly, the Taitsong Swordmaster stared at him and asked sternly, "Did you offend this person?" Huang Ding's face paled, and he subconsciously recalled the scene of Luin interrogating him. The Taitsong Swordmaster's gaze turned cold, and he reached out from his black robes to grab Huang Ding and pull him over. There was an unprecedented coldness in his eyes. "Did you offend this person?" "No, Master. I did not offend him." "Nonsense, what happened between you two?" The Taitsong Swordmaster roared. He had suddenly thought of asking this question because he did not understand why Luin had stopped the fifth Night Pillar. However, he had seen Huang Ding's dazed expression and knew that something must have happened. The Taitsong Swordmaster understood that something must have happened between Huang Ding and this person, and that person had interfered to deal with the fifth Night Pillar. This matter was extremely important to him, and if he failed because of this disciple, he would crush Huang Ding's bones. Huang Ding was terrified. "Master, I really did not offend him. It was just that he asked me some questions." The Swordmaster grit his teeth. "Why didn't you say that last time?" "What questions?" Huang Ding trembled as he recounted his conversation with Luin. The Taitsong Swordmaster stared at him as those words echoed in his head. How did Luin know that the fifth Night Pillar was preparing for an expedition? Who told him? Only Yu Jiuxiao and some people knew about this. Oh right, Mingzhua. Mingzhua was also there at that time. Mingzhua said that this person came from Yihai and had an unusual relationship with this person. It was very likely that Ming Zhuo told him. This person came from one of the three universes. The fifth night pillar was prepared to go on an expedition. At that time, they did not know that they had found another universe. In that case, the target of the fifth night pillar's expedition was very likely one of the three universes. So, this person was trying to stop them? Or what? If that was the case, he could have come to the fifth night pillar. Why would he help the sixth night pillar? No, it didn't make sense. From this person's standpoint, if the fifth night pillar could fight this outer universe, then the three universes would be safe. So why was this person stopping them? Swordmaster Taizong could not figure it out. In the past, he thought that the biggest obstacle was the seventh night pillar, Feng Wingqiunan, who had a close relationship with the sixth night pillar. He didn't expect such a person to suddenly appear. Bang Huangding was thrown to the ground and lay there, not daring to raise his head as he trembled in fear. The Taizong Swordmaster's eyes flashed. Lu Yin, the three universes, an outer universe, Feng Wingqiunan, the seventh night pillar, and the sixth night pillar. Was there a connection? Yuya had also received information from the fifth night pillar. He had been punished to come to the fifth night pillar. Although he had been stripped of his position as the god of defense, his cultivation and battle prowess gave him the right to fight for the position of head of the night pillars. Even the Taizong Swordmaster did not dare to be impudent in front of him. Yuya was definitely the fifth night pillar's #1 expert. However, the position of head of the night pillars did not necessarily belong to the person with the highest battle prowess, so the Taizong Swordmaster did not give up. Yuya's lips curled up savagely. You're here, you're finally here. I knew that you would come. I'll definitely devour you and fulfill my power. His thoughts surged as he returned to reality. How could he devour Yuya? He was certain that he was no longer Lu Yin's match. He had fled in the consciousness universe, and now he was no match for Lu Yin in the ninth heaven universe. Especially after seeing Lu Yin destroy the spring and autumn scroll, Yuya knew that he was not the one who wanted to devour Lu Yin, but Lu Yin might have targeted him. Others might not know, but he knew that Lu Yin had not simply destroyed the spring and autumn scroll. This person had even escaped from under the nose of an eternal life realm creature. It was unbelievable. Even the Luo family only knew that Lu Yin was being hunted by an eternal life realm creature in the Elysium, but they did not know that he had fled from the consciousness universe. If they had known, they would not have dared to stop him. Fortunately, this was the ninth heaven universe, and he had room to maneuver. The most troublesome thing was Lu Yin's relationship with Yihai. He knew that Lu Yin had comprehended karma, so could he have become Qinglian Shangyu's disciple? When he thought of this, his heart sank to the bottom. In the ninth heaven universe, countless eyes were focused on what was happening. When Lu Yin interfered, these gazes shifted away. They knew that once an absolute expert like Lu Yin interfered, even the entire fifth night pillar would not be able to do anything. As such, Lu Yin quickly brought Jian Hong to the vicinity of the sixth night pillar. The sixth night pillar did not even send anyone to receive you. It's really desolate, Lu Yin said faintly as he looked at the tall mountain range in the distance. Jian Hong sighed. The sixth night pillar does not have any experts at the moment. They don't even need to fight for the position of the head of the night pillars. They can only wander about, and there is no one to send. Lu Yin nodded. But once the war is started by the sixth night pillar, it will be different. Countless experts from the ninth heaven universe will flock over, and the sixth night pillar will complete the reversal. Yes, this is also what we hope to see, Jian Hong said. The night pillars were pillars that supported the continent of the nine clouds. In the entire ninth heaven universe, the earth was the center. With the earth as the root, the mother tree rose from the ground, and under the earth, 9 night pillars were distributed in a circle. This was the ninth heaven universe. The 9 night pillars were inserted into the earth. Most of them were below, while some were above. Even the part above was as tall as the sky, surpassing the clouds. It was a colossal object that could be seen from afar. When one saw the sixth night pillar, it was shaped like an oval-shaped stone that was inserted into the earth at an angle. The closer one got to it, the larger the stone became. It became a mountain range, a continent, and even the sky. It was the only thing that could be seen. When the sixth night pillar completely covered the sky, they finally reached their destination. An austere aura soared into the sky, and from time to time, cultivators would pass by and glance at Lu Yin and Jianhong curiously. These cultivators were different from the ones Lu Yin had seen in the eastern region. Their gazes were calmer, but under that calmness, there was a desire to kill. They could suppress this desire to kill, but they could also release it. These were not pure cultivators. When cultivators faced external enemies, they were united against a common enemy and did not fear death. This spirit could be found in both the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. However, regardless of whether it was the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, cultivators were still cultivators. They were better at killing and fighting each other. The battlefield was just a corner of the cultivation world. However, the cultivators here seemed to have been born for the battlefield. The cultivation world scheming and killing seemed to have become an alternative. Lu Yin had felt this way ever since he'd met Jianhong. Even Lianjing gave him this feeling. They were far more obedient than ordinary cultivators, and they were also more unafraid of death. They had an iron-blooded aura about them. Lu Yin stepped on the ground. The trees around him were straight and extremely sharp. Every leaf was very sharp. This was not a forest at all, but a mountain of blades. Beneath his feet, heavy breathing caused the earth to shake. Lu Yin stopped and looked down. The beast of the tomorrow. Jianhong nodded. The beast of the tomorrow is under the ninth heaven pillar. Only the beast of the tomorrow can throw the night pillars out using a special method. A special method? Jianhong looked around and waved his hand. The tip of his sword tore open the ground, revealing a grayish-brown object. It was made of a certain creature's skin and was very elastic. Lu Yin followed the skin and looked at the sixth night pillar. He understood. A slingshot. Jianhong smiled. That's right. It's a slingshot, but only the beast of the tomorrow can pull it. Lu Yin did not expect the night pillars to be thrown out in such a way. This was clearly a game. A child using a slingshot to flick a stone away. This was the truth behind the night pillars being thrown out. It was both childish and reasonable. There's a beast of the tomorrow under every night pillar? Yes. The beast of the tomorrow was once an extremely strong creature found in a universe that was once extinct. It's very big. I've seen it before. In the spiritualized universe? Jianhong asked. He knew that Lu Yin came from the three universes. In fact, everyone thought that Lu Yin came from the spiritualized universe. After all, the consciousness universe only had sentient life forms. The Tianyuan universe had never been connected to the spiritualized universe, let alone the ninth heaven universe. Lu Yin nodded. Jianhong said, the beast of the spiritualized universe is not big. He pointed to the bottom of his feet. This beast of the tomorrow below is big. Lu Yin saw it. He could see it clearly with a sweep of his consciousness. The beast of the tomorrow beneath his feet caused the space to boil. If he had guessed correctly, the tomorrow beast was a creature that had reached the limit of strength in a certain universe. It was similar to the Shuang and the power beast, but it was stronger and could reproduce. Lu Yin could imagine how magnificent it would have been if the tomorrow beasts had come out in groups. The entire Tianyuan universe would not have been able to withstand a single round of attacks. One could also imagine how strong the ninth heaven universe was. Numerous figures emerged from the sixth night pillar and landed in front of Lu Yin and Jianhong. The leader was a woman. Her face was ordinary, but there was a hint of weariness. This woman should be the only person qualified to be the head of the sixth night pillar. She was a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the bitter adversity realm. The cultivators behind her were all in the primordial realm, and there were even sequence law realm powerhouses. There was not even a single bitter adversity realm powerhouse. Compared to the fifth pillar, which had sent primordial realm experts and tribulation transcendents, the sixth pillar was indeed shabby. Jianhong, you're finally here. Luli landed, and when he saw Jianhong, he was very excited. Jianhong forced a smile and slowly bowed. I hope Senior Luli won't blame me for the delay of 2 years. Luli bitterly said, it's our sixth night pillar's fault for not being able to welcome you. It's our incompetence. Actually, I contacted the 7th Night Pillar a year ago and agreed to pass this item to the 5th Night Pillar, but you were too stubborn. Jianhong's expression was solemn. I know that Senior Luli cares about me, but this item must belong to the 6th Night Pillar. I will not give it to the 5th Night Pillar even if I die. Luli sighed, you child. He then looked at Luin, took a step back, and bowed deeply. 6th Night Pillar, Luli. Thank you for saving Jianhong's life. Behind her, everyone bowed in respect. They looked at Luin curiously. Although Luin hadn't been in the 9 Firmaments universe for long, he had left Yi, interfered in the Battle of Swordsmen, and destroyed the Spring and Autumn Jade Slips. Everything he had done was shocking. When they heard that the person who had escorted Jianhong to the 6th Night Pillar was Luin, they all relaxed. If someone with the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Scroll couldn't send Jianhong to the 6th Night Pillar, apart from the Imperial God, no one else could. The 5th Night Pillar did not have such strength. Luin replied, it's fine. Is it safe to send him to the 6th Night Pillar? Luli smiled, of course, thank you, sir. Luin exhaled, this condition was simple. Actually, for him, unless it involved the god of defense, it was not too difficult. Only Lu Xijan, who was a hindrance, was a little troublesome at the start. Later on, destroying the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slips was a little more troublesome. However, this condition still made Luin feel disgusted. When he learned that the 5th Night Pillar had been preparing for battle even before he'd learned about the other universes, he knew that he had done the wrong thing. He should have sent the 5th Night Pillar out to battle, which would have made the 3 universes safer. This was because there had never been a precedent in history of starting a war with 2 foreign universes at the same time. Moreover, preparing for war wasn't something that could be done just by talking about it. It would take a long time. If the 5th Night Pillar could take on the responsibility of destroying this outer universe, the 3 universes would definitely be much safer. However, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. As long as the 6th Night Pillar led the 5th Night Pillar to battle, everything would be fine. But thinking about it, this was troublesome. Normally, the 6th Night Pillar would not bring the 5th Night Pillar along. Sir, if you don't mind, how about I show you the 6th Night Pillar? Luli enthusiastically asked. Luin had been worrying about how to broach the subject, so he naturally agreed. Wait a moment, let me contact someone first. Luli made an inviting gesture and watched as Luin disappeared. He guessed that it had something to do with escorting Jianhong. Actually, no one could understand why Luin had suddenly escorted Jianhong to the 6th Night Pillar. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with him, and if it did, why hadn't he acted in the past 2 years and allowed Jianhong to be hunted down for 2 years? Luli had someone bring Jianhong to the 6th Night Pillar to rest while she waited for Luin. Elsewhere, Luin used nostalgia to contact Lu Xiyu. The conditions have been fulfilled. Next. Lu Xiyu blinked. So fast? You can ask your father how many people are eyeing the 6th Night Pillar, Luin said. Lu Xiyu actually went to ask, leaving Luin speechless. She was too distrustful. Not long after, Lu Xiyu looked at Luin. I've contacted 6th Sister, and she told me to thank you. You're welcome. What's the next condition? Luin asked. Lu Xiyu spread out her hands, revealing her slender and beautiful palms. I don't know. Luin nodded. Alright, please hurry her up for me. Lu Xiyu was very obedient this time. Don't worry, you've fulfilled every condition so well that the sisters have changed their opinion of you. They'll do their best to help you become Yihai's disciple. Luin sighed. Become Yihai's disciple? Most people would think that Luin should become Yihai's disciple, but he already had a master. Without Mr. Mu, he wouldn't be where he was today. It would be impossible for him to become Yihai's disciple, but learning from him wasn't a problem. Lianhua Shengyu wasn't a petty person. Not long after, Luin ascended the 6th Night Pillar with Lu Li's accompaniment and stepped into another part of the 9 Firmaments universe, the 9 Firmaments. There were traces of battle everywhere on the pillar, and all sorts of marks were evidence of various strange creatures. My 6th Night Pillar participated in the extermination of the Orchid universe and the Garter universe. Don't underestimate these two universes. Each universe has all sorts of creatures, and their numbers are endless. Every piece of land on the pillar can be stained with blood, and countless cultivators have died at the sixth night pillar. Luli told Luin about the extermination of the two universes. To the other universes, the Nine Firmaments universe was an invader and an enemy, but to the Nine Firmaments universe, this was a necessary means of survival. War could lead to thoughts of right and wrong, but right and wrong couldn't change the nature of war. Before war began, one was the master of war, but once it began, one was its slave. The universe was filled with coldness, and some paths had to be walked even if they were wrong. Mr. Lu, have you ever thought of joining my sixth night pillar? Luli asked. This was the most important reason why she had brought Luin here. In the current Nine Firmaments universe, the sixth night pillar was at the bottom, and it didn't even have the ability to help Jianhong. Now that the foreign creature had reached the sixth night pillar, the next step was war, and the sixth night pillar needed experts. Luin said, I'll do it, and you won't be the night leader. Luli smiled wryly. I've never thought of being the night leader. I'm a spiritual cultivator, and my power level isn't that high. Even if I personally went to pick Jianhong up, I'm not confident that I could bring him to the sixth night pillar. How can I be the night leader? If Mr. Lu is willing to join the sixth night pillar, no one will compete with you for the position. You will be the night leader of the sixth night pillar. It had to be said that Luli was a selfless person. Luin met her gaze, and she didn't shrink back. She was truly willing to hand over the position of night leader. This was especially so when war was approaching, and the night leader's authority was immense. This was enough to make Luin feel respect for her. This suggestion was very tempting, as becoming the night leader had always been one of Lu Yin's goals. I come from 3 universes. Can I be the night leader? Of course. The Nine Firmaments universe embraces everything. Luin laughed. It's looking down on everything. Luli paused and looked at Lu Yin's back as he slowly walked away. Because it's looking down on everything, it's not contradictory. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. We'll talk about it later. The two walked silently through the sixth night pillar, and Luin was thinking about how to get the sixth night pillar to start the war. Bringing the fifth night pillar along and becoming the night leader was one way. Actually, he was leaning towards the god of defense, while Luli was thinking about how to get Luin to join the sixth night pillar. As far as the eye could see, the ground in the distance was flat and smooth. It was slanted, as if a rock had been cut by a blade. Luin instantly appeared above the cut ground and crouched down. He touched the ground with a solemn expression. Luli followed closely behind, looking at the ground with a complicated expression. What's going on? Luin asked. Luli was bitter. The sixth night pillar participated in the Annihilation Orchid universe and the Garner Sky universe. It's powerful, but have you ever wondered why it has fallen to its current state? Luin turned to look at Luli. Because of this? Luli nodded. Once, when the sixth night pillar was on its way back to Nina Firmament's universe, it encountered an unknown creature. This piece of land was cut open by that unknown creature. At the time, there were several powerhouses from the sixth night pillar here, but in an instant, before they could react, this piece of land was completely gone. Luin narrowed his eyes and placed his hand on the ground. It was too smooth, and there was a pressure that ordinary people would not be able to feel. This was the pressure of an eternal life realm. In an instant, the sixth night pillar's powerhouses were all gone. I was lucky and was a step too late, so I managed to avoid this disaster. No one knows whether those people are dead or alive. I only took one look, and after 10,000 years, there was nothing left. Luli sat on the ground without a care for his image and touched the ground with a bitter expression. Lu. Ian stood up and looked around. The entire back of the sixth night pillar had been cut open. The casual, indifferent, and suffocating pressure made his nerves throb. Humans were not the only creatures in the square, nor were they the strongest. Did the Eternal Ruler investigate this? Yes, but there were no results. Then it's an eternal life realm creature. Luli nodded. Yes, it's definitely an eternal life realm creature. What can we do? If it had been just a little bit more, the entire sixth night pillar would have been cut in two. I don't even know if I was lucky or not. Lu Ying thought of the eternal life realm creature that had chased after him, and the feeling of fleeing was still fresh in his mind. He didn't know if he could resist with his current strength. Lu Ying wasn't sure either. There were strong and weak eternal life realms as well. The cut ground represented the blood and tears of the sixth night pillar, but it also served as a warning to the other pillars and all other cultivators. It's no secret that our sixth night pillar encountered such a thing. Every once in a while, people would come to take a look, especially those who want to join Yu Jiuxiao. Yu Jiuxiao isn't a paradise, it's hell. Lu Li's gaze was complicated. That's why the number of cultivators in Yu Jiuxiao has plummeted over the years, Lu Ying continued. Lu Li nodded. Some people only see the benefits of war and never see the cruel side. This is a mirror that reflects the truth of war and awakens many people. Lu Ying looked at Lu Li. Do you wish for this? Lu Li replied, there's nothing to wish for. If they come, we welcome them. If they don't, it doesn't matter. It's impossible to guarantee victory in every foreign war. Even the eternal ruler can't see through the square. The fewer people who come, the fewer people who will die. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Have you ever thought of letting your enemies share the cruelty of war? Lu Li looked at Lu Ying in confusion. What do you mean, sir? Lu Ying said, let the fifth night pillar participate. Lu Li grew even more confused, and he looked at Lu Ying. You want the fifth night pillar to participate? Lu Ying nodded. Can I know the reason? The fifth night pillar is preparing for battle. Until the seventh night pillar returns, I don't know who their target is. It's most likely one of the three universes, and I hope to prevent that from happening. Lu Li understood. Even if you stop the fifth night pillar, if the ninth heaven universe really wants to start a war with one of the three universes, it'll just delay it for a bit. Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the flat ground beneath him. That's enough for me. Lu Li was shocked. What a big tone, but judging from what this person had done recently, he was worthy of such a tone. She took a deep look at Lu Ying. This person was so young. Was he deliberately maintaining his appearance, or was he really that young? Excuse me, sir. You must be very young, right? Lu Li probed. Lu Ying smiled at her. Younger than you think. Lu Li sighed. I see. Sir's talent is comparable to the Xiaoyu pavilions. I'm impressed. So, can you do me a favor and bring the fifth night pillar to the battle? Lu Ying asked. Lu Li was confused. If you want the fifth night pillar to participate, why did you escort Jianhong back? Lu Ying was helpless. A promise cannot be changed. Sir, you should know that the fifth night pillar has been suppressing my sixth night pillar for the past few years, resulting in many complaints. As the sixth night pillar weakens, those who are willing to stay behind are those who have feelings for it. I don't want to hurt their feelings, Lu Li said, tactfully rejecting Lu Ying. Lu Ying could not force the sixth night pillar, so he remained silent. The ground trembled, and in the distance, a black mass of strange creatures soared into the sky and landed. Their powerful auras assaulted Lu Yin's senses. Those are the creatures from the Lan universe that were captured. Sir, you can look at the other side. Those are the creatures from the Garner Sky universe. My sixth night pillar has more than one species, and after many years of reproduction, they still retain the characteristics of their original universe. However, many of them have degraded and gained new characteristics. Lu Li continued to show Lu Ying the sixth night pillar. Lu Ying saw more than 10 strange creatures here, all of them from the Shi universe. In Jiuxiao, the proudest thing was capturing foreign creatures to become a Shi. The more they had, the more glorious their night pillar. The sixth night pillar was weak now, but it had once been glorious. These Shi were proof and also a foundation. The strongest Shi that Lu Ying had seen was a vine-like plant that was incomparably large. It was rooted deep underground and protected the sixth night pillar. It had the power to transcend the bitter adversity. Although it had combat strength, the vines and branches were scattered. If it really encountered a powerhouse like Duku Xia, it could only passively take a beating. Not to mention Duku Xia, even Jianhong could destroy this plant. However, this was already quite good. In the past, the Tianyuan universe didn't have many bitter calamity transcendents. If this thing was still in the eternal zone of disaster, Lu Yin and the others wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily. There are many creatures in the outer universe. Of those that were brought here, less than 10% survived. The rest are useless, so there aren't many that are useful to us. Luli sighed. Lu Yin was curious, is the gargantuan universe very difficult to fight? Luli's expression was solemn as he nodded. Yes, it's very difficult. It's one of the most difficult outer universes to fight against in the 9 firmaments universe. Back then, we used 5 night pillars, but it still wasn't enough. It seemed like we were attacking, but after we entered the gargantuan universe, we were always on the defensive. It felt like mayflies trying to shake a tree. If not for the eternal ruler, we wouldn't have been able to break in at all, let alone destroy the gargantuan universe. Many experts died in that battle. If we hadn't received the spiritual cultivation method, that battle would have been equivalent to destroying an entire era of the 9 firmaments universe. The biggest difference between us and the gargantuan universe is the eternal ruler. If the gargantuan universe had an expert who could resist the eternal ruler, we wouldn't have been able to win. Luli didn't say much, but Lu Yin could feel how difficult that battle had been. If Sir is interested in the gargantuan universe, you can go to Gargantuan City to take a look. It has the most well-preserved ruins of the gargantuan universe, and there are also creatures there. The carvings there are even more bizarre, Luli suggested. Lu Yin grunted and continued to tour the place with Luli. Over the next few days, Lu Yin didn't leave the 6th night pillar. On the first day, Luli accompanied him, but over the next few days, Lu Yin let Luli handle her own matters and didn't find anyone else to accompany him. Luli needed to report to the Eternal Ruler and ask him to decide whether or not to launch an expedition to another universe. She also needed to plan for the night pillars that would accompany the expedition, so she was very busy. Over the past few days, many cultivators had already paid a visit to the 6th night pillar. On this day, Swordmaster Taitsong personally came to the 6th night pillar to meet with Luli. No one knew what they discussed, but Swordmaster Taitsong's expression wasn't too good. The entire 6th night pillar was filled with tension after Swordmaster Taitsong's arrival. Although the cultivators' gazes were calm, they hid their anger and coldness. Lu Yin sat beside the ground that had been sliced apart and calmly watched. Across from him, many cultivators had arrived and left after taking a look. Some of them were discussing something, and they had all come from different night pillars. Occasionally, some cultivators who wanted to join the 9 firmaments universe would arrive, but they would leave after taking a look. It wasn't clear whether or not they wanted to join. Actually, whether or not they joined the 9 firmaments universe wouldn't change anything. The 9 firmaments universe was facing unknown dangers, and the universe was facing dangers like the spring and autumn scroll. One's own strength was the foundation of everything. Of course, encountering an eternal ruler in the 9 firmaments universe had nothing to do with one's strength. It was purely luck. Thinking about luck, Lu Yin wondered how Qianxu's carving was doing. Swordmaster Taitsong, Xiao Tong, requests to see Mr. Lu Yin, a voice said. Lu Yin asked, what's the matter? Behind him, a black-robed elder appeared and looked at Lu Yin's back with a smile. His usual coldness was swept away. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yin didn't turn around. Why are you looking for me? Swordmaster Taitsong said, I would like to make a deal with you. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked into the distance. Please help me become the head of the 5th night pillar. In return, I will banish Yuya. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Swordmaster Taitsong. Yuya is in the 5th night pillar? Swordmaster Taitsong nodded. It seems like you don't know that Yuya has been permanently stripped of his position as the god of defense and banished to the 5th night pillar. This is an order from the Blood Tower's god. Originally, the 5th night pillar only had Lian Jing who could compete with me for the position of night leader. However, Lian Jing is a disciple of the Eternal Life Disciple, so it is impossible for him to compete for this position. Therefore, the position of night leader will definitely be mine. However, Yuya is different. Even if he is permanently stripped of his position as the god of defense, his strength is still above mine. Thus, I hope you can help me. Lu Yin looked at Swordmaster Taitsong. Why should I help you? Swordmaster Taitsong said, I already said that I can banish Yuya. Seeing no reaction from Luin, he understood. It seems like you don't know much about the Jiuxiao universe. I'll tell you then. If you want to kill Yuya, and Yuya is still the fifth night pillar, it will be difficult for you to do so. It's not that the fifth night pillar can stop you, but the entire Jiuxiao universe will see you as an enemy. This is not a taboo, but a tacit rule. The people of Jiuxiao universe can only be killed by Jiuxiao universe itself. If an outsider attacks them, it will be a challenge to the entire Jiuxiao universe. I don't think you want that. Luin frowned. How long has it been since you joined the fifth night pillar? How can you represent the entire Jiuxiao universe? Swordmaster Taitsong said, this has nothing to do with when he joined. Since Yi joined the fifth night pillar, he is one of Jiuxiao universe's people. Actually, this tacit rule is not clear. If it was just a normal cultivator, it would not have alarmed the entire Jiuxiao universe. However, Yi used to be the god of defense, someone who stood at the peak of the Jiuxiao universe. His existence is of great help to Jiuxiao universe, and Jiuxiao universe cares about such a person. Luin understood that Jiuxiao universe was born for war, and a powerhouse like Yuya was naturally welcomed. The more people experienced war, the more they understood unity and the more they understood how to uphold the rules. You know that I want to kill Yuya? Luin asked. Swordmaster Taitsong smiled. Your name has spread throughout the Jiuxiao universe. After all, not everyone has the ability to fish for Jiuxiao universe. Luin looked up. How do you want me to help you? Swordmaster Taitsong's eyes blazed. The Night Chief will only be appointed in the face of war. I would like to ask for your help to ask the sixth Night Pillar for the right to participate in the war. Luin was helpless. He did not need Swordmaster Taitsong to say anything, he had already asked for it, but had been rejected. Secondly, I would like to ask Yahai for the title of Night Chief. Luin smiled. Do you know what you're talking about? The sixth Night Pillar hates you to the core. Over the past 2 years, you've been attacking Jianhong and almost caused him to lose that creature, forcing Luli to give up. If not for Jianhong's insistence, that creature would have been in your fifth Night Pillar. You want the sixth Night Pillar to bring you along? What a joke. You don't even need me to ask Yahai for help. That's the Azure Lotus ruler. Do you think that Yuya alone is worth me doing so much? Swordmaster Taitsong was helpless. I don't want to trouble Mr. Lu either, but I have no other choice. The appointment of Chief Xiao came from the Immortal Emperor, and Mr. Lu came from the Yihai. Everyone can see your relationship with Mingxue and the Seven Fairies. If Mr. Lu can help, I will definitely repay Mr. Lu in the future, and not just banish Yuya. Swordmaster Taitsong had no choice but to seek out Luin. Yuya's sudden addition had left him breathless, and his position as the Night Leader was growing further and further away from him. He could not understand why the Blood Tower's Emperor had not assigned Yuya to the sixth Night Pillar when the sixth Night Pillar was so weak. Instead of assigning Yuya to the sixth Night Pillar, the fifth Night Pillar had been assigned instead. He did not have the confidence to compete with Yuya for the Night Chief position. The only possibility was Luin. This person could talk to the Azure Lotus ruler, so he still had a chance. However, the prerequisite was that the fifth Night Pillar could participate in the war. If he could not even participate, how could he become the Night Chief? Luin stared at Swordmaster Taitsong. Why must you become the Night Chief? Swordmaster Taitsong exchanged glances with Luin. Only by becoming the Night Chief can one compete for the position of Imperial Deity. Luin shook his head. That's not a necessary condition. But it's one of the most important conditions, Swordmaster Taitsong emphasized. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's why it's more important for you to participate. Swordmaster Taitsong emphasized again. It's more important for me to participate as the Night Chief. I can't do without either. Actually, my goal is the same as Mr. Lu's. We both want to get rid of Yuya. If Yuya becomes the Night Chief, even if he can't be the god of defense anymore, he'll still be taken care of by the Eternal God. It'll be impossible for you to get rid of him. The Nine Heavens universe won't allow an outsider to kill a Night Chief with great achievements. Otherwise, it'll be a joke. Luin understood this logic. He couldn't let Yuya become the Night Chief, or he'd have a protective talisman. Yuya was a strong enemy that he had to get rid of. He wanted to get Yuya's thoughts, whether it was for revenge or for power. The primogenitor once said that without an eternal god's body, it would be difficult to bear the power of an eternal god's verbal skill. Yuya could continuously damage his body to bear the power, but Luin couldn't. However, Luin believed that he'd be able to bear it one day. Even if he couldn't use Yuya for now, throwing him into the hell of the appointment stage would increase his karma. Yuya had lived for a long time, and he could increase his karma. This kind of enemy shouldn't be left outside. Luin didn't believe that he'd make an enemy out of the entire Nine Heavens universe, but he'd definitely be viewed as an enemy by many. It wasn't worth it. Nine Heavens universe was an existence that directly fought outside, and it might even go to the three universes in the future. It wanted control, not hostility. So the only way was to chase Yuya out of the fifth night pillar? Swordmaster Taizong's words couldn't be trusted completely. Luin pondered for a moment. Has the fifth night pillar been preparing for battle? Swordmaster Taizong's eyes flashed. This person had asked about this matter in the Silan Zone, and now he was asking about it again. This person was from the three universes. If there wasn't an external universe, then who was the fifth night pillar's target? He knew what this person was worried about. That's right. Target? I don't know, Swordmaster Taizong said directly. Luin looked at him. The Taizong Swordmaster replied seriously, I really don't know. If I knew, the position of the Night Leader would have been mine a long time ago. Preparing for war is just preparing for war. There have been many situations in history where one prepared for war but did not fight. Who asked the fifth night pillar to prepare? Only Lord Immortal is qualified. Which eternal ruler? Swordmaster Taizong shook his head and said, I don't know either. We reported to the Imperial Deity, but we didn't know which Imperial Deity we were dealing with. If Mr. Lu doesn't believe me, you can ask Luli. You don't know anything? It wasn't that Luin didn't believe him, but he was rather disappointed because he couldn't see the wills of the three eternal guardians. Who was the enemy and who was the friend? He wanted to know. But the Eternal Emperor wouldn't even let him know about this. Was he really that unqualified? Luin said indifferently, I can't guarantee that the fifth night pillar will participate in the battle. I can only try my best. The Taizong Swordmaster heaved a sigh of relief and said politely, it is the honor of the fifth night pillar to receive Mr. Lu's help. I shall return to the fifth night pillar and await your good news. With that, he turned and left. Luin took out the brooch silk and contacted Mingxua. The Taizong Swordmaster's words were definitely true and false, but he wouldn't lie to Luin too much. After all, his relationship with Mingxua had long since been made public, and everyone knew about it. However, Luin still wanted to verify it, especially since he wanted to see if there was a third option. Junior brother, I heard that you've done quite a few big things recently. Amazing, ha 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 ha. Mingxua's image appeared and laughed heartily. Luin laughed, what big things? I just caused some trouble. Mingxua laughed, the people of Yihai aren't afraid of trouble. Others might not know, but how could I not know? The spring and autumn scroll and Jianhong are both conditions. Luin sighed, the seven fairies are each more difficult than the last. Their conditions aren't simple. Mingxua laughed, stop complaining. It's not difficult for you. It's just that there are many people who are jealous. One guy said that after you're done causing trouble for the eternity world, you're starting to cause trouble for you Jiuxiao. Ha ha ha, you didn't see how jealous he was. Luin was curious, who said that? A disciple of the Alarm sect. Luin wasn't surprised. Only the disciples of the Eternal Emperor would be jealous of their own kind. Otherwise, why would they be jealous? They would just pull him into their own sect. Regardless of whether it was the Blood Tower or the Alarm sect, they both had disciples who would compete with the disciples of the Blue Lotus sect. However, from the looks of it, the disciples of the Blue Lotus sect had the greatest influence. Oh, right. Why are you looking for me? Oh, and help me tell Luli of the sixth night pillar that I, the fourth night pillar, want to join the battle. She will agree, Mingxua said. How's the relationship between the fourth and sixth night pillars? Not bad. Eh? Does that mean the fifth night pillar asked you for help? Lu Ying nodded. Swordmaster Taizong just left. Mingzhou was disdainful. That old guy is too greedy this time. In the past, when he discovered the universe outside, it was all about benefits. He never went overboard like this. However, that old guy must have been forced by Yuya to do this. If he gets a foreign creature and reports it to the emperor, the position of knight leader will definitely be his. Lu Yin's expression was serious. This is also why I'm looking for you. Following that, Lu Yin told Swordmaster Taizong's words to Mingzhou. Mingzhou listened carefully and finally said, that old guy didn't lie to you. If you insist on attacking Yuya, it's best to wait until he's expelled from the 5th Night Pillar. Otherwise, many people in Xianxia will be unhappy with you, and that won't be good for you. But that old guy is also making things difficult for you. He wants you to plead with Lu Li. It's very difficult. The 6th Night Pillar might be weak, but he still has a backbone. No matter what that old guy says, Lu Li rejected him. How can he agree? Don't agree, or you won't be able to do it. Lu Yin said, I know, but I have to deal with Yuya. Mingzhou was troubled. Yuya is a little troublesome. I haven't dealt with him much, but I know his strength. He's very strong, and not someone like Lu Xizhan or Swordmaster Taizong can compare to. Even I am not his match. He paused and then continued solemnly, I'm not his match. Lu Yin pretended to be surprised. Even Senior is not his match? Mingzhou rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. Although I'm very satisfied with your surprised look, I know my own limits. You were able to destroy the Spring and Autumn Scroll on your own, but that's not something I can do. Even Yuya might not be able to do that. You're definitely stronger than Yuya, so naturally, you're stronger than me. Senior, there's no need to belittle yourself. I'm just speaking the truth. Honest people are all like that. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. Mingzhou continued, the possibility of helping that brat Xiao Tong become the Night Chief is not high. I think that you should slow down a bit. Yuya broke the rules and went to the 3 universes. You two fought, right? If he thinks that he's not your match, then he definitely won't leave the 5th Night Pillar. No, he can't leave. Even if he wants to. He's been exiled, so it'll be difficult for you to deal with him. I'll give you a clear path. Become the 5th Night Pillar's Night Chief. Lu Yin's brows rose. The 5th Night Pillar's Night Chief? Mingzhou nodded. That's the only possibility. Become the Night Chief, banish Yuya, and then kill him. Yu Jiuxiao won't be able to find trouble with you. Yuya was exiled to the 5th Night Pillar by the Eternal Ruler. Can the Night Chief banish him? During wartime, the Night Chief has a lot of power, more than you can imagine. Why do you think that brat Xiao Tong wants to be the Night Chief? The 1st generation ancestor of the Spring and Autumn Scroll was once the Night Chief, so he was able to bring the scroll out of the 6th Night Pillar. The 6th Night Pillar's decline was also a factor. Now that I think about it, the 6th Night Pillar was really unlucky. Right, did Lu Li trick you into staying in the 6th Night Pillar? Don't listen to her. The 6th Night Pillar is too unlucky. Why don't you fight for the 5th Night Pillar's Night Chief? Lu Yin was curious. The Night Chief has a lot of power during wartime, but what about the Lesser God's power during wartime? Can you banish Yuya? Mingzhuo's expression changed. Yes, but you'll offend the Blood Tower Lord who banished Yuya. There are some things that you can do as you wish within the rules, but breaking them will offend someone. If you banish Yuya from the 5th Night Pillar as the Lesser God, then you'll be challenging the Blood Tower Lord's authority. Can you accept this result? Lu Yin's head hurt. It seemed like the only way was to become the Night Chief. Becoming the Night Chief is the only way for you to deal with Yuya. Of course, an expedition to the outer universe is not simple. It is filled with danger. You have seen what happened to the 6th Night Pillar. If you are unwilling, then wait. There will always be a chance. Yuya himself does not want to stay in the 5th Night Pillar forever. He will think of a way to leave. You just have to ensure that you are stronger than him. Don't worry. Just say the word, and the Yihai disciples will help you keep an eye on him. Yuya won't be able to escape. Mingzhou clenched his fist. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. I'll wait for the day when you call me Senior. Mingzhou smiled brightly. Luine was helpless. That day would never come. Right, Senior, I know the requirements to become the lesser god. How can I fight for it? Mingzhou said, you need 2 lesser gods to recommend you. Yusang Tian doesn't count. Then you have to report to the Blood Tower Lord, and the Blood Tower Lord will decide who will become the lesser god. The number of people recommended by each lesser god is not fixed. They may not only recommend one person, so your competitors are actually those recommended by the lesser god. But Rushi is dead now, and Yuya has been stripped of his position. Rushi could have replaced him, but he returned to the continent of the 9 clouds, so he gave up the right to replace the lesser god. So there are only 2 lesser gods left. One is Danho, and the other is Xingfan. Luine frowned, only Danho and Xingfan? Mingzhou sighed, that's why I don't want you to go down this path. I can help Danho. Danho's lesser god has never refused to recommend anyone. Xingfan is different. I don't know her, and she has a strange personality. Plus, you've offended her before, so. Luine smiled bitterly. It was not as simple as offending him. He had fished up Jiuxiao and caused Yuya and Xingfan to be punished by the Blood Tower Imperial. Xingfan probably hated him to the core. Luine did not regret it. Xingfan had cooperated with Yuya to kill countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe. Although they were spiritualized, they were still living beings. If there was a chance, he wanted to find trouble with Xingfan. How could he ask for Xingfan's recommendation now? Is there no other way? Luine was helpless. Mingzhou thought for a moment. There is another way. Your chances of success are higher. What is it? Find Master directly. The Eternal Ruler can directly appoint the Imperial God. There is no need for a recommendation. Luine pondered. Mingzhou said, you don't understand Master. Do you know why I keep calling you junior brother? It is because I understand Master too well. It is boastful to say that you understand the eternal realm, but Master is Master. In my eyes, it is not the eternal realm. I can understand and hope to understand. He looked deeply at Luine and continued, Master has never cared so much about someone before, not even our little junior brother, the genius sleeping in the junior pavilion. Our little junior brother is known as the Little Azure King, and this is a compliment given by Master. Everyone thinks that our little junior brother will walk on Master's path in the future, but he has yet to do so. Yet, you have already. The 7 fairies' conditions are a test, but it is more like Master wants you to understand the process of Jiuxiao universe. Luine was shocked. Process? Fate was the beginning, experience was the road, and karma was the end. Qing Lianyu used fate to tie him to Yi Hai and the 7 fairies' conditions as fetters. This was fate as the beginning. Completing the 7 fairies' conditions and getting to know Mingzhou would make him no more disciples of Qing Lianyu in the future. This was the path of experience. Then, what was the end? He had refused to become Master's disciple from the beginning. So, why did Qing Lianyu continue? Could it be that becoming Master's disciple was not the end? There was another path? Don't reject Master's help. Master will be happy if you find him, Mingzhou advised. Luine looked at Mingzhou. Then, how do I find Qing Lianyu? Mingzhou smiled mysteriously. You forgot that there is a world that only you and Master can see. Luine subconsciously looked up at the great karma phenomenon. That's all I have to say. Junior brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. Yi Hai will always be behind you, Mingzhou said and ended the call. Luine collected his thoughts and smiled. He then sat down cross-legged and unleashed his heavenly Tao of karma. Yes, there was a world where only he and the Azure Lotus ruler could interact. Karma Tao covered the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. Of course, it wouldn't fall behind the 9 clouds universe. As long as one was under the karma celestial phenomenon, one could touch the Azure Lotus defense. Mingzhuo's words opened up Lu Yin's thoughts and also resolved his doubts. Perhaps he had already been noticed by the Azure Lotus Emperor ever since he had comprehended the heavenly Tao of karma in the spiritualized universe. Then, were there any karmic phenomena in the Tianyuan universe? Luine was very curious. The karma heavenly Tao was much stronger than it was 2 years ago. Other than absorbing the scab, there was also the fortune-telling. Luin didn't know why he had obtained so much karma from helping others with their fortunes, but the expansion of this karma was not any slower than when he had suppressed powerhouses into the point of general platform hell. In fact, it was increasing. As he unleashed his karma heavenly Tao, he gradually saw strands of invisible threads connecting the void. He couldn't see where they came from, but their ends were connected to him. These invisible threads were definitely karma spirals, but they were so small that he almost couldn't see them. However, there were quite a few of them. This was the first time Luin had unleashed his karma heavenly Tao since he had finished his fortune-telling. He looked at the invisible threads in a daze and kept recalling what he had done. 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads. There were 568 threads. 568 threads connected to him from all directions. It seemed like a lot, but even with Lu Yin's cultivation, he had almost overlooked it. It was as if they were invisible. This amount was just a drop in the ocean in the void. However, this number was rather interesting. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then these invisible threads came from the people he had helped with his fortune-telling. However, most of them were ordinary people, and he hadn't suppressed them into the point of general platform hell, so where did this karma come from? And why was it endlessly transferring karma to him? Was it just because he had helped them with their fortunes? Although these threads were very small, and 568 threads of karma were no more than a brick, it had only been 2 years. It was normal for cultivators to live for hundreds or thousands of years, but Luin couldn't even calculate how long he could live. How many karma threads would he end up with? So, fortune-telling was enough? Luin stopped thinking about it. He had completed Chonan Hongya's condition, and he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the 7 fairies' conditions. He had plenty of time to perform fortune-telling, both to increase his karma threads and to make up for himself, making preparations for reaching the primordial realm. As he thought about it, he raised his hand, and the karma spirals leaped from his fingertip. With a flick of his finger, the karma spirals shot into the sky. Aside from Luin, no one else saw this. In the world that only Luin could see, the karma spirals sank into the heavens. They collided with the karma heavenly phenomenon that covered the 9 firmaments cosmos, causing a slight ripple. Compared to the karma heavenly phenomenon, Lu Yin's karma spirals were like rocks that had collided with a mountain range. They were unable to shake the mountain range at all, but they still produced a gentle sound. Yi Hai's eyes opened, and he smiled. He took a step forward and vanished. Luin stood up at the 6th pillar of the night, took a step forward, and vanished. No one sensed anything. 2 figures faced each other in the heavens. They seemed to be standing high up in the sky, but no one could see them. Even if they passed by, they would not be able to see them at all. However, what they saw in each other's eyes was a completely different scene. Luin stared at the karma heavenly phenomenon that covered the entire 9 firmaments cosmos in shock. It was incomparable. He had thought that the karma heavenly phenomenon of Azure Lotus Protector would cover a large area, but he had never thought it would be this vast. Only when he met Azure Lotus Protector did he see everything. He saw that karma covered the entire 9 firmaments cosmos, as if a lid had been added to it. This lid did not just cover the 9 firmaments cosmos. It even extended outwards, into the spiritualized universe, into the consciousness universe, and even into an even more distant area. There was no end to it. Karma was a sky that only the 2 of them could see. Under this sky, the 9 firmaments cosmos, the universe, the incomparably huge sun beast, the mother tree that connected the sky to the earth, and the endless eastern domain were just a cage that was covered. To ants, humans might be the heavens, and to humans, the heavens were the heavens. However, at this moment, the karmic constellation was the heavens no matter who it was. Even the boundless square inch of space could be completely covered by the karmic constellation one day. This kind of thinking was exaggerated, but the karma heavenly phenomenon gave Luin this idea. When a person suddenly saw that there was a sky above the sky, the shock was enough to break their soul. Even though Luin was mentally prepared, he was still shocked speechless at this moment. Insignificant. Only the word insignificant could describe his experience before he saw this. The experience that he was so proud of had been shattered by this karma heavenly phenomenon. Azure Lotus Protector had his hands behind his back as he looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin's face was pale, and he finally came back to his senses. The way he looked at Azure Lotus Protector had completely changed. This was the strength of the Immortal Protector. This was the terrifying power of Azure Lotus Protector, the most ancient Immortal Realm powerhouse. When Yihai saw it, he did not feel that Azure Lotus Protector was very powerful. He only felt that he was unfathomable. He was not a match for him, but he should be qualified to fight. However, at this moment, he realized that he was too naive. Qualified to fight? Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Not to mention him, even the Immortal Realm monster that was chasing after him was an ant in the face of the Karma Heavenly phenomenon. No matter how big the monster was, it could not escape the coverage of the Karma Heavenly phenomenon. This was the terrifying boundless. He understood why the spiritualized universe had an Immortal Realm powerhouse like Master Grass, but he was suppressed to such a state. Digging bricks? Lu Yin wanted to laugh. How long would it take for him to reach 1/10 the size of the Karma Heavenly phenomenon? It was far away. Shocked? Azure Lotus Protector was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. I am an Immortal Realm powerhouse. Lu Yin faced Azure Lotus Protector and bowed deeply. Greetings, Senior Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus Protector looked at Lu Yin with a smile. I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Lu Yin exhaled. It would be a lie to say that he was not willing, but people had to have persistence, loyalty, affection, and trust. No one could be loyal, affectionate, and trustworthy. If he acknowledged Azure Lotus Protector as his master, the Tianyuan universe's crisis might be resolved. This was Lu Yin's biggest goal, but he had also lost his persistence. That persistence was not only for himself, but also for the Tianyuan universe. The people of the Tianyuan universe could not be looked down upon. He would not betray the relationship between master and disciple. Perhaps Mr. Sumu also hoped that he would acknowledge Azure Lotus Protector as his master to resolve the Tianyuan universe's crisis. However, Lu Yin could compromise on anything. He could also be willful on anything. He could do whatever he wanted without regrets. He could change from the naive Lu Xiaoxian to the scheming Lu Yin. However, regardless of whether it was Lu Xiaoxian or Lu Yin, when faced with this moment, the choice was the same. If even he lost this backbone, even if the Tianyuan universe survived, what would be the inheritance? Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. I already have a master. Lu Yin bowed again. Qing Lian Yu smiled faintly. I can tell you that I won't look down on you just because you betrayed your master. Because you have comprehended karma, you are the only one who can step into my world. My inheritance is only yours. Then what choice do you have? Lu Yin raised his head and smiled. Even if there are 100 chances, I will still say the same thing. I already have a master. Azure Lotus Protector sighed. Stubborn, laughable, and naive. Lu Yin did not refute. Everyone looked at him like that. However, you are also pure. Azure Lotus Protector changed the topic. He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. The fate between master and disciple cannot be forced. Since you and I are not fated, then forget it. What do you want from me? Lu Yin said respectfully, I want to help Swordmaster Taizong become the head of the 5th Night Pillar. Mingzhuo was right. Let's not talk about whether or not he could become a lesser imperial deity. Even if he could become a lesser imperial deity by relying on the Azure Lotus deity's status, expelling Yuya from the 5th Night Pillar or directly killing Yuya would not only offend the Blood Tower deity but also embarrass Yu Jiuxiao. Letting Swordmaster Taizong become the Night Chief and expelling Yuya was the best way. As for whether or not the 5th Night Pillar could join the 6th Night Pillar, Lu Yin would deal with that. If he couldn't join the 6th Night Pillar, who would be able to stop him? Lu Li had invited him not only because he had helped the 6th Night Pillar, but also because of the expedition to the outer universe. The 6th Night Pillar's strength was too weak, and Lu Li might not be able to suppress a large number of experts from the 9 Firmaments universe. In the end, Lu Li wasn't someone who could control the 6th Night Pillar. She had just been lucky enough to avoid a calamity and become the 6th Night Pillar's last surviving bitter adversity cultivator. Why did you help Xiao Tong? Blue Lotus Emperor asked. Lu Ying didn't hide anything and revealed his motive. Blue Lotus Emperor smiled. If you want to get rid of Yuya, why go through so much trouble? Then, under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he waved his hand and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yuya. Lu Ying was stunned. Yuya was even more confused as he looked around at the dazed Lu Ying. What's going on? Shouldn't he be at the fifth night pillar? Where is this? Lu Ying was confused. What did this mean? Blue Lotus Emperor? Yuya was shocked and quickly bowed. Junior greets Blue Lotus Emperor. Yuya appeared as the third-generation master of the Five Palms and was extremely respectful to Blue Lotus Emperor. Blue Lotus Emperor looked at Yuya. You have a grudge with this person. Yuya turned and stared at Lu Ying, his eyes flickering. He didn't know what relationship Lu Ying had with Blue Lotus Emperor, and he felt extremely uneasy. Lu Ying had comprehended karma, and Blue Lotus Emperor was immortal through karma. Although he was uneasy, he couldn't hide the greed and desire in his eyes every time he looked at Lu Ying. This person was his shortcut to invincible immortality. Greetings, Blue Lotus Emperor. I want to devour this person's consciousness and achieve immortality. Lu Ying was surprised. Why was his reply so honest? He didn't know what Blue Lotus Emperor represented in the Nine Firmaments universe. It was karma, faith, and the heavenly Tao. Yuya dared to lie to the Blood Tower and the Gate of Wonder, but he would never lie to the Azure Lotus Guard. The power of karma was too mysterious and unpredictable, especially in this battle in the consciousness universe. He had personally experienced how powerful Lu Yin's karma was, and the Azure Lotus Guard was in existence who had cultivated the Tao of karma to the eternal realm, which was even more terrifying. He didn't dare to lie. Qinglianyu looked at Lu Ying. Yuya is here. You can make your move now. Yuya's body trembled, and he looked at Qinglianyu in confusion. Senior, this is? Blue Lotus Xiangyu's figure disappeared. Since you have a grudge, I'll give you a chance to settle it. Today, only one of you can leave alive. Yuya was shocked. How could he be Lu Yin's opponent? Lu Ying had already surpassed him when he had escaped from the consciousness universe. Now, after hearing that Lu Ying had single-handedly destroyed the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip, he begged, Senior, this junior is from the Nine Firmaments universe and the Fifth Night Pillar. This junior is willing to fight to the death for the Nine Firmaments universe. Senior, why are you treating me like this? No matter how he shouted, the Azure Lotus defense had already disappeared. In this place, he wouldn't be able to escape because this was the Karma Great Constellation. Lu Ying stared blankly at the spot where the Azure Lotus Emperor had disappeared. Was it that simple? Why? Just because he had a grudge with Yuya and wanted to get rid of him, the Azure Lotus Emperor had sent him here? It was unbelievably simple. Senior, this junior is from the Nine Firmaments universe. This person is from the Tianyuan universe and is a traitor. He is hostile to the Nine Firmaments universe. This junior can devour his consciousness and control his body to help you with karma. Please give me a chance. Yuya, Lu Ying said. Yuya stared at Lu Ying and clenched his fists. His eyes were ferocious. What is your relationship with the Azure Lotus Emperor? Why is he helping you? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The Azure Lotus Emperor isn't helping me. He's just giving us a chance to compete fairly. Didn't you want to devour my consciousness and control my body? You can make your move now. Yuya's eyes flashed, and he kept retreating. He wanted to escape because he was no match for Lu Ying. He hadn't forgotten what this person had faced in the consciousness universe. That was an eternal realm creature. Yuya's worst-case scenario was that this person could come to the Nine Firmaments universe alive. He had sent Yuya to intercept Lu Ying at the Elysium. He hadn't expected Lu Ying to come. Yuya had reported that the people in the Spring and Autumn Scroll had beaten Lu Ying out of the Elysium. He was glad, but he was also afraid and regretful. He was afraid that Lu Ying could escape right under the nose of an eternal realm creature. He didn't know how terrifying his strength was. It was a pity that if Lu Ying didn't come to the Nine Firmaments universe, he would never have the chance to devour this person's consciousness. But no matter what, this situation had never happened before. If he wanted to devour Lu Ying, he could only rely on the structure of the Nine Firmaments universe and plan slowly. But why did he suddenly want to duel? The Azure Lotus Emperor wanted to kill him. If you don't make your move, then I will. Lu Ying didn't think about the Azure Lotus Emperor's plan. Since Xianxia had appeared, then he should die. After saying that, he bombarded with his consciousness. Didn't you want consciousness? Here you go. Xianxia didn't know how to escape. In his eyes, the surroundings were blank, but it was like an invisible cage that kept reducing his range of action. As Lu Ying bombarded him with his consciousness, he could only use his thoughts to fight back. Dark golden airflow surged out. Thought. Void mirror. Boom. The void was distorted and boiled between the two. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. Countless people on the sixth night pillar looked up. What was going on? Lu Li, Swordmaster Taizong, and the rest looked at the sky, but there was nothing. Where was this pressure coming from? Someone was fighting. The karma celestial phenomenon blocked everyone's vision and isolated the battle's shockwaves. Everyone could see and feel, but they wouldn't be affected. Xianxia was pushed back by Lu Yin's consciousness. This person's consciousness was even stronger. Could it be that he had devoured the consciousness of the entire consciousness universe? He struck out with his palm, using the great 5 palms. At the same time, the soul blood pagoda appeared behind him, blooming with light. He had used his soul, which was his foundation. Lesser defense deities wouldn't use their souls for the sake of their dignity, but Xianxia had used it now. Of course, he was no longer a lesser defense deity. So what if he used his soul? Lu Ying took a step forward, raised his hand, and pressed down. He also used the great 5 palms. Bang! Xianxia's body shattered, but no blood flowed out. He was a consciousness body, and he appeared in the dark golden cloud. Lu Ying, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Xianxia shouted, his consciousness surging. A blinding light illuminated the sky and the earth. Swordmaster Taizong looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing. Was that the Sikong mirror? Lu Ying flicked his finger, and chains fell from the sky, locking down Xianxia's perception of the outside world. Xianxia hid in the blood pagoda, his consciousness constantly attached to the pagoda. Lu Ying, do you really want to fight to the death? I can help you. I can help you in the 9th heaven universe. After all, I was once a lesser defense deity. Lu Ying clenched his fist, and boundless power flowed through his body. His body withered, and the battle force of the palm realm covered him. Heaven-sealing sequence particles appeared, and lanterns floated around him. True God's freedom technique, transformation of the 9 heavens. He punched out. Yusang Tian experienced Lu Yin's strength and was severely injured. Xianxia had seen that moment from afar, but he hadn't experienced it himself. Now, he experienced it for himself. The blood pagoda shattered. The loud sound almost shattered the dark golden cloud. Xianxia understood Yusang Tian's words at that moment. Lu Ying was unstoppable. The shattered blood pagoda reflected Lu Yin's cold face. He stared at the dark golden cloud. He wanted those consciousnesses. Reverse mortal dust, Xianxia growled. Reverse mortal dust could reverse the flow of all the opponent's power. Xianxia had used this move to severely injure Lu Ying and the others outside Etion, Quebec. He wanted to use it as a trump card to capture Lu Ying, but he had failed in the end. Lu Ying had been staring at Xianxia. When reverse mortal dust was used, he also used Kanyang, burning his martial arts. In the past, Lu Ying had definitely not been Xianxia's match. But now, his comprehension of karma had long since surpassed that of Xianxia's. Every time he performed a divination, he would be able to see the world clearly. The setting sun had burned away mortal defying. Although it had not been able to completely destroy mortal defying, it had still managed to weaken the reverse flow of mortal defying's power until it was finally contained. Xianxia was shocked, and he stubbornly held on to the blood pagoda. Was Xianxia weak? Of course not. His consciousness could control a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity, and his soul could withstand Lu Yin's peak strength without being completely shattered. His battle techniques could reverse the situation. He was not weak at all. However, he was facing Lu Ying, a powerhouse who could escape from an eternal realm being and who could destroy the spring and autumn scroll alone. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as the blood-red tower completely shattered. Lu Ying grabbed at the dark golden cloud. Boundless sequence particles suddenly surged out from the dark golden cloud. Yuya had comprehended and used his sequence laws to attack. He picked up the next weapon, becoming his second hidden power after his soul. He could see far from high. This was Yuya's sequence laws, and it was his comprehension. The higher one stood, the further one could see. The moment the moon edge's sequence particle touched Luin, he couldn't suppress a certain desire in his heart. It was magnified infinitely, and a desire to destroy and conquer everything blinded his eyes. His gaze turned cold. The Rujin Sutra allowed his heart to move and his body to remain motionless. Whoosh! The sequence particles were all scattered, and Yuya despaired. This was his last bit of strength, and he did not hope to defeat Luin. He only wanted to rely on his comprehension to reach a higher height and make Luin go crazy. A person's greatest enemy would always be themselves. Regardless of whether it was laziness, tiredness, arrogance, or pain, they all came from within themselves. Although Yuya's sequence laws did not specialize in offense, they were still the most dangerous. He had not expected Luin to use the Rujin Sutra to suppress him and remain as immovable as a mountain, directly scattering the sequence particles. Luin grabbed the dark golden cloud. He had too many ways to deal with the sequence laws, but nothing could shock Yuya more than the power of the ninth firmament universe. Yuya had defeated Rugua and forced Rugua to temporarily give up his position as the god of defense. At this moment, Rugua would be defeated by the Rujin Sutra. This was not the first time Luin had fought Yuya, but this time, Yuya had been defeated miserably. Lu Yin's hand pressed down on the dark golden cloud, and a sword floated above his palm. It was the triple firmament sword intent. It was drawn but not released, but the chill it brought to Yuya was much heavier than Lu Yin's. End of chapter 3842. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.